Hundreds of years ago, the game world came brazenly, bringing with it countless exotic beasts and even legendary gods and demons. Alien beasts invaded and killed people indiscriminately, causing humans to lose 2/3 of their territory in just half a year. However, in the second year, mankind ushered in the dawn the awakening of professionals. Professionals gain experience and equipment by killing alien beasts, and constantly improve their own strength. With their rise, humans are no longer lambs to be slaughtered by alien beasts, but gradually recover their lost territory and begin to fight against alien beasts on equal terms. Originally, I was one of the top professional eSports players on the planet, with a bright future and unlimited achievements. But just a few months ago, my mother suddenly fell seriously ill and urgently needed money for surgery. I tried my best, won the championship in a world-class eSports event, and received a prize of 100 million yuan. However, fate played a cruel joke on me. On my way to the hospital, a sudden car accident sent me to this strange world. My mother is still lying in bed waiting for money to save her life, but I am alone in a foreign world. If I can't go back, who will take care of her? Through ancient books, I learned that as long as one becomes a rank 10 warrior and masters the laws of space and time, one can break through the world barrier and return to Earth. But the problem is that there hasn't been a rank 10 warrior on Blue Star for a long time. However, this is not a problem for me. In this world, what matters is not book knowledge, but games. And I, Suhan, am the strongest esports genius. What's more, the rules of this world are exactly the same as the game I was good at in my previous life. As long as I use my gaming talent to impact the 10th level, returning to Earth will no longer be an unattainable dream. The most exciting thing is that I awakened an SSS level profession, Great Gourmet. As long as I eat the strange beast, I can gain attributes, experience, and even inherit the skills of the strange beast. At this time, in the playground of Donghai No. 1 High School, all the senior 3 students gathered there, their eyes fixed on the rostrum. On the stage, a middle-aged man in a black robe stood steadily, with a strange device next to him. At the top of the device, there is a crystal-clear crystal ball suspended, with faint talismans floating inside the ball, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. The man in the black robe picked up the microphone and spoke in a deep but clear voice. "Good afternoon, students. I am the host of today's awakening ceremony." He paused, looking at the students below the stage, and said with a hint of anticipation, "The awakening ceremony is about to begin. I wish everyone can awaken to the career they desire." Then, he pulled out a list from his hand, opened it, and announced in a steady tone. The first one, Zhao Xiaowei. Zhao Xiaowei was a thin boy. He trembled slightly and walked slowly to the podium. The man in black robe motioned him to put his hand on the crystal ball and whispered, "Close your eyes and feel it." Zhao Xiaowei swallowed, placed his hands on the crystal ball, and closed his eyes. After a moment, the crystal ball flickered with a faint light, and the image of a chef's knife appeared inside. The man in black robes announced calmly, "Zhao Xiaowei, E-level life occupation, chef." Below the stage, Zhao Xiaowei walked off the stage with his head down, and stood at the end of the line. His head teacher was there to comfort him. The whispers around began to spread. "How pitiful, it's actually an E-level living profession, it can't be any lower. I guess I'll spend my whole life in the kitchen and I won't be able to turn over a new leaf. How sad." I couldn't help but glance at Zhao Xiaowei, feeling a little sympathetic, but also a little nervous. If I awakened to a useless profession like him, I might really be in a desperate situation in the future. Next, Li Bin. A tall boy walked up to the podium and placed his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball emitted a strong light, and the image of a heavy sword appeared in the center. Li Bin, C-level combat profession, heavy sword warrior. Li Bin's face was filled with joy. "Great! A C-rank combat profession!" Immediately, the audience began to whisper with envy. C-level jobs were considered above average in the entire city, and admission to a vocational college was almost certain. "I really envy Li Bin. He's sure to get a lot of attention, who wouldn't want to be friends with him?" As the man in black robe continued to call out names, more students came up to the stage one by one. The students who awakened to combat professions were filled with excitement. The students who had awakened to their life profession were eclipsed, walked off the stage with their heads down, and remained silent. The head teacher was busy comforting every student who had a life profession. Next one, Suli. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire playground suddenly froze, and all eyes were instantly focused on the rostrum. Suli walked onto the stage with light steps and bowed gracefully to the man in black robe. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and pink skirt, which perfectly showed off her proud figure. Below the stage, the boys' eyes were filled with fascination and greed, some even couldn't help drooling. Suli gently placed his hand on the crystal ball and closed his eyes. Instantly, the crystal ball burst into a dazzling milky white light, like a blazing sun. Everyone was stunned, staring at the crystal ball intently. The black-robed man's voice was filled with shock and excitement. Suli, S-level combat profession, holy priest! Hiss! A sound of people taking a deep breath was heard. Even the principal was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. The chair fell to the ground, but he was unaware of it and spoke incoherently. Did I hear it right? S-level combat profession? The Dean of Studies clenched his fist excitedly, his voice trembling. Yes, it's an S-level combat profession. Our school is booming. The principal laughed almost crazily, as if he had seen his future promotion. An S-level career would definitely cause a sensation among professional universities across the country. For the school, this was a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Offstage, I also felt a twinge of envy. If I could awaken an S-level combat profession, my path to advancement would be bright. Any powerful profession would be crucial to my growth. Even professions like assassin and warrior can bring me great benefits. Suli walked off the stage with a look of shock on his face. The classmates around him came forward to chat with him, and even the teacher couldn't help but interrupt. Next one, Suhan. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was finally my turn. I suppressed my excitement, walked onto the stage, and placed my hand on the crystal ball, carefully feeling its power. The crystal ball emitted a faint light, and then, the image of a knife and fork appeared in the crystal ball. Suhan, D-level occupation, Gourmet. There was a murmur of discussion from the audience. Gourmet? Isn't this just a foodie? It seems like he's a good student, but why is his luck so bad? He's actually a gourmet. A gourmet? He is nothing more than a person who knows how to eat but not anything else. Who can use him? I stood on the stage in a daze, but it wasn't because of the shock. Just now, I heard a mechanical synthetic voice in my ear. It is detected that the host has successfully awakened as a gourmet. The gourmet system is activated and is merging with the host. The golden finger is here. A must-have golden finger for time travelers. I was overjoyed, but I pretended to be calm and walked down the podium slowly. As usual, the head teacher came over to comfort me and I responded with a few words, but I had no intention of listening to what she said. At this moment, the only thought in my mind is, what kind of surprises can this gourmet system bring me? Soon, the mechanical sound of the system sounded again. The gourmet system has been successfully integrated. The D-level life professional gourmet has been promoted to the SSS level all-around professional gourmet. The novice gift package has been given. Do you want to open it? I was stunned by these prompts one after another, but soon I reacted and nodded eagerly. Turn it on. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of mysterious beast meat, a gourmet illustrated guide, and a special skill book. My heart almost stopped when I heard about these rewards. SSS level all-around profession? Just now, Suli's awakening of the S-level combat profession holy priest shocked the entire audience. If others knew that I awakened an SSS level profession, they would probably dissect me as a monster. However, before his strength is revealed, he should keep a low profile. He silently asked in his heart. System, what special abilities does the great gourmet have? Introduce them to me. The system's voice sounded again. When a great gourmet tastes a certain exotic beast meat for the first time, the attribute will be improved. The improved value is related to the quality of the exotic beast meat. In addition, when tasting the meat of an exotic beast, the host has a chance to gain a certain skill of the exotic beast. Each skill of the exotic beast can only be obtained once. I was stunned. Eating meat can improve attributes and gain the skills of exotic animals. It's simply a magical skill. Other professions have limited skills. The higher the level, the more skills you can learn. However, skill books are luxury goods, expensive, and sometimes even impossible to buy. Each person can only use 5 skill books in his lifetime. But for me, skills are no longer a scarce resource. As long as I eat meat, I have a chance to get them. If others knew about this, they would probably envy me like a monster. Suddenly, I remembered the other rewards in the novice gift pack. System, what is the Gourmet illustrated book? To become a qualified gourmet, you must know everything that is edible and inedible. Everything that is delicious and not delicious must be included in the illustrated book. Every time the host tastes a kind of exotic beast meat, he can record it into the illustration book. Collecting the illustration book can complete the achievement task and obtain mysterious rewards. Great! Collecting illustrations is not only a simple task, but you can also get rewards. What about the special skill book? Can it be learned immediately? Okay, do you want to learn it now? Study. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill, Eye of Exploration. I couldn't wait to open the properties panel to check out my new profession. Name, Suhan, race, human, occupation, SSS level gourmet, level, 0, strength, 7, constitution, 9, agility, 6, spirit, 8, skill 1, exploration ILV.1, can view target attributes, has a 1% chance of discovering target weaknesses, target cannot be higher than 5 levels of own. All of my attributes are pretty good, and the initial attributes are already at an upper middle level. Just as I was immersed in my own powerful attributes, the man in black robes suddenly said, "Everyone has awakened. The podium is returned to the principal." The principal walked briskly onto the podium, smiling broadly. "Dear students, congratulations on completing the most important ceremony in your life. You still have 1 week to prepare for the college entrance exam. The school will not arrange any classes for you. You will have the time to yourself. I hope you can improve your abilities and be admitted to the professional university of your choice." Before he finished speaking, the head teacher announced the new grouping arrangement. Zhao Xiaowei, Qin Liang, Niu Dali, Dai Guanyi, you will form a group of 4. I couldn't help but glance at the list and found that Qin Liang had awakened a D-level archer, Niu Dali had awakened a C-level strongman, and there were 2 life professionals. This group seemed a bit unbalanced, but with 2 combat professions, there should be no problem with upgrading. However, Qin Liang seemed dissatisfied. "Teacher, I protest. I am an archer, I should team up with other combat professions to improve faster. Why do I have to bring 2 burdens with me?" The head teacher glared at him and said, "This is the school's arrangement. 4 people are in a group, 2 combat professions and 2 life professions. Do you know how important life professions are? Without them, you can't even guarantee a normal life." Qin Liang stopped talking immediately and sat down in anger with his head down. The head teacher continued to announce the next group. "Suli, Li Bin, Su Han, Tian Fang Chao. Suli and I are in the same group?" I was a little surprised, and the classmates around me also looked at me with envy and jealousy. "Su Han and the school beauty are on the same team? Why? How can a good-for-nothing be with the school beauty? There must be something fishy going on." I curled my lips indifferently, thinking, I don't want to form a team, I can level up faster and more efficiently alone, and it's not easy to expose my true identity. However, the school's arrangement has no choice but to form a team temporarily, and then find an opportunity to leave the team. The head teacher said a few simple words and then announced the dismissal. When I was about to leave, I saw 2 people walking towards me. One of them was Li Bin, followed by a fat man with black-framed glasses and pockmarked face. Li Bin approached me and said provocatively, "Hey Suhan, since the head teacher assigned you to my place, you have to be obedient." Fatty Tian Fang Chao, standing nearby, echoed, "That's right. Since you've awakened a useless profession, just like me, you should follow brotherly obediently and obey his orders. Otherwise, you'll end up eating shit." This made me a little unhappy. Just when I was about to retort, a clear female voice suddenly interrupted us. "What are you talking about?" I turned around and saw it was Suli, the school beauty. She was standing in front of us, looking curiously at Li Bin and Tian Fang Chao. It's okay, we are just discussing some small things." Li Bin immediately put on a flattering smile. "I'm thinking about where to level up tomorrow. What do you think?" Suli said. Li Bin smiled and replied, "Of course, I'll go to the east of the city to hunt ironback pigs. They move slowly, and although their attacks are powerful, they're easy to dodge, so leveling up is easy." Tian Fang Chao also echoed. Yes, Brother Li has already studied it. Ironback Pig is the best choice for leveling up. I sighed in my heart, these two people really don't understand the situation. Ironback pigs have extremely strong defenses, and physical attacks are almost ineffective. It takes at least half an hour to kill one, which is surprisingly inefficient. So, I said slowly, I think it's better to go to the south of the city to fight the ghost-faced ape. The iron-backed pig is suitable for magic professions, but for us physical professions, killing an iron-backed pig is a waste of time and extremely inefficient. The Jiraiya's defense is not that high. As long as you hit them, their fragile bodies can be easily killed instantly, so the leveling efficiency is much higher. Li Bin's face darkened and he glared at me fiercely. Why are you butting in? I'm the captain, I have the final say on where to go. However, Su Li interrupted quietly. Su Han is right. Ghostface Ape is most vulnerable to characters with high attack power. Once they are hit by a big sword, their mobility will be greatly reduced, and others can also finish them off smoothly. Seeing the school beauty say this, Li Bin couldn't help but suppress the anger in his heart and forced a smile. Since Su Li said so, let's go fight the ghost-faced ape. Su Li smiled and said, Then let's meet in the south of the city at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I nodded and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, I heard Li Bin's low curse behind my ear. Tian Fang Chao, what profession did you awaken? What skills did you acquire? Tian Fang Chao replied, I have awakened the E-level life profession extra, and the skill is Play Dead, which can fake death to divert hatred. After hearing this, Li Bin's eyes flashed with interest, and he whispered a few words to Tian Fang Chao. Tian Fang Chao patted his chest excitedly. Don't worry, Brother Li, I will complete the task. When I got home, the silence in the house was a little uncomfortable. According to the original owner's memory, I knew that my parents died while hunting exotic beasts when I was a child, but they also received a large sum of money for this, which allowed me to have the life I have today. System, take out that piece of meat and let me see it. As the space twisted, a piece of bright red meat appeared in my hand. The size of this piece of meat was just the size of my palm, and I could swallow it in one bite. I looked at the meat curiously, and an indescribable feeling surged in my heart. I opened the exploration eye, and the information about the meat appeared before my eyes. Name, Young Dragon Meat, Race, Black Dragon, Level 6, Introduction. Black Dragon is the only dragon among all dragons that does not use magic. It has extremely strong physical strength, and its dragon scales are immune to most magical attacks. How to eat: braised young dragon meat, stir-fried dragon fillet, grilled dragon meat. Level 6 baby dragon meat? I was a little stunned. I originally thought that the system would give me some level 2 or 3 ordinary exotic beast meat to make up for it, but I didn't expect it to be such a generous reward. The system is so thoughtful. I quickly took out star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves and peppercorns from the refrigerator and began to prepare braised young dragon meat. After a lot of hard work, I finally managed to stew the meat. Even after 2 hours, the meat was still as hard as a rock and I couldn't chew it at all. There was no choice but to continue stewing. Finally, after 6 hours, the meat became tender and tasty. The room was filled with the rich aroma of meat, and I was already very hungry. I couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat and put it into my mouth. At that moment, the strong aroma of meat hit me. The meat was soft and tender but chewy, and the strange fragrance still lingered in my mouth. In an instant, I felt a continuous force surging from my abdomen and reaching my limbs. My whole body seemed to be soaked in warm spring water, feeling extremely comfortable. At this time, the system prompt sounded. The host eats the 6th level young dragon meat for the first time, and gains 300 points of strength and 300 points of constitution. The host obtains the skill, Dragon Scale. I opened the properties panel to my surprise and saw that my data had greatly improved. Name, Suhan, Race, Human, Occupation, SSS level Gourmet, Level 0, Strength, 307, Constitution, 309, Agility, 6, Spirit, 8, Skill 1, Eye of Detection LV.1, Skill 2, Dragon Scale LV.1. Dragon Scale Skill, this is an absolute defensive skill. It can reduce 90% of physical and magical damage. It is simply an iron wall of defense. And my strength and physique have also been greatly improved. Such an improvement is not even comparable to that of a second-level player. I took a deep breath and sighed again. It really is worthy of being a 6th-level young dragon meat. Then, the system's prompt sounded again. Young dragon meat has been entered into the Gourmet's illustrated handbook. Keep going, host. With a sudden thought, I opened the Gourmet Atlas and saw a virtual atlas flashing on the screen. On the left side were black boxes filled with question marks. The first box has lit up, showing a cute little black dragon and a brief introduction. On the right is the task information: enter the 3 strange beasts into the illustration book, not completed. At 7 in the morning, I was already waiting at the gate of the southern city of Donghai City. All around, young people in school uniforms gathered together, obviously from various high schools in Donghai City, preparing to start leveling up after awakening. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice broke the silence. Morning. I turned around and saw Suli wearing a white sportswear and a ponytail, looking neat and tidy. She was carrying a staff on her back, with a fist-sized milky white gem inlaid on the top, which was particularly eye-catching. Just by looking at the appearance, I knew that this staff was not simple. She smiled and handed over a steaming bun. I guess you didn't have breakfast? Here's one. Give it to you. Let's eat together. I was stunned. No one had cared about me like this for a long time. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Suli looked at me puzzledly. I shook my head, took the bun, took a bite, and said with a smile, I like it, thank you. Just as he took a bite, the system's prompt sounded. The host ate the 1st-level ironback pork for the first time, and gained 3 points of strength and 2 points of constitution. I was slightly stunned. It turned out to be a bun made of ironback pork. After eating the bun, my strength increased by 1 point again, but there was no other reward. After more than 10 minutes, Li Bin and Tian Fangchao finally came slowly. Li Bin was wearing a thin leather armor and carrying a big sword on his back that was almost as tall as himself. You arrived so early? I thought you would be late. You are a little late, Li Bin said slowly. Suli frowned slightly, but didn't say much. Now that everyone is here, let's go level up. Immediately afterwards, our group walked towards the Ghostface Forest where the Ghostface ape was. About 20 minutes later, we arrived at the edge of the forest. It was eerie and quiet here, with almost no one to be seen. The level of the Ghost-faced ape is level 3, and the elite monster is level 5. People who lack powerful combat professions generally dare not set foot here. The surrounding trees were lush and leafy, blocking the sunlight, and the atmosphere in the forest was extremely depressing. Suli held the staff tightly, his body trembling slightly, and he observed his surroundings vigilantly. Li Bin seemed relaxed. Don't worry, I'm here. Suddenly, I heard a rustling sound deep in the woods. I immediately looked over there alertly, and saw several figures approaching quickly like ghosts. The ghost-faced ape is coming, I whispered. Li Bin drew out his great sword and revealed a ferocious smile. You are courting death. This is a good opportunity for this new sword to see some blood. The ghost-faced ape screamed and quickly jumped down from the tree, with fierce eyes and sharp teeth exposed. I used the exploration eye to check the information of the ghost-faced ape. Name, Ghost-face ape, race, ape, level 3, skill 1, ghost at bewitching LV.1. If you look at someone for 5 seconds, they will be bewitched and obey the ghost-face ape's orders. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown is 10 minutes. Skill 2, Shred LV.1. Sharp claws and fangs tear apart the enemy, weakening the durability of equipment and causing heavy damage. Cooldown is 1 minute. There was a red light flashing in the ghost-faced ape's eyes as it stared at us angrily. I growled nervously. Don't look it in the eye. However, it was still too late. Li Bin and Suli quickly avoided his gaze, but Tian Fangchao was confused by the ghost-faced ape. His eyes turned red, and he let out a low roar. He is confused, subdue him first, I shouted quickly. Li Bin stepped forward decisively and kicked Tian Fangchao in the back, sending him flying and falling to the ground. Chopped the ghost-faced ape with powerful momentum. The ghost-faced ape jumped up flexibly and avoided the attack, but was stepped down by Li Bin in the air, and then the big sword chopped fiercely at the ghost-faced ape's head. After a scream, the ghost-faced ape fell to the ground and died. My experience bar also quietly increased a little. Killing higher level monsters really gave me a lot of experience. If I kill a few more, I can level up. Just as I was thinking about it, 3 more ghost-faced apes jumped out of the woods and pounced on Li Bin. The sharp claws of one of the ghost-faced apes quickly tore Li Bin's leather armor, and blood gushed out. Seeing this, Suli immediately raised his staff, and the gemstone emitted a brilliant light. Healing spell! A holy light descended, and Li Bin's injuries recovered quickly. I sighed in my heart. Suli's healing skill is indeed one of the most sought-after skills. It can greatly reduce casualties when facing powerful monsters. But the ghost-faced apes seemed to sense her threat, and several of them let out shrill cries and pounced on her. Run! Suli screamed and turned to flee. When Li Bin saw this, his face changed and he wanted to rush over to help, but he was entangled by the other 2 ghost-faced apes and couldn't get away. The ghost-faced ape that was chasing Suli was extremely fast and approached her almost instantly. Seeing that its claws were about to grab Suli's back, Suli's eyes were filled with despair and his heart was beating like a drum. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed her wrist, and with a gentle pull, she was pulled out of the attack range of the ghost-faced ape. Suli saw me. A hint of unconscious relief flashed across his eyes. The ghost-faced ape roared and pounced on me. Suli shouted, "Be careful!" I didn't panic at all. I crouched down and punched the ghost-faced ape's jaw hard, knocking it away. Then I pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into its heart, ending its life instantly. Suli was stunned. "How did you?" "I took the combat class as an elective," I said calmly. At the same time, Li Bin had already dealt with 2 ghost-faced apes, but he was covered in wounds and his leather armor was already in tatters. Suli used healing magic again to heal Li Bin. I checked my experience bar and found that it had reached level 1, with all my attributes evenly increased by 10 points. Tian Fangchao rubbed his head and walked over slowly. "Why did I faint?" Li Bin angrily said. "Are you stupid? Don't you know that the ghost-faced ape can deceive people?" Tian Fangchao lowered his head and dared not refute. Suli looked at the corpse of the ghost-faced ape on the ground and suddenly said, "It seems the equipment has exploded?" As everyone's eyes were fixed on the body of the ghost-faced ape that I had just killed, and sure enough, there was a ring lying on the body. Li Bin's eyes lit up, and a greedy light almost burst out of his eyes. The drop rate of equipment is extremely low, less than 1 in 10,000, and jewelry equipment is even rarer, almost close to 1 in 100,000. Even the most ordinary ring can be worth thousands of dollars if sold. Li Bin stood up impatiently and prepared to take the ring. "Wait a minute, this equipment should belong to Su Han." Suli's voice sounded calmly. Li Bin stopped and was obviously unhappy, but he still suppressed his inner impulse. In theory, whoever kills the monster gets the equipment. This rule is good for combat professions, but I was the one who killed this ghost-faced ape, so in theory, the equipment should belong to me. He turned to look at me and smiled meaningfully. "Su Han, give me this equipment. I am the main force of our team. If I can use it to improve our upgrade efficiency, it will be fair to you, right?" Tian Fangchao immediately agreed. "Yes, Brother Li is the main force of the team, the equipment should be given to him. Su Han, you don't have any objections, right?" I shook my head gently. "Whoever kills it owns it. If you want it, go kill it yourself." After saying that, I walked to the body of the ghost-faced ape and picked up the ring without hesitation. The ring is engraved with a Jiraiya skull, which looks a bit scary, but I still took a closer look at its properties. Ghost Ape Ring, Quality, Bronze, Agility +5, Skill 1, Ambush, blends itself into the environment, making it impossible for the enemy to detect it, and unable to move. Lasts for 1 hour, cooldown time 1 hour, Introduction, a ring made of ghost ape bones, with an unpleasant appearance, equipment requirement, level 1. I was shocked. Even if this ring was bronze, the attached skills were already quite valuable. Bronze level equipment was rare, and jewelry with attached skills was even rarer. It was not surprising that it could be sold for tens of thousands of yuan. If it was sold, it would probably fetch more than 100,000 yuan. However, I will not sell it easily and plan to keep it for myself. After wearing the ring, I feel that my body is more flexible, and the lightness brought by the increase in agility makes my movements more smooth. Li Bin's face suddenly turned gloomy, like the calm before the storm. Tian Fangchao said dissatisfiedly, Suhan, you are just a living professional. What do you want to do with this ring? Hurry up and give it to Brotherly, otherwise our team's upgrade speed will be slow. He was still unwilling to give in and pretended to come over and snatch my ring. I raised my eyebrows. If he really dared to do it, I would not show mercy. After all, there were so many people who died accidentally when killing monsters. Who would doubt me as a professional? However, Suli immediately stopped them. Don't go too far. This piece of equipment was clearly dropped by Suhan after he killed the ghost face ape. Why should I give it to you? If you dare to snatch it by force, I will report it to the teacher. Tian Fangchao was speechless. You know, if the internal fight is reported to the teacher, the consequences will be disastrous, with deductions of points at the very least and direct cancellation of the college entrance examination qualification at the worst. A ruthless light flashed in Li Bin's eyes, and a sneer curved his lips. Since you insist so much, then take it. But don't blame me for not reminding you next time, you have to be careful. I smiled and said, Thank you for your concern. Li Bin didn't say anything more, and turned to walk towards the bodies of the other ghost-faced apes. Tian Fangchao asked in a low voice, Brotherly, how do we deal with Suhan? Li Bin said coldly, Originally I just wanted to scare him, but now that he is so ungrateful, let's just get rid of him. Use the old method. I understand. Tian Fangchao responded in a low voice. Several people continued to hunt the ghost-faced apes. By noon, everyone's experience bar had made considerable progress and was almost about to be upgraded. Suli suggested, Everyone take a break, eat something, and continue in the afternoon. The others nodded in agreement, and the task of cooking naturally fell on me again. I set up the grill, skewered the ape meat, and grilled it over the fire. Soon, the rich aroma of meat filled the air, and everyone took a piece of meat and devoured it greedily, enjoying the delicious taste. I bit into the piece of roasted meat, and the strong aroma of cumin intertwined with the aroma of meat, which was richer than the taste of braised meat. The system prompt sounded at the side. The host took the first-level ghost-faced ape meat for the first time, and gained 10 points of agility and 3 points of spirit. At the same time, I also obtained the skill of the ghost-face ape ghost eye confusion. I was delighted and immediately opened the properties panel to check. Name, Suhan, race, human, occupation, SSS level Gourmet, level 1, strength, 320, constitution, 325, agility, 31, spirit, 13, skill 1, eye of exploration LV.1, skill 2, dragon scale LV.1, skill 3, ghost eye confusion LV.1. Ghost eye confusion is a very useful skill. By looking at the enemy, you can confuse the enemy and make them obey your orders. It lasts for 1 minute, and the cooldown time is only 10 minutes. This skill can not only confuse the enemy, but also turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. By the way, the illustration task is also completed. I suddenly remembered, so I opened the Gourmet illustration task, and saw that the task bar on the right showed that it was completed. I clicked on the task bar, and the system prompt sounded. Host has completed the Gourmet illustrated guide task, and is rewarded with a random piece of equipment. Almost in the next second, a piece of equipment appeared in my hand, a pitch-black dagger with a hint of blood red on the tip, like a bloody mouth. I immediately checked the dagger's properties. Abyss teeth, quality, silver, strength plus 20, agility plus 10, skill 1 bloodshed, passive skill, 10% of the damage caused by Abyss teeth is converted into health points and fed back to the user. Abyss set, January 4th 2-piece set attacks cause 10% additional damage, 4-piece set doubles the effect. Introduction, made from the teeth of Abyss monsters, sharp and bloodthirsty. Equipment requirement, level 2. My eyes lit up immediately. The system's reward was really generous. This was actually a silver-level weapon. In comparison, Li Bin's sword was not even a whiteboard weapon. Compared with this dagger, there was a world of difference. I glanced at the task bar on the left. The task has been updated. Enter 10 exotic beasts into the illustrations, not completed. After resting for more than an hour, the team prepared to continue killing monsters and leveling up. The surrounding ghost-faced apes had been cleared out, and everyone decided to continue going deeper into the ghost-faced forest. As we gradually went deeper into the forest, the light around us became dimmer, and the atmosphere became heavier. Suli glanced around nervously. We've walked for a while, there should be a ghost-faced ape, right? Li Bin nodded and turned to Tian Fang Chao. Go ahead and explore the way. Don't just stay behind and eat for free. Don't you know how to do something practical? I understand. Tian Fang Chao replied reluctantly, glanced at me deliberately, and then ran quickly forward. Su Li frowned and whispered, Let him explore the way? What if he is blocked by the ghost-faced ape? Li Bin responded calmly. His profession is an actor. He can use the skill of feigning death to avoid hatred. It is most appropriate to let him lure the monsters. Before he finished speaking, a fat figure rushed out from the woods. It was Tian Fang Chao. His face flushed, he gasped, and shouted, Brother Li! Help! 4 ghost-faced monkeys were chasing closely behind him. They were so agile that they quickly leaped on the trees and were almost catching up with Tian Fang Chao. Li Bin glanced at me secretly, and suddenly moved to the right, closing the distance between us. I narrowed my eyes, and I already understood his intention. In my heart he wanted to plot against me. You're just waiting for the consequences. I stared at Tian Fang Chao's eyes, and my pupils turned blood red. This was the time for the ghost eye to confuse people. Tian Fang Chao was instantly pleased with himself, and planned to use his feigned death skill to escape the monster's attack. However, he suddenly felt dizzy and his body involuntarily ran to the left. Li Bin was stunned. What's going on? Didn't I tell him to run to Suhan? Why is he running to me now? Tian Fang Chao suddenly fell to the ground, as if dead, with his eyes closed and no breath. The 4 ghost-faced apes lost their target in an instant, turned around and glared at Li Bin, their blood-red eyes filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent, and pounced on Li Bin. Li Bin was furious, his face was livid. Tian Fang Chao, you bastard, you are deliberately hurting me. He turned around and prepared to retreat, hoping to lure a few Jiraiya's away to attack me. However, I had already retreated more than 10 meters away. Li Bin was so angry that he almost went crazy. He could only draw his sword and fight hard. After a fierce battle, Li Bin finally killed 4 ghost-faced apes with great difficulty. His leather armor was already tattered, and his sword was covered with deep cracks. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath. I looked down at my level. I had finally reached level 2, and all my attributes had increased by 10 points. Tian Fang Chao came over and saw Li Bin's embarrassed look. He was stunned. Brother Li, why are you like this? Li Bin was furious. He jumped up, raised his sword and glared at Tian Fang Chao. You beast, you are deliberately messing with me. Tian Fang Chao turned pale with fear and waved his hands repeatedly. No! Absolutely not, Brother Li! Li Bin calmed down and turned his gaze towards me. Just now Tian Fang Chao led the monster towards me, but then suddenly deviated. It must be you who did something, right? I glanced back disdainfully. What does it have to do with me? Su Li frowned upon seeing this. How could he be an undercover agent of the Abyss cult? The Abyss cult is an alien in the human world. They believe that alien beasts will come and wipe out humans, so they have been creating disasters in human cities in an attempt to help the alien beasts destroy humans. If the undercover is caught, there is only one result: death. But I didn't care. I had originally planned to leave the team, and Li Bin just gave me a perfect excuse. Su Li wanted to persuade them again, but I said directly, Since you don't welcome me, I won't stay here. Li Bin was stunned. He didn't expect me to be so direct. Su Li said anxiously, If you don't join us, how can you level up on your own? Don't you plan to apply to the professional university? Tian Fang Chao sneered. How can you possibly get into a professional university with a useless living profession? I smiled coldly. Do you think your skill of pretending to be dead is so great? Do you really think you can fool everyone? Sooner or later there will be a day when you won't even have the chance to pretend to be dead. What did you say? Tian Fang Chao shouted angrily. I ignored him and turned away. I decided to go alone to look for other beasts. As long as I continued to kill beasts, my strength would increase faster than anyone else. Soon, I disappeared into the shadows of the forest. Seeing me leave, Li Bin smiled with satisfaction and said, Finally, we got rid of this burden. Our upgrade speed will definitely be much faster. This kind of rubbish should have been let go long ago. He can't do anything but share experience. By the way, he wanted to leave on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Sully looked at my back as I walked away, his expression complicated, and he remained silent. I shuttled through the ghost face forest at full speed like a nimble ape, and reached the edge of the ghost face forest after a few hours. My target is the Shadow Swamp, where many beasts that are good at using poison lurking. If I can obtain their skills, my combat power will definitely be greatly improved. Along the way, I killed a lot of ghost-faced apes, gained experience alone, and directly reached level 3. I estimate that my advancement speed is already among the fastest among all students. However, just as I was about to leave the forest, a deafening roar suddenly came to my ears, the wind was whistling, and the trees were shaking violently. I squinted my eyes slightly, and my intuition told me that something big must have happened there. I quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. 2 minutes later, I stood on a branch and looked into the distance, and saw a group of people fighting a huge ape in a huge open space. This giant ape was a giant variant of the ghost-faced ape. It was so powerful that it could create a deep pit with just one punch. The surrounding trees were also knocked down by it. The 5 people were like a lone boat on the sea, trying their best to resist the attack of the ghost-faced ape. But even with the support of the healer, it was difficult to resist the power of the giant ape, and almost every punch could knock one person away. My heart moved. Could it be that this giant ape is the leader-level ghost-faced ape? I hid my body, approached silently, and activated the Eye of Detection. Name: Ghost-faced Ape King. Leader level: Race: Ape level. Skill 1? Skill 2? Skill 3? It is indeed a leader-level monster. Everything except its name is a question mark. I whispered to myself. The levels of exotic beasts are divided into ordinary, elite, and leader. The leader level is similar to the equipment level. Although this is only a blank level leader, its powerful combat power is still far superior to that of ordinary exotic beasts. I glanced at the group of people below me. They looked young, probably college students, perhaps from a professional academy. I squatted on a branch and watched quietly. As these men were fighting fiercely with the ghost-faced ape king, a boy in a cloth robe and holding a sword walked beside the ghost-faced ape king. He stabbed with the sword at precise timing, and the wound instantly split open. Roar! The ghost-faced ape king roared angrily, staring at the swordsman with his red eyes, and swung his huge fist. The swordsman reacted quickly and dodged the fatal blow. Bang! The fist hit the ground hard, creating a deep hole. Then, another muscular man holding a shield stepped forward and blocked the ape king's attack again. Although the shield withstood the impact, the slap from the ghost-faced ape king still made the strong man stagger. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his brows were furrowed, obviously enduring severe pain. Mimi, I can handle it. Save your energy. The sturdy man spoke, the hidden pain visible on his face. The girl named Mimi nodded with a firm look in her eyes. The swordsman looked at the ghost-faced ape king and said with determination, Everyone, we have just entered Longway University. If we can defeat this leader-level ghost-faced ape, we will definitely get a lot of points when we return. Everyone must hold on. I was slightly stunned. Students from Longway University? Why are they here? Shouldn't they be in the capital? While I was thinking, the swordsman continued to command the battle. Zhu Junjie, you use magic to attack. Jian Yuchen and I will contain the hatred from the side. This beast's defense is too strong, and physical attacks are almost useless. I have to rely on you. In the distance, a boy in a fiery red robe nodded impatiently. I know, I don't need your instructions. He raised his staff, and a fireball the size of a basketball quickly formed and flew towards the ghost-faced ape king. Boom! The fireball hit accurately, and the flames of the explosion scorched the ape king's skin and flesh, followed by its painful howl. But this pain aroused the fury of the ghost-faced ape king. Its eyes were fixed on Zhu Junjie, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. Oh no, Zhu Junjie's magic damage is too high, it's going to transfer the hatred! Tang Mimi shouted in horror. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared beside the ghost-faced ape king, and a sharp dagger quickly pierced into one of its eyes. The intense pain made the ghost-faced ape king lose his mind, and he waved his claws wildly, trying to catch the attacker. But the figure had already dodged flexibly and retreated far away. I looked carefully and saw that it was a girl wearing a tight combat suit, with short blue hair flowing in the wind, a slender figure, and especially a pair of straight long legs, which were full of power. She wore a mask that concealed her face, but it did not affect her skills and aura. Faced with the almost crazy ghost-faced Ape King, the teammates retreated quickly, because if they were caught by it, the only outcome would be death. Roar! The ghost-faced Ape King howled to the sky, his eyes fixed on Tang Mimi. Although it was a strange beast, the leader-level strange beast already had some wisdom. It realized that it had to get rid of the woman who could heal first. It rushed towards Tang Mimi. She turned pale with fright and backed away repeatedly. At this moment, the muscular man Wu Peijun raised his shield and stood in front of him. This beast can't hold on any longer. Increase the firepower and kill it directly. As the battle continued to intensify, sword energy slashes, fireball explosions, and shadow attacks hit the ghost-faced Ape King one after another, and his wounds continued to expand. Roar! The ghost-faced Ape King roared towards the sky again, and suddenly a loud noise came from the surrounding woods. A few seconds later, several huge ghost-faced apes jumped out of the bushes, with clear targets, and pounced on the team members. I scanned these newly appeared Jiraius and found that they were all elite level. I raised my eyebrows and whispered, "This guy can actually summon reinforcements." Elite ghost-faced ape quickly pounced on the crowd, and the battle became more intense in an instant. "Oh no! This beast can call for help!" Li Yu's face changed drastically. He turned to look at Tang Mimi and Zhu Junjie and found that there were at least 4 elite ghost-faced apes around them. Zhu Junjie waved his staff vigorously. "Beast, get out of my way!" But the Jigun-faced apes approached silently, and soon left deep wounds on the 2 men and tore their clothes. Li Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Jiang Yuchen, don't worry about the ghost-faced Ape King, save people first." Jiang Yuchen flashed past and immediately rushed towards the ghost-faced apes that were besieging Tang Mimi. However, when Li Yu was providing support, he was surrounded by several elite ghost-faced apes and was in a life-and-death dilemma. He gritted his teeth, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. "You're looking for death." He raised his sword and slashed it out suddenly. The sword energy passed instantly, and the 2 ghost-faced apes were cut directly in half. However, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a huge fist suddenly attacked him. Bang! Li Yu was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground like a kite with its string cut, blood spurting out of his mouth. "Li Yu!" Wu Peijun screamed and raised his shield and wanted to rush forward. But the ghost-faced Ape King kept his eyes fixed on him and punched him again. Boom! The ground sank and a large human-shaped pit appeared. The ghost-faced Ape King's gaze fell on Tang Mimi, and its huge body approached her. Tang Mimi was trembling all over, her eyes filled with despair. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Jiang Yuchen's eyes, and she suddenly jumped up to face the ghost-faced Ape King. The ghost-faced Ape King's eyes, and he swung his terrifying fist out again. Jiang Yuchen dodged quickly, trying to avoid the fatal blow, but the Ape King's fist suddenly turned into a palm and slapped her hard. Jiang Yuchen's body was knocked away like a cannonball and hit the tree heavily, and her clothes were stained with blood. "Yuchen!" Tang Mimi shouted in despair. Zhu Junjie gritted his teeth and said, "Go quickly and notify the city guards." He raised his staff high and roared, "Damn beast, even if I die, I will take you with me." An exploding fireball began to take shape, but the surrounding ghost-faced apes quickly pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. Zhu Junjie's screams echoed through the forest. The ghost-faced Ape King's one eye locked onto Tang Mimi again, and his huge body approached her. Tang Mimi was trembling all over, watching the fist about to fall. At this moment, the world seemed to stand still. A figure fell from the sky and collided with the fist of the ghost-faced Ape King. Chapter 8 Great Harvest Ape King Set. Boom! The two fists collided violently, causing a deafening noise. The ghost-faced Ape King took several steps back, and his huge body slammed into a big tree, causing the trunk to fall down with a loud bang. Tang Mimi stared blankly at the person in front of her. She could never have imagined in her wildest dreams that someone could beat back the ghost-faced Ape King with just one punch. And this man looked so young, seemingly about the same age as them. Could he be a talented student from another college? "I thought you were so powerful, you beast, but it looks like you're just this strong." Su Han moved his wrist, and the dark dragon scales on his fists slowly faded away. Roar! The ghost-faced ape king roared angrily. Several elite ghost-faced apes around quickly pounced towards Su-Han. Tang Mimi's pupils suddenly shrank, and she screamed, "Be careful!" Su-Han took a glance, flipped his hand, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed the ape in front with a knife. Blood spurted out. Then he grabbed the ghost-faced ape's head and threw it away like garbage. Bang! The ghost-faced ape slammed into a tree trunk nearby, and its health bar dropped to the bottom. Then, he actually took the initiative to kill the remaining ghost-faced apes. The dagger was wielded. Blood splatters. In just a few breaths, all the elite ghost-faced apes were hunted down, and their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Su-Han was covered in blood, like a god of death. Tang Mimi was stunned. This person is so scary. Killing so many elite ghost-faced apes is as easy as killing chickens. These elite ghost-faced apes are all level 10 monsters. Su-Han turned and looked at the ghost-faced ape king. Although he didn't know the exact amount of health of the ghost-faced ape king. But the health bar was only 1/10 left. This is fat meat that is delivered to your door. If you don't eat it, you will be punished by God. Holding the sharp tooth of the abyss, he rushed towards the ghost-faced ape king in a flash. Roar! The ghost-faced ape king was furious, and raised his fist to punch Su-Han. Boom! The fist came down, but missed. Su-Han was like a ghost. He easily came to the side of the ghost-faced ape king, and the sharp teeth of the abyss fell straight down. Laugh! The dagger pierced a bloody hole and blood spurted out. The ghost-faced ape king's health dropped a little bit again. Su-Han leaped up with the dagger in his hand, came in front of the ghost-faced ape king, and cut his throat with one knife. The ghost-faced ape king's health bar reached the bottom, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The blank level leader, the ghost-faced ape king, was successfully killed. The two pieces of equipment lay quietly beside the body of the ghost-faced ape king. Su-Han stepped forward and without even taking a look, he casually put the two pieces of equipment into his backpack. Then he cut off a large piece of the ghost-faced ape king's flesh and stuffed it into his backpack until it couldn't fit into the backpack anymore. Only then did he give up in disappointment. He was about to leave when he saw Tang Mimi standing there. After thinking for a while, he walked towards Tang Mimi. Tang Mimi was shocked and tightly grasped the staff in her hand. "He's not going to kill me, is he?" Su-Han came in front of Tang Mimi, squatted down and said, "I saved you. The equipment dropped by the ghost-faced ape king belongs to me. We are even. No need to thank me. My name is Lei Feng." After saying that, he easily jumped onto the tree trunk and disappeared in a few flashes. Tang Mimi stared blankly at Su-Han's back. "Living Lei Feng? This guy's name is weird." This time Su-Han did not go to the Shadow Swamp, but went straight home. At night, the strength of all exotic beasts will increase by 20%. However, humans are limited by factors such as vision, so the gap between them is widening, and there are no extra rewards. Therefore, few people go hunting exotic animals at night. The city is also the busiest at night. All the exotic beast hunters who are out hunting exotic beasts gather in the bar to drink, sing, pick up girls and release stress. Su-Han naturally had no mood for these things. When he got home, the first thing he did was to take out the two pieces of equipment and the meat of the ghost-faced ape king. The first piece of equipment is a leather armor, and the second piece of equipment is a pair of boots. It looks like a suit. Su-Han rubbed his hands and checked the properties of the leather armor with anticipation. Ape King leather armor. Quality bronze. Constitution plus 10. Skill 1 Dodge 5% chance to dodge the opponent's attack. Ape King set 1/2 increases dodge rate by 10%. Introduction. Leather armor made of Ape King fur, light and soft, can help you better avoid enemy attacks. Equipment requirements, level 5. Su-Han's eyes lit up. Nice one! This dodge is not just about dodging normal attacks, there is also a chance to dodge targeted skills. The equipment requirement is level 5. He killed the ghost-faced Ape King, and although it gave him a lot of experience, he only reached level 4. If you want to wear leather armor, you have to work hard to upgrade it. Ape King leather boots. Quality bronze. Agility plus 10. Skill 1, lightweight, increases movement speed by 5%. Ape King set, 1/2 increases dodge rate by 10%. Introduction, leather boots made of Ape King fur, which can make the wearer run faster. Equipment requirements, level 5. Equipment that can increase movement speed is a magical tool for professions such as assassins. It's worthy of being something dropped by a leader-level monster. It's just great. Su-Han couldn't help but praise him. The properties of a single piece of a set are not as good as those of equipment of the same level. The advantage of a set is the huge improvement it brings after completing the set. This is far beyond the reach of ordinary equipment. Only Secret Realm copies can produce set equipment, and this is also the equipment that many people scramble for. And now, killing a leader will give you 2 sets of equipment. Great harvest. Then he looked at the meat of the ghost-faced Ape King. They are both ghost-faced apes. I wonder if this Ape King can still improve? Su-Han followed the usual method and braised the Ape King's meat in the pot. Soon, a rich aroma wafted out of the pot. This is a different aroma from dragon meat. It actually has a hint of fruit wood fragrance. When you take a bite, the texture is very soft and sticky, not at all as tough as dragon meat. He now regrets not cutting more. Swallow the meat in your mouth. The system prompt sounded immediately. The host takes the first level ghost-faced Ape King meat and gains 30 points of strength and 20 points of constitution. A smile appeared on Su-Han's face. Not bad, with so many attribute points added, it is worthy of being the meat of a leader-level monster. Delicious, love it. The system prompt sound continued. The host has obtained the skills of the ghost-faced Ape King and is calling for companions. Wait, calling companions? Su-Han immediately opened the attribute panel, scrolled to the skill bar, and saw this new skill. Calling companions, make the unique call of the Jiraiya, and the Jiraiya nearby will rush to help as quickly as possible. Su-Han. He wanted to cry but had no tears. It would be nice to have some other skills. I'm going to the Shadow Swamp next. There are no ghost face apes in that place, so this skill is almost non-existent. Can scorpions and centipedes understand the calls of monkeys? Feeling upset, he swallowed all the meat in the bowl, rested for the night, and prepared to go to Shadow Swamp the next day. At this time, in the presidential suite of Lantian Hotel in Dahai City, Tang Mimi and her group were standing respectfully in front of a middle-aged man. Chapter 9. He is called Lei Feng. Tell me, how did you get into such a mess? The middle-aged man glanced at the few people with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. His name is Jingzutsai, a special tutor at Longway University. He is the teacher in charge of enrollment in Dahai City this time. Teacher, today's incident was caused by me. If you want to punish someone, please punish me alone. Liu stepped forward and said with his head down. Tell me what happened. Jingzutsai spoke calmly. Liu told Jingzutsai everything that happened in the Ghostface Forest. Jingzutsai frowned slightly and stared at Liu, his eyes like a sharp sword. You said that you encountered a leader-level ghost-faced ape, and it was only a blank-level leader? You are not even a match? Liu felt his face burning. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes. Jingzutsai frowned slightly and said in dissatisfaction. You are the top freshman of Longway University after all. How could you not be able to defeat a whiteboard-level leader even if you joined forces? Everyone lowered their heads even lower, their faces burning. It's shameful, so shameful. The top freshman in Longway University, a genius among geniuses, can't even beat a blank leader? If this gets out, won't the people at Magic City University laugh their heads off? Jingzutsai frowned and continued to ask. Since all of you were seriously injured, how did you escape from the Ghost-Face Ape King? Others didn't dare to speak. Tang Mimi whispered. Yes, it was someone who saved us. He's very young, he looks about our age. But he only used 2 moves to kill the Ghost-Face Ape King. And he is very strong. He was able to withstand a punch from the Ghost-Face Ape King, and even knock the Ghost-Face Ape King back. There was shock in the eyes of the others. Wu Peijun lowered his voice and exclaimed, Isn't this guy a monster? My strength is now 98 points, and it's almost 100. I can't withstand a punch from that ghost-faced ape king. A strange look flashed across Xingzhucai's eyes. Of course he knew that the ghost-faced ape king's strength was around 150 points. To be able to withstand a punch and gain the upper hand, your strength must be at least 180 points. If a student's strength reaches 180, he is not a genius, but a monster. If I could recruit such a monster into Longway University, I would definitely be rewarded. He asked seriously. Mimi, are you sure this man is young? Tang Mimi nodded heavily. I feel like he is just like a student. Although his movements are very quick, he is not as decisive as the exotic beast hunters. Xingzhucai asked calmly. Do you have his contact information? Tang Mimi shook her head. Xingzhucai shook his head regretfully. Then you should at least ask his name, right? Tang Mimi showed a thoughtful look. He seemed to have mentioned that his name was Living Lei Feng. Xingzhucai nodded and said, I understand. You guys go back and rest first, and reflect on yourself. Everyone write me a 5,000-word self-criticism tomorrow. Everyone wanted to cry but had no tears, so they could only leave with their heads down. Xingzhucai took out his cell phone and dialed a number, his expression full of excitement. Old Wang, immediately send people to investigate in various schools to see if there is a person called Lei Feng. The next day, Su Han got up, washed up casually, then walked out of the city towards the Shadow Swamp. Not many people go to Shadow Swamp to level up. The strange beasts here are too dark. They are either poisonous spiders, scorpions, venomous snakes, centipedes, etc. It is extremely poisonous and good at hiding, so you will get poisoned if you are not careful. Even experienced exotic beast hunters are reluctant to come to the Shadow Swamp unless it is necessary. It just so happened that this place became Su Han's paradise. When we arrived at the edge of Shadow Swamp, we saw that the swamp in the distance was covered with a thin layer of fog. Su Han walked slowly into the swamp, looking around carefully to prevent any poisonous attacks. At this time, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Subconsciously, he took a step to the left. A snow-white spider silk brushed past his clothes and stuck firmly to the trunk of a big tree. Su Han suddenly looked back. A black spider about the size of a millstone was lying in the grass. The spider's body was covered with dense hairs, and hundreds of scarlet compound eyes were staring at Su Han, reflecting his appearance. Behind the spider's body is a flame-like mark. Su Han used the Eye of Exploration, and the information of the spider appeared in front of him. Name, Toxic King Spider, Elite. Race, Zerg. Level 8. Skill 1, Spider Silk Spray LV.1, sprays out spider silk to attack the enemy. Once entangled by the spider silk, it is difficult to untie it. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Skill 2, Poison Level 1, the poisonous spider's attack comes with toxins, and those who are hurt will fall into a poisoned state, with no cooldown. You're really generous of you to give me an elite monster right after I got here. Su Han pulled out the abyss sharp tooth and held it in his hand, his eyes fixed on the poisonous king spider. The poisonous king spider suddenly takes action. Its spear-like spider legs moved quickly, making rustling sounds, and pounced towards Su Han. However, in Su Han's eyes, the extremely fast poisonous king spider seemed to be in slow motion and could be seen clearly. When the poisonous king spider's spider legs stabbed towards Su Han turned around and avoided it easily. A sharp tooth of the abyss. A sharp blade flashed past. The slender spider's leg was cut off in an instant, and blue liquid sprayed on the grass, corroding the weeds instantly. Squeak! The poisonous king spider made a shrill cry. It opened its mouth. The spider's silk spurted out again and shot towards Su Han. However, Su Han twisted his body and easily avoided it. His figure was like a nimble fish, shuttling between the legs of the poisonous king spider without getting hurt at all. The fight lasted 2 minutes. The poisonous king spider finally couldn't hold on anymore, let out a scream, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Su Han took a look at the level. Finally reached level 5. He put on the Ape King suit, which greatly improved his attributes. Name Su Han. Race human. Occupation SSS level Gourmet. Level 5. Strength, 380. Constitution, 375. Agility, 71. Spirit, 43. Skill 1, Eye of Detection LV.1, can check the target's attributes, has a 1% chance of discovering the target's weaknesses. The target must not be higher than level 5 of itself, cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 2, Dragon Scale LV.1, Dragon Scale is extremely hard. After being activated, it can cover part of the area and reduce 90% physical damage and 90% magic damage. The duration is 3 seconds and the cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 3, Ghost Eye Confusion LV.1, making eye contact with the enemy for 5 seconds can confuse the enemy and make it obey your orders. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. He walked over to the body of the poisonous king spider and checked it, but found no equipment. Helplessly, he could only turn his eyes to the poisonous king spider. How do you eat spiders? Chapter 10 New Skills, Becoming Spider-Man? Looking at the spider covered with hair, Suhan found it hard to eat it. But if you don't eat it, you can't include the poisonous king spider in the Gourmet's illustrated guide. He gritted his teeth. Isn't it just a spider? Eat. With a swing of the dagger, he easily cut off a piece of the spider's leg. Looking at the dense hair on it, Suhan almost vomited. He suppressed his nausea and shaved the hair off the spider's legs bit by bit, then set up a barbecue grill. Take out the pepper salt, 5 spice powder, chili powder, and salt that had been prepared earlier. Slowly grill the spider legs on the grill. After a while, a faint smell of meat wafted out. Suhan's stomach was growling with hunger. He sprinkled the prepared seasoning on the spider's legs and kept swallowing his saliva. It looks good, let's try it. Click. The outer layer of bones on the spider's legs had been roasted until they were charred. When you bite them gently, they make a crisp sound, just like potato chips. The meat inside is like crab legs, very soft and tender, with a rich pepper and salt flavor. If you don't tell me, you would definitely think it's salt and pepper crab legs. The system prompt sounded. The host consumes the meat of a first-level poisonous king spider for the first time, gaining 5 points of constitution and 20 points of agility. The host has acquired the skill of the poisonous king spider, Spider Silk Spray. Suhan was stunned. What a burst of character! I actually got another skill. He opened the attribute panel and saw the new skills. Spider Silk Spray LV.1, spray out spider silk to attack the enemy. It is difficult to get rid of the enemy once entangled by the spider silk. The cooling time is 2 minutes. Suhan's face was full of confusion. The skill of spraying spider silk is pretty good. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. But the problem is, if I spray spider silk from my mouth like the poisonous king spider does, wouldn't I become a spider spirit? It damages your image. As he was thinking about it, he felt something strange in his left hand. I raised my hand and saw that a small hole had appeared on my left wrist, about the thickness of a baby's finger. Is this the spider silk spray? Isn't this Spider-Man? Suhan's eyes lit up, and he loosened his left wrist. A thin spider silk spurted out from the small hole and tightly wrapped around a big tree 10 meters away. Suhan pulled hard and his body flew into the air, quickly flying towards the big tree and landing steadily next to it. It's Spider-Man indeed! Suhan was overjoyed. He looked around for his target. Soon, they discovered a giant python that was 15 meters long lying on the tree trunk next to them. The giant python stared at Suhan with its cold eyes, its upper body slightly raised, ready to attack at any time. He looked at it with his probing eyes. Name: Anaconda. Race: Python. Level 8. Skill 1, Strangulation LV.1, use its huge body to entangle the enemy, tightening it more and more, and finally strangling the enemy completely. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Swallowing Alive LV.1, can swallow an entire adult alive with its mouth wide open. After swallowing the enemy will be digested within 10 minutes. Cooling time is 1 hour. Skill 3, Sweep LV.1, swing the tail to sweep towards the enemy, destroying everything in the place where the tail sweeps. Suhan waited for the skill cooldown to end. But the anaconda couldn't wait any longer. Boom! The huge body slammed down towards Su-han. A big hole was instantly created where Su-han had just stood. Su-han watched the spider silk spray finish cooling down, raised his arm, and the spider silk sprayed towards the anaconda. The spider silk wrapped around the anaconda's mouth. The anaconda tried hard to close its mouth, but its mouth was stuck by the tough spider and could not close. "It's angry!" The huge body suddenly swept towards Su-han. Su-han raised his eyebrows and was about to activate his dragon scales to resist. When the anaconda's tail touched his body, the Ape King's leather armor softened and actually bounced him into the air. Su-han was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. "It's a dodge." His eyes fell on the anaconda below, and he smiled. "Die!" His body was like a meteorite, falling straight towards the anaconda. "Laugh!" The knife flashed. The anaconda's head hit the ground heavily, and its huge body fell to the ground helplessly. Su-han landed and quickly picked up the anaconda's body. Just as he cut off a large piece of meat and prepared to continue roasting it. But he saw another piece of leather armor in the blood. Another equipment explosion? Su-han was delighted and quickly picked up the leather armor to check its properties. Snake scale soft armor. Quality bronze. Constitution plus 20. Skill 1, unloading, can reduce 5% damage, cooldown time 20 seconds. Introduction, soft armor made of snake scales, very soft, can resist some damage when worn on the body. Equipment requirements, level 5. The properties are very general. Su-han shook his head. It was far inferior to the Ape King's leather armor. But after all, it is bronze-level leather armor, and it can be sold for a lot of money in a store. After putting away the leather armor, he took the piece of anaconda meat back to the place where he had set up the barbecue grill and started grilling it. Soon, the fragrance filled the air. Su-han took the meat down and began to eat it. Snake meat is chewier than the spider meat and tastes very delicious. Soon, he swallowed the snake meat completely. The system prompt sounded. The host consumes first-level anaconda meat for the first time, gaining 5 points of strength and 5 points of constitution. Eating the meat of a first-level exotic beast will give you 2 few attribute points. Su-han shook his head helplessly. If anyone else heard it, they would definitely beat him up. The total attribute points they gained when they leveled up were only a dozen or so points, and some were even only in the single digits. The gap between people is really too big. Su-han opened the picture book and took a look. He had already collected 5 kinds of exotic beasts. There are 5 left, and you can complete the next collection task. Wonder what good stuff the next collection mission will give. He continued to hunt strange beasts in the shadow swamp. From morning to night, he encountered ghost scorpions and rock lizards again. After eating the meat of these 2 exotic beasts, only some attributes were improved. No new skills were acquired. The Gourmet illustration book only lacks the last exotic beast to complete the collection mission. As the sky gradually darkened, Su-han wondered whether he should go back to the city first. Come back tomorrow, and you should be able to hunt new exotic beasts. But it was this last strange beast that made Su-han itchy. Let's give it a try. It's only 5 o'clock now. If we walk further inside, we might encounter other strange beasts. Su-han murmured. I learned this in class before. There are at least a dozen kinds of exotic beasts in the Shadow Swamp, which is the place with the most exotic beasts in the surrounding areas of Donghai City. If you go further inside, the probability of encountering other kinds of exotic beasts is very high. Having said that, he walked straight into the Shadow Swamp. After walking for a while, Su-han finally saw a crocodile head as big as a millstone lying quietly beside the pool. A pair of golden vertical pupils stared straight ahead. Chapter 11 Easy Kill, System Upgrade. Su-han used the Eye of Exploration to check the information of the crocodile. Name, Steel Armored Crocodile, Whiteboard Level Leader. Race, Reptile. Level 10. Skill 1, Steel Armor LV.1. After use, it increases defense by 20% and rebounds 10% of the damage received to the enemy. Only for melee combat. Cooldown of 1 minute. Skill 2, Water Shock LV.1. Shock the water surface, splashing water arrows to attack the enemy. cooling time 3 minutes. Skill 3, Lurking LV.1, dive into water, quickly restore health, cooldown time 10 minutes. Weakness, there is a wound on the abdomen. Su-han's eyes lit up. Leader-level monster. For others, encountering a leader-level monster would be a disaster. But for Su-han, it is a huge fortune. Moreover, the Eye of Exploration also saw the weakness of the steel-armored crocodile. Now that we have discovered the weakness, it will be much easier to deal with the giant steel-armored crocodile. He walked towards the giant steel-armored crocodile carefully. The mouth of this giant steel-armored crocodile was open almost to 90 degrees, enough for a child to stand in. Su-han gradually moved closer. When the distance between the two sides was only 10 meters. The giant steel-armored crocodile's golden vertical pupils rolled around, staring at Su-han in the grass. This beast has a really sharp sense. Su-han narrowed his eyes slightly, but his movements did not slow down at all. He raised his left hand and the dense spider silk shot towards the giant steel-armored crocodile. As long as you entangle the mouth of the steel-armored giant crocodile, it will be equivalent to destroying half of its combat effectiveness. The steel-armored giant crocodile flicked its head to the side and avoided the spider silk spray. Then its huge body rushed towards Su-han like a tank. Su-han tapped his toes lightly, and his body leaped high like a bird and landed on a tree trunk beside him. The steel-armored crocodile was very dissatisfied. It roared angrily, and its thick tail swung like a whip towards the big tree where Su-han was. Snap! Only a crisp sound was heard. The big tree broke in half and fell into the swamp with a loud bang. But Su-han had already reached the top of the giant steel-armored crocodile. The sharp dagger stabbed straight at the giant steel-armored crocodile. Laugh! The dagger easily cut a wound and blood gushed out. The steel-armored crocodile's health bar dropped a bit. Roar! The giant steel-armored crocodile stomped its foot hard on the water. The water surface exploded instantly. Streams of water were like sharp arrows, rushing towards Su-han quickly. Su-han raised his hand slowly. Black scales like steel quickly spread out from his palm and completely enveloped it. It's dragon scales. Laugh. The water arrow hit the dragon's scales and turned into water splashes all over the sky. Su-han's health bar didn't even move. Too weak, nowhere near the level of the ghost-faced ape king. Su-han shook his head and sighed. The giant steel-armored crocodile seemed to sense Su-han's contempt for itself. It shook its body angrily, trying to throw Su-han off it. Su-han kicked the giant steel-armored crocodile in the side of its body. The terrifying force kicked it over. A huge wound nearly 10 centimeters long appeared in front of Su-han's abdomen. This is it! Su-han took the sharp tooth of the abyss and stabbed it hard into the wound. Laugh. The sharp teeth of the abyss easily penetrated the wound of the armored crocodile. The armored crocodile's health bar dropped significantly in an instant. Roar! The armored crocodile roared angrily and swung its thick tail in an attempt to smash the damn human into a meat patty. However, Su-han did not give him this opportunity. He smashed his fist down on the hilt of abyss teeth. Laugh. The sharp dagger instantly pierced through the body of the armored crocodile. It also took away its last bit of blood. Su-han took a look at his own level. Already reached level 6. And this was only the second day. This upgrade speed is definitely among the top 3 in Dahai City. Su-han casually put away the abyss sharp tooth, and then walked forward to check the body of the armored crocodile. He saw that there were 2 pieces of equipment inside the body of the armored crocodile. One is heavy armor, and the other is a shield. He checked the properties of the heavy armor. Iron crocodile heavy armor. Quality bronze. Constitution plus 30. Skill 1, Life Recovery. After activation, restore 1% of health per second, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time is 3 minutes. Introduction. Made by fusing the skin of an iron crocodile with steel, it has a strong defensive power, and is the armor that every melee profession dreams of. Equipment requirements, Level 5. Su-han's eyes lit up. This piece of heavy armor may appear to be only bronze level equipment, but its attached attributes and skills are comparable to those of ordinary silver-level equipment. If it were sold, it would definitely cause a lot of people to scramble for it. With such an equipment, the frontline meat tank can hold out longer. Then he looked at the shield. Shield of Thorns. Quality Bronze. Constitution plus 30. Skill 1, Damage Reflection, passive skill. When the enemy's attack lands on the shield, part of the damage will be reflected back to the enemy. Only melee attacks can trigger it. Introduction: the thorns have sharp thorns, so be careful when approaching. Equipment requirements, level 5. Su-Han sighed inwardly. What an explosion of character. 2 pieces of meat tank equipment exploded in a row. Once you sell it on the market, you will definitely make some money. It's just that these 2 pieces of equipment are too big. The backpack couldn't fit it in, so I had to hold it in my hands. But if that's the case, there's no way to take the meat of the armored crocodile away. Looking at the corpse of this giant armored crocodile, Su-Han's heart hardened. Eat right here. He skillfully set up a grill, lit a fire, and placed a piece of crocodile meat on the grill. After roasting for a few minutes, the surface of the crocodile meat gradually turned golden and exuded a rich meaty aroma. Su-Han was drooling as he watched. He took out the barbecue condiments he had prepared earlier and sprinkled them on the meat. A piece of charcoal-grilled crocodile meat is ready. Su-Han tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, leaving his mouth with the fragrance. The rich meaty aroma fills the entire mouth. Alligator meat is tender and not much different from chicken. He chewed it a few times and swallowed it. The system prompt sounded. The host consumes the meat of a first-level armored giant crocodile for the first time, gaining 10 points of strength and 10 points of constitution. The host has obtained the skill of the iron crocodile, steel armor. Su-Han opened the skill panel. You will see new skills. Steel armor LV.1. After use, it increases defense by 20% and rebounds 10% of the damage received to the enemy. Only applicable to melee combat, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Su-Han shook his head helplessly. With dragon scales, the steel armor skill seems very useless. He opened the Gourmet's illustrated book. The task on the right shows as completed. He reached out and clicked on the taskbar. The system prompt sounded. Host completes the Gourmet Illustrated Guide mission, and the reward system is upgraded. System is being upgraded, please wait. Su-Han's eyes lit up. The system can actually be upgraded? He waited patiently. 10 minutes passed. The system prompt sounded. System upgrade completed, new functions acquired, skills mutated. Eating exotic beast meat has a 0.01% chance of causing your skills to mutate. If this skill is acquired from a certain exotic beast, eating the meat of the same exotic beast will increase the probability of skill mutation to 0.1%. Chapter 12 Skill Mutation, Wanted Criminal Scorpion. Skill variation? Is there such a good thing? Su-Han looked at the corpse of the armored crocodile. If I eat up all the meat of this giant iron-armored crocodile, I will be able to mutate the steel armor skill, right? Even though my stomach was already 8/10 full. But in order to mutate his skills, Su-Han still cut off a piece of meat and continued to grill it. Soon, the second piece of crocodile meat has also been eaten. However, the system prompt sound did not sound. Su-Han touched his bloated stomach, looking extremely painful. It seems that the probability has increased tenfold, but if you want to mutate the skills you still have to rely on luck. Eat another piece. If not, forget it. Su-Han forced himself to cut a piece of meat and continue grilling. Not long after, the meat was also roasted. The fragrance is very nice. However, Su-Han had no appetite at all. Although crocodile meat is very delicious and tender, when you are full, you will not want to eat anything else, no matter how delicious it is. Resisting the urge to vomit, he took the first bite. Just as I swallowed it, the system prompt sounded. The steel armor is mutating. Su-Han was stunned at first, then he showed a look of ecstasy. It finally started to mutate. The system prompt sounded again. Steel armor successfully mutated into damaged devourer. Su-Han opened the properties panel. Sure enough, the original steel armor had been swallowed up and replaced by the damage. Damage Devouring LV.1. After being turned on, it absorbs damage once and rebounds all the damage to the enemy, lasting for 1 second and with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Suhan was delighted. The damage swallowing effect is much more powerful than steel armor. It can absorb damage and also rebound all the damage. If used well, it can definitely be a magical counter-killing skill. Suhan's appetite also improved a lot. He was very hungry, and the crocodile meat in front of him began to please him. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, he decided to eat all the meat. Take the second bite. The system prompt sounded again. The dragon scales are mutating. Suhan was stunned. What's the meaning? 1 or 2? How come my luck suddenly became so good? The dragon scales have successfully transformed into dragon claws. Suhan opened the attribute panel to view the new skills. Dragon Claw LV.1. Transform one hand into a dragon claw. Increase attack power by 100%. Attack comes with 10% armor penetration, and has a 1% chance of destroying the enemy's defense. Duration is 5 seconds, cooldown time is 5 minutes. Suhan was ecstatic. The original dragon scales only had a defensive function. Now that it has mutated into a dragon claw, its attack power has greatly increased. I finally have a powerful offensive skill. He quickly ate the remaining crocodile meat. There was no skill mutation this time, but Suhan was satisfied enough. He stood up, put out the fire, and was about to leave. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind behind me. Suhan felt a chill on his back and subconsciously dodged to the left. Whoosh! A stone brushed past Suhan's clothes and hit the tree trunk with a bang. Who? Suhan turned around suddenly, his face turned gloomy, and there seemed to be anger boiling in his chest. The stone was aimed at the back of his head. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been hit on the head by the stone and died on the spot. The attacker is definitely not weak. A thin figure slowly walked out from behind a tree. Suhan frowned and stared at the man intently. This is a man who looks to be in his 30s or 40s. He is thin but has obvious muscle lines. His hair was a mess like a bird's nest, his face was untidy, and his clothes were tattered, making him look like a savage. There was also a centipede-like scar on the left side of his face. As the facial muscles moved, the centipede twisted along with it, looking very creepy. Haha, you react very quickly. The man spoke slowly with a sinister smile on his face. Suhan felt uncomfortable all over when being looked at by the other party. He said coldly, Who are you? Why did you attack me? The man said slowly, It seems that the official investigation agency's wanted notice is not very strong. You don't even know who I am? Suhan stared at the man, and suddenly a familiar face flashed through his mind. Recently, a strange beast hunter named Scorpion is being wanted in Donghai City. It is said that he was once a member of the beast hunter group. However, during a hunt for a leader-level monster, a conflict arose with other members of the group over a piece of equipment. As a result, he not only stole the equipment dropped by the monster, but also killed all the other people in the group, and even inhumanely insulted several female members. After the incident, the Donghai City Investigation Bureau immediately issued a wanted notice for him, and even sent out a number of experts to search various high-level leveling areas. But I didn't expect that the Scorpion would hide in a low-level leveling place like Shadow Swamp. Suhan frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, Scorpion? Scorpion sneered. Humph, you finally recognized me? I've been in this damn place for so long that my mouth is almost dry. Cook some meat for me to taste. If it tastes good, I can spare your life. Otherwise, die. Suhan calmly used the eye of investigation to check the properties of the Scorpion. Name, Song Kuei. Race, human. Occupation, sea-level assassin. Grade? Skill? Weakness, hidden injury on the back. Suhan had a general understanding in his mind. Although he couldn't see the level, he remembered that Scorpion was a third-level professional. In other words, the level is at least above level 60. In addition to the attribute points increased at each level, each upgrade will bring a large number of attribute improvements. So every level difference is almost a crushing victory. There is no chance of fighting if they are 2 levels apart. Even a level 3 professional can easily crush a level 1 professional with just one hand. But now there is good news. Learn the Scorpion's weakness. As long as you grasp the weakness, there is still a chance to fight. Seeing that Suhan didn't say anything, Scorpion showed dissatisfaction on his face. He glared at Suhan impatiently, playing with a dagger in his hand. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't agree, you can leave. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, the dagger in his hand flew out and shot towards Suhan. The dagger instantly appeared in front of Suhan. Just as the dagger was about to hit Suhan, he raised his hand and a dark vortex appeared in front of him. It's damage absorption. The dagger shot into the vortex and disappeared. The Scorpion was stunned. This scene was completely beyond his understanding. Next second, the dagger that had disappeared actually flew out from the vortex, targeting the Scorpion. Whoosh! The dagger made a sharp sound of breaking wind and was in front of the Scorpion in an instant. Scorpion's eyes narrowed and he turned his face to the side, barely avoiding the dagger. However, the fierce wind still cut his face, and blood gradually flowed down, staining his face red. Instead of getting angry, Scorpion looked excited. It seems that you have a good piece of equipment. I want this equipment. He flashed and rushed towards Suhan quickly. Chapter 13 Killing the Scorpion, Soul Ring. Donghai City Investigation Bureau. The lights are on. In the office of the Director of Investigation, Dai Guiqiang, Director of the Investigation Bureau, was sitting behind his desk with a serious expression. In front of him were several captains of his subordinate investigation teams. So far there is still no news about Scorpion? Dai Guiqiang said with a frown. The captains all lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Useless! You are all a bunch of useless people. After so many days, you can't even find a wanted criminal? What on earth do you guys do for a living? Dai Guiqiang slammed the table angrily, stood up and yelled. All the captains dared not even breathe, for fear of the director's anger. Dai Guiqiang calmed down, sat back in his chair, and said coldly, Just now, the boss called me. The Scorpion incident has a huge impact. We must have a result within 1 day. Besides, there are so many high school students out there hunting exotic animals to prepare for the college entrance exam. If they encounter scorpions, they will surely die. If something like this happens at this time, not only me, but all of you will have to go to jail for the rest of your lives. One of the captains spoke cautiously. Director, I have already arranged for people to guard each leveling area. If the scorpion attacks the students, they will stop it immediately. Stop? Can you stop him? Dai Guiqiang glared at him. According to the information we received, Scorpion has a special equipment in his hand, the Soul Ring. This ring can directly attack the enemy's spirit. The strong ones will be dizzy after being attacked, and the weak ones will be directly wiped out. Ordinary investigators are no match for him. Are you going to let them die? Everyone fell silent, no one dared to say a word. Indeed, equipment like the Soul Ring is too rare. But the effect is horrific. Unless you are strong enough to crush the scorpion, you will be killed by the scorpion if you are not careful. Just when everyone was worrying about where to find the scorpion, the office door suddenly opened. An investigation captain stood at the door, breathing heavily. Dai Guiqiang glared and shouted, What are you doing? Can't you knock on the door? The captain waved his hand and said, Director, there's news about Scorpion. Scorpion! Everyone present turned their eyes to that person. The man continued, According to reports from my men, Scorpion was spotted in Shadow Swamp 3 hours ago. Dai Guiqiang's eyes lit up, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Good boy, you actually hid in the Shadow Swamp. Now everyone, go to Shadow Swamp. Even if we have to search Shadow Swamp from top to bottom today, we must find that bastard Scorpion. One of them asked cautiously, Director, it's night time now. It's hard to deal with those poisonous insects in the Shadow Forest. Dai Guiqiang said coldly, What? You don't even dare to go to the low-level training area? Then take off this clothes. You don't have to go. The captain immediately shut up and dared not speak. Following Dai Guiqiang's order, the entire investigation office became lively. Cars drove quickly towards Shadow Swamp. At this time, in the Shadow Swamp, Su Han was staring at the Scorpion coldly. Both of them were injured. Scorpion stared at Su Han with cold eyes. It seems that I underestimated you. You can fight me on equal terms. It seems that you should be a third-level professional, right? Such a young third-level professional must have the support of a large financial group behind him. I will spare your life now, as long as you hand over all your equipment to me. How about that? Su Han sneered. Do you think I will believe it? Scorpion spread his hands helplessly. Since you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. I am very sincere. Then go to hell. The ring on his hand glowed with a strange gray light. Then an invisible shock wave spread in all directions. The next second, Su Han felt as if his brain was hit by a hammer. My mind went blank. Scorpion's eyes turned cold, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Psychic shock is really useful. This time, I want to see how you die. He flashed and stabbed at Su Han with a dagger in his hand. Laugh. The dagger fell on Su Han's leather armor. However, this leather armor was as slippery as a loach and actually bounced the dagger away. The Scorpion was stunned. He never expected that his attack was actually dodged by Su Han. Su Han suddenly woke up. Looking at the dagger that had deflected, he immediately understood. The dodge function of the Ape King suit took effect. Looking at the Scorpion so close, Su Han activated the Dragon Claw without hesitation. Fine dragon scales cover the right hand. His nails also turned into sharp claws. The Dragon Claw swung and tore at the Scorpion. A large piece of the Scorpion's flesh was torn off in an instant, and blood was dripping. The severe pain stimulated the Scorpion's brain. The Scorpion's movements also slowed down for a beat. Su Han naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. He dodged and came behind the Scorpion. The claws were like a dragon emerging from the sea, smashing into the Scorpion's back. Boom! This time the Scorpion couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a cry of pain. His body fell heavily to the ground, spurting out blood. Su Han glanced at the Scorpion's health. There aren't many left. He stepped forward and drew his dagger. Scorpion's eyes widened in horror, staring at Su Han. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my equipment and all my money. However, Su Han was not moved at all. From the moment you tried to kill me, only one of us could survive. The knife fell with a sudden movement. The Scorpion's head fell to the ground. Su Han sat down on the ground and let out a long sigh. With his strength, he can kill a third-level professional. If I tell this to others, no one will believe it. I have no experience in killing people. However, Su Han's eyes fell on the Scorpion's corpse. Scorpion has been a hunter of exotic animals for so many years, so he must have a rich fortune. Maybe you can find something good. He rummaged through the Scorpion's body. But he only found a black ring, a dagger, and some dry food. The protective gear on Scorpion's body has been completely broken and cannot be used, let alone sold. Su Han used the Eye of Exploration to check the information of the ring. Soul Ring. Quality, Silver. Spirit plus 40. Skill 1 Mental Shock. After use, summons a mental shock wave that stuns the enemy for 0.5 to 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Skill 2 Spiritual Guardian. Passive skill. The Soul Ring will automatically generate a spiritual protection shield to resist spiritual attacks. Introduction. A blacksmith made a ring for his beloved wife. After his wife died, her soul still lives in the ring, protecting the wearer. Equipment requirement, level 10. Chapter 14 Who Killed Scorpion? The whole city is looking for a hero. This ring is good, stable control. Su Han put the soul ring into his pocket, and turned to look at the dagger. Dark gold dagger. Quality gold. Strength plus 80. Agility plus 100. Skill 1, Critical Hit, causes double damage to the enemy, cooldown time 5 minutes. Skill 2, Throw the dagger, causing terrible damage when hitting the enemy, cooldown time 2 minutes. Introduction: a dagger made of dark gold, very hard and sharper than ordinary daggers. Equipment requirement: level 40. Although this dagger is a gold level weapon, its attributes are too ordinary, and it requires a level of 40 to equip it. Even if you sell it on the market, you won't get a very high price. He casually threw the dagger into his backpack and walked quickly towards the city. Not long after Suhan left, the flashlight lit up in the shadow swamp. Hundreds of people are searching the shadow swamp. The poisonous insects in the swamp were disturbed and were about to launch an attack, but were easily killed by the investigators. The level gap is too big, so these poisonous insects can be killed instantly. But the investigators were also very cautious. Once bitten by these poisonous insects, even if the level difference was huge, they could easily be poisoned to death. And outside the shadow swamp, Daiguichang was sitting in a makeshift tent, waiting for news. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the woods. It seemed as if something was moving through the woods. Daiguichang's face changed, and he immediately stepped out of the tent and shouted, "Who are you? Come out!" Several captains of the investigation team nearby also quickly stepped forward and looked vigilantly at the bushes ahead. A figure walked out from the bushes. "It's Suhan." Daiguichang saw that it was a young student, frowned and said, "Don't stay in the leveling area so late, go back and rest immediately." Suhan nodded and left quickly. Time passes by every second. When Daiguichang and others were becoming a little impatient, the communicator beeped. He immediately pressed the answer button. An investigator's excited voice rang out. "Director, we found a body in Area 103 on the east side of Shadow Swamp. After identification, it was confirmed to be a scorpion." Daiguichang was stunned. "The corpse of a scorpion? Secure the scene, I'll be there soon." Hang up the communicator. Daiguichang took several investigation team leaders and rushed to the scene as quickly as possible. Soon, they arrived at Area 103. A cordon has been set up around the area, and dozens of investigators have surrounded the area in 3 layers. Daiguichang walked in and saw the corpse on the ground at a glance. The corpse's face had been bitten off by poisonous insects. However, it still retains most of its features, especially the centipede-like scar. Daiguichang was excited and kept saying, "Good, good, good. Very good. Although Scorpion is dead, this case is closed. Who killed Scorpion? I will apply for a commendation from above immediately. There will definitely be a second-class merit. In addition, there is a reward from our Donghai City Investigation Bureau. Your position will be promoted by 1 level, and there will also be a bonus of 200,000. Many investigators' eyes lit up. This reward is so generous. Not only can you gain merit, but you can also receive such a generous bonus. It's simply a combination of fame and fortune. However, they looked at each other, but no one spoke. Daiguichang saw that no one admitted it and was a little confused. "Tell me, who killed the scorpion? Do you want to be an unknown hero?" At this time, someone said, "Director, we didn't kill the scorpion." Daiguichang was stunned. "You didn't kill him? How is that possible?" The man explained. "When we were searching, we found the body of the scorpion, and based on our deduction, the scorpion had been killed for more than an hour." Everyone immediately started talking. "Did some bounty hunter kill Scorpion?" "It's possible. Scorpion's actions angered the gods and the people, so he attracted an expert to take action. Oh, it's a pity that no one claims such a large reward." Daiguichang frowned and said, "How about this, take the Scorpion's body back first. Also, let's issue a notice asking anyone who kills the Scorpion to come to the Investigation Bureau to claim their reward and merit." The others nodded. Soon, they gathered their troops and returned to Donghai City. The instigator of this incident, Suhan, has returned to Donghai City. He went straight to the trading market. There is a huge square in front of the trading market, where many people set up stalls. Many exotic beast hunters will choose to set up stalls to sell the equipment and items they have obtained. This is not only convenient, but also avoids the commission of the trading market. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the trading market, he saw a large group of people gathered in front of a stall. He leaned over to take a look. The stall owner was a woman wearing a white robe with a sword on her waist. The woman has a pair of phoenix eyes, and facial features and skin as delicate as porcelain. The robe is split downwards from the waist, like a cheongsam, revealing the snow-white thighs vaguely, making people drool at the sight. This woman was not selling anything, but putting up a sign. Su-han took a look. Find teammates above level 5 and below level 10 to challenge the new secret realm. Su-han stroked his chin. Above level 5 and below level 10. The only ones who can meet this condition are the professionals who have just awakened their professions this year. And now, only 2 days have passed, and most people are hovering around level 3, and those above level 4 are considered to be upgrading quickly. As for professionals above level 5, they are almost rare. No wonder this beauty is setting up a stall here to look for teammates. After some thought, Su-han gave up the idea of going up to form a team. If I meet someone like Li Bin again, wouldn't that be a big loss? Besides, although the secret realm is good, its level is too low and the probability of getting good things is too low. He's not interested. He found an open space and took out the equipment he had obtained. After setting the equipment attributes to shared, you can sit and wait for buyers to come. Not long after I sat down, a boy who looked like a warrior holding a shield came over. "Brother, what are the attributes of this equipment?" Su-han said casually. "Look for yourself, I have already set it up." The boy opened the shield attributes and took a look, his eyes suddenly widened. "What the hell?" His voice was as loud as thunder, and it was still very harsh even in this noisy square. Many people turned their heads and looked over following the voice, dissatisfaction revealed in their eyes. However, the boy didn't care at all. His eyes were fixed on the thorn shield, fearing that someone else would snatch away his treasure. "Brother, I want this shield. How much is it?" Su-han thought for a while and said, 10,000. Although the properties of this shield are comparable to gold, it can only be used up to level 20. If you go any higher, the attributes will not keep up. At this time, many people came over to watch the fun. When they saw the properties of the thorn shield and the iron crocodile heavy armor, their breathing became heavy. Chapter 15. Is there a dragon in the secret realm? What the hell? This shield can reflect damage? This is the first time I've heard of this kind of equipment. I have heard of it, but it's a platinum level piece of equipment. It's incredibly expensive. This shield is simply a magical weapon for knights or heavy shield warriors. Even ordinary warriors can become top frontline warriors with this shield. Who would understand? I'm already level 4 now, and my physical fitness is only 30 points. This shield directly adds 30 points of physical fitness. It's too exaggerated. Everyone was talking about it. Su-han's stall immediately became the focus of the whole audience. Many people came over to watch the fun. A muscular man grabbed the thorn shield and said, "I'll give you 20,000. Sell this shield to me." The original boy was unhappy. "I picked this first," the muscular man said with disdain. "So what? If you have the guts, you can bid higher than me." He then picked up the iron crocodile heavy armor and said, "I want this one too. The total is 40,000. How about it?" When the others heard this, they immediately backed off. 40,000 to buy 2 pieces of bronze equipment is too expensive. Just when Su-han was about to agree, the crowd at the back suddenly parted and a few boys walked in. The leading boy was like an iron tower, at least 2 meters tall, holding a heavy shield in his hand. He said in a muffled voice, "I'll pay 50,000, and I'll take both pieces of equipment." The muscular man wanted to continue bidding, but when he saw the other party's appearance, his face changed instantly. "Taizan? Why are you here?" The faces of the people around changed. "Oh my god, isn't this Taizan from number 2 middle school? I didn't expect him to come to the market as well. I heard that he awakened an A-level professional shield defense, so awesome. Besides, his family is very rich. We definitely won't get these 2 pieces of equipment. Let's just go our separate ways." Many people left. The muscular man gritted his teeth, dropped his equipment, and left angrily. Taizan looked at Su-han with a smile on his face. "Brother, how about this price?" Su-han nodded. "No problem, let's trade." Taizan smiled. "Frank, I like you like this." He took out his communicator and entered Su-han's bank card number. In just a few seconds, 50,000 yuan was deposited into the account. Thank you for your patronage. Su Yi stood up and prepared to leave. Taizan said, Brother, you look unfamiliar. Which high school are you from? Su Han said casually. Third high school, he is just an unknown person, it is normal that he doesn't know him. Taizan shook his head and said, To get such top-quality equipment, I guess you must have killed a leader, right? Su Han stared at him, narrowed his eyes, and slowly said, What do you want to say? Taizan smiled and said generously, Don't worry, I don't like to dig into the details. Everyone has their own secrets. I just want to make the acquaintance of your friend. Maybe we'll be classmates at the same university in the future. There's nothing wrong with getting to know each other in advance. Su Han said casually, No need, we'll talk about it if we can really become classmates. After saying that, he left. A man behind Taizan said in dissatisfaction, Who does this kid think he is? He is so arrogant in front of boss Taizan. I think he's just lucky. Taizan shook his head and said, No, I can feel that he is very dangerous and is definitely a master. If you meet him next time, you must not offend him. If you dare to offend him, don't blame me for not helping you. Everyone was startled and nodded. Just as Su Han was not far away from the trading market. Then I heard someone behind me shouting, Wait a minute! Su Han turned his head and looked. I saw the girl who was setting up the stall and looking for partners walking towards me quickly. Is there anything wrong? Su Han asked puzzledly. The girl came in front of Su Han, and a burst of fragrance came to his face, making Su Han feel a little itchy. Hello, my name is Xiaoling, and I'm a student at No. 1 Middle School. I want to ask you, are you willing to go with me to clear that new secret realm? Xiaoling looked at Su Han expectantly. Hearing this name, Su Han felt it sounded familiar. Soon, he thought of someone. Xiaoling is the talented student of this year's No. 1 Middle School. She switched to an A-level combat profession, sword spirit. Superb swordsmanship. She is not only the school belle of No. 1 Middle School, but also the top genius of the middle school. Like Taizan, he is the one with the best chance of being admitted to Longway University. Do you know my level? Su Han asked. Xiaoling shook her head. Although I don't know your level, but you were able to kill the leader-level steel-armored giant crocodile in the Shadow Swamp, I think your strength must be strong. Su Han frowned slightly. How do you know? You can tell from the equipment you're selling that these two pieces of equipment can only be dropped by leader-level steel-armored giant crocodiles, and the probability is very low. So I think that you are not only very capable, but also very lucky. Xiaoling said with a smile on her face. Su Han thought for a moment and said, Although there are some good equipment in the new secret realm, the level is too low and it won't last long. I'm not interested. Find someone else. Xiaoling was not surprised at all. She still smiled and said, Of course I know that ordinary equipment alone cannot attract you. What if I told you that there is a dragon in the secret realm? Su Han raised his eyebrows. Dragon? Xiaoling nodded. Yes, it is a dragon, but it is a sub-dragon, the level is unknown, and the skills are unknown. Do you dare to go and see it together? With good luck you might get something good. Su Han stroked his chin. If it really is a dragon, then it is really necessary to take a trip. Last time I ate a piece of baby dragon meat, its attributes improved greatly. If you can eat the meat of a dragon, the improvement will definitely be significant. And if you are lucky, you might get Asian dragon's skills, which are more valuable than any equipment. He nodded. In that case, let's go there. When? Xiaoling showed a happy smile on her face. Tomorrow, at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, see you in the north of the city. Su Han nodded. No problem. The two exchanged contact information and Su Han left. He planned to buy some exotic animal meat, cook it at home, and continue unlocking the illustrated book rewards. The next illustrated reward requires 5 kinds of exotic beast meat. Maybe you can unlock some good stuff. Su Han walked out slowly. He was not in a hurry. After all the shops would not close until 12 o'clock, and it was only 8 o'clock, which was still early. When he came outside the trading market, he saw 2 familiar figures walking towards the trading market. It was Li Bin and Tianfang Chao. When Li Bin and Tian Fangchao saw Su-Han, they showed sarcastic smiles on their faces. Hey, isn't this the good-for-nothing Su-Han? How come you're still like this after not seeing you for 2 days? And you're even here at the trading market, what's going on? Do you want to find an expert to help you level up? If you are willing to kneel down and call me Grandpa, then I can let you return to the team. How about that? Su-Han walked straight past without looking back and said, Idiot. Chapter 16 Illustration Reward, Space Ring. The smile on Li Bin's face instantly turned into anger. He widened his eyes, pointed at Su-Han and shouted, Su-Han, come here if you dare, I will chop you down with my sword. Tian Fangchao quickly grabbed Li Bin and said, Brotherly, don't be impulsive. Private fights are not allowed in the city. Don't worry. The college entrance exam is only 5 days away. Then you can challenge him directly and kill him in the ring. He will be left alone without saying anything. Li Bin nodded. Indeed, let this kid dance for a few more days. When the college entrance examination comes, I will let him know how big the difference is between a life profession and a combat profession. Let's go to the trading market. He took Tian Fangchao to the trading market. When they arrived at the entrance of the trading market, they saw Xiao Ling, who was packing up. Looking at Xiao Ling, who has a graceful figure and full of heroic spirit. Both of them were drooling. Tian Fangchao pointed at Xiao Ling's sign as if he had discovered a new world and said, Look, brotherly! Xiao Ling, the school beauty of No. 1 middle school, seems to be looking for a companion to conquer the secret realm. Why don't we go ask her? Li Bin nodded repeatedly. He pretended to be a gentleman and came to Xiao Ling's stall. Hello, classmate, are you looking for a companion? Xiao Ling glanced at Li Bin, shook her head and politely responded. Sorry, I've found it. Li Bin said without giving up. Xiao Ling, I think we should be careful in choosing companions. This is a new secret realm. I think your companions are definitely not as good as me. Not only am I strong and powerful in combat, but most importantly, I am very healthy. Xiao Ling frowned slightly. She was a little annoyed by these persistent flies. What level are you? She asked bluntly. Li Bin was stunned and answered woodenly. I'm level 4. Xiao Ling shook her head and said, You are not even at the level to enter the secret realm. Go practice more. Besides, the companions I chose are much better than you. After saying that, she put the sign away and left. Looking at Xiao Ling's back, Li Bin gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it! She's just a woman who has been ridden by thousands of people, and you dare to say that to me? Tian Fangchao echoed. That's right, brotherly, don't bother with this woman, let's go and look at other stalls. Li Bin suppressed his anger, and the two of them strolled together. Sudden. Tian Fangchao pointed at a boy in front of him who looked like an iron tower, and said in surprise, Brotherly, isn't that Taizhan, the top expert in No. 2 middle school? Li Bin was delighted and looked up. Sure enough, Taizhan and a few others were moving through the crowd. The 2-meter-tall man stood out in the crowd. Li Bin's eyes lit up. It's Taizhan indeed! He's a top master! It is said that his defense is the best, and he even created his own shield fighting method. If he can learn it, he won't have to worry about not being able to get into a good university. Let's go and become my disciple. He walked quickly towards Taizhan. When he arrived in front of Taizhan, he bowed 90 degrees and said respectfully, Brother Taizhan, I have heard of your great name for a long time. I am. Before he could finish his words, a man behind Taizhan stepped forward quickly and kicked him in the chest. The powerful force immediately knocked him back several steps, and he fell to the ground with a thump. Tian Fangchao was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hurried forward to help Li Bin up. Brotherly, are you okay? Li Bin gnashed his teeth in anger, glared at Tieshan's little brother and said, You dare to attack me? You're looking for death. The man said coldly, Get out, don't block the road here. Li Bin turned to look at Taizhan. Brother Taizhan, I sincerely want to become your disciple. Please accept me as your disciple. Taizhan spat out one word coldly. Get lost. After saying that, he led his men and walked straight forward without paying any attention to Li Bin. Li Bin was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he didn't dare to get angry. Su-Han naturally didn't know that Li Bin had suffered such a big setback. He went to the store and bought 5 of the most common exotic animal meats, spending 20,000 yuan. Then he went home and started a big stew. Soon, the big stew is ready. The rich fragrance filled the whole room. This is considered northern cuisine. It is also one of Su Han's favorite dishes. In the past, people would stew geese in an iron pot, but now, it's just a big hodgepodge stew in an iron pot. However, the taste of the stew is no worse than that of goose stewed in an iron pot. He picked up a piece of meat from some strange animal and stuffed it into his mouth. The system prompt sounded. The host consumes first-level barbarian beef for the first time and gains 5 points of strength and 5 points of constitution. The host consumes first-level bighorn sheep meat for the first time, gaining 4 points of strength and 3 points of agility. 5 prompt sounds rang out in succession. Su Han took a look at his own attributes. Except for spirit, all other attributes are increased by 20 points. Only by eating the meat of exotic animals related to the spirit can the spirit be improved. But the amount of meat from this exotic beast is too small. Su Han opened the Gourmet illustrated book. The taskbar on the right shows completed. He reached out and tapped on the taskbar. The system prompt sounded. Host completes the Gourmet Illustrated Guide mission, and is rewarded with an upgradable equipment space ring. Su Han was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. It's actually space equipment. A distorted light flashed by. There was a silver ring in his hand. This ring looks ordinary and unremarkable. Su Han checked the information of the ring. Space ring upgradable. Quality bronze. Strength +5. Constitution +5. Agility +5. Spirit +5. Skill 1. Storage space LV.1. The space ring contains 5 cubic meters of storage space, and cannot store living things. Introduction. This ring is made of special metal and is very suitable for storing items. It is a must-have item for home travel and murder and robbery. Upgrade requirements: 5 kilograms of mithril, 5 kilograms of refined iron. Equipment requirements: Level 1. Su Han immediately put the space ring on his hand. A thought occurred to him. Consciousness then entered a space. This space is not small, about the size of a toilet. Even if a few people are put in, it won't feel crowded. Su Han immediately put some necessities into the space ring, and the room became much emptier. With a space ring, you don't need to carry a bunch of things around when hunting exotic beasts, which is much more convenient. His eyes fell on the upgrade conditions. There is a lot of refined iron on the market, and the price is not expensive. Mithril is an important material for making magic props. Its price has always been relatively expensive, costing tens of thousands per pound. It is not easy to upgrade the space ring. He looked at the taskbar of the Gourmet Guide. The taskbar has become 20 kinds of exotic beast meat. Su Han closed the Gourmet Illustrated book and then lay down on the bed and had a comfortable sleep. 7 o'clock the next morning. Su Han rushed to the north gate of the city. As soon as I walked out of the city gate, I heard someone calling me. He looked in the direction where the sound came from. I saw Xiaoling running towards me quickly. Behind Xiaoling, there were 3 beauties with different temperaments. Chapter 17 Secret Realm, Asian Dragon's Lair. Let me introduce you. These 3 are my teammates. She looked at a girl wearing a light blue wizard robe. Her name is Lu Yun, currently level 5, a B-level combat professional water magician. Lu Yun smiled at Su Han, gently and pleasantly. Xiaoling then looked at a girl who was 1.7 meters tall, wearing heavy armor and holding a shield. Her name is Ho Xiaoyan, level 5, B-class combat profession heavy shield warrior. Ho Xiaoyan nodded and said generously, "Hello?" Then Xiaoling looked at the last girl. The last girl was wearing a white priest robe and looked a little shy. Her name is Jin Xiaoxiao, and she is a B-level combat professional priest. Jin Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned slightly red. She held the staff tightly, not daring to look directly at Su Han. "Hello, hello." Su Han nodded slightly, greeted the 3 people, and then said straight to the point, "Let's go to the secret realm." Xiaoling nodded. The 5 people set out together to the location of the secret place. There is a lake in the north of the city, and most of the strange beasts are aquatic beasts. After crossing the lake, we finally arrived at a bare hill. The levels of the exotic beasts in this hilly area are generally between 6 and 8. At this time, almost no one comes to this place. Under Xiaoling's guidance, they saw a spiral portal under the hill. "This is the portal we found," Xiaoling said, pointing at the portal. Su Han stepped forward to check the information of the portal. Dragon Lair. Level, First Level Secret Realm. Introduction. Many years ago, Asian Dragon occupied this place and became the king of this area. It also likes to collect treasures. If you can defeat it, you will have a chance to obtain all its treasures. Entry requirements, level 5 to 10. Limited number of people, 5. It is indeed Asian Dragon. Xiaoling stepped forward and said, "Let's go in and take a look first." Su Han nodded. He stepped forward and pressed the vortex portal. The next second, he felt the world spinning and everything went dark before his eyes. When he looked again, he was already standing on a barren land. The air was blazingly hot, as if one were in a furnace. Su Han looked around. It seems to have come to the side of a volcano. There were streams of red magma flowing on the ground, and sulfur smoke filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. There was a cry of surprise from behind. He turned around and saw that it was Jin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoling and the other girls also looked unhappy. The environment here was a bit harsh for them. However, Su Han was not affected too much. He walked straight ahead. Xiaoling and others followed behind, looking around vigilantly. Boom! Just as several people were walking forward, the rocks nearby exploded. A giant scarlet python rushed out from the rocks, smashing the surrounding rocks into pieces. The temperature also rises. Su Han used the Eye of Exploration to check the information of the giant python. Name: Lava Python Elite. Race: Python. Level 8. Skill 1, Flame Mist LV.1. The lava python is surrounded by blazing flames. If you get within 3 meters of the lava python, you will be burned by the flames and receive continuous damage. Skill 2, Fireball LV.1. Summons a fireball to attack the enemy. Cooldown time 1 minute. Skill 3, Hot Wind LV.1. Blows scorching air towards the enemy, causing the enemy to suffer burning damage. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. When the lava python appeared, Xiaoling had already arranged a battle plan. Xiaoyan, you are responsible for resisting the lava python. Xiao, you must treat Xiaoyan in time, don't worry about the mana problem. As she spoke, she took out a few bottles of potion and threw them over. Su Han could tell at a glance that these potions were specifically used to restore mana. For professions that rely on skills, this thing is a treasure. The only problem is that the price is too expensive. Any bottle costs 3,000 or 4,000. Xiaoling could actually take out so many bottles at once. She is indeed a wealthy lady. Xiaoling turned to look at Su Han. You are responsible for restraining the lava python. Once the lava python's hatred falls on Xiao, you will take action immediately. Su Han nodded. He looked at the lava python and fell into deep thought. If Xiaoling knew that she could chop the giant python into pieces with one knife, how would they feel? Ho Xiaoyan took the lead in launching the attack. She held a heavy shield and rushed towards the lava python like a tank. Shield strike! She growled and slammed her shield into the lava python. Boom! The shield made a dull sound. The lava python growled angrily, and its red snake eyes stared at the person who heard it. Its huge tail swung, making a whistling sound as it broke through the wind, and then hit the shield with a bang. The terrifying force made Ho Xiaoyan take 2 steps back. Xiaoling was delighted. Xiaoyan has captured the hatred! Hurry up and do it! Her figure flashed like a light butterfly, and in the blink of an eye she was at the side of the lava python. The long sword slashed continuously and landed on the lava python. Ding ding ding. A crisp sound was heard. The sword was like falling on steel, unable to even break the lava python's scales. Lu Yun raised her hand, and her gentle eyes turned stern. Water polo! A water ball the size of a human head flew out quickly. Laugh. The water ball hit the lava python and exploded. Water splashed all over the sky. White smoke emerged from the lava python's body. The blood volume dropped a lot. Water magic is extremely effective against it. It turned and stared at Lu Yun, its eyes full of resentment. The huge body slammed towards Lu Yun. Xiaoling's face changed and she shouted, "Lu Yun, be careful! Xiaoyan, attract its hatred!" Ho Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, "Shield strike!" A khaki light shone on her shield. Then she slammed her shield towards the lava python. Boom! All I heard was a loud bang. The lava python was hit and stopped abruptly. However, its resentful eyes were still on Lu Yun. Ho Xiaoyan's expression changed. "How is it possible? The attack just now clearly injured the lava python, so why hasn't it attracted any hatred yet?" The lava python opened its mouth and a blazing fireball quickly condensed. The surrounding temperature rises rapidly. Xiaoling's face changed. "Lu Yun, Xiao Xiao, run!" Jean Xiao Xiao was trembling all over, her mind went blank, and she couldn't even move her legs. Lu Yun grabbed Jean Xiao Xiao's hand and ran quickly to the back. However, the lava python's fireball was almost formed. Su Han narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out to touch the soul ring. An invisible shock wave quickly rushed in all directions. When the shock wave hit the lava python suddenly stopped moving. The fireball lost control in an instant and exploded. Roar! The lava python roared in pain and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The amount of blood dropped dramatically. Everyone looked at each other. Xiaoling reacted immediately and said, "Hurry up, kill!" Everyone reacted immediately, and used all kinds of skills to attack the lava python. A minute later, the lava python was finally completely solved. Chapter 18: Kill with one strike. Looking at the corpse of the lava python lying on the ground, Xiaoling and a few others didn't care about their image and sat down on the ground. "It's just an elite monster. Is it so difficult to beat? Can we pass it?" Ho Xiaoyan said bitterly. "If we give up and withdraw, this secret realm will disappear, and we don't know when it will appear again," Lu Yun said with a frown. Xiaoling gritted her teeth and said, "Everyone hold on a little longer. I believe we can definitely get through this." Everyone nodded. Jean Xiao Xiao whispered, "It was so scary just now, I thought I was going to die." Lu Yun nodded. "Yes, if that fireball had hit us, Xiao Xiao and I would definitely not have been able to withstand it." Xiaoling pondered. "The beast seems to have been attacked by its own skills, but what's going on? Maybe Xiaoyun's water ball has a restraining effect." Ho Xiaoyan forced a reason. The others nodded in agreement. Su Han did not ask for credit. He came to the body of the lava python, checked it, and made sure that no equipment was dropped. Then he cut a piece of meat and put it into the space ring. Everyone stood up and continued to move forward. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the sulfur smoke around us became thicker and thicker. It makes breathing difficult. Xiaoling made a stop gesture with a serious expression. Everyone stopped. "Look at that!" Xiaoling pointed forward. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger, and their pupils suddenly shrank. "I saw a monster that was more than 10 meters long and completely fiery red lying quietly on the hill. This monster looks like a big lizard, with scales all over its body and a pair of huge wings behind it. Its eyes were closed, as if it was sleeping. And under its body are more than a dozen pieces of equipment." Jean Xiao Xiao covered her mouth in surprise and said in a low voice, Is this Yalong? It looks scary." Xia Ling and the others also looked solemn. Although this subdragon is not of high level, but as long as it has some connection with the dragon, its combat power will be very strong. Su Han checked the information of this Asian dragon. Name: Magma Dragon, Bronze level leader. Race: Asian Dragon. Level 10. Skill 1, Pillar of Flame LV.1, sprays out flames to attack the enemy. The attacked enemy will fall into a burning state, cooldown time 3 minutes. Skill 2, Smoke Spray LV.1, sprays smoke to block the enemy's sight. The smoke lasts for 2 minutes, and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. Skill 3, Explosive Fireball LV.1, summons a fireball to attack the enemy. When the fireball touches the enemy, it will explode. causing even more terrible damage. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 4, Earthquake LV.1, shakes the ground with all 4 limbs, causing damage to the enemy and destroying the terrain. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Weakness, there is a wound on the abdomen. Su-Han already knew how to deal with this magma dragon. Xiaoling said, "Let's use the old method. We don't know the abilities of this lava dragon yet, so we'll mainly try it out. If the opponent is too strong, we should give up and not lose our lives for the baby." The others nodded. Xiaoling flashed and rushed towards the lava dragon quickly. She lightly raised her sword and chopped it on the dragon's scales, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. Normal attacks can't break the defense? The sleeping lava dragon slowly opened its eyes. Its cold eyes were filled with anger. Roar! The angry roar instantly resounded throughout the secret realm. It flapped its wings and its huge body rose up. The claws, as sharp as a knife, suddenly grabbed Xiaoling. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Xiaoling held the sword across his body. Bang! The terrifying force instantly knocked Xiaoling flying and smashed her into the rocks nearby. Xiaoling's health bar suddenly dropped by 1/3. Jin Xiaoxiao waved her staff, and a holy light lit up. Healing light! The milky white light fell on Xiaoling, restoring some of her blood. However, the lava dragon showed no intention of stopping. Its mouth opened, and a blazing fireball quickly condensed in its mouth. Boom! The fireball slammed towards Xiaoling. Xiaoling's eyes widened in horror, her mind went blank, and she forgot to dodge. Lu Yun and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Xiaoling, hurry up! Sister Xiaoling, run away quickly! Otherwise it will be too late! Hurry up, hurry up! However, at this moment, Xiaoling seemed to be tied up by someone. She watched the fireball rapidly expand in front of her eyes. The scorching heat burned her body. The skin becomes hot. She slowly closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. Just as the fireball was about to fall, Xiaoling suddenly saw a thin thing like spider silk flying from a distance and wrapping around her wrist. Next second, there was a strong and violent pull. Xiaoling felt her body taking off and flying quickly into the distance. When she fell into a soft embrace. Xiaoling opened her eyes in shock. It turned out to be Su-Han. Are you okay? Su-Han asked expressionlessly. Xiaoling's pretty face turned red, and she immediately jumped up, stuttering when she spoke. I'm fine. Did you save me? Su-Han smiled noncommittally and said, This subdragon is very powerful. You can't deal with it. Let me do it. Xiaoling was stunned and stared at Su-Han with wide eyes, only to find that Su-Han was not joking. She said blankly, You can beat him? Su-Han smiled noncommittally and walked towards the lava dragon with a dagger in his hand. When Lu Yun and the others saw this, their eyes widened. What does Su-Han want to do? Does he want to deal with the lava dragon alone? Are you crazy? Isn't this courting death? I'll help him take the damage. Xiao Xiao, remember to help me recover my health. Ho Xiaoyan carried a shield and rushed towards the lava dragon. Roar! The lava dragon roared angrily. It opened its mouth and a pillar of blazing fire crashed down towards Ho Xiaoyan. Ho Xiaoyan's face changed drastically. She quickly put her shield in front of her. The blazing flames fell on the shield. The shield temperature rises rapidly. In just a few breaths, the shield had turned red. Ho Xiaoyan's blood volume dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. She raised her staff, and a ray of healing light fell on Ho Xiaoyan, barely raising her health a little. However, this is not enough. Ho Xiaoyan's blood volume continued to drop like water. Su-Han frowned slightly. He raised his left hand. The spider silk quickly shot towards the lava dragon. Then he pulled hard, flew out, and landed steadily on the back of the lava dragon. Roar! The lava dragon sensed the uninvited guest on its back. It roared madly and twisted its body, trying to throw Su-Han off. However, Su-Han stood on its back, as steady as a rock. That should be the wound, right? Su-han's gaze fell on the wound on the lava dragon's back. He thrust the fangs of the abyss down upon the wound. The lava dragon howled, its health bar emptied in an instant, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 19 Generous Rewards. Everyone stared blankly at the corpse of the lava dragon. I couldn't recover for a moment. A full minute later. Xiaolink, I said. Lava dragon is dead? The others nodded blankly. They just couldn't believe it. How could the Yalong who was so terrifying just now die just like that? Everyone's eyes fell on Su-han. Su-han walked to the back of the lava dragon, pulled out the sharp tooth of the abyss, wiped the blood and put it back. Seeing everyone's surprised looks, he asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Ho Xiaoyan said in shock. "You killed the lava dragon with just one strike?" Su-han nodded. Everyone gasped. Killed the leader-level monster with one sword? Unless the level is too great, it is simply impossible. Is Su-han's level very high? That's not right. If your level exceeds 10, you cannot enter the secret realm. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out how Su-han managed to kill the lava dragon with just one sword. Su-han went straight to the property panel. Name Su-han. Race human. Occupation SSS level Gourmet. Level 8. Strength 465. Constitution 450. Agility 156. Spirit 78. This is a great experience. I was promoted to level 8 directly. Su-han stroked his chin, somewhat surprised. But he soon felt relieved. This is a level 10 bronze leader. What's more, all the damage was caused by him alone. With such rich experience to yourself, it is inevitable that your level will increase quickly. Xiaoling took the initiative to say, Su-han, since you killed this lava dragon, all these equipment are yours. The others nodded in agreement. Su-han shook his head. Since you brought me in, let's follow the rules. He walked straight to the lava dragon and saw 4 things on the ground at a glance. A dagger, a piece of dragon scale armor, and a pair of dragon scale boots. In the end it turned out to be a skill book. He first checked the properties of the dagger. Fang of the Angry Dragon. Quality, silver. Strength plus 40. Agility plus 40. Skill 1, Angry Dragon spreads wings, throw the dagger to attack the enemy, doubling the damage, and the enemy hit will fall into a burning state, continuously losing health, cooldown time, 5 minutes. Introduction, a dagger made from the teeth of a lava dragon, containing the wrath of the lava dragon. Equipment requirement, level 10. This dagger is absolutely top-notch. Not only improve a lot of attributes. It also comes with a terrifying damage skill. It just makes up for the problem of insufficient damage. Then he looked at the dragon scale armor. This piece of armor is red all over. The surface is made of dragon scales and sparkles with a brilliant luster. There is also a ferocious dragon head on the chest, which looks very majestic and domineering. Dragon scale armor. Quality, silver. Strength plus 30. Constitution plus 50. Skill 1, Flame Shield, summons a shield condensed by flames to resist damage, cooldown time 10 minutes. Skill 2, Burn passive skill, people who get close will be burned. Raging Dragon set, 1/2 2 pieces of this set can increase the chance of your attack inflicting fire poison. Enemies poisoned by fire will continue to receive damage, and their attributes will be reduced by 20%. Introduction, armor made from lava dragon scales, indestructible. Equipment requirement, level 10. Su-han's eyes widened. The effect of this equipment is not inferior to the Fang of the Angry Dragon. And it's also a set. He looked at his boots. The surface of the boots also has dragon scale patterns, and there are red flame patterns on both sides of the boots. It adds a more elegant feeling. Dragon scale boots. Quality, silver. Constitution plus 20. Agility plus 50. Skill 1, Angry Dragon Strike, greatly increases attack speed, lasts for 3 seconds, cooldown time is 5 minutes. Raging Dragon set, 1/2 2 pieces of this set can increase the chance of your attack inflicting fire poison. Enemies poisoned by fire will continue to receive damage, and their attributes will be reduced by 20%. Introduction: combat boots made from lava dragon scales, allowing you to run faster. Equipment requirement, level 10. It's no exaggeration to say, if these 3 pieces of equipment were put up for sale, people would definitely fight over them. The 3 items together cost at least 200,000. As long as you put on these 3 pieces of equipment, even if you are just a living profession, you can instantly become a strong person. However, you have to wait until level 10 to equip these 3 pieces of equipment. Su-Han came to the crowd with 3 pieces of equipment and said, "You are the ones who discovered this secret realm, and you have also made a lot of efforts. We should share the equipment together. See if these equipments can be used. If they can't be used, I'll pay for them and you can split the money equally." Xia Ling hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Although these equipment are very good, it would be more useful if I gave them to you. How about this? Each of these 3 pieces of equipment is worth 50,000 yuan, so you can give us a total of 150,000 yuan. Su-Han was a little surprised. If these 3 pieces of equipment were sold on the market, the price would at least increase several times. He wanted to say something else, but the people around him also echoed him. "Yes, if it weren't for you, we would have been eaten by the lava dragon. Just take it, you deserve it." Su-Han felt warm in his heart, nodded and said, "Thank you very much." He took out his bank card and handed it to Xia Ling. "There are 100,000 yuan in it. I will give you the remaining 50,000 yuan after I go back." Xia Ling smiled and nodded, then took the bank card. Finally, Su-Han looked at the skill book. Name: Exploding Fireball. Quality: Silver. Introduction: Summon a fireball to attack the enemy. When the fireball touches the enemy, it will explode, causing even more terrible damage. Usage restrictions: Fire magic professions. Su-Han put it away. Although he couldn't use it, it was not a problem to sell the skill book for several million. Or you can exchange items for some great things that money can't buy. Okay, let's leave the secret realm. Xia Ling was a little envious, but she could still tell which was more important, equipment or a future strongman. It would definitely be a losing deal to offend future top masters for these equipments. Naturally, others had no objection. After leaving the secret realm, Su-Han found an open space, skillfully set up the barbecue grill, and began to prepare to cook grilled dragon meat. The flames continued to sear the flesh of the lava dragon. However, after roasting for a long time, the meat of the lava dragon still did not change at all. Su-Han pondered. The lava dragon is a strange beast that is good at using fire. Could it be that the temperature of the fire is too low and it can't cook it? In that case, why not just make it into dragon meat sashimi? Su-Han picked up a piece of lava dragon meat and stuffed it into his mouth. If you chew it carefully, you will find that even though the lava dragon is not roasted, it still tastes very delicious and tender. Soon, he swallowed the dragon meat. The system prompt sounded. The host consumes first-level lava dragon meat for the first time, gaining 50 points of strength and 50 points of constitution. The host has acquired the skill of the lava dragon, Exploding Fireball. Su-Han was stunned. Wait, Exploding Fireball? Isn't this a skill for magic professions? How can I learn it myself? He opened the skill bar. Sure enough, I saw the new skill in the skill column. Exploding Fireball LV.1 summons a fireball to attack the enemy. The fireball will explode when it touches the enemy, causing even more terrible damage. The cooling time is 5 minutes. Su-Han was a little curious. He turned and looked at the bushes beside him. Exploding Fireball! A palm-sized fireball rose from the palm of his hand, and the temperature around it rose slightly. He swung his hand casually, and the palm-sized fireball flew out quickly and landed in the bushes. Boom! The next second, there was a deafening bang. There was a huge explosion where the bush was. When the smoke cleared, all that was left was a large crater where the bush had been. Chapter 20. Looking for someone like crazy. He practiced leveling alone until night, and when he reached level 9, he returned to Dahai City. The first thing he did when he got home was to take out the collected exotic animal meat and have a meal. After eating 4 different kinds of exotic beast meat, his attributes increased by 30 points. With Su Han's current attributes, if he encounters a scorpion again, it would be no problem to kill it instantly. And at this time, inside the presidential suite of Lantian Hotel in Donghai City, Xingzucai was sitting in a chair smoking. The ashtray was full of cigarette butts and the room was filled with smoke. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Xingzucai said impatiently, "Come in." The door of the room opened and a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked in. Xingzucai frowned and asked, "Old Wang, how is the investigation going? Is there any news about that living Lei Feng?" Lao Wan shook his head and placed the document in front of Xingzucai. "This is the list of students I asked the principals of each high school for. I flipped through the book at least 10 times, and my eyes were dazzled, but I didn't see the name Living Lei Feng. I wonder if this is a fake name?" Xingzucai flipped through the documents in front of him. With his eyesight, reading 10 lines at a glance is not a problem. Soon, he went through the entire list. Indeed, there is absolutely no such person as Lei Feng. Lao Wang continued, "I also asked the principals of various schools, and they had no impression of this name either. Could this person not be from high school?" Xingzucai put out his cigarette, frowned and said, "Look for it again, maybe we missed it somewhere. Such a genius must be admitted to Longway University. Last year, Magic City University specially recruited a student who was truly a genius. If we can't recruit such a genius-level student, then we may not be able to keep our first place in this year's professional university competition." Lao Wang's expression froze and he nodded heavily. Shanghai University has been coveting the title of number 1 for a long time. With this title, not only can the school get more support from the country, but it can also recruit more talents. In this way, the school's strength will naturally increase faster. Once Longway University loses this reputation, it will be very difficult to make a comeback. Xingzucai slowly said, "How about this? You go and notify the principals of each high school. Tell them that our Longway University specially recruited this student named Living Lei Feng. Also, which high school is he a student at? I can personally subsidize their high school with 10 million yuan." Lao Wang took a breath of cold air. "This is serious." He nodded heavily, took the list and walked away quickly. Soon, this notice spread to all high schools in Donghai City. The principals of all high schools held emergency meetings. It's already 11 o'clock at night. The school meeting room of the 3rd high school was brightly lit. The principal sat in the first seat, and the head teachers of each senior class sat on both sides. Everyone was yawning and looked drowsy. They are at home and ready to go to bed. As a result, the principal called and gave a strict order for everyone to come back for a meeting. In desperation, everyone had to rush back to school as quickly as possible. The principal said seriously, "Are all the class teachers here? Yesterday Mr. Jing, who is in charge of admissions at Longway University, and his secretary came to our school." Everyone suddenly lost all sleepiness, and their eyes widened. There is only one reason why such a big shot comes to school at this time. "I've taken a fancy to a student." The principal continued, "You all guessed correctly. You are here for enrollment. However, they are not sure which school the person they are looking for is from yet. The student's name is Lei Feng. According to Secretary Wang, he once beat back the Ghost-Face Ape King with 1 punch. Moreover, he personally killed the Ghost-Face Ape King and a group of elite Ghost-Face Apes." Everyone took a deep breath. Knock back the Ghost-Faced Ape King with 1 punch? This is a leader-level monster. Even for a second-level combat profession, it is not easy to deal with it. Is this really something a senior high school student can do? The principal coughed dryly and said slowly, "Dear teachers, although I don't quite believe it, Secretary Wang did say so. So check yourselves when you go back, and if you find anything, report it to me immediately. If this student named Lei Feng is from our school, the class teacher can get a generous reward. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting." Many teachers stood up and walked out. "Hey, how could such a person be a student of our school? The principal is really crazy. Yeah, if there was such a student in our class, I would have reported him a long time ago. Tell me, if we really find this student, what kind of reward will the principal give? I think the minimum is promotion, but there will definitely be a lot of cash rewards. I will become a popular figure around the principal in the future, so I have a bright future. For a while, all high school class teachers in all schools began to investigate the backgrounds of their students. I hope to find some clues from this investigation. At this time, in the investigation bureau, Dai Guiqiang looked at his subordinates and asked, "Has the notice to find someone been sent out?" The subordinate nodded and said, "It has been sent out. It has been released on TV and the internet. I think there should be results soon." Dai Guiqiang nodded slightly. Killing the scorpion is a great achievement. I'm sure the unknown hero will come to claim the bounty. The next day, Li Bin and his 2 companions killed a strange beast. During the break, Tian Fangchao suddenly asked, "Did you see the notice issued by the Investigation Bureau last night?" Li Bin nodded. "Are you looking for the hero who killed the scorpion?" Su Li exclaimed, "This person is really amazing. Scorpion seems to be a 3rd-level combat profession, at least over level 60, right? To be able to kill a scorpion, he must be a master above level 3. Li Bin also sighed. "I'm so envious. How great it would be if I could kill Scorpion. 2nd class merit, 1st class professional university. Apart from the top 10, can I choose any other one? Maybe I can go straight into the investigation bureau after graduation, and my life will be secure." Tian Fangchao complimented. "Brotherly, I believe that with your talent, it won't be long before you can get the 2nd class merit. You can also join the investigation bureau then. I'll have to ask Brotherly to take care of me in the future." Li Bin laughed and said, "Of course." Su Li looked at the 2 people who sang the same tune and shook his head helplessly. He murmured softly, "I wonder how Su Han is doing now. Could it be him? No, it's definitely impossible. How could he kill a 3rd-level combat profession?" However, Su Han, who everyone is looking for, is concentrating on leveling up at a leveling site in the north of the city. His level is also approaching the level 10 mark. Chapter 21 College Entrance Examination begins. Time goes by day. The day of the college entrance examination soon arrived. Su Han got up, tidied himself up, and opened the property panel to take a look. Name: Su Han. Race: human. Occupation: SSS level Gourmet. Level 15. Strength: 850. Physique: 820. Agility: 285. Spirit: 150. Skill 1. Eye of Exploration LV.2 can check the target's attributes, with a 1% chance of discovering the target's weaknesses. The target must not be higher than level 6 of the player. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 2. Dragon Claw LV.1 turns one hand into a dragon claw, increases attack power by 100%, attacks have 10% armor penetration, has a 1% chance of destroying the enemy's defense, lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown time is 5 minutes. Skill 3. Ghost Eye Confusion LV.1 making eye contact with the enemy for 5 seconds can confuse the enemy and make it obey your orders. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Skill 4. Spider Silk Spray LV.1 sprays out spider silk to attack the enemy. Once entangled by the spider silk, it is difficult to untie it. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Skill 5. Damage Devouring LV.1 after activation, it absorbs damage once and rebounds all the damage to the enemy, lasting 1 second, cooldown 5 minutes. Skill 6. Explosive Fireball LV.1 summons a fireball to attack the enemy. When the fireball touches the enemy, it will explode, causing even more terrible damage. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Skill 7. Mental Illusion LV.1 makes the enemy fall into an illusion, lasting 0.5 to 3 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Skill 8. Explosive Fist LV.1 gather all strength into the fist, break the surface with a point, damage ignores the enemy's defense, cooldown time 5 minutes. Skill 9. Quick Recovery LV.1 passive skill, restores 0.01% of health per second. If attacked, the recovery effect disappears. He spent the remaining few days leveling up like crazy. He kept hunting exotic beasts, and even killed several leader-level exotic beasts, basically killing them instantly with one move. If other people knew Suhan's leveling speed, they would probably be shocked. He remembered that his head teacher had posted the city's ranking list in the group yesterday. The one with the highest level is Xia Ling from number 1 high school, who has reached level 11. The second is Taizan from the 2nd high school, who is also in level 11. All the teachers agreed that as long as they performed well in the college entrance examination, they would definitely be admitted to Longway University. No one came to ask Suhan. After all, this list only includes combat professions, which has nothing to do with his life profession. Seeing that it was almost time, Suhan took a taxi to Dahai City Gymnasium. The college entrance examination is held here. When the taxi was still 1 kilometer away from the stadium, it was stuck in traffic and couldn't get in at all. Helpless, Suhan could only get out of the car and walk over. When we walked into the venue, we saw that a fighting arena had already been set up. The college entrance examination starts with the test of level, and points are assigned based on occupation and level. For life professions, students will go to the examination venue dedicated to life professions to take the examination and score. If combat professions want to improve their scores, they can only do so through arena challenges. The entire venue was packed with people. Many students are looking for venues in their own schools. Just as Suhan was looking around for the school venue. But I heard a scornful laugh behind me. Suhan, long time no see. Suhan turned around. Li Bin and Tianfang Chao were seen walking in slowly. Suhan glanced at the two of them and said nothing. Li Bin thought that Suhan was scared. The smile on his face grew even wider. I wonder if you are level 3 or 4 now? Without someone to help you upgrade, you'll never reach level 20 in your lifetime. Ha 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 ha. Tianfang Chao on the side also agreed very cooperatively. That's right, I told you not to offend Brotherly, now you know you are wrong, right? Follow Brotherly. I'm already level 8 now. What about you? I think you'd better not take the college entrance examination. It's embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. The two of them laughed, and said. Suhan was about to speak. A boy who looked like an iron tower came straight up to him. It is Taizan. Ha ha, my friend, nice to meet you again. I'd like to exchange some moves with you when we have a chance later. Taizan greeted Suhan with a smile. Suhan nodded slightly. Sure. Afterwards, he didn't bother to pay attention to Li Bin and the others and walked straight towards the examination room. Li Bin and Tianfang Chao were stunned for a moment. What's going on? Taizan actually took the initiative to greet Suhan? How is this possible? Doesn't Taizan think highly of himself and never pay attention to people of lower status? Seeing that Li Bin looked unhappy, Tianfang Chao said hurriedly. Brotherly, I think Suhan probably paid Taizan to establish a relationship with him. Otherwise, given Tieshan's personality, why would he care about him? Li Bin nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. Let's go. Anyway, this guy is no longer in the same world as us. There's no need to bother with him. Okay, Brotherly. The two of them came to their respective schools, one in front and one behind, waiting for the college entrance examination to begin. And at this time on the podium, leaders from various schools also entered the venue. However, the top leaders of various schools, who once enjoyed great glory, can now only sit in the back. There is a lot of empty space in the front. Just as the students were wondering which big shots would come to watch the college entrance examination, several people slowly walked out from the back and came to the podium. Walking in front were the Director of Education and the Director of Investigation. The two directors, who originally had very high status in Dahai City, were now following behind a middle-aged man with smiles on their faces, constantly introducing something. Behind them were several young men and women. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man with curiosity. Who on earth is this important person that the Director of Education could personally receive him, and with such a humble attitude? After the others were seated, the Director of the Education Department came to the front, took the microphone and said, All students, be quiet. The whole place fell silent instantly. The Director of the Education Department nodded with satisfaction and continued, Dear students, today is the official day of the college entrance examination. Here, I would like to solemnly introduce to you the guests participating in this college entrance examination. Mr. Jing, the admissions teacher from Longway University. Everyone in the audience widened their eyes. Oh my God! The admissions teacher from Longway University is here in person? This is the first time. Yes, I heard from my former seniors that during the college entrance examination, Longway University would only let a few students come to see if there are any suitable talents, and the teachers would not come at all. Look, those people sitting next to Teacher Jing, they should be students from Longway University, right? I envy them so much. Do you think that Teacher Jing came here this time to look for the man called Living Lei Feng? Of course he is. I heard from our homeroom teacher that the guy called Lei Feng is really awesome. He fought against the ghost face ape king head-on. He's a leader-level monster. I think he's definitely not a high school student. Chapter 22 Level 15, Creating History, Shocking the Audience. I hope everyone can demonstrate their strengths today, get high scores, and be admitted to their ideal university. The college entrance examination will begin next. Following the order from the Director of Education. Each school takes students for basic tests. Lu Qiangjuan, Director of the Education Bureau, came to Jing Zucai. Teacher Jing, your presence at the college entrance examination has really added glory to our Donghai City's college entrance examination. Zheng Zucai nodded slightly. Lu Qiangjuan asked curiously, Teacher Zheng, have you found the student you are looking for yet? Zheng Zucai sighed helplessly. Yes, that's why I came here today to take a look, thinking that I could try my luck and maybe find the little guy I'm looking for. I suspect he used a false name. Dai Guiqiang at the side said with a smile. What a coincidence. I didn't expect that Teacher Jing was also looking for someone, and our investigation bureau is also looking for someone to kill a wanted criminal. That man died in the Shadow Swamp. The Shadow Swamp is adjacent to the Ghost Face Forest. Maybe it was done by the same person. Lu Qiangjuan heard this and shook his head, saying, How is that possible? Scorpion is over level 60, a third-tier combat profession. A student, no matter how powerful he is, can't kill Scorpion. Dai Guiqiang laughed and said, Haha, I just said it casually. Zheng Zucai turned to Tang Mimi and said, Mimi, pay attention. If you see the man from that day, be sure to tell me in time. Tang Mimi nodded. Okay. She stared at the examination room below. At this time, students in each class are undergoing level testing in batches. Fortunately, there are hundreds of machines, so the testing speed is still very fast. Test completed. Lu Chan, C-level professional chef, level 7, assigned 370 points. Test completed. Kai Pei, C-level combat occupation swordsman, level 9, assigned 470 points. Test completed. Liang Panpan, D-class combat professional physician, level 10, assigned 510 points. The speed of testing is very fast. The teacher in front records the scores obtained by the students. Looking at the basic scores they got, some people looked worried, while others were smiling. The total score of the college entrance examination is 750 points. At least 70% of the score is derived from level and occupational points. The remaining 30% is the scores obtained by passing the exam. For them, it would be good enough if they could get a few dozen points in the exam. Very few score over 100. To be admitted to a first-tier vocational university, one needs at least 600 points, while the minimum score for the top 10 vocational universities is 650. It's too difficult for ordinary people to get in. Soon, it was Su Han's class turn. Suli came to the testing machine. She placed her hand on the test machine, which started up and lit up red. The red light flickered and soon turned into green light. Test completed. Suli, S-level combat profession, Priest of Light, level 10, assigned 600 points. All eyes were on her. Envy, jealousy, curiosity. Wow! It's an S-class combat profession? I didn't expect to see an S-class combat profession in my lifetime. This assigned score is directly 600 points. Holy shit, doesn't that mean I can go to a first-class professional university? Comparison is really frustrating. As long as nothing goes wrong in the exam, it won't be a problem for her to get into the top 10. Even the people on the stage turned their attention to Suli. Is this the S-level professional? Zheng Zhucai said. Lu Qiangjuan nodded hurriedly and said, Yes, her name is Suli, and she is a student at the 3rd high school. Zheng Zhucai nodded slightly. Yes, she has excellent talent and works very hard to improve. If she is willing, let her come to Longway University. The principal of the 3rd high school also showed a surprised smile on his face. He quickly stood up and said, Yes, Teacher Zheng, she is very willing. Zheng Zhucai nodded slightly. Then she will be the only one admitted this year. Secretary Wang, please take note of this. Yes. Lao Wang, standing by, immediately wrote it down on the document. The principal of the 3rd high school sat down on his chair with a smile on his face. Train an S-level professional and send him to Longway University. This year's bonus is indispensable. And you might even get an award from the education department. What a beautiful thing. The other principals all looked at him with envy. The principals of the 1st and 2nd high schools feel under tremendous pressure. If their students fail to get into Longway University, won't they be surpassed by the 3rd high school? That's too embarrassing. Soon, it was Su Han's turn to take the level test. Su Han went straight to the testing machine and put his hand on it. The red light on the test machine keeps flashing. About 10 seconds later, with a beep, the light of the testing machine turned green. The sound of the machine sounded. Test completed, Su Han, unknown occupation, level 15, assigned 750 points. Silence. The whole audience was silent. The pen in the teacher's hand that was recording the grades fell to the ground with a click. How much more? 750 points? Her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. Recording achievements for so long. The highest scorer was Suli, who reached a terrifying 600 points. And now this one has reached 750 points, a full score? How is this possible? Wait, in addition to the terrifying score of 750 points, there's one more thing. That's level 15. This student actually reached level 15 within 7 days? Is this a monster? Even if you find an expert to help you upgrade all the way, the upgrade speed won't be that fast. Not just an invigilator. All the students present were also shocked. Oh my god! What the hell? Su Han is level 15? 750 points? Did he cheat? This is an official machine. Why don't you try to cheat? How could it be 750 points without cheating? Wait, did you notice? Su Han's occupation is unknown? That is to say, the points assigned to his occupation have not been added yet. 750 points is the limit of this machine, not Su Han's limit. Is this true? I want to curse. This is too outrageous. It took me 7 days to reach level 8, but Su Han is already level 15? How did he do that? Why do I remember that Su Han used to be a living professional? Did he take some magic medicine? Many students looked at Su Han in shock. This is simply not a human being. Not only the students, but even the teachers around were looking at Su Han in shock. Which class is this student from? He actually reached level 15 in 7 days? If he reaches another 5 levels, he can complete the upgrade task and become a first-level professional. It seems to be Lao Han's class? I saw him during the last awakening ceremony. He seems to be a life profession. How can a life profession be promoted to level 15? Old Han has become very successful this time. He has taught such a top student. I think he can be promoted to the Dean of Studies, right? Chapter 23 framed. The people on the stage also heard the noise and turned to look over here. Several principals looked shocked. Hey, Mr. Zhang, did you give this student some special treatment in private? A principal said indignantly. Lao Zhang is the principal of the 3rd high school. He smiled bitterly and said, Even if it's a special training, do you think it's possible to raise a student from level 0 to level 15 in 7 days? If there is such a method, why don't you try it? The other principals were all silent. Zheng Zhucai glanced at Su Han with interest. This little guy is quite interesting. He upgrades very quickly. Lao Wang, go call him over. I want to talk to him. Good. Lao Wang nodded, stood up and was about to walk off the stage, when Lu Qiangjuan beside him hurriedly stood up. "It's just a small matter, why bother you? I'll go." After saying that, he hurried off the stage. Below the stage, many students were discussing the issue. Suli covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Su Han in shock. She had been worried that Su Han would not be able to level up, but she never expected that Su Han would actually reach level 15. Li Bin gnashed his teeth and looked at Su Han. "How is this possible? How is this possible? He is actually level 15. Even I am at level 10. He must have cheated and modified the machine. I'm going to expose his tricks." After saying that, he walked quickly towards Su Han. He came to Su Han and asked in a questioning tone, "Su Han, did you cheat?" Su Han glanced at him and said, "Idiot, which eye of yours saw me cheating?" Li Bin gritted his teeth and said, "If you didn't cheat, how could you get 750 points? You must have modified the machine." Su Han was speechless. He was too lazy to pay attention to this guy and turned around to leave. Seeing that Su Han dared to ignore him, Li Bin was so angry that his face turned red. "Did I allow you to leave? Get back here!" He grabbed Su Han and tried to pull him back. However, when his hand was about to touch Su Han's hand shot out like lightning and grabbed his wrist. Snap! There was a sound like breaking porcelain. Li Bin's wrist was strangely bent 180 degrees. 1 second later, the severe pain was like a steel needle, piercing into his brain. "Ah!" Li Bin covered his hands in pain, knelt on the ground, and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Everyone present widened their eyes in horror and looked at Su Han, who had a calm face. "Hit someone? Su Han actually broke his classmate's hand. Wow, this is so scary!" Looking at Su Han, is he still a human being? He hurt his classmates, and he is so indifferent. This Su Han is so inhumane. Not only did he cheat on the exam, but he also took the initiative to attack his classmates. This kind of person deserves to die. Look, the people from the investigation bureau are here. Arrest this guy quickly. He must be a member of the Abyss cult. That's right. He must have used the secret method of the Abyss cult to increase his level so quickly. Everyone pointed at Su Han. The invigilators also quickly stood up and took Li Bin to the treatment room for treatment. The members of the investigation bureau who were maintaining order in the distance also quickly came over and looked at Su Han seriously. "Kneel down on the ground and put your hands on your head. Cooperate with our investigation, otherwise we have the power to shoot you on the spot." "That's right. Now we suspect that you are a member of the Abyss cult. Only by actively cooperating with the investigation can you clear yourself of suspicion." Su Han frowned slightly and said, "I think everyone can see clearly who started it first, right? I was just forced to fight back." A member of the investigation bureau said coldly, "Is there anyone who can testify for you?" The other students stepped back, fearing that they would be associated with Su Han. Su Han narrowed his eyes and was about to speak. At this time, a girl came out and said, "I can prove it. It was Li Bin who started it first." The person who spoke was Suli. The members of the investigation bureau were still very impressed by Suli. Just as they were about to ask, another girl in a white robe walked out of the crowd. "I saw it too. It was indeed that person who wanted to attack Su Han. You can't blame Su Han for not being as skilled as others, right?" Su Han turned his head and looked. The person who spoke was Xiao Ling. And behind Xiao Ling were Jin Xiao Xiao and a few others. "That's right, this brother can't be blamed for this." A figure like an iron tower walked out from the crowd and spoke in a muffled voice. "It's Tai Zhan." See several top talents from the school speak for Su Han. Everyone was stunned. What is the identity of this Su Han? How could he get so many geniuses to speak for him? Just as several members of the investigation bureau were hesitating, Tian Fangchao suddenly pointed at Su Han and said, "He did it on purpose. Brother Li just wanted to hold him back. But he broke Brother Li's hand. This guy is so evil, he is a member of the Abyss cult. Brother Li was kind enough to help him level up before, but he turned around and did this to Brother Li. Do you still have a conscience? I strongly suggest that you take him in for investigation. cancel his college entrance examination results. Listen to what Tian Fangchao said. The students, who were originally somewhat shaken, became angry again. How could there be such an ungrateful person? He is worse than an animal. People like this definitely don't have any parents to teach them. He must be a member of the Abyss cult. We must investigate thoroughly. We must not allow the Abyss cult to enter the professional university. Facing the indignant words of the crowd, the expressions of those members of the investigation bureau turned cold. Come with us to the investigation bureau for an investigation. If we are sure that you have nothing to do with the Abyss cult, we will naturally clear your name. Su Han shook his head helplessly. Just when he was about to agree, a deep voice came. Wait. Everyone turned to look. I saw a middle-aged man walking straight towards me. It is Lu Qiangjuan, director of the Education Bureau. Many students were discussing this. All the invigilators stood up and respectfully called out, Director Lu. Lu Qiangjuan came to Su Han and said gently, My classmate, Mr. Jing from Longway University wants to see you, please come with me. The members of the Investigation Bureau said with some embarrassment, Director Lu, this is not good, right? He is suspected of intentional injury. We suspect he is a member of the Abyss cult. He must be brought back for investigation. Lu Qiangjuan frowned and said, This student is the one that Teacher Jing specifically asked to see. Do you want to take him to the Investigation Bureau and have Teacher Jing meet him there? This? The members of the Investigation Bureau looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. If there is no evidence, this is a false accusation. Su Han is a genius student in our Donghai city. If he loses his bright future because of your false accusations, I will have a serious talk with your director. Lu Qiangjuan's tone of voice was somewhat unfriendly. Everyone lowered their heads and dared not speak. Lu Qiangjuan turned to look at Su Han and said with a smile, Please, Su Han. Chapter 24 Is there any exotic animal meat in the university? Su Han followed Lu Qiangjuan to the podium. The moment Tang Mimi saw Su Han, she was stunned. Teacher Jing, it's him! It's him! Jing Zucai was stunned, his eyes full of surprise. You mean, the living lay foam we are looking for is Su Han? Tang Mimi nodded vigorously. Zhu Junjie frowned and looked up and down at Su Han, who was walking towards him. This guy looks weak and powerless. Can he really fight against the ghost-faced ape king head-on? The scene of that day emerged in Wu Peijuan's mind. The terrifying power of the ghost-faced ape king is still fresh in his memory. At best he could only withstand 2 punches. If you dare to throw a third punch at me, he will lie on the ground and die in front of you. He looked at Su Han, and couldn't believe that this man, who looked not even half as strong as himself, could be the Lei Feng he was looking for. Tang Mimi, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He asked. Tang Mimi nodded firmly and said, It must be him. I was very impressed by his appearance, there's no doubt about it. When everyone is talking, Lu Qiangjuan brought Su Han to Jing Zucai and said very respectfully, Teacher Jing, this is student Su Han. Jing Zucai's eyes fell on Su Han, and he said with a smile, Student Su Han, are you willing to go to Longway University? As long as you go to Longway University, you can get the privileges of an A-level student and a bonus of 500,000 yuan. Besides that, feel free to ask for anything else. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Lu Qiangjuan was dumbfounded. Etc.? Is this a special recruitment? And not only is he a special recruit, but he is also given the top treatment. If it was just an ordinary special recruitment, it would be impossible to offer such generous conditions. The principals behind also looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Last year, several students from Donghai City were admitted to Longway University. But they were all E-level students when they entered the school and lived a very poor life. It's far inferior to Su Han. Su Han thought for a moment and said, What are the benefits of being an A-level student? Jing Zucai smiled and said, A-level students can get one-on-one training from a mentor, as well as 200 basic credits. In Longway University, the only function of money is to be exchanged for credits, and credits can get you everything you want. If you have enough credits, you can even redeem epic equipment and skills, as well as many other things you wouldn't expect. When the principals heard this, they were all stunned and talked in low voices. As expected of Dragon Country University, they are so generous that they can even exchange credits for epic equipment and skills? These things are almost impossible to buy outside. Yeah, I heard that other universities have also begun to imitate Longway University's credit system, but they are not so generous. It is said that the highest level of exchange is only gold to platinum equipment, no higher. Look, this guy is still hesitating? I don't even know what he is hesitating about. He should just agree to it. With such a good benefit, he is still hesitating? Everyone looked at Suhan with an expression of disappointment. I wanted to rush up and help Suhan agree. Zhu Junjie crossed his arms over his chest, frowned and said, "It seems that this guy is not very satisfied with the welfare. I have never heard of such a benefit as being promoted to A-level students upon admission." Liu nodded. "I heard that the top 5 on the list were only given C-level students when they were specially recruited. This alone has created history for our Longway University. This Suhan, you don't think highly of him, do you?" Wu Peijun shook his head. "Impossible. This is already the best treatment. Don't even think about finding a second one in the entire Dragon Country." While everyone was discussing, Suhan slowly said, "I want to ask, can credits be exchanged for exotic beast meat?" Everyone was stunned. Why is this kid asking this? Does he have a special liking for exotic beast meat? What's the use of this thing? It doesn't add attribute points, nor does it give experience. It's just a mouthful, and it's a waste of money. It would be much better to use this money to buy some skills and equipment. Who would go to a professional university just for exotic beast meat? Jing Zucai obviously didn't expect Suhan to ask such a question. However, he still smiled and nodded and said, "Of course, Longway University has dozens of high-level exotic beast meats and hundreds of low-level exotic beast meats. You can exchange it anytime you want, and you can even go to the cafeteria and ask the chef to help you." Suhan's eyes lit up. Hundreds of kinds of exotic animal meat? There is even high-level exotic beast meat. If you can eat the meat of these exotic beasts, not only will your own strength be greatly improved, even a lot of gourmet illustration tasks can be completed. He has longed for the mysterious grand prize mentioned in the Gourmet's illustrated book for a long time. Seeing Suhan was somewhat interested, Jing Zucai struck while the iron was hot and continued. "Moreover, there is a piece of 9th-level exotic beast meat in the Exotic Beast Research Institute of Longway University. As long as you have enough credits, you can even exchange that piece of meat for it." Suhan nodded. "Okay, I'm willing to enter Longway University." Jing Zucai nodded with satisfaction. It seemed as if he was afraid that Suhan would go back on his word. He immediately took out a piece of paper and handed it to Suhan. "This is the special admission letter from Longway University. You just sign it. I'll take care of the rest." Suhan nodded and signed his name on the notice. Jing Zucai carefully put away the notice, extended his hand and said with a smile, "Welcome to Longway University, Suhan. The new students will report to Longway University in 1 month. When you arrive at Longway University, someone will arrange everything." Suhan nodded. "Then I don't have to take the college entrance examination?" Jing Zucai smiled and said, "Of course. Isn't the purpose of the college entrance examination to get into university?" Suhan stroked his chin, nodded and said, "Then I'll leave first." After saying that, he left without any intention of staying. Zhu Junjie looked at Suhan's back and felt a little unhappy. "Teacher Jing, I think I have given him too many benefits. Is this kind of person really worth it?" Jing Zucai glanced at him and said, "If you can reach level 15 in the college entrance examination, or if you can beat the Ghost-Face Ape King with 1 punch, you can also get this treatment." Zhu Junjie opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. If he were to face off against the Ghost-Faced Ape King head-on, he would be thankful if he could escape. Jing Zucai stood up, his face regained its composure, and looked at Lu Qiangjuan. "Director Lu, I will take my leave first." Lu Qiangjuan hurriedly asked, "Would you like to watch it for a while?" Jing Zucai shook his head. "My students will be here to screen for me. If there are suitable talents, they will inform me. By the way, could you please organize the personal information of this student Suhan? Secretary Wang will come to get it in a couple of days." Lu Qiangjuan nodded quickly. Teacher Jing, don't worry, I will personally sort out all the materials and hand them over to you in the next 2 days. Chapter 25, Treatment of the Number 1 Scholar. At this time, somewhere in the college entrance examination room, a pair of eyes were staring at Su Han's back. He took a photo of Su Han and sent it out. In a villa in Dahai City, a middle-aged man was sitting at a desk. The communicator beeped. He picked it up and took a look at it. Oh? This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, Su Han? He can actually get such generous benefits from Longway University and reach level 15 within 7 days. It seems that this little guy has some outstanding qualities. Send someone to contact him first. If he can be recruited, then we can train him well. Otherwise, get rid of him directly to avoid leaving a huge disaster behind. Su Han left the college entrance examination room and went outside to kill monsters and level up. Didn't come back until evening. He just arrived at the door of his house. Then I saw the head teacher and the principal standing at the door carrying things. Seeing Su Han coming back, the head teacher and the principal immediately showed warm smiles on their faces. Su Han, you came back so late. Did you go outside the city to level up again? No wonder you were able to reach level 15 in 7 days. The principal couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. Although Su Han inherited the original owner's memory. Unfortunately, the original owner was a nobody and usually received no attention from teachers or the principal. I don't feel too familiar with them. Su Han looked at the teacher and the principal as if they were strangers. Teacher, principal, do you have anything to say? Su Han asked straight to the point. The principal smiled and said, The school has always been concerned about the living conditions of each student. I heard a long time ago that you live alone and your living conditions are not very good. So I came here with your class teacher to take a look, and brought some gifts with me as a token of my appreciation. Su Han knew it clearly. If I hadn't been specially recruited by Longway University, how could the principal and the head teacher have noticed such a person? Maybe if I say hello to them, they won't even recognize I have such a student. But after all, the other party came with gifts. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. He opened the door and invited the principal and the teacher in. The principal and the teacher put a lot of things on the table. Su Han took a glance. It seems there is exotic beast meat and a few pieces of equipment. It seems like a huge investment. The principal introduced with a smile. This is the meat of the second-level exotic beast Moon Shadow Wolf. It is also the best exotic beast meat in the entire Donghai City. Su Han's eyes lit up, and he nodded and said, Thank you, principal. The smile on the principal's face grew wider. He believed that giving so many gifts would definitely leave a good impression on Su Han. Then he took out a pendant and said, This is a silver level with spirit amulet. Before he could finish his words, there was a knock on the door. Su Han looked puzzled and got up to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Lu Qiangjuan, director of the Education Bureau, standing at the door. Besides him, there were several other men and women who were also well-dressed. Director Lu? Su Han was a little surprised. Lu Qiangjuan smiled and said, Haha, congratulations, classmate Su Han. I came here today to visit our Donghai City's top college entrance examination student. No, it should be the top college entrance examination student in the whole country. By the way, I'll also bring you the top prize money. Su Han smiled. Thank you, Director Lu. Lu Qiangjuan looked inside the room and asked doubtfully, Are there any guests? When he saw the principal and the head teacher, he immediately understood. So Principal Wang is here too. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Principal Wang stood up awkwardly and said, No, Director Lu, I just came to ask about Su Han's life. I've finished talking and am ready to go back. You guys can chat slowly. Then he looked at Su Han and said, Su Han, as long as you have time, you are welcome to come back to school at any time. The school will always be your home. After saying that, he ran away with his head teacher. Su Han invited Lu Qiangjuan and his group into the house. Lu Qiangjuan smiled and said, Student Su Han, according to past practice, the Education Bureau will award a bonus of 50,000 yuan to the top scorer in the Donghai City College entrance examination. But this year is different. You are not only the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Dahai City, but also the top scorer in the whole country. So after discussion among the leaders of the Education Bureau, we unanimously decided to increase the bonus to 200,000 yuan, and we will also give you a house in the name of the Education Bureau. Su-han's eyes lit up. The Education Department is really generous. Land in the city is very expensive, and even the most ordinary house costs millions. The Education Bureau actually said it would be given away. This house was left to him by his parents. It is only about 60 square meters and has a history of 40 to 50 years. It is already dilapidated. If I could move to a bigger house, it would indeed be much more comfortable to live in. After talking for a while, Lu Qiangjuan and his friends got up and said goodbye and left. Just as Su-han was about to taste the meat of the moon shadow wolf, there was another knock on the door. He opened the door with a puzzled look on his face, and saw a middle-aged man as fat as a ball standing at the door with a smile on his face. "Hello, is this Su-han?" the fat man asked with a smile. Su-han nodded. "You are," the fat man quickly said. "Hello, classmate Su-han, my name is Qianduo. I want to discuss a cooperation with you. Can I come in and talk?" Su-han was a little confused. But he nodded and walked in with more money. Qianduo sat on the sofa, looked around the house, and said, "Su-han, your house is a bit old, and the furniture is all from decades ago. It shouldn't be very comfortable to live in, right?" Su-han frowned slightly and asked, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush." Qianduo still had a smile on his face. "Haha, okay, since you are so straightforward, Su-han, I will just say it directly. I don't know, have you heard of the Church of the Abyss?" Su-han frowned slightly. "Is it the church that believes in strange beasts and eradicates humans?" Qianduo waved his hands and said, No, we are not trying to eradicate humans. As you can see, I am also a human being. Why would I eradicate myself? Our church simply believes that most people are a cancer, and that staying in this world serves no purpose and is only a waste of resources. Only those who are useful to the world deserve to continue living in this world. Everything we do is just. It's all to help the world get rid of those cancers. Now you should have changed your misunderstanding of our church, right?" However, Su-han shook his head and said, "I have no interest in the Abyss Church. Please go back. I need to rest." Facing Su-han's order to expel him, there was still a smile on Qianduo's face. Just that smile sends chills down one's spine. "Student Su-han, are you sure you don't want to join our Abyss Church?" Chapter 26 Shadowless Flash. Departure to Mulan Town. Su-han shook his head and made a gesture of invitation. Qianduo's mouth opened wider and wider, almost reaching his ears. His smile became more and more weird, and his facial features gradually became distorted. "Since Su-han doesn't want to, then we won't force him." After saying that, he slowly stood up and walked straight out. Su-han looked at Qianduo's back and felt a little uncomfortable. But he didn't care. If the Church of the Abyss dares to cause trouble, then come. Maybe you can get some more good equipment. Su-han closed the door and braised the moon shadow wolf meat. Soon, the fragrance filled the whole room. There wasn't much fat in the meat of the moon shadow wolf, so he added some skin and fat from the ironback pig to it. The fat of the ironback pig is very fragrant, and it also fills the moon shadow wolf meat with a lot of fragrance. He took a bite and chewed it carefully. Although the meat of the moon shadow wolf is all lean, the meat is tender and not tough, and the skin is tough, springy and very chewy. After eating one piece, I immediately felt full of strength. The system prompt sound also sounded. The host consumes the second-level moon shadow wolf meat for the first time, gaining 20 points of strength and 40 points of agility. The host has obtained the moon shadow wolf skill, Shadow Strike. Gained a new skill. Su-han opened the skill panel. There is a new skill at the bottom. Shadow Strike LV.1, turn into a shadow and rush towards the opponent, causing damage once. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. This is a surprise attack method. Ability to launch attacks unexpectedly, matching his current terrifying attributes. Can easily kill the enemy. He devoured the remaining meat in a flash. The system prompt sounded again. Shadow attack is mutating. Su-Han's heart moved. Trigger skill mutation. Soon, the system prompt sounded again. Shadow strike successfully mutated into shadowless flash. Su-Han opened the skill bar again to check this new skill. Shadowless flash LV.1. Rush towards the enemy with your body completely concealed, suddenly appear next to the enemy, and launch an attack. The cooldown time is 5 minutes. Although Shadow Strike is very powerful, it still leaves an afterimage. Once the enemy captures the afterimage, they can determine the location. However, Shadowless Flash can flash directly to the enemy's side, which is even more unexpected and difficult to defend against. The cooling time is a bit long. But Su-Han didn't mind. As long as you continue to use it and improve the skill level, the skill cooldown will gradually decrease. He rested for a night and prepared to visit Mulan Town, 20 kilometers away from Dahai City, the next day. Mulan Town was originally an ordinary town. However, after the invasion of alien beasts, it fell and became a paradise for alien beasts. The exotic beasts there are generally between level 20 and 25. There are even exotic beasts above level 30. In addition, there are some leader-level monsters in this place. If you are lucky enough to encounter a few of them, you will definitely get a lot of equipment. There are many exotic animal hunters in Dahai City who like to hang out in Mulan Town or several abandoned towns around it. Su-Han rested for a night. The next day, he packed up and headed towards the east of the city. Compared to the previous few days, fewer people are leaving the city. After the college entrance examination, many students plan to take a few days off. Drink and dine together, and confess your feelings to the opposite sex you like. These are all necessary items after the college entrance examination. Sully also asked Su-Han, but Su-Han showed no interest. He only thinks about upgrading. There are many exotic beast hunters gathered outside the city. Some people are exchanging information, such as where there are leader-level monsters, what are the levels of the leader-level monsters, and how strong are they. Others are looking for teams or recruiting companions. Healers above level 15, come quickly! Target Blue Lake Town. Seeking a frontline professional above level 25, preferably above level B. Does anyone want a level 20 hunter? Looking for a team. Hearing these people's shouts, Su-Han was a little dazed. He wondered if he was playing an online game. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face and a machete on his waist was a little surprised to see Su-Han. Little brother, you just graduated from high school, right? Su-Han nodded. The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up and smiled. Not bad, the college entrance examination has just ended, but you are not slacking off at all and are even thinking about going out to practice. If my daughter were as hardworking as you, she would definitely be able to get into a top-notch professional university. Are you planning on heading to Pinewood Village or the depths of Shadow Swamp? The levels of the strange beast in Songmu Village and the depths of Shadow Swamp are both 10 to 15. More suitable for high school students to level up. Su-Han smiled and said, I plan to go to Mulan Town for a walk. This time it's not just this middle-aged man. Even his companions beside him looked at him in surprise. Young man, the beasts in Mulan Town are all above level 20. Who are you going with? The middle-aged man asked. Su-Han shook his head. I'm alone. The middle-aged man looked at his companion and then said, How about this, young man? You come with our Crazy Blade group and we will take you there. There is also a guarantee when there are more people. Su-Han felt warm in his heart. He can feel it. This uncle really wants to take him with him. He shook his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, uncle. I'm used to being alone, so I won't bother you. The uncle shook his head helplessly. In that case, you should be more careful. But I want to remind you, young man, when you go out, you must not only be careful of strange animals, but also be careful of people. Not all people are good people. Su-Han nodded solemnly. He was very clear about this. He moved quickly in the direction of Mulan Town. It only took an hour to reach the outskirts of Mulan Town. The outskirts of Mulan Town are a wasteland. However, there are not many exotic beasts in this wasteland. Most of them are traces left by exotic beast hunters. There were still a few tents set up at this time, and it was obvious that they were still resting. Many groups of exotic animal hunters would choose to station here. After all, if they rushed back to Donghai City every day, it would take a lot of time on the road. His gaze turned towards Mulan Town. Mulan Town is quite large, almost the size of a district in Donghai City. Although it is a town, its scale is comparable to some smaller counties and cities. This is the largest town around Donghai City. At a glance, you can see tall buildings and crisscrossing streets in Donghai City. However, these tall buildings are covered with dark green vines, and there are only abandoned and dilapidated cars and closed shop doors on the streets. Several wolf-like beasts were walking on the street, looking for their prey. Su-han walked towards Mulan Town step by step. The wolf-like beasts also discovered his trail, and greed flashed in their dark green eyes. They crouched slightly. Next second, they spread their limbs and rushed towards Su-han like sharp arrows. Chapter 27 Brown's Level Leader, Wind Wolf King. Su-han used the Eye of Exploration to check the properties of these wolf-shaped beasts. Name: Wind Wolf. Race: Wolf. Level 20. Skill 1, Gale LV.1, greatly increases movement speed and attack speed after use, cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 2, Bloodthirst LV.1, passive skill. After the Wind Wolf is hurt, it will become ferocious and bloodthirsty. Its attack power will be greatly increased, and the wolf pack will coordinate attacks. Level 20 Wind Wolf. Not good enough at all. Su-han narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He casually touched his waist. A scarlet dagger appeared in his hand. When the dagger was in hand, there was a burning sensation, like a ball of fire. Angry dragon spreads its wings! Su-han growled. A blazing fire burned on the dagger, and the shape of a small lava dragon appeared on the dagger. He aimed the dagger at the wind wolves and threw it violently. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. The blazing fire dragon roared and charged towards the wind wolf. Boom! Wherever the fire dragon passes, the bodies of the wind wolves fell to the ground. Kill them all with one strike. Su-han stepped forward and took back the angry dragon's fawn. He casually checked the bodies of the wind wolves and found no equipment. He casually cut off a few pieces of meat and stuffed them into the space ring, then continued walking forward. One morning, Su-han killed more than a dozen strange beasts, and his experience bar also increased significantly. And he was gradually walking towards the depths of Mulan Town. He had heard that there was a gold-level leader hidden deep in Mulan Town. This gold-level leader is surrounded not only by 2 silver-level leaders, but also by countless elite-level exotic beasts. The combat power is terrifying. It is said that the 3 top exotic beast hunter groups in Donghai City once joined forces to encircle and suppress the enemy, but they were severely damaged and their strength was greatly reduced. The leader of one of the exotic beast hunter groups was even swallowed up by the gold-level exotic beast. That group of exotic beast hunters disappeared from then on. From then on, no one bothered the strange beast anymore. And Su-han's target this time is the gold-level leader. If you can kill a gold-level leader, you will definitely get a lot of good things. Su-han strolled in Mulan Town. The sounds of fighting could be heard from time to time around. The screams of humans and the roars of strange beasts. The screaming stopped abruptly. It means that someone was attacked and killed by strange beasts. Su-han has become accustomed to it. He looked around, searching for any traces of the strange beast. Sudden. His eyes fell on the footprints 10 meters away. That was a wolf's footprint. However, this footprint is larger than a human palm. Su-han stroked his chin. The claws alone are this big. So how big is this wolf? Maybe it's a leader-level monster. Thinking of this, Su-han became interested. Leader-level beasts represent high returns. As for high risk? It doesn't exist at all for Su-han. With his current attributes, even if he encounters a level 80 monster, he can kill it with one punch, unless he takes into account the level suppression. What's more, this is only a monster of level 20. He stood up and checked the direction the footprints went, then walked towards that direction step by step. The footprints extended outside Mulan Town. Su-Han followed closely behind, step by step. He felt that the number of strange beasts around him had decreased a lot. This means that we are approaching the leader-level monster. When we reached the crossroads, the footprints suddenly disappeared. Su-Han stopped and looked around, but found that there were no traces of footprints around. Why did the footprints disappear? Could this be the lair of the leader-level monster? His tone was as calm as if he was talking to a friend. If someone else broke into the lair of a leader-level monster alone, he would probably be so scared that his legs would tremble. Su-Han suddenly felt that someone seemed to be staring at him. I looked up subconsciously. A giant wolf as big as a tiger was standing on the roof of a 3-story building. The dark green wolf eyes were staring at him closely. Su-Han turned on the Eye of Exploration to check the attributes of the giant wolf. Name, Wind Wolf King, Bronze Level Leader. Race, Wolf. Level, 25. Skill 1, Gale LV.1, greatly increases movement speed and attack speed after use, cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 2, Bloodthirst LV.1, passive skill. After the Wind Wolf is hurt, it will become ferocious and bloodthirsty. Its attack power will be greatly increased, and the wolf pack will coordinate attacks. Skill 3, Wind Blade LV.1, use the strong wind to transform into 3 sharp blades to attack the enemy, cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 4, Gale LV.1, creates a gust of wind, and everything it passes through will be torn to pieces. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Su-Han's eyes lit up. It is indeed a leader-level monster. And it's bronze level. Something good will definitely come out. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host, the Eye of Exploration has been upgraded to level 2. The skills have finally been upgraded. Su-Han opened the skill panel. Sure enough, the skills of the Eye of Exploration have been upgraded and the introduction has also changed. Eye of Exploration LV.2 can check target attributes, with a 5% chance of discovering target weaknesses. Target must not be higher than 10 levels of itself, cooldown time 10 seconds. The eyes of the Wind Wolf King were filled with anger. A human dared to break into his territory alone. This is contempt for oneself. Roar! It howled to the sky. The howling of wolves echoed in the streets. Next second, there was a rustling sound around the street. That's the sound of claws rubbing against the ground. Su-Han turned his head and looked. A dozen wolves as big as cheetahs rushed out of the abandoned building. Roar! These swift wolves stared at Su-Han closely, growling warningly, saliva dripping from their mouths, ready to attack at any time. However, Su-Han still looked normal. He touched his waist. The fawn of the angry dragon appeared in his hand. The Wind Wolf King stared at Su-Han. It didn't expect that this human was not afraid at all and was planning to take action. He must be torn to pieces. This is the price of challenging me. Roar! A low growl came from its mouth. Several elite swift wolves around roared and pounced towards Su-Han. Su-Han's eyes narrowed. He moved. His figure flashed like a nimble fish, and he easily broke out from the encirclement of the wind wolves. The angry dragon's fang raised a gust of burning wind, easily cutting across the neck of a wind wolf. Laugh! The wind wolf's neck was almost cut off, and blood splattered all over the ground. The body hit the ground heavily. Its eyes were wide open. Until its death, it never figured out how this human made his move. Su-Han turned and looked at the remaining elite Gale wolves. His eyes gradually turned red. The eyes of 2 of the elite wind wolves gradually turned red, and they opened their mouths and bit their companions beside them. The wind wolf next to it obviously didn't expect to be attacked by its own companion. He didn't have time to react and his neck was bitten off. Blood gushed out, and he fell to the ground and died. Chapter 28. The Power of the Explosive Fist, Explosive Killing. The Wind Wolf King stared at Su-Han. It didn't expect it. Even with so many of his men, they couldn't deal with this human. Roar! It growled. He leaped forward and pounced towards the 2 controlled men. It only takes a split second. The 2 men were torn into pieces in an instant. It slowly turned around and looked at Su-Han, the murderous intent in its eyes spreading uncontrollably. Su-Han clapped his hands casually. Can't you help it anymore? Come, let me see how strong you are as a Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King seemed to understand what Su-Han said. It growled. The strong winds around the body quickly gathered and transformed into 3 sharp green light blades. These 3 wind blades seemed to cut the surrounding air into pieces. Next second, there was only a whoosh sound. The wind blade formed a V shape and shot towards Su-Han quickly. Su-Han raised his hand casually. A fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. The fireball swelled in the wind and grew to the size of a human head in the blink of an eye. Boom! The fireball blasted towards the wind blade. The wind blade was like a silver needle, piercing straight into the fireball. Then the fireball expanded rapidly like a balloon, exploded with a loud bang, and raised dust all over the sky. The Wind Wolf King stared straight ahead with cold eyes. Just when it was about to go and see the human's condition, the smoke and dust in the sky began to fluctuate violently. The next moment, a figure suddenly broke through the smoke and dust, like a cannonball, and rushed straight towards us. It's Su-Han! A hint of disdain flashed across the eyes of the Wind Wolf King. This idiot human dares to engage in close combat with me? He definitely doesn't understand how terrifying his own power is. The Wind Wolf King crouched slightly on his front paws. The next second, its limbs kicked violently. The huge body instantly turned into a shadow and rushed towards Su-Han. Su-Han grinned. He tilted his body slightly, clenched his right hand into a fist, and gathered all the strength of his body into his right hand. Exploding fist! The fist was like a bullet, smashing towards the Wind Wolf King with lightning speed. The Wind Wolf King was not afraid at all. Its sharp claws swung out instantly and grabbed Su-Han. Fists and claws collide. Only a crisp, click, sound was heard. The sharp claws of the Wind Wolf King instantly bent 90 degrees. The bent area spreads rapidly upwards. Its entire front paw was broken by one punch. Boom! The huge body of the Wind Wolf King was like a kite with a broken string, smashing into an abandoned building. A big hole was smashed into the abandoned building. The violent commotion here could be heard by almost everyone outside Mulan Town. Many exotic beast hunters who were hunting exotic beasts turned their heads to look in the direction where the sound came from. Is it some group of exotic beast hunters who are fighting a leader-level exotic beast? There's such a big commotion. To be able to cause such a big commotion, they must be one of the top 10 teams. Oh, how envious! I wonder when we can go and cause trouble for the leader-level monsters? Forget it. Even if it's a level 20 leader-level monster, our entire group won't be enough to fill their teeth. That's true. By the way, have you heard? The gold-level leader deep in Mulan Town seems to have made some movements in the past 2 days. I heard from my friend last night that the higher-ups have sent people to investigate, and they have just issued a warning for all exotic beast hunter groups not to approach the center of Mulan Town to avoid being attacked. Hey, things are not peaceful recently, so let's just be content. The surrounding wind wolves saw the Wolf King being beaten so badly. They were all frightened out of their wits and fled in all directions. Su-Han landed steadily and walked towards the Wind Wolf King step by step. The Wind Wolf King let out bursts of wailing. It struggled to move its body and tried to stand up. But one of its front paws had been broken by Su-Han, so it was extremely difficult for it to stand up. It was unbelievable. This human was able to break his own claw with one punch. Su-Han pulled out the angry dragon's fang and walked towards the Wind Wolf King step by step. It's almost time to wrap up. I wasted a lot of time looking for you. I hope you can find something good. Su-Han murmured. The Wind Wolf King looked at the falling dagger in despair. The dagger easily took away the last bit of health. Su-Han took a look at the level. Upgraded to level 17. Only 3 levels left before you can start the upgrade mission. After completing the upgrade task, you can not only continue to upgrade your level, but also gain other benefits. Some people get equipment, some get new skills, and some get attribute points. Each is different. Su-Han pondered. I am an SSS level professional after all, so the rewards given should be a little different, right? He examined the body of the Wind Wolf King. 2 pieces of equipment were revealed: a wolf hair wrist guard and a pair of wolfskin boots. He checked the properties of the wolf hair wristband. Wolf King wrist guard. Quality bronze. Strength plus 70. Agility plus 50. Skill 1 Wind, passive skill, attack speed increased by 10%. Introduction: this wristband is made from the fur of the Wind Wolf King, and contains the power of wind. Equipment requirement, level 15. The properties are general. Then he checked the properties of the Wolf King boots. Wolf King boots. Quality bronze. Constitution plus 50. Agility plus 70. Skill 1 Haste, passive skill, movement speed increased by 10%. Introduction: combat boots made from the fur of the Wind Wolf King, containing the power of wind. Equipment requirement, level 20. Although the effect of this pair of combat boots is average, it is much better than the Ape King leather boots. When Su-Han put on these 2 pieces of equipment, his attributes improved significantly. He opened the properties panel. Name: Su-Han. Race: human. Occupation: SSS level Gourmet. Level 17. Strength: 940. Physique: 870. Agility: 445. Spirit: 150. The strength is close to 1000. For melee professions of the same level, if they can wear equipment and have a strength of over 150 points, they are already top-notch. Those with more than 200 are rare. If his attribute panel were released, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. He cut off a few pieces of the Wind Wolf King's meat and put them into the space ring, then prepared to get up and leave. At this time, 2 people were walking down the street. One of them was wearing warrior armor and holding a heavy sword. The other held a staff with a thumb-sized green crystal embedded on the top. The warrior saw the body of the Wind Wolf King at a glance. There was a gleam of greed in his eyes. "I said there's a lot of noise here. Someone must be killing a leader-level monster. Look, if you follow me, you can get something good, right?" The wizard nodded heavily. His eyes fell on Su-Han and his brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that this kid killed the Wind Wolf King? He felt a little uneasy. If it was really this kid who killed the Wind Wolf King alone, then the opponent's strength was obviously far beyond his own. Absolutely do not provoke. However, the warrior waved his hand and said carelessly, "Absolutely impossible. This guy has no weapons on him. He is probably the logistics officer of some hunter group. I guess he is here to pick up bargains just like us, but he got here earlier than us. Let's go and see if he has gained anything. We can squeeze something out of him." Chapter 29, Dark Ghost Group. The 2 walked straight towards Su-Han. The soldier looked down at Su-Han with an arrogant look on his face. "Hey kid, which hunter group are you from?" Su-Han didn't even turn his head and continued cutting the flesh of the Wind Wolf King. The mage's face suddenly turned gloomy when he saw this. "Boy, I'm talking to you, don't you have ears? Put the meat down immediately. Is this kind of leader-level exotic beast meat for a lowly person like you to eat?" The soldier sneered. "That's right, the people from the logistics department should just eat bread. Do you still want to eat meat? But if you kneel down and beg me, I can give you a bone to chew on. How about that?" Su-Han frowned slightly. "Where did you get the fly from? Get lost." Upon hearing this, the 2 men's expressions changed instantly. The warrior raised the sword, with the tip of the sword only 5 centimeters away from Su-Han's back. He said condescendingly, "Who are you calling a fly? Believe it or not, I will chop you down with one sword. Let me tell you, I'm from the Ghost Hunter group. Even if I kill a lowly person like you, your leader won't dare to cause trouble." Su-Han turned around and glanced at him. Ghost Hunters? This name sounds familiar. He suddenly remembered. Among the top 10 exotic beast hunter groups in Dahai City, the 9th one is the Dark Ghost Hunter group. It is said that the team leader is a 2nd-level master who has reached level 59. It is only 1 step away from the 3rd level, but is stuck in the upgrade task. It is said that they once hunted down a 2nd-level bronze-level leader, which is why they entered the top 10 in Dahai City. When the soldier saw that Su-han had a calm expression and had no intention of begging for mercy, the anger in his eyes grew even stronger. He sneered and said, "It seems that you still don't intend to kneel down? Then I'll let you taste some pain first." The long sword stretched forward until it reached Su-han's shoulder. Just as the sword was about to pierce Su-han's shoulder, Su-han's figure disappeared in an instant. The long sword hit nothing. The soldier was stunned. "Where are the people?" A casual voice sounded from behind him. "Here it is." The soldier was startled and turned back suddenly. But he found that Su-han was holding a dagger in his hand and looking at him expressionlessly. "I hate flies." With a wave of his arm, the angry dragon's fang turned into a red afterimage and instantly cut towards the warrior's neck. The soldier's face changed. But he is also a veteran in the battlefield and has extremely fast combat reactions. He raised his sword and blocked it in front of him. When the dagger hit the sword, making a crisp sound, the soldier felt a huge force coming, which made his arm numb. The sword flew out of his hand and hit the ground with a bang. The soldier's face changed and he was about to reach out to take it. But I felt a chill on my neck, and the world seemed to be turned upside down. Gulp. His head rolled on the ground like a football for several times before it came to a stop. The wizard standing by stared at the headless corpse in amazement. He couldn't understand why his companions were completely unable to fight back. "Who is this young man?" Su-han turned and looked at the mage. "Next, it's your turn." The wizard turned pale with fear, raised his staff and shouted, "The vines are entangled!" The gem on the top of the staff glowed faintly. The ground beneath Su-han's feet suddenly broke open, and several vines broke out of the ground like poisonous snakes and bound around his body. However, with a wave of Su-han's dagger, the scorching flames easily turned the vines into ashes. The wizard was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, his face pale. This time he finally understood. "I have offended someone I shouldn't have offended. Please let me go. I'll give you everything if you let me go." His voice was filled with tears. However, Su-han had a blank expression on his face and walked towards him step by step. "Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! I can tell you a secret!" The wizard shouted in horror. Su-han raised his eyebrows, leaned over and stared into the mage's eyes, and uttered one word. "Speak!" The mage said intermittently. "In the center of Mulan town, the gold-level leader came out of his lair. It seems to be looking for something. The entire center of Mulan town is in chaos." Su-han was a little surprised. The gold-level leader actually came out from his lair? He has looked up a lot of information. That gold-level leader likes to stay in the nest and rarely comes out. Now that it has come out, something very important must have been taken away. The wizard said cautiously, "I have told you everything. Can you let me go now?" Su-han said calmly, "I never promised to let you go." A dagger swung. The wizard's head flew up in an instant and fell to the ground. Su-han turned his head and looked towards the center of Mulan town. "It seems that Mulan town is going to be in chaos, but this is also an opportunity." He put the two men's equipment into the space ring, and then set off and continued to run towards the depths of Mulan town. At this time, deep in Mulan town, two men in tights were rushing towards the periphery. One of them was holding an iron cage in his hand. There was a golden kitten in the cage. The kitten lay on the edge of the iron cage and kept scratching at it with its claws, trying to break it open. However, its claws and teeth are too fragile. No matter how hard it bites, it can't hurt anything. One of them sneered. "Don't struggle, little guy. This cage is specially made. Not to mention you, if I made a big cage to lock your mother up, it would take your mother a long time to bite it through." The other person's face was cold, and he said, "Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly." He looked back into the depths of Mulan town. He could feel a terrifying aura rising from the depths of Mulan town, which made his scalp tingle. The president's idea is really clever. He used the gold-level leader's siege to cause panic and complete his plan. We have to run faster, otherwise if we are caught up, we will die. Don't worry. With the magic cast by the president and the isolating aura of this iron cage, the The gold level leader won't be able to find us for a while. As the two talked, they increased their speed further and rushed out. Suhan traveled through Mulan town. The deeper he went, the weirder it became. After walking for more than an hour, I didn't even encounter a single strange beast. Could it be that these strange beasts had been dealt with in advance? But there was no sight of the beast corpse, not even any sign of a fight. Recalling the information the wizard had said, he felt that something big was about to happen in Mulan town. Roar! Just when Suhan was about to take a closer look at the situation, a roar that shook the earth was heard. Even the earth shook violently, like an earthquake. Damn humans! How dare you steal my child? Die! I want you to die! Move out in force! Destroy the human city! Chapter 30 Level 1 Alert. Alien beasts attack the city. The sound was like huge waves, sweeping in wave after wave. The surrounding buildings shook and collapsed one after another. Suhan narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where the sound came from. This noise must have been caused by the gold level leader, right? Could it be that someone stole its child? Suhan was thinking in his heart. Boom boom. The earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Suhan's eyes narrowed. A large number of strange beasts rushed towards the outside of Mulan town like a tide. The direction they are heading is Donghai City. Strange beasts are attacking the city? Suhan murmured. Ever since humans obtained their job changes and their strength developed, they have maintained a delicate balance with the alien beasts. Humans cannot exterminate all the alien beasts, and the alien beasts will never attack human cities without reason. The most recent attack by alien beasts took place in Sakura country more than 20 years ago. A group of exotic beast hunters wantonly slaughtered low-level exotic beasts, causing dissatisfaction among the territory lords, who led their exotic beasts to attack human cities. The strange beast captured 2 cities in succession, causing millions of casualties, which finally calmed the anger of the territory's lord. Those 2 cities have not been recovered yet. If this group of strange beasts attacked the city, Donghai City would likely suffer heavy casualties. Suhan thought about it, and quickly retreated towards Donghai City. Although his strength is almost invincible in Mulan town. However, facing so many strange beasts, we have to temporarily avoid the attack. In the office of the Donghai City Lord's mansion, a middle-aged man with an imposing look was processing information. He is the mayor of Donghai City, Li Jintian. There was a rapid knock on the door. Li Jintian raised his head and frowned slightly. Come in. The office door flung open. A young man wearing glasses ran in with a panicked look on his face. Li Jintian said with a little dissatisfaction. What's the matter with you being so flustered? Lord City Lord, it's bad. According to our City Defense Army's report, a large number of strange beasts are heading towards Donghai City from the direction of Mulan town. According to the inference of the City Defense Army headquarters, it is most likely that alien beasts are attacking the city. The young man couldn't even hold the document in his hand steadily. It dropped to the ground with a thump, and he said in horror. What? Li Jintian's face changed and he stood up suddenly, knocking over the table in front of him and smashing it to the ground. The office was a mess. How so? Li Jintian scratched his head and his expression turned extremely ugly. He pointed at the secretary and said, You notify the security department immediately and issue a level 1 alert to the entire city. Order the investigation bureau to arrange for people to evacuate. Also, notify the City Defense Army headquarters and call all personnel who are on vacation or rest to assemble immediately. Get all your weapons ready. Hurry up. Yes. The secretary grabbed the document in a hurry, turned around and left in a hurry. Li Jintian's face was gloomy. He picked up his phone and made a call. Notify everyone that the alien beasts may attack the city. Go to the Combat Command Center immediately to discuss the hardness strategy. What? Where is the combat headquarters? Nonsense! It's in my office! After saying that, he hung up the phone. Alarms blared throughout the city. An announcement was playing on the radio. Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! We have detected a group of strange beasts approaching from the east of the city. Everyone is being notified to evacuate. Please follow the instructions of the Investigation Bureau staff and evacuate in an orderly manner. Don't panic, don't crowd, and don't carry a lot of items. The Donghai City Defense Army will definitely protect your safety. Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! The alarms continued to sound. Everyone dropped their work and ran outside. All members of the Investigation Bureau are on standby at various intersections, directing residents to evacuate. At this time, inside the presidential suite of Tian'an Hotel, Jingzhu Tsai is checking the collected student information. After the college entrance examination yesterday, Li Yu and his colleagues collected some suitable student information and submitted it. It was up to Jingzhu Tsai to decide whether or not to admit these students to Longway University in advance. Jingzhu Tsai heard the alarm outside and frowned slightly. He turned and looked out the window. On the street, countless people were running frantically in one direction. Countless cars collided and many pedestrians were knocked down. There were shouts and screams one after another. Just as he was wondering, there was a hurried knock on the door. He said, "Come in." Lao Wang pushed the door open and said anxiously, "Oh no! Donghai City has just issued a level 1 alert. The monsters are preparing to attack the city." "What?" Jingzhu Tsai's face changed. "Go and inform the others immediately and ask them to go to the shelter." "Yes." Lao Wang was about to turn around and leave, but he found that Li Yu and others were all standing at the door. He immediately said, "What are you guys still doing here? The monsters are preparing to attack the city. Get to the shelter immediately." Li Yu shook his head and said, "No! Teacher Zheng, we want to go to the front line." Jingzhu Tsai frowned and shouted, "Nonsense! Do you think the alien beasts attacking the city are just a joke? This is different from killing monsters normally. You'll die if you go. Get to the shelter immediately. This is an order." Wu Peijun said firmly, "No, Teacher Zheng. Although our strength is average, we have all reached the second level. Even if we are in the City Defense Army, our strength will soon catch up with the captain." Zhu Junjie nodded. "That's right." Jiang Yuchen nodded slightly. Although she didn't say anything, her determined eyes were enough to explain everything. Tang Mimi's body trembled slightly, but her eyes were also very determined. Old Wang looked embarrassed and turned to look at Jingzhu Tsai. Jingzhu Tsai is the team leader and mentor, and he has the final say on everything. Jingzhu Tsai's eyes swept over several people. After a moment, as if he had made up his mind, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Good. Since you are brave, you can go and see it. It will be helpful for your future improvement. But there is one thing. Once you get to the front line, everyone must follow my instructions. If anyone acts without authorization, I will punish them personally when I return. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. Jingzhu Tsai waved his hand and said, "Go and get ready. Meet at the hotel entrance in 10 minutes." Everyone quickly dispersed and went to their respective rooms to pack their things. Lao Wang sighed. "These students are full of blood. Not bad." Jingzhu Tsai smiled and said, "There isn't a single coward among the students at Longway University. I've been in college for so long, and I haven't done anything for a long time. I'm going to have a good time this time." At this time, Su Han is rushing back. Along the way, he killed many exotic beasts. The level was also raised by 1 level to level 18. The number of exotic animal meat types in the space ring has also increased by more than a dozen. This time, you can unlock at least 3 types of illustrated rewards. Chapter 31 Gold Level Leader. Su Han's figure shuttled through Mulan Town. Not long after, they arrived at the outskirts of Mulan Town. Looking at the group of strange beasts that were like a tide below, the best way now is to avoid it. Otherwise, if you are discovered by strange beasts, you will be dead. Fortunately, these strange beasts are targeting Donghai City and have no time to care about the people around them. He flashed and jumped easily to the roof of a 3-story building. He planned to rest here for a while. At this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful breath coming. He turned and looked. I saw a golden tiger as big as an elephant slowly walking towards me from a distance. Every time it stepped on the ground shook, like a small earthquake. Behind this golden tiger, there are two huge strange beasts. These two strange beasts look very much like lions and tigers. But the tiger had a sharp horn on its head. The lion was completely red, especially its mane, which was burning like a flame. Su Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Could this tiger be the gold-level leader hidden deep in Nilan Town? He opened his eyes of exploration and checked the attributes of the big cat. Name: Earth-splitting Tiger King, gold-level leader. Race: Tiger Tribe. Grade: Skill 1? Skill 2? Skill 3? Skill 4? Skill 5? Skill 6? He is indeed a gold-level leader. Su Han thought to himself. Even though the Eye of Exploration had reached level 2, it was still unable to see through the strength of this gold-level leader. Then he looked at the tiger next to him. Name: One-horned demonic tiger, silver-level leader. Race: Tiger Tribe. Grade: Skill 1? Skill 2? Skill 3? Skill 4? Still can't tell. He looked towards the flaming lion. Name: Raging Lion, silver-level leader. Race: Lion. Level: 25. Skill 1, Flame Jet LV.1, sprays flames at the opponent, which will cause the opponent to enter a burning state. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 2, Burning LV.1, puts the self into a burning state. All skills are doubled in power, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time is 5 minutes. Skill 3, Firestorm LV.1, summons flames to form a storm to attack the enemy. The enemy will be drawn into the storm, causing continuous damage, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 4 minutes. Skill 4, Lion King Roar LV.1, emits a terrifying roar. When weak people hear the roar, they will fall into a state of fear and be unable to release any skills. Lasts for 3 seconds, cooldown of 1 minute. The level 25 Silver Boss has terrifying combat power. Wherever the flames pass, ordinary players will probably be turned into ashes in an instant. And it is only the weakest of them. And beside them, there are hundreds of elite exotic beasts. If there is no strong person to stop it, Donghai City will surely fall. Su Han sighed inwardly. But this kind of thing is not something he can control, so he can just wait here. If Donghai City falls, then go to other cities. Anyway, he had only been here for a few days and didn't have much sense of belonging to Donghai City. It's a pity about that apartment. On the city wall east of Donghai City, countless city defenders were on high alert. The cannons on the city walls are ready. And in the square below the city wall, there stood thousands of city defense soldiers. They held various weapons in their hands, waiting for the battle to begin. There was excitement and fear in their eyes. But more than that, it is determination. The determination to protect our homeland at all costs. The city Lord Li Jintian came to the top of the city wall. The leader of the city defense army, Chen Gang, walked over quickly, raised his right hand, and placed his palm facing inwards over his heart. This is a military salute. Li Jintian returned the greeting with the same gesture. He said seriously, "What's the situation now?" Chen Gang said solemnly. "According to the investigation of the scouts ahead, the vanguard of the alien beast group is less than 10 miles away from Donghai City. It is expected to arrive in Donghai City in another 5 minutes. Li Jintian nodded slightly and said slowly, "Have you seen our old friend?" Chen Gang smiled bitterly and turned to look at the distance of the city wall. The huge golden figure was walking towards them step by step. "Isn't my old friend there?" Li Jintian turned his head, and his eyes became more solemn. "It seems that this old friend's fighting ability has improved a lot. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle today," Chen Gang said. "If all the alien beasts attack the city together, there will be only one result." At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing slowly. "The city was destroyed and everyone died." Li Jintian smiled. His smile was very relaxed and free and easy. "Since the day I became the city lord, I have never thought of abandoning Donghai City and escaping on my own. If the city survives, the people will die." Chen Gang laughed and punched Li Jintian in the chest. "What a pretense! Do you think I don't know that you are scared? Have you asked for help from the surrounding cities?" Li Jintian rubbed his chest and glared at him. "Nonsense! I also sent a request for help to the Jinhai General Government. I guess they will send several 5th and 6th level warriors over here. As long as we can hold out until they get here, Donghai City will be saved. Shingang nodded slightly. This is the best news I have heard so far. However, Li Jintian slowly said, the problem is, it will take at least an hour and a half for them to get here, and whether they can hold on is a question. Shingang sighed and said, do your best. At least, you can't be a deserter. While the two were chatting, a member of the City Guard Army came over and said respectfully, Lord City Lord, Lord Military Commander, several people claiming to be from Dragon Country University want to see you. Li Jintian nodded. Please come over. Yes. The City Guard soldier left quickly. Not long after, several people walked straight over. The leader was Zheng Zucai. Behind him were Li Yu and others. Zheng Zucai came in front of Li Jintian and said solemnly, Zheng Zucai from Longway University, I pay my respects to the Lord City Lord. Li Yu and others followed suit and saluted. Li Jintian waved his hand and said, Teacher Zheng, there's no need to be so polite. I think you came here to leave by plane, right? Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. Lu Junsho, go and dispatch a plane to Teacher Zheng to take the distinguished guests from Longway University away from Donghai City. Yes. Lu Chang nodded. After saying that, he turned around and went to make arrangements. However, Zheng Zucai said seriously, Lord City Lord, we are here to join the battle to defend the city and help Donghai defend the city together. Li Jintian was stunned when he heard this, and then he clapped his hands and shouted angrily, No! This is simply nonsense! Chapter 32, Beasts at the Gate of the City. Li Jintian looked at Zheng Zucai, frowned and said, Teacher Zheng, I respect you, but now you must leave. If anything happens to you in Donghai City, I won't be able to explain to Longway University. Zheng Zucai smiled and said, No need. I have already reported all the decisions to the school before coming here. This is our own decision. It has nothing to do with Donghai City or the City Lord's mansion. You just need to treat us as members of Donghai City and obey your orders. Li Jintian frowned. His eyes fell on Li Yu and the others. Teacher Zheng, your strength can protect yourself in a war, but what about these students? They are not strong enough, nor do they have enough experience in major battles. This can be fatal in a war. Are you going to watch your students die? Send these geniuses to the beasts as food? Before Zheng Zucai could speak, Li Yu and his companions said solemnly, Lord City Lord, we have already made our decision. We all want to participate in this war so that we can improve our strength. Secondly, it can also sharpen our will and increase our experience in major battles. It can help us grow better. Even if I die in battle, I have no regrets. Li Jintian was shocked by what they said. He didn't expect that these students looked so young but were so courageous. Okay. Everyone, on behalf of everyone in Donghai City, thank you. Li Jintian placed his right hand on his chest and bowed deeply. This is the highest standard of etiquette in the military. Don't respect the strong, only respect the warriors. Don't worry, I will order the city guards to protect you. No, Lord City Lord, this way, we won't achieve the purpose of training at all. Zheng Zucai smiled and shook his head. But I do have a request. Li Jintian said solemnly. Teacher Zheng, please speak. Zheng Zucai said, I would like to ask the City Lord to send someone to protect a student named Su Han from the 3rd High School. Li Jintian suddenly realized. He heard it from Lu Qiangjuan. This year, their Donghai City produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination, and even a top scorer in the country. He was also specially recruited by Longway University and given a lot of rewards. He nodded solemnly and said, Teacher Zheng, don't worry, I will send someone to protect you immediately. Zheng Zucai nodded. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Boom boom. There was a tremor in the distance, like an earthquake. Everyone turned to look. Strange beasts swarmed in like a tide. Upon seeing this, many members of the city defense army felt their scalps tingling, their legs trembling, and their breathing became heavy. Although they have killed many strange beasts. But this is the first time to face so many strange beasts at the same time. Li Jintian said seriously. Pass the order down. If the strange beasts don't make a move yet, then we must not make a move first. Just wait and see. Yes. The messenger left in a hurry. Zhu Junjie frowned and said, If we don't take the initiative to take action when we have such a good opportunity, won't we be in a passive position? Zheng Zucai shook his head. The alien beast sieges are all commanded by the leader-level alien beasts. The stronger the strength, the higher the wisdom of the leader-level beast. They would never attack a city without a reason. If you can address the source of the problem, it will naturally recede. If we act first, it will inevitably cause a riot among the monsters, and the situation will be irreversible. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. Accompanied by the arrival of many exotic beasts. The huge golden body has already arrived within 100 meters of the city wall. It was the earth-splitting Tiger King. And the one-horned demon tiger, and the angry lion beside him. Hundreds of cannons were aimed at the earth-splitting Tiger King. There were also many long-range combat professions holding weapons, aiming at the strange beasts outside the city wall. The expressions of many of the city guards were extremely relaxed. Some even put down their weapons, lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Strange beasts are just strange beasts. We have walls to protect us. How can they break in? That's right. If they dare to fight me, I will turn them all into experience later. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can even get some equipment. After selling my equipment, I can go to the tavern and find some pretty ladies to have some fun, ha ha ha. Faced with the threat of these artillery, the earth-splitting Tiger King, however, looked disdainful. Its golden tiger pupils were fixed on Donghai City, and bloodshot eyes filled them. Human! Come out and see me! Its sound was like thunder, rumbling. The city defense army, whose morale was originally high, suddenly changed its expression. Just the sound of this terrifying roar was enough to terrify them. There were also many timid people who were so frightened that their legs were trembling, and they kept backing away. Li Jintian walked to the front, stood on the city wall, and spoke with a serious expression. Earth-splitting Tiger King, what are you doing here in Donghai City with your beasts? Have you forgotten your promise not to set foot in Donghai City within 100 years? The earth-splitting Tiger King snorted coldly and said slowly, That's right, but you shouldn't steal my child. Li Jintian was stunned. Who stole your child? The earth-splitting Tiger King stomped his claws suddenly. Boom! The ground shook slightly. Many people lost their balance and fell to the ground. The originally neat military formation collapsed in an instant. Of course it's you despicable humans! Hand over my child, and I can take my men back to Mulan Town. Otherwise, Donghai City will be my new territory. Li Jintian's face changed. He clenched his fists and said coldly, I'll go investigate first. If someone really stole your child, I will return it to you personally. The earth-splitting Tiger King said slowly, Half an hour. If I still can't see my child in half an hour, I will massacre all the humans in Donghai City. Until I find my child. Li Jintian turned and looked at Chen Gang. Chen Gang nodded in understanding. Everyone, check immediately. Who has been to the East City recently? Get all the information. Turn on the surveillance, everyone check together. Yes. Soon. In the past month, every day's surveillance video has been turned on and played in the conference room. Xingzu Cai and others also came to the meeting room to help with the investigation. Time passes by every second. It didn't take long before all the daily surveillance videos were reviewed. Didn't see any suspicious people. Li Jintian switched the screen to the last day. This is today's surveillance. The person who took away the earth-splitting Tiger King cub should be inside. Everyone nodded and watched the video screen intently. The picture speeds up. One by one, people passed through the east gate of the city. Just as everyone was watching the video intently, Li Jintian suddenly said, Pause! The monitoring screen is paused. I saw two thin men carrying large bags on their backs and holding iron cages in their hands, swaggering out of the main gate on the east side of the city. He said solemnly, This iron cage is made of special metal from the military. It can block the breath of strange beasts. It seems that these two are the ones. The others nodded. Xingzhucai looked at the other people in the video. Suddenly, his expression changed. Wait! Isn't this Suhan? Chapter 33 Encounter with Tiger King Cub. Suhan? Hearing this, Li Zhentian's expression changed. He left the city? Xingzhucai's face looked extremely ugly, and he nodded slowly. It stands to reason that students are so active. He was naturally delighted. But now, he hoped that he was wrong. Or maybe Su Han had already returned to the city. Still outside the city at this time, with Su Han's strength, he is probably in great danger. He looked at Li Zhentian and said seriously, My lord, I have to leave the city. Li Zhentian frowned. He knew clearly the purpose of Xingzhucai's leaving the city. Teacher Xing, it's too dangerous outside the city now. Even if Su Han is a genius, but... Before he could finish his words, Xingzhucai interrupted him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Please rest assured, Lord City Lord, I will not conflict with the strange beasts. But I'd like to trouble the City Lord to help take care of these little guys. After saying that, he turned around and left quickly. At this time, in the ruins of Mulan Town, Su Han was setting up a barbecue grill, roasting a piece of wolf meat. It was the meat of the Wind Wolf King. As the flames burn, the wolf meat gradually turned golden. Drops of oil and water fell into the flame, making a hissing sound. A rich meaty aroma filled the air. Su Han was not worried at all about attracting strange beasts. The powerful exotic beasts have all headed towards Donghai City. Now is a good time to eat meat. Soon, a piece of fragrant, golden and tempting roasted wolf meat is ready. Su Han reached out and gently tore off a piece and put it into his mouth to chew. Wolf meat is tender and has a strong aroma. The taste is as good as beef and mutton. Just swallow the piece of wolf meat. The system prompt sounded. The host consumes the first level Gale Wolf King meat for the first time, gaining 40 points of strength and 60 points of agility. The host obtains the skill of the Wind Wolf King, Wind Blade. Su Han immediately opened the properties panel. Wind Blade LV.1, use the strong wind to transform into 3 sharp blades to attack the enemy. The cooling time is 2 minutes. A thought occurred to him. The surrounding air flowed rapidly, transforming into 3 sharp blades of light around his body. Point your hand toward the wall in front of you. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind was heard. The wind blade has already cut through the wall. The walls collapsed. Wherever the wind blade passed, it left a neat cut surface. Su Han's eyes lit up. This wind blade is quite powerful. Putting away his excitement, he took big bites of the remaining wolf meat. Just 1 minute. The whole piece of meat went into his stomach. By the way, the illustrated collection should have reached level 25, right? Su Han's mind moved and he opened the Gourmet illustrated book. Really? The taskbar on the right shows 25/25. Completed. He reached out and tapped on the taskbar. The system prompt sounded. The Gourmet illustrated book quest has been completed, and the reward level has been increased by 1. Su Han was shocked. He opened the properties panel. The level reached 19 directly. He opened the properties panel. Name Su Han. Race human. Occupation SSS level Gourmet. Level 19. Strength 1020. Physique 860. Agility 475. Spirit 190. You are only 1 level away from reaching the next level, and then you can take on the upgrade mission. This upgrade speed is the best among people of the same class, no doubt about it. The strength officially exceeded 1000. With this punch, even a level 3 shield warrior would be beaten into mud. He looked at the taskbar of the Gourmet guide. The taskbar becomes 2550. To get the next reward, you need to eat 25 exotic animals. The task is arduous. But think about the dozen or so kinds of exotic beast meat in the space ring. His mood suddenly improved a lot. Besides, when you go to Longway University, there are so many kinds of exotic animal meat waiting to be eaten. He put out the fire and looked towards the direction of Donghai City. The imagined war did not break out. He pondered in his mind. Do you want to go over and take a look at the situation? He tapped his toes and headed quickly towards Donghai City. At this time, just as he jumped over several floors. But suddenly he noticed that there was a ruin of a house below. Hidden were two people in black tights. There was a cage next to these two people. In the cage was a palm-sized golden kitten. When Suhan saw the golden kitten, his heart moved. This kitten seems to look very similar to the earth-splitting Tiger King just now. No way. Is this little guy the cub of the earth-splitting Tiger King? If we can return this kid, we should be able to resolve the crisis in Donghai City, right? He quietly moved towards the two of them. The two men didn't even notice Suhan approaching. They were eating dry food and seemed to be resting. I see that all those strange beasts are heading to Donghai City. Yes, the earth-splitting Tiger King inside has rushed over with all its subordinates. This time Donghai City is doomed. Haha. When we hand this brat over to the elders, we will definitely get some more rewards. We will make a fortune this time. Yes, if you want to make money, you have to take risks. The two men looked very proud, eating their dry food and laughing loudly. Just when the two of them let down their guard, there was a sharp sound of breaking wind. There was only a hiss sound. Cut off one of their heads with ease. The head hit the ground, and the headless body fell down helplessly. The other one turned pale with fear. He threw the dry food aside, drew the dagger from his waist, and looked around vigilantly. Who dares to attack? Come out! A young man walked out slowly from the corner. It was Suhan. The man gnashed his teeth and looked at Suhan. Who are you? How dare you attack our Abyss Church? Suhan casually said. Give me that little thing. The man's face changed. Asshole! Who do you think you are? Die! His figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. However, Suhan shook his head. He turned around suddenly, clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched out without any fancy moves. Bang! The fist landed in the air, making a dull sound. A figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. There was a big dent in his chest. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth and nose. He was deader than dead. Suhan walked forward and searched the man's equipment. They are all bronze-level equipment. You wouldn't be able to sell it for much money if you put it on the market. However, in order to avoid waste, he still threw them into the space ring one by one. He searched the other corpse as well and threw all the equipment into the space ring. Only then did he turn his gaze to the golden kitten. Roar! The golden kitten let out a series of low growls. However, its growl was so childish and had no deterrent effect at all. Listen to this little guy roar. Suhan took out a piece of roasted wolf meat and handed it over. The little fellow swallowed the wolf meat in one gulp and licked his lips, looking as if he wanted more. There was also a woo sound coming from his mouth. Chapter 34. Who is the hero who saved the city? In Donghai City, many people looked at the clock on the wall. There were only 5 minutes left before the half-hour deadline. Li Jintian said in a deep voice. Did the surveillance camera capture those two guys coming back? Everyone shook their heads with heavy expressions. Li Jintian's face became increasingly gloomy. Now we are in trouble. I don't know where those two guys went. I can't find it even if I try. Li Jintian gritted his teeth and said, Let's go! He turned around and went straight to the city wall. The earth-splitting Tiger King's golden eyes glanced at him and asked, Have you found my child? Li Jintian shook his head slowly. The person who stole your child may still be outside the city. The earth-splitting Tiger King narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Despicable human! Do you think I will believe your excuses? You humans are best at making up lies. My child must be in the city. Since you are unwilling to hand over my child, then I will lead my men and personally search Donghai City. I just don't believe that I can't find my child. Many strange beasts stepped forward, ready to attack the city. Everyone's eyes were filled with panic. It's over. The monsters are about to attack the city. We're doomed this time. There are so many strange beasts outside, we can't defend it alone. I heard that Jinhai Prefecture has sent experts to support us. Maybe there will be a turning point. There's no chance of a turnaround. By the time those experts get here, I'll have already become the shit that the beasts have pooped out. I don't want to die yet. I haven't tasted a woman yet. Li Jintian's face changed slightly, and he said, Wait. Earth-splitting Tiger King! Give me a little more time. I will definitely help you find the child, how about that? Humph! Do you think I will still believe you? Despicable human! The eyes of the earth-splitting Tiger King were filled with anger. It raised its front paws and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently, like a small earthquake. Attack! Destroy Donghai City! All the strange beasts howled and rushed towards Donghai City. Li Jintian's expression became stern, and he said, Everyone, get ready for battle! For my parents, my child! No one wants to see their loved ones, friends they used to chat and laugh with, become food for strange beasts, right? The originally frightened and panicked army suddenly became quiet. In everyone's mind, their relatives and friends come to mind. Thinking of the scene when the city was broken, they were chased, bitten, and dismembered by strange beasts. Everyone was furious, and their blood was boiling. They all gripped their weapons tightly and their eyes became determined. Seeing that morale had been restored, Li Jintian continued to speak. For their sake, we must keep the strange beasts outside the city walls. We must not let them set foot in Donghai City. Yes! The whole army shouted in unison. The sound was like thunder. The earth-splitting Tiger King looked at the city guards with disdain. In its eyes, these humans are nothing more than food. The only tricky thing is the city wall. As long as the city walls are breached and the strange beasts rush into the city, it is only a matter of time before Donghai City falls. Just as it was about to take action itself and break down the city wall, a familiar breath suddenly came from a distance. It turned its head suddenly, its eyes full of shock and surprise. Stop attacking! Just as the strange beast in front was about to rush to the city wall, the roar of the earth-splitting Tiger King suddenly sounded. All the strange beasts stopped and looked at the earth-splitting Tiger King in confusion. They don't understand. Why did his king suddenly stop attacking? Even Li Jintian and others were confused. However, he still waved his hand and ordered, No one is allowed to act without my order. Violators will be punished by military law. Everyone put away their weapons. But their eyes were fixed solemnly on the strange beast below. The earth-splitting Tiger King turned and looked into the distance, the excitement in his eyes becoming more and more intense. It roared, Retreat to the nest! After saying that, the huge body rushed towards the distance. Soon it disappeared into the woods. Received orders from Tiger King. All the strange beasts that were originally preparing to attack the city retreated into the woods. Soon, the vast herd of strange beasts, as vast as the ocean, disappeared. Li Jintian and others looked at each other in confusion. Qinggang frowned and said in confusion, It's really strange. Why did the earth-splitting Tiger King leave? Li Jintian quickly grasped the key point. I think it's probably because the earth-splitting Tiger King sensed the breath of his child and rushed to find the child. The others nodded in agreement. Qinggang was still puzzled. Those two men in black are obviously going after the earth-splitting Tiger King's child. I also brought an iron cage that can block the breath. Is the iron cage ineffective? Li Jintian shook his head. No, they are so well prepared, how could it fail so easily? I think it's very likely that they met some expert, who snatched the cage away and released the earth-splitting Tiger King's child. There was a look of relief on everyone's face. Thanks to that expert, otherwise Donghai City would have been destroyed today, and I don't know how much loss it would have suffered. Yes, with so many alien beasts coming in, we definitely can't defend it. I wonder who that expert is. He shouldn't be from Donghai City, right? All the top experts in Donghai City are gathered here. Of course he's not from Donghai City. I guess he might be from Jinhai Prefecture. Li Yu and his companions were also confused. They were in a state of nervousness, prepared to die on the battlefield, and even prepared a suicide note. What ended up like this? Li Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that adult came to the rescue. Zhu Junjie crossed his arms over his chest and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, I was originally planning to do something big, kill more monsters to gain experience, and even get merit. Now it's all gone. Jiang Yuchen said coldly. Daydreaming? You can't even beat an elite Jiraiya, and you still want to fight? Zhu Junjie was so angry that his face turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, What do you know? Wu Peijun quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Okay, it's a good thing that the monster has retreated. Thanks to that expert, we solved the problem of the monsters attacking the city. He is a great hero in the city. Tang Mimi said curiously. I'm really curious, what does this great hero look like? Just as everyone was wondering who the hero who saved Donghai City was. The earth-splitting Tiger King has arrived at the outskirts of Milan town. That huge body stood there, level with many buildings. Its golden eyes swept across slowly. Finally, it stopped on a young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged on a large rock, holding a golden kitten. Holding a piece of barbecue in his hand, he was teasing the golden kitten. One person and one cat, having a lot of fun. Chapter 35 It follows you. The earth-splitting Tiger King walked towards the young man. It came to the young man. Looking down at each other. Su Han felt the gaze of the earth-splitting Tiger King and slowly raised his head to look at him. His eyes were calm and clear. There was no fear or panic. The golden kitten felt the breath of his father. It turned its head and cried, Awa, awa, awa. It seemed like he was telling something to his father. The earth-splitting Tiger King looked at his child with tenderness in his eyes. A low growl came from its mouth. It seemed to be responding to its child. Its child shut up and became quiet again. The earth-splitting Tiger King looked at Su Han and slowly said, Human, listen to my child. It was you who saved it. Thank you so much. Su Han smiled and gently rubbed the little tiger's head. The little tiger narrowed his eyes, seeming to enjoy Su Han's touch very much. No need to thank me. He turned to look at the bodies of the two men in black. Tiger King, these two men may have ulterior motives. They want to sow discord between you and humans, and use you to attack the city. The earth-splitting Tiger King nodded slightly. Its eyes swept over the body of the man in black. He said, Next I will be on guard against the actions of these people and will never give them the opportunity to use me again. Su Han nodded, stood up and prepared to leave. The earth-splitting Tiger King said, Wait. Su Han looked back at the earth-splitting Tiger King in confusion. The earth-splitting Tiger King clapped his feet. A string of golden pendants flew towards Su Han. Su Han reached out and grasped the pendant in his hand. This pendant is a small round ball. This small ball is filled with golden sand. As the ball rolls, the sand moves with it. He checked the properties of the pendant. Quicksand pendant. Quality gold. Strength plus 50. Constitution plus 50. Agility plus 50. Skill 1, Summon Quicksand, can summon a ball of quicksand to attack the enemy. The quicksand can play any role. The existence time is 1 minute and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. Introduction: a pendant containing a large amount of quicksand, which can be used to control the quicksand and bring great trouble to the enemy. Equipment requirement, level 15. Su Han was delighted. Gold grade pendant? If this thing were put on the market and sold, it would fetch at least hundreds of thousands. And you may not be able to buy it even if you want to. Jewelry equipment is too scarce. The earth-splitting Tiger King said, This is the item with the lowest usage requirements that I have right now. This is also a way of thanking you for helping me find my child. From now on, you will always be my friend. If you need any help, you can come to my lair to find me. My subordinates will not embarrass you. Su Han nodded. Thank you. He looked at the earth-splitting Tiger King's child, smiled and waved his hand. Goodbye, little one. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, the cub of the earth-splitting Tiger King let out a roar of awowa. It seemed very reluctant to leave. He took a staggering step towards Su Han. The earth-splitting Tiger King turned his head to look at his child and let out a low growl. However, Its cub shook its head firmly and continued walking towards Su-han. Su-han was stunned for a moment. What's going on? This kid still can't bear to leave himself? He looked up at the earth-splitting Tiger King. The earth-splitting Tiger King seemed helpless about the abnormality of his child. It slowly began to explain. It said you had something delicious and wanted to stay with you. Su-han scratched his head. The meat that you process yourself is indeed 1,000,000 times more delicious than raw meat. No wonder this little guy was tempted by delicious food and even didn't want his dad anymore. The earth-splitting Tiger King roared a few times at his cubs. However, the little guy looked unconvinced and made a woo-woo sound from his mouth. While roaring, he moved towards Su-han. The roar of the earth-splitting Tiger King became smaller and smaller, as if he was compromising. It turned to look at Su-han, its tone full of helplessness. It doesn't want to go back with me. If you want, let it go with you. Su-han was stunned. With me? The earth-splitting Tiger King looked down at Su-han. You don't want to? Su-han looked at the palm-sized little guy in front of him and felt a headache. Feeding delicious food actually brought trouble to yourself? The little brat came to Su-han and rubbed Su-han's hand with his furry head. A milky, sound came from the mouth. This is much better than a cat. He nodded. In that case, let this little guy follow me. The earth-splitting Tiger King looked at his child deeply and said, I hope you won't let it suffer any injustice. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Su-han nodded heavily. The earth-splitting Tiger King looked at his child reluctantly, then turned and walked towards the depths of Mulan Town. However, the kid didn't seem to be sad at all about his father's departure. It stuck out its tongue and licked Su-han's palm, its bright eyes full of desire. Su-han understood and took out another piece of meat and handed it to the boy's mouth. The kid's eyes lit up as he chewed the meat in front of him with great pleasure. By the way, we should sign the contract first. Everyone can sign a contract with a strange beast and make it their fighting partner. But you can only contract one exotic beast at a time, unless you have special skills and a special profession. The contract method is also very simple. By dripping blood on the strange beast, you can summon the contract magic circle. As long as the alien beast agrees and enters the contract formation, the contract will be considered successful. Su-han took out the angry dragon's fang and ran it across his index finger. Blood dripped onto the kid's head, crushing a few tufts of hair. Then, a mysterious magic circle appeared between the two of them. The kid was tearing at the piece of meat and didn't pay any attention to the magic circle. Su-han grabbed the kid by the back of his neck and stuffed him into the magic circle like a chicken. The magic circle glowed brightly, then quickly shrank and disappeared. He felt as if his mental power had an extra connection. A thought came to my mind. An attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name, Earth-splitting Tiger Cub. Race, Tiger Tribe. Level 1. Strength 40. Constitution 50. Agility 25. Spirit 10. Skill 1, Earth Claw LV.1, injects Earth attribute power into the claws, greatly increasing the destructive power of the claws, increasing armor penetration by 20%, cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 2, Tiger Roar LV.1, the Earth-splitting tiger lets out a long roar, shocking the weak beasts around it, and making them fall into fear. Powerful beasts are not affected. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Skill 3, Sandstorm LV.1, raises a sandstorm, causing a small amount of damage to the enemy, and causing the enemy to lose sight. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. It has such high attributes at only level 1. Su-han was very satisfied. Once the level of the Earth-splitting tiger cubs is raised, their strength will definitely increase to a terrifying level. If it is trained well, it may even surpass its father, the Earth-splitting Tiger King. Chapter 36 Investigating the Mastermind. Su-han's mind moved. A magic circle appeared in front of him. The light faded. The little cub, still tearing at the piece of meat, appeared in front of him. It was struggling hard against the piece of meat. However, the piece of meat was almost as big as its body, and it had a hard time eating it. Come on, I'll take you to level up. We'll almost reach level 20. After saying that, he carried the kid and walked towards Mulan Town. In a villa in Donghai City. On the table in front of the middle-aged man stood a pitch-black bird. The bird's eyes were as clear as rubies. Its beak stuck out like a dagger and was as long as a human forearm. The middle-aged man took out a white finger and handed it to the bird. The bird tilted its head and glanced. Its beak opened, and it swallowed it in one gulp. It flapped its wings and made a sound like a crow. Delicious, delicious! A kind smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. It's like looking at your own child. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the study door. Come in. The middle-aged man spoke. The door of the room opened. A man in black walked in. He was holding a bag in his hand. He placed the bag on the ground and said respectfully, "Sir, the body has been brought back." The middle-aged man frowned slightly and waved his hand casually, signaling the other party to open it. The man in black opened the bag, revealing 2 bodies inside. "Where's their equipment?" the middle-aged man said slowly. His eyes glanced at the man in black. The man in black bowed his head and said respectfully, "When I found them, they looked exactly like this. I have never lied to you. Please understand." The middle-aged man turned his head to look at his beloved bird and teased its beak with his hand. The bird kept pecking at his fingers. The middle-aged man's fingers were torn and bruised, but his expression remained normal. "What about the cub of the earth-splitting Tiger King?" the man in black said respectfully. "Your Excellency, I only found the iron cage, but it has been broken open by force. But there are no claw marks on it, so we can infer that it was not done by a strange beast." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and touched the bird's head lovingly. "Everything was going according to plan. With those strange beasts, we can definitely break through the East China Sea and plunge it into chaos. But now, it has been destroyed. I must find this person who dares to destroy the plans of my Abyss Church. I must kill him with my own hands." "Yes." The man in black nodded respectfully. And at this time, in the city lord's mansion, all the high-level officials of Donghai City gathered here. Jing Zuzai also returned to the city because the strange beasts retreated. Li Jintian asked, "Have you investigated? Who saved Donghai City?" Several investigators shook their heads. "There is no news yet." Li Jintian shook his head helplessly. "Go check again quickly. We must find this hero. Also, check the identities of those 2 men in black robes. We must find out who dared to lead the strange beast to our Donghai City." Chen Gang said, "This incident must have been done by a high-ranking official in our city." He slowly swept his eyes over the people present. "Anyone who can get access to the material of the forbidden iron cage is definitely not an ordinary person." The others nodded in agreement. "Also, we need to investigate all those who leave the city. Although the investigation shows that only those 2 people are suspected of committing crimes, it does not mean that there is no risk of others collaborating. So I suggest that we arrest all the people who come back from outside the city and interrogate them one by one. After the interrogation, we can release him only after we are sure there is no suspicion." Dai Guiqiang, director of the Investigation Bureau, frowned and said, "Old Chen, isn't this approach too extreme? Not to mention the workload of detaining so many people. Just detaining so many people would cause a stir. If the higher-ups blame us, it would be a big deal." Chen Gang said solemnly, "We must be careful. We must eliminate the mastermind this time no matter what. This time they dared to use strange beasts to attack the city. Who knows when they will cause another chaos next time? No one can guarantee this, but for the safety of Donghai City, we must do this." Li Jintian frowned and said slowly, "Although Lao Chen's approach is radical, it is not without reason. How about this? I'll apply to the Jinhai General Government first and see what they think." Li Jintian reported the news to the Jinhai General Government. Soon, news came back from Jinhai General Government. Just 2 words. "Agree," Li Jintian said. "Let's do it this way. Follow what Commander Chen said." The east gate of the city was blocked. All those who returned were taken to the Investigation Bureau for investigation and questioning. Almost all the information about 3 generations of ancestors was read through. He even remembers in detail what time he goes to the toilet, what time he eats, and every word he says. For a time, many people complain bitterly. But there is no way. After all, it's important. At this time, Suhan was killing monsters outside Milan town, watching the sky gradually darken. He was ready to go home too. There are several more kinds of exotic beast meat in the space ring. Maybe after eating this meat, you can directly unlock the next illustrated reward. He looked at the little boy who was dozing off beside him. After an afternoon of upgrading, the kid has reached level 5. The size has also grown a little. About the size of a full-grown cat. The properties have also been greatly improved. Name: Earth-splitting tiger cub. Race: tiger tribe. Level 5. Strength: 140. Constitution: 150. Agility: 75. Spirit: 35. Skill 1, Earth Claw LV.1, injects Earth attribute power into the claws, greatly increasing the destructive power of the claws, increasing armor penetration by 20%, cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 2, Tiger Roar LV.1, the Earth-splitting tiger lets out a long roar, shocking the weak beasts around it, and making them fall into fear. Powerful beasts are not affected. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Skill 3, Sandstorm LV.1, raises a sandstorm, causing a small amount of damage to the enemy, and causing the enemy to lose sight. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Skill 4 Rockfall LV.1, shatters the ground, shooting rock fragments at the enemy, causing damage to the enemy, cooldown time 3 minutes. Just these 5 levels of attributes. It has already surpassed most professionals. Even some first-level professionals are no match for it. Suhan was very satisfied. He put the little guy back into the pet space and headed straight towards Donghai City. Soon, he hurried back to Donghai City. Seeing the city guards guarding the gate tightly, he was stunned for a moment and muttered to himself. Didn't the monsters retreat? Why are you still so strict? Chapter 37 Xiaoling's Invitation. Suhan came to the door. Many people are being interrogated by the city defense troops. He took a quick look and was about to enter the city. A captain of the city guard immediately came over with his men. Etc. The captain of the city guard made a stop gesture and shouted loudly. Suhan stopped and turned to look in confusion. The captain of the city guard looked Suhan up and down, as if he was interrogating a prisoner. People who have just returned from outside the city must first go to the investigation bureau to cooperate with the investigation. A member of the city guards at the back whispered. Captain, this person looks like the one in the photo. The captain of the city guard took out the photo, glanced at it, and nodded. Your name is Suhan, right? Suhan nodded. That's fine. Go ahead. We'll contact you if anything happens. But don't go to the east of the city recently. Go somewhere else to level up to avoid getting into trouble. The captain of the city guard reminded. Suhan was even more confused. What happened? The captain of the city guard patiently explained. Don't you know about the alien beasts attacking the city today? He continued. The higher-ups are investigating the mastermind behind this, but you don't have anything to do, so you can leave first. Suhan nodded and left. Seeing this, those who were being interrogated nearby were immediately dissatisfied. Hey, why should we let that guy go? I don't think that guy is a good person. That's right. If you want to investigate, then investigate everyone, not just us. Could that guy have a background in your city defense army? You let him off so easily. I suspect your city defense army is connected to the mastermind behind this incident. That's right. We strongly protest. We are going to report this matter to the Zhenhai General Government. None of you can escape. Shut up. The captain of the city defense army frowned and stomped his spear on the ground, making a dull, bang sound. The solid concrete floor cracked instantly, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. The people around him shut up and dared not speak. The captain of the city guards glanced at these people coldly and said, You know nothing. This is the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Examination. You've reached level 15 at such a young age. Not only that, he was specially recruited by Longway University, and even the city lord praised him highly. Anyone who can be specially recruited by Longway University must have a clean background. To put it bluntly, I would believe if you say that the city lord is the mastermind behind this, but I absolutely don't believe if you say that he is the mastermind behind this. Everyone was speechless. That's true. The background check for admissions at Longway University goes as far as to check even your ancestors for 18 generations. If you make the slightest mistake, you won't be able to get in. Suhan naturally didn't know about this. He hurried home, intending to eat all the exotic beast meat. He counted carefully and found there were 15 kinds of exotic beast meat. There are still 10 to go. But he is not greedy. Just look somewhere else tomorrow. He made a big stew out of the meat. Eat it all. The system prompt sounded. The host consumes first-level iron-horn deer meat for the first time, gaining 10 points of strength and 10 points of agility. The host consumes the first-level earth demon rat meat for the first time, gaining 10 points of strength and 10 points of agility. The host consumes the first-level thunder wolf meat for the first time, gaining 10 points of strength and 10 points of constitution. The host has obtained the skill of thunder wolf, lightning chain. Ate 15 kinds of exotic beast meat. A lot of attribute points were obtained. Suhan opened the properties panel. Name Suhan. Race human. Occupation SSS level gourmet. Level 19. Strength 1120. Constitution 990. Agility 555. Spirit 190. Each attribute increased by 100 points. Also gained a new skill. He opened the skill panel. Lightning Chain LV.1 summons a bolt of lightning to attack the enemy. The lightning will jump between multiple enemies, causing damage. There is a 1% chance of causing paralysis. The cooldown time is 30 seconds. It's a group attack skill. If used well, it can have miraculous effects. He opened the Gourmet's illustrated book. The taskbar on the right becomes 40-50. We are only 10 kinds of exotic beast meat away from unlocking the next level of rewards. Suhan threw a few pieces of meat to the kid. The kid was also very happy eating. After the cub finished eating, he put it back into the pet space and walked towards the market. He planned to sell some unused items for some money. Take a look and buy some necessary things. He came directly to the trading market. Put all items on the market for sale. Then I took a walk and was about to go home. But then he saw a heroic-looking woman in a white robe striding towards him. It was Xiaoling. Suhan, long time no see. Xiaoling greeted with a smile. Suhan nodded slightly. By the way, are you free tomorrow night? Xiaoling suddenly asked. Suhan asked doubtfully. What's the matter? I want to invite you to my birthday party, is that okay? Xiaoling asked cautiously. I saw the announcement today that I was also admitted to Longway University. From now on, we will be alumni. Let's get to know each other first. Suhan thought for a moment. Then he nodded and said, Okay, what time tomorrow? Where? Xiaoling smiled and said, It's at my house. You can just take a taxi to the Rose Garden. The housekeeper will be waiting for you outside. Suhan agreed. He went home and lay down to rest, preparing to continue leveling up tomorrow. Try to reach level 20 in the next few days and take on upgrade quests. And at this time, in a villa, a middle-aged man was feeding a round eyeball to the black bird in front of him. The bird swallowed the thumb-sized eyeball in one gulp. A hoarse voice shouted excitedly, Delicious, delicious! Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. The middle-aged man slowly said, Come in. A man in black came in and said respectfully, Sir, I just received the news. The equipment and items that Ling and his companions had appeared in the trading market. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh? Interesting, that guy actually dared to sell these things in the market? Go check and see who this seller is? Since he has shown up on his own initiative, then, we should do as he wishes, find him and send him off. Yes. The man in black nodded, turned around and walked away quickly. The middle-aged man teased the black bird in front of him, with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. The next day, Su Han packed up casually and prepared to leave the city. But this time, he chose the west side of the city. Outside the west of the city is a river. His name is Hengjiang. There are many water-attributed beasts scattered around Hengjiang. However, most of these strange beasts have hard shells and are very resistant to physical attacks. Few melee professions would bother with these strange beasts. It's a thankless job. It may take a long time to break the shell of the strange beast. But this is a paradise for leveling up magic professions. Chapter 38: The Strange Beast Across the River. Su Han walked out of the west gate of the city. From a distance, you can see a wide river rushing past not far away. The river is about 100 meters wide. There are gravel beaches around rivers. There were crabs and other exotic crustaceans crawling across the pebbled beach. There were many people wearing wizard robes and holding magic wands teaming up to fight monsters. Su Han took a look. These are all high school students who have just awakened, just like me. Su Han ignored the strange beasts here. The closer you get to Donghai City, the lower the level of the exotic beasts. Even if I kill him, I won't gain any experience, it's just a waste of time. He walked along the Hengjiang River. Walked more than 10 kilometers. There are fewer people leveling up around here. Only a few people are leveling up. Their target is a strange beast called the water turtle. The water turtle moves very slowly, and its only way of attacking is to spray water arrows. Once hit by a water arrow, the damage caused is extremely terrible. However, as long as your agility points are slightly higher, you can easily dodge it. With a magic profession, the upgrade speed will be very fast. Su Han looked towards the shore ahead. A crab as big as a cow was lying by the water, enjoying the rush of the river water. He used his exploration eye to take a look. Name: Giant Claw Crab. Race: Crustacean. Level 20. Skill 1, Bubble Spray LV.1. The giant crab sprays bubbles to attack the enemy. The enemy hit will be trapped in the bubbles. The cooldown time is 3 minutes. Skill 2, Pinch LV.1. The giant crab swings its claws to clamp the enemy and directly cuts it off, which can destroy the opponent's defense. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Just an ordinary monster. Su Han walked straight towards the giant crab. Several people who were leveling up nearby saw Su Han daring to challenge the giant crab alone. They all cast mocking glances at him. This kid is really brave. He dares to come here alone to fight giant crabs? I don't think he can even break through the giant crab's defense. What a joke. He's not a magic-related profession, and he hasn't formed a team yet, but he dares to come to Hengjiang to level up. I really don't know what's going on in his mind. Su Han walked straight towards the giant crab. The giant crab also saw the uninvited guest in front of it. The pair of pincers, nearly as big as an adult, kept opening and closing. A pair of eyes stared at Su Han. Its 8 legs swung rapidly, and it rushed towards Su Han like a high-speed train. Su Han raised his right hand expressionlessly. Fine scales covered his palms. Gradually turned into the shape of a dragon claw. He stomped his foot hard, and his body was like an arrow, and he smashed towards the giant crab with one claw without any fancy moves. Bang! The dragon claws easily broke the shell on the giant crab's abdomen like a knife cutting tofu. Hit the heart. The giant crab's health was instantly reduced to 0. The huge body slowly fell to the ground. Everyone around was stunned. What the hell? Who is this guy? He killed the giant crab with just one punch. Who is this guy? Is he an expert from another city? I've been in Hengjiang for so long, and I've never seen such a person before. This guy looks so young, maybe he's a student at EC Professional University? Everyone was talking about it. However, Su Han shook his head. No, I don't have enough experience. Let's keep going forward and see. He casually cut off a claw of the giant crab and stuffed it into his backpack. Then he walked straight forward. When the others saw this, their eyes widened even more, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Wait, why is he still moving forward? Is he trying to kill himself? Further ahead is the upper reaches of Hengjiang River. I heard that the upper reaches are haunted by beasts of level 30 or above, and the rumors about the water monster are very fierce recently. The Donghai city government has already issued a notice not to go upstream in Xinjiang. Doesn't he know that? Should I remind him? It's better to remind you. One of them yelled at Su Han. Hey, brother! Don't go any further. The upper reaches of Xinjiang River are ahead, and the beasts there are very high level. Su Han stopped, looked back at the people who were fighting monsters and leveling up, and smiled kindly. This group of people is very similar to the uncle I met in the east of the city. I'll go check it out and be back soon. Thanks for the reminder. Su Han said this and walked straight upstream. Seeing this, the others shook their heads and sighed, and continued to kill the strange beasts. Su Han had just walked over not long ago. A group of 5 people walked slowly towards us from downstream. The leader was a magician wearing a dark purple wizard robe. He has a feminine face and a wolf's tail behind his head, which makes him look like a feminine handsome guy. In his hand he held a staff. A dark purple crystal the size of a fist is inlaid on the top of the staff. Arcs of electricity were pulsating around the crystal. Make a crackling sound. When the people around saw the dark purple crystal on the staff, their eyes widened. This crystal alone is worth nearly $1 million. The man's eyes kept scanning the surroundings, full of disdain. Following behind him were 4 sturdy men. 2 of them were holding swords, and 2 were holding heavy shields, looking very defensive. That water monster is right here? He looked at the calm Xinjiang River below and asked impatiently. The Donghai city officials are really a bunch of rubbish. They can't even deal with a small water monster. But if you think about it, it's understandable. In a small place like Donghai City, there are not many experts, and most of them are not good at dealing with water-based monsters. It's inevitable to be stumped by a water monster. A strong man holding a sword behind him hurriedly said, Master, it's not this, the water monster is upstream. The man nodded impatiently. Okay, let's go. I should have taken a taxi earlier. It's really troublesome to walk such a long distance. Having said that, the 2 of them continued to walk upstream together. Su Han slowly came to the upstream area. There were hardly any people in the upper reaches. There are dense woods all around. The surging river water seemed to be gushing out from a cave. On both sides of Xinjiang River, there are dozens of huge crabs lying. This crab is even bigger than the giant crab. However, the crab claws are not as big as those of the giant crab. But this crab exudes a deep green luster all over its body, just like jade. Su Han took a look with his exploring eyes. Name: Blue Rock Crab. Race: Crustacean. Level: 27. Skill 1, Green Rock Shell LV.1, Passive Skill. The green rock crab shell has very strong defense, and can be immune to 80% of damage. Skill 2, Tyranny LV.1, the blue rock crab rams towards the enemy, and the enemy hit will suffer terrible damage. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Weakness: Abdomen. The carapace on the abdomen can be broken open. Attacking the weak point inside will cause double damage. Chapter 39, Special Beast, Surfing Murloc. Su Han stroked his chin. Monsters like the green rock crab are indeed difficult to deal with. It has a skill that reduces damage by a percentage, which is extremely difficult to deal with no matter what profession you are in. No wonder no one levels up here. But that's just right. No one competes with him for monsters anymore. His eyes fell on one of the blue rock crabs. Shadowless flash. The body disappeared instantly. The next second, he appeared next to the green rock crab. His right hand turned into a dragon claw and smashed down the shell of the green rock crab with one claw. Bang! The dragon claw felt like it hit a hard rock. Cracks appeared on the crab's shell. The green rock crab's health was also greatly reduced. Su Han punched down again. This time, the solid crab shell could no longer withstand the terrifying dragon claws and shattered into pieces. The internal organs were crushed easily. Easily take the life of the blue rock crab. He landed steadily, but heard the system voice coming. Congratulations, host. Dragon Claw has been upgraded to LV.2. The Dragon Claw has finally been upgraded. He opened the skill panel. Dragon Claw LV.2, transform one hand into a Dragon Claw, increase attack power by 200%, attack comes with 20% armor penetration, and has a 5% chance of destroying the enemy's defense. Duration is 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Su-han's eyes lit up. The attack power increase provided by the Dragon Claw has doubled compared to before. Armor penetration and duration are also doubled. The probability of destroying enemy defenses directly increases from 1% to 5%. The power has been increased significantly. As expected, the power of dragon-related skills is terrifying. Su-han stepped forward, swung the angry dragon's fang, easily cut off a crab leg, and stuffed it into the space ring. Searched the body. After making sure there was no equipment, he turned his attention to the next blue rock crab. Just as he was about to take action, the river water roared. A surging wave of water crashed towards Su-han. Su-han's eyes narrowed. A fireball the size of a human head quickly condensed in his palm. Exploding fireball. The fireball, with a long tail of flame, shot towards the waves. Boom! The fireball suddenly hit the waves and exploded. The powerful shock wave broke the water waves and splashed water everywhere. Su-han narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Hingjiang. A black figure flashed through the waves. Rushed straight towards Su-han. Su-han's eyes suddenly turned cold. How dare you come here to seek death? He raised his hand and the spider silk shot towards the figure. Tie up the opponent tightly in an instant. But when he was about to pull the other person over, the other person's body instantly turned into water and splashed all over the ground. Is this a water clone? This guy is quite interesting, Su-han murmured. He felt a chill on his back. Turn your head suddenly. The black shadow pounced at him from behind like a ghost. The sharp claws went straight for Su-han's throat. You dare to fight me head-on? You really don't know how you're going to die. Su-han clenched his right hand into a fist and took a step forward with his left foot. Using the strength of his body, he suddenly punched out with his right fist. Exploding fist. Bang! The fist hit the other person. The black shadow flew out more than 10 meters like a kite with a broken string, and hit the tree trunk with a bang. This time, Su-han finally saw the other person's true face. A man with a black fish head. Looking at this weird appearance, Su-han couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. He checked the other party's message. Name, Surfing Murloc Special. Race, Fishman. Grade? Skill 1, Water Wave LV.1, summons water waves to attack the enemy. In a water environment, the skill power increases by 50%. The cooldown time is 5 minutes. Skill 2, Slippery LV.1, the Murloc's body is very slippery, and its movement speed is extremely fast, making it extremely difficult to catch a glimpse of its figure. Skill 3, Monster Fish Attack, summons water to transform into a monster fish to attack the enemy. For weak enemies, the monster fish can directly swallow them. Cooldown time is 8 minutes. It's actually a special beast, Su-han murmured. Special beasts are independent of beasts of other levels. Theoretically, it shouldn't appear here. But it just popped up for some reason. Killing special beasts will reveal all kinds of good stuff. There is even the possibility that a new secret realm will appear. However, the special beasts are all very powerful. The strength of special beasts is roughly equal to that of ordinary leader-level monsters. And there are some special abilities. It is extremely difficult to deal with it. Su-han thought to himself, no wonder they say there is a water monster here, it looks like this is the guy. The surfing Murloc seemed to notice something was wrong. It rushed towards the river, trying to get back into the water. Want to run? Su-han narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. Thunder rolled in his palm. The surfing fishman stared at Su-han's palm with his dead fish eyes. Its speed was getting faster and faster, almost becoming a shadow. However, Su-han was not panicked at all. Raise your palm and pointed at the surfing Murloc. Lightning chain! A twisted bolt of lightning, like a poisonous snake, quickly crashed towards the surfing Murloc. Sizzle! The lightning chain landed on the surfing Murloc, and electric light flashed everywhere. The surfing fishman's body twitched, and he fell heavily to the ground. His whole body was charred and gave off a burnt smell. Electric arcs kept jumping on its body, and it had entered a paralyzed state. Where are you going to run this time? Su-Han stomped his feet hard, and his body rushed out like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the surfing fishman. The dragon claw went straight for the surfing murloc's head. Puff! The seemingly hard head was actually as soft as tofu and was easily crushed by the dragon's claws. The red and white mixture flowed all over the floor. The body fell slowly to the ground. Finally solved it. At this time, the corpse gradually turned into points of light. The light gradually rose and turned into a vortex that radiated brilliant light. Su-Han was stunned at first, then surprise appeared in his eyes. It's a new secret realm. What good luck! After killing a special beast, a new secret realm appeared. He checked the information of this secret realm. Primitive forest. Level, first level secret realm. Introduction, a dense primeval forest, which hides many powerful beasts, but also some precious plants. Everything needs to be discovered by yourself. Entry requirements, level 15. Limited number of people, 5. He no longer hesitated and reached out his hand towards the vortex. Then, his body disappeared into the vortex. Su-Han had just entered not long ago. The lightning wizard came upstream with several strong men. He immediately saw the whirlpool emitting brilliant light on the edge of Hengjiang River. That's a secret realm? A new secret realm? The lightning wizard's eyes lit up and he pointed at the glowing vortex and spoke excitedly. The strong men behind him also showed excitement on their faces. The new secret realm represents good things. They ran quickly towards the vortex. The man reached his hand toward the vortex. However, the vortex did not react at all. He was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. Asshole! Someone actually got into the secret realm first? The other strong men also looked at each other. Along the way, they didn't see anyone else. The man gnashed his teeth in anger. Asshole! Asshole! Stay here! How dare you steal my secret realm? I'll make him spit out everything he ate. Chapter 40. The Eye of Investigation Mutates, the Eye of Breaking Delusion. Su-Han just felt the darkness before his eyes. When he regained his sight, then he found himself in a vast primeval forest. This primeval forest was different from any forest he had seen before. Any big tree here is at least nearly 100 meters high. The branches and leaves are lush, blocking out the sun. The light in the entire primeval forest is dim, and it takes a lot of effort to see the surroundings clearly. He walked forward step by step, always alert to his surroundings. At this time, his eyes suddenly fell on a plant under a nearby tree. This plant is only about 30 centimeters tall. The leaves spread out like an umbrella. And hidden among the leaves are 3 bright red fruits. You can smell it when you get close, a strange fragrance enters your nose. Su-Han opened the eye of exploration to check the information of the fruit. Name, red pearl. Quality, silver. Introduction, food that pets love. After taking it, pets can gain experience, accelerate growth, and have a 1% chance of learning new skills. Su-Han looked surprised. I didn't expect to find pet food in this primeval forest. For pets, eating these foods can not only upgrade them, but also accelerate their growth. Entering adulthood earlier from childhood will greatly improve combat effectiveness. The growth of a pet has little to do with its level. No matter how high the level is, it is still in its infancy and cannot exert too strong combat power. Like his little cub. All he does every day is eat and sleep, and he's of no help at all. Pet food can speed up its growth. However, pet food on the market is expensive. Even the lowest grade bronze pet food costs tens of thousands of yuan per kilogram. The price of this silver grade is at least 10 times higher. Su-Han was just about to reach out to pick it, when his hand touched the red bead. He suddenly felt a chill coming from above. He subconsciously took 2 steps back. Laugh. A ball of dark green venom fell on the spot where he had just stood, making a harsh sound. The grass was corroded and bursts of white smoke were coming out. Su-Han looked up. I saw a giant green python as thick as an adult's thigh slowly crawling down from the tree. The golden snake's eyes stared at Suhan closely, and its tongue moved back and forth, as if it would continue to attack at any time. Suhan checked the information of the big green snake. Name: green scale python. Race: python. Level: 28. Skill 1: Snake Venom LV.1, sprays snake venom to attack the enemy. The enemy will receive continuous damage and the defense will be reduced by 20%. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. Skill 2: Concealment LV.1, the green scale python can blend into the surrounding environment, making it impossible to detect and launch an unexpected attack. Cooldown time: 5 minutes. Weakness: 7 inches. It's hidden in the tree. No wonder I didn't see it just now, Suhan murmured. The green-scaled python opened its mouth. Another ball of dark green venom attacked Suhan. This time, Suhan was well prepared. He raised his hand. A blazing fireball gathered in the palm of my hand. Exploding fireball. The fireball hits venom. The venom was instantly melted by the high temperature. But the exploding fireball still hit the green-scaled python. Boom! The fireball exploded with a loud bang, sparks flying everywhere. The green-scaled python roared. A large area of the green scales had been burnt by the flames. Shadowless flash. Suhan's eyes turned cold. The figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already next to the green-scaled python. The angry dragon's fangs are chopped off. The green-scaled python's head fell heavily to the ground. Suhan clapped his hands in relief. There is no pressure in killing these strange beasts. He glanced at the experience bar. There is still a little distance to reach full experience. As long as the experience value is full, you can take on the upgrade task. After completion, you can be promoted to level 20, officially becoming a first-level professional. He casually cut off a piece of snake meat and stuffed it into the space ring. Then he collected all the red beads. After we get back, we will feed them all to the little one. After cleaning up, he continued walking forward. Along the way, he killed more than a dozen strange beasts. A breastplate exploded. But it's just bronze-level equipment. He casually put it into his space ring, preparing to sell it on the trading market when he returned. Walked for half a day. My stomach is growling with hunger. Let's eat first. Suhan made a decision. He took out the snake meat from the space ring and grilled it over the fire. The snake meat gradually turned golden under the roasting flames. It exudes an attractive meaty aroma. Suhan swallowed his saliva, took out the seasoning and sprinkled it evenly on it. A piece of fragrant roasted snake meat is ready. He bit off a piece of meat and chewed it with satisfaction. It tastes good. Swallow the snake meat. The system prompt sounded. The Eye of Exploration is mutating. Suhan was stunned. I'm lucky today. Not only did he encounter a secret realm, but his Eye of Exploration also mutated. He was a little anxious and wanted to see what the Eye of Exploration would mutate into. The Eye of Exploration has successfully transformed into the Eye of Illusion Breaking. Suhan immediately opened the skill bar to check. Eye of Illusion LV.2, greatly improves vision, can check target attributes, has a 5% chance of discovering target's weaknesses, can see through illusions and invisibility, cooldown time is 5 seconds. Suhan looked at the new skill with surprise. There is no level limit for viewing the opponent's attributes. And he can also see through illusions and invisibility. The two skills of illusion and invisibility are very tricky. Once you fall into the illusion, unless you are stronger than your opponent, you will be trapped in the illusion until death. With the eyes that can see through illusions, all illusions are ineffective to him. The same goes for invisibility. There is almost no escape for those who are good at assassination in front of him. He closed the skill bar, and with a thought, the Eye of Delusion opened. His eyes glowed with a pale golden light. Everything around me seemed to become clearer. Even if it's a leaf 100 meters away. Suhan could also easily see every pattern on the leaves. His eyes swept across slowly. Next second. But he suddenly froze. I saw it in the dense woods. A huge elk with a pitch-black body was standing quietly in the woods, looking at him. This elk is as big as an elephant. If you include its huge pair of antlers, its height is almost doubled. He checked the elk's information. Name: Black Deer, Silver Level Leader. Race: Deer Tribe. Level 35. Skill 1. Summon Tree Spirit LV.1. Summons several tree spirits to attack the enemy. The tree spirits have different abilities. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Skill 2. Earthquake LV.1. Step on the ground to cause tremors, causing heavy damage to the enemy. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Skill 3. Life Recovery LV.1. Absorb the vitality of plants to restore your own life. Cooling time 5 minutes. It's actually a silver level leader? Su-Han narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately entered combat mode, thinking about how to deal with this black deer. But at this moment, the black deer actually spoke slowly. Human, can you see me? Chapter 41, Picking the Mysterious Fruit of the Earth. Su-Han frowned. Can this deer speak human language? Xianlu seemed to notice Su-Han's surprise and continued. A powerful being like me naturally knows a lot. But I came here this time not to be your enemy, but to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Su-Han asked in surprise. What are you cooperating with me for? Xianlu turned and walked deeper into the forest. Follow me. Su-Han followed Xianlu, half believing and half doubting. There is a black deer. The other strange beasts hid in the dark and did not dare to attack Su-Han. The journey was smooth. Not long after, they came to an open space. In the middle of the clearing is a huge tree root with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. But the tree seemed to be dead, and the upper half was broken in half by something. Only the lower half of the root remains. Despite this, the tree roots stand like a small hill in the center of the open space. Su-Han's gaze fell on the roots of the tree. There seems to be an earthy yellow fruit in the middle of the tree roots. This fruit looks like an apple, but it looks crystal clear, like a gem. Xianlu stopped beside the tree roots and spoke slowly. This is the root of the earth mysterious tree. You should have seen the fruit inside, right? That is the mysterious fruit of the earth, which contains terrifying power. If you eat it, your strength will increase greatly. But I can't get close, I want you to try. Su-Han looked at the mysterious fruit of the earth. The introduction of the mysterious fruit of the earth appeared before him. Name: Earth Mysterious Fruit. Quality: Platinum. Introduction: This fruit contains all the essence of the earth mysterious tree. It is a very good nutrient for pets and can greatly accelerate the growth of pets. It's actually a platinum level fruit. If this was given to that kid, he might grow directly from infancy to adulthood. Su-Han stroked his chin and said, I can help you, but... Xianlu nodded slightly and said, Don't worry, as long as you bring back the earth mysterious fruit, I will give you a platinum level weapon comparable to the epic level. How about it? Su-Han's eyes lit up. Comparable to an epic platinum level weapon. The value of this thing is no less than that of the mysterious earth fruit. He thought about it for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Xianlu seemed very satisfied. There is a fantasy world next to the mysterious fruit of the earth. But you can see through the illusion I created. I don't think it will cause any trouble to you. Su-Han nodded and walked straight towards the mysterious earth fruit. He approached the mysterious fruit of the earth step by step. When he was only 100 meters away from the mysterious fruit of the earth, suddenly, thick white fog rose around. In the fog, he lost his direction in an instant. Then, a clear, slightly shy voice sounded in his ears. Su-Han, do you like me? Su-Han subconsciously turned his head to look. I saw Xiaoling standing beside me. She was taking off her clothes one by one, revealing her graceful and white figure. However, Su-Han had no expression on his face. Is this the illusion that Xianlu mentioned? The eye that breaks delusion. His eyes were covered with a light golden color. The whole person's aura suddenly became majestic. Wherever the eyes pass, the thick white fog disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed. Xiaoling also disappeared. Everything is back to normal. He went straight to the earth mysterious fruit. A rich and refreshing fragrance hits you in the face. Just smelling it makes you feel relaxed and happy. He reached out and grabbed the earth fruit, gently picked it off, then turned and walked out. Just a few minutes. He returned to the black deer. Xian Lu looked at the earth mysterious fruit in Su Han's hand with shining eyes. Give me the mysterious fruit of the earth quickly. However, Su Han shook his head. Don't worry, since it's a deal, you should first take out the epic platinum level weapons. If I'm not satisfied, the deal is off. Xian Lu snorted coldly and said contemptuously, You lowly human, are you worthy enough to negotiate with me? Now, hand over the mysterious fruit of the earth to me, and I can let you leave safely. Otherwise, I will kill you first and then take the mysterious fruit of the earth. Ha 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 ha! Su Han laughed, and laughed so hard that he held his stomach. Xian Lu's tone became colder. What are you laughing at? Su Han smiled and shook his head and said, I'm laughing at you for being so stupid. Animals are animals. Their intelligence is still far behind that of humans. What did you say? The black deer was angry, its eyes widened and stared at Su Han. However, there was a playful look on Su Han's face. He casually stuffed the mysterious earth fruit into the space ring. I guess what you were thinking. Besides, where does a silver level leader get platinum level weapons? Think before you tell lies. But thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have known there was such a treasure hidden here. Xian Lu was so angry that his eyes turned cold. Human, you asked for this. It raised its front hooves high and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! The ground broke apart instantly. 5 big and sturdy trees emerged from the ground. The trunks of these big trees have ferocious expressions. They moved their huge bodies and attacked Su Han. Su Han took a glance. These are all dryads. However, these tree spirits moved too slowly. He tapped his toes lightly, and his body rushed out, passing the tree monster and killing directly towards the black deer. Court death! The black deer raised its front hooves and stomped on the ground again. Boom boom. The ground shook violently. The ground cracked and it was impossible to stand still. A tree demon fell into the crack and was instantly swallowed up by the crack. Dragon Claw! Su Han raised his hand, and his hand turned into a dragon claw, smashing hard on Xian Lu's head. Bang! A dent was smashed into the black deer's head. The huge body fell backwards with a loud bang. It hit the ground with a loud bang. The health bar dropped by 1/3. Su Han's figure flashed, and the angry dragon's fangs slashed across the black deer's body. However, compared to the dragon claw, the damage of ordinary attacks is much lower. It took a full half-minute for Xian Lu's health bar to reach the bottom. It's time to end it. Su Han's eyes fell on Xian Lu's neck, ready to kill it with one blow. Xian Lu said angrily, Human! Do you think you can kill me? Life restored. A green halo spread from it to the surroundings. Wherever the halo passed, countless large trees withered. And Xian Lu's health bar was instantly restored. The injuries on its body were also completely healed. It stared at Su Han with disdain in its eyes. You'll never be able to kill me here. Su Han sneered. Really? Then what about this? He turned his palm. A blazing fireball the size of a human head appeared in the palm of his hand. Go! Just throw it away. The exploding fireball flew out quickly. But its target was not the black deer, but the dense forest behind. Boom! The explosive fireball exploded with a loud bang. Countless sparks flew everywhere. The sparks touched the grass and bushes and quickly ignited. A blazing flame rose up. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest turned into a sea of fire. Chapter 42 Break your legs and crawl back. Xian Lu's eyes suddenly widened and he turned to look at the sea of fire behind him. Human! I'm going to kill you! It raised its hooves high and stomped the ground hard. Boom! Cracks suddenly appeared on the ground and quickly rushed towards Su Han. Su Han leaped forward and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already come in front of Xian Lu. Shadowless flash. The dagger scratched the antlers on the black deer's head. Snap! accompanied by a crisp sound. The angry dragon's fangs cut a hole. And the thick antlers were also cut off. It crashed to the ground. Humans! Black Deer is furious. Deer antlers are not only its weapon, but also a symbol of status. Cutting off a deer's antlers is no less than taking its life. It has completely gone haywire. The hooves stomped hard on the ground. The ground suddenly broke open. Tall tree monsters emerged from the ground one after another. The roar continued. No need to shout so loudly. It's time to end it. Angry dragon spreads its wings. A cold voice sounded in Xian Lu's ears. Xian Lu looked up suddenly. A roaring angry dragon flew towards him. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The dagger was like a drill, easily piercing the black deer's skull. Xian Lu's eyes widened and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. All health bars are instantly cleared. The tree monsters let out wailing sounds, dried up and lost their lives. Su Han landed steadily on the ground, walked to the side of the black deer, grabbed the angry dragon's fang and pulled it out. I opened the property panel and took a look at the experience bar. The experience value is full. You can now take on upgrade tasks. Close the attribute panel, then move your gaze towards the corpse of the black deer. The two pieces of equipment lay quietly on the ground. A staff made of wood and a wooden wrist guard. He picked up the staff and checked its properties. Living wood staff. Quality, silver. Spirit plus 100. Mana recovery speed plus 10%. Skill 1, summon a tree demon. Summon a tree demon of the same level as yourself. The tree demon exists for 5 minutes, and the cooldown time is 15 minutes. Living wood set. 1/2 2 pieces of this set increase wood attribute damage by 20%. Introduction. This staff is made from the essence of hundreds of living woods and can help you get closer to nature. Equipment requirement, level 20. This staff is a good piece of equipment for a wood attribute mage. Summoning a dryad of the same level is almost equivalent to a front row. Increase the mage's chance of survival. He looked at the wrist guard. Living wood wrist guard. Quality, silver. Spirit plus 70. Mana recovery speed plus 10%. Skill 1, get close to nature. Passive skill, increases the release speed of natural attribute skills by 20%. Living wood set, 1/2 2 pieces of this set increase the damage of natural attributes by 20%. Introduction. The wristband made from the essence of hundreds of living woods can help you get closer to nature. Equipment requirement, level 20. Another suit. Su Han wasn't interested. Although his profession can also use a staff. But this staff is too weak. He cut off a piece of black deer meat and stuffed it into the space ring, then walked towards the exit. He passed through the vortex, his eyes went dark, and then he returned to his original world. As soon as he stood still, he felt several fierce auras coming towards him. Su Han frowned slightly. He flashed several times. Easily avoided the opponent's attack. Boom! A huge ball of lightning hit him, causing him to take 2 steps back and his health bar to drop. But within a few breaths, his health was fully restored. Boy, hand over the treasure in the secret realm, and I will let you go. A man in a dark purple robe said condescendingly. The purple crystal ball on the top of the staff emits a brilliant light. Arcs of electricity were jumping on it. The magic has been gathered. Can be started at any time. Su Han's face was gloomy, and his eyes slowly swept over the people in front of him. There are 5 people on the other side. 2 shield warriors were at the forefront. 2 warriors with swords stood on the flanks, watching intently. The wizard holding the staff stood at the end. Standard team battle formation. The wizard was getting a little impatient waiting. His voice became colder. Hurry up! Otherwise, I will break your legs and make you crawl back on your knees. The strong men showed sarcastic smiles on their faces. It seemed as if he was thinking of Su Han crawling back with his legs broken. Su Han nodded very seriously. Okay. The mage looked at Su Han as if he were a fool. Since he said so, Wang Fu Lu Wu, go and satisfy him. Yes, master. The two warriors holding swords had grim smiles on their faces. Walked towards Su-han step by step. Boy, you asked for this. Don't blame us for being too ruthless later. If you are willing to kneel down and kowtow to the young master to admit your fault, and then hand over all your things, maybe the young master will be soft-hearted and let you go. Su-han looked at the two of them expressionlessly. No need, even if you two beg me, I'm not going to let you go. Wang Fu and Lu Wu's expressions changed. This kid is too arrogant. I'm going to chop off your hands and feet today and turn you into a human pig. The two men rushed towards Su-han with swords in hand. Su-han raised his hand. 3 green blades of light floated in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the light blade turned into 3 streams of light and shot towards the legs of the two warriors. Laugh. Ah! The light passed over their thighs. All that was heard was a scream. The two men fell heavily to the ground, and their swords fell to the side. Su-han played with the angry dragon's fang. The fiery red dagger turned into red knife flowers in his palm. He walked up to Wang Fu and stepped on him. Snap! Ah! Wang Fu screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His legs were broken by Su-han, and his leg bones were twisted strangely. Su-han had no expression on his face and stepped down again. Snap! There was another crisp sound. Both of Wang Fu's legs were broken. A piercing pain came over me. Wang Fu lay on the ground, twitching all over, unable to move. Lu Wu was so scared that he was shaking all over. He dragged his legs and crawled back desperately, as if he had seen a demon. The wizard's eyes turned cold. How dare you! Kneel down! He raised his staff, and a dark purple ball of electricity flew towards Su-han. Su-han raised his hand casually. A black vortex appeared in the palm of his hand. The electric ball fell straight into the vortex and disappeared without a trace. The wizard's eyes widened suddenly, almost popping out of their sockets. Where's my lightning ball? Su-han said casually. You want it? Then I'll give it back to you. The dark vortex began to fluctuate violently like boiling water. The next moment, a dark purple ball of light suddenly shot out from the vortex and headed straight towards the mage. The faces of the two shield warriors next to them changed drastically. He immediately rushed to the front of the mage and put his shield in front of him. Boom! The ball of lightning landed on the shield and exploded. The two shield warriors were immediately blown away, fell to the side, and spit out blood. The mage's face changed drastically. Just as he raised his staff and was about to use magic again, a cold voice sounded in his ears. It's agreed. Break your legs and crawl back. Chapter 43 Upgrade Mission. Ah! Sharp screams echoed throughout the entire upstream area. The wizard knelt on the ground, his facial features twisted together, he covered his legs in pain, and his whole body trembled. His legs were twisted in a weird way. It had been broken by Su-han. I'm going to kill you! The mage stared at Su-han and said with gritted teeth. Su-han glanced at him, clapped his hands, and left. I want my brother to kill him! I must kill him! The mage roared so hard that the veins in his neck popped out. The two shield warriors beside him lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Su-han went straight to the professional guild. Upgrade tasks are released in the professional guild. To be precise, it was on the instrument of the awakening profession. Touch the awakening instrument with your hand, and as long as the conditions are met, you will be teleported to a special secret realm. After completing the task, you will be officially promoted. Su-han went straight to the promotion hall. The hall was very empty, with only 5 awakening instruments placed inside. There were several exotic beast hunters standing in the hall chatting, apparently waiting for someone. One of them saw Su-han and said in surprise, Hey, isn't this the little brother from that day? Su-han turned his head and looked. It was that day that the Crazy Blade group invited him to go to Mulan Town. The one who greeted him was the head of the group, the man with a scar on his face. Little brother, why are you here? The scar-faced uncle asked with a smile. Su-han pointed at the awakening instrument and replied with a smile. Of course it is upgraded. Everyone looked at Su-han in surprise. The scar-faced uncle looked as if he had seen a ghost. Upgrade? You have already reached level 19 and gained full experience? Su-Han nodded slightly. Here's Su-Han's answer in person. Everyone looked shocked. What the hell? Did you really just awaken? It's only been a few days, and you've already reached level 19 and gained full experience? After I awakened, it took me 2 full months to barely reach level 19 and gain the full experience. You're lucky. You have someone to guide you. I didn't have anyone to guide me. It took me at least 3 months. It's true, comparing yourself to others makes you feel pissed off. Everyone sighed. The scarred uncle patted Su-Han on the shoulder and sighed. You are really young and promising. My daughter is far inferior to you. Based on your grades, you must have been admitted to Longway University, right? Su-Han nodded. The scarred uncle smiled and said, My daughter's name is Qin Shuani, and she has also been admitted to Longway University. If you meet her in the future, please take good care of her. Su-Han nodded. Of course, of course. Chatted for a few minutes. He walked straight to the job transfer instrument and placed his hand on it. The instrument lit up with a brilliant light. Then, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and a strong sense of weightlessness came over him. When he regained his sight, he saw that he was in a dense forest. And in front of him was an ordinary little house. There was smoke rising from the house, and bursts of fragrance wafted over. A woman with a pair of goat horns on her head stood quietly at the door of the cottage with a smile on her lips. Her light blue hair fell casually on her shoulders. Her eyes are also a bright lake blue, and the smile in her eyes makes people unable to help but be intoxicated by it. She has a curvy figure and a slender waist. Petite and cute, yet still graceful. She spoke slowly, her voice soft and gentle, making people feel like a spring breeze. Hello, Mr. Su-Han, welcome to the Great Gourmet's secret realm. I am your examiner, you can call me Ningyu. Su-Han's old face turned red. Such a beautiful woman, just like a fairy. He speaks so gently. He said, Ningyu, what is my upgrade mission? Ningyu narrowed her eyes and smiled. Please follow me into the house. Su-Han nodded and followed Ningyu into the wooden house. There was only a big pot, a table, 2 chairs and a faucet in the wooden house. Apart from that, there is nothing. Su-Han looked at Ningyu in confusion. Ningyu said softly, Your upgrade task is to cook a dish. I'll give you a score after tasting it. The higher the score, the better the reward. You must do your best. Su-Han understood. The upgrade task is cooking. That's easy. Ningyu continued. But there is a small restriction, please pay attention to it. Only 2 kinds of ingredients can be used in this assessment, and the more novel they are, the higher the score will be. Well, you can start any time. Ningyu stepped aside and looked at Su-Han with gentle eyes full of encouragement. The expression on Su-Han's face froze. You can only use 2 ingredients, and they have to be novel? In his mind, he recalled the various dishes in this world. It seems that people in this world don't care much about food. For exotic animal meat. In addition to the most basic roasting, there is also stewing. There is not even the concept of braised food. Not to mention delicious dishes such as braised and stir-fried. For them, as long as they can eat, they don't have too high requirements. Only 2 ingredients, and a completely new dish. Su-Han thought hard. Sudden. A flash of inspiration came to his mind. Got it. Egg fried rice. The only ingredients are eggs and rice, it's very simple. However, it seems that there are no eggs in this world as before. Only a strange beast called the iron-beaked chicken can lay eggs. Su-Han has never bought it and doesn't know if the taste is similar? However, he heard that iron-beak eggs were used to feed exotic beasts, and basically no one ate this kind of thing. He looked at Ningyu. What should we do if there are no ingredients here? Ningyu smiled and said, Tell me the ingredients you need and I'll help you. Su-Han said, 2 iron-beak eggs and a large bowl of rice. The rice must be cold. Ningyu was stunned, holding her chin with one hand, like a curious baby. Iron-beaked eggs? Can I eat this? You only have one chance to choose the material. If you make the wrong choice, you cannot change it. Sir, you have to think about it carefully. Su-han nodded with certainty. Just these two? Ningyu said no more. She turned and walked into a small room. After a while, she came out holding a wooden box. Carefully placed the wooden box on the table. Su-han opened the wooden box, inside which were 2 iron-beaked eggs and a bowl of white rice. Sir, the materials you want are here. The test time is 10 minutes, don't exceed the time limit. If you need anything, you can tell me, Ningyu reminded with a smile. As she spoke, she took out a timer and placed it on the table. Su-han nodded slightly. He picked up an iron-beaked egg and broke it. The egg yolk fell into the white rice and the egg white was placed in a bowl aside. A faint fishy smell spread. The taste of iron-beaked eggs is much stronger than that of ordinary eggs. Su-han reached out and mixed the rice and egg yolk evenly together. Each grain of rice turned golden. Just like little golden beans. Su-han turned his head and glanced at the timer. 8.5 minutes left. That's enough. Chapter 44 Golden Egg Fried Rice. Ningyu on the side tilted her head curiously, staring at Su-han's movements. What is this practice? How come I have never seen it before? But these golden rice grains look so tempting, I really want to have a bite. Su-han was too lazy to take the time to light the fire. Directly summons an exploding fireball to ignite the fire. The orange flames lit the iron pot. Soon, wisps of white smoke began to come out of the iron pot. Su-han stretched out his hand and touched the space ring. A small box of white stuff appeared next to him. Su-han picked up the spatula, gently scooped up some and put it in the pot. Soon, a meaty smell filled the air. Ningyu's nostrils flared and she took a few deep breaths. It smells so good. It tastes like meat. My stomach started growling. But that thing is not meat. Ningyu's eyes were full of confusion. Su-han smiled and said, This is the lard from the ironback pig. When he was at home, his mother used lard to cook. Not only is it healthy, but it can also enhance the flavor of the dishes when you cook fried rice or vegetables. Coming into this world, there is no lard. He went and bought some ironback pig fat and refined it into oil himself. It was just as expected. The lard from the ironback pig is very fragrant. Either fried or grilled. Just add a little bit, and the taste will instantly increase by several levels. This is also one of Su-han's cooking secrets. Wait until the lard melts. He poured all the rice out. Swish. Oil splashed. A rich aroma of eggs instantly filled the entire room. Ningyu stared at the fried rice in the pot, her eyes full of desire. Smells so good. I want to eat it so much. What on earth did the gentleman cook? It smells so good. No, you must be reserved. The rumbling of my stomach became louder and louder. Ningyu's pretty face turned slightly red, and her little hands tightly covered her stomach, trying to reduce the screaming. Su-han flipped the pan skillfully. Soon, it's done and served. The rice is served in a bowl. A rich fragrance filled the whole house. Su-han glanced at the time. 3 minutes left. He placed the bowl on the table and said with a smile, Ningyu, come and have a taste. Ningyu nodded vigorously. She picked up the chopsticks, gently picked up a small ball of rice and put it into her mouth. The aroma of rice plus the rich flavor of eggs. It is also served with the meaty aroma brought by lard. Several flavors mixed together. Ningyu's eyes widened in surprise. She no longer cared about being reserved. He picked up the bowl and put the egg-fried rice into his mouth in big mouthfuls. Just 1 minute. The whole bowl of egg-fried rice was eaten up cleanly. Not even a grain of rice was left. How does it taste? Su-han asked with a smile. Ningyu blushed, took out a light blue handkerchief and gently wiped her mouth. It tastes great, the dishes are very novel, I've never eaten anything so delicious. I like it very much. What about the ratings? As for the rating, S rank, right? That's the highest rank. Ningyu put away her handkerchief, poked her chin with her hand, pursed her lips, and spoke. Su-han's eyes lit up. He continued, "What about the reward?" Ningyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. "Sir, give me your hand." She slowly stretched out her hand, her beautiful eyes looking at Su-han tenderly. Su-han was stunned for a moment, then awkwardly placed his hand on Ningyu's palm. Ningyu's palms were soft and warm, and her skin was as delicate as jade. She smiled and spoke. "Congratulations, sir, for completing the upgrade mission and obtaining an S-level rating. Reward: a piece of random exotic beast meat, and a 10% increase in all attributes. Reward the great gourmet with a unique professional skill, devour everything." Su-han was a little disappointed. This reward is too general. He thought that the reward would be some high-quality equipment, or some other good stuff. He opened the property panel and took a look. I was stunned for a moment. Name: Su-han. Race: human. Occupation: SSS level gourmet. Level 20. Strength: 1242. Physique: 1099. Agility: 620. Spirit: 219. Physical resistance: 10%. Magic resistance: 10%. Physical penetration: 10%. Magic penetration: 10%. Cooling down reduction: 10%. Life steal: 10%. Look at the series of additional attributes below. Su-han was confused. So this is how you increase all attributes by 10%? If that's the case, this reward is totally worth it. Such as various resistances and penetration. As long as the equipment comes with these attributes, the price will immediately soar. Ningyu seemed to notice Su-han's surprise. He smiled and said, "Not only these, there are also some hidden attributes. For example, attack speed, movement speed, etc." Su-han's eyes widened in surprise. "What a value! A piece of random exotic beast meat, it is currently unknown what it is." He was also very curious about the unique professional skills of the great gourmet. Each profession has its own professional skills. The higher the profession level, the stronger the attached skills and the more special the effects. So far, all his skills have been acquired by eating the flesh of exotic beasts. He was very curious about this profession-specific skill. He opened the skill panel. At the bottom of the skill panel are the new skills. Devour everything LV.1. You can devour inedible beasts. The first time you devour, there is a 100% chance of gaining attributes and a 1% chance of gaining skills. The cooldown time is 1 minute. Su-han's eyes lit up. This skill is very good. After all, not all exotic animals can be eaten. There are also some elemental beasts, or mechanical beasts. With the skill of devouring everything, it can also absorb those strange beasts. Okay, the upgrade mission is completed, you can leave now, Ningyu said with a smile. Su-han stood up, clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, see you next time. It should be time for me to advance to the second level." Ningyu smiled and shook her head. "No. If we are destined to meet, it won't be long before we meet again." Su-han was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? Could Ningyu still leave the secret realm? No time to think about it. A dark vortex appeared in front of him. He stepped into the whirlpool and immediately disappeared. And the vortex disappeared. Ningyu looked at the disappearing Su-han and licked her lips. "How can I let you leave my side when you can make such delicious food? We will meet again soon," she whispered as she played with a black ring in her hand. Su-han walked through the vortex portal and stepped on the floor. He looked closely. He had already returned to the Ascension Hall. Scarface and his men have also left. The entire hall was empty, with only him in it. Golden sunlight shines into the hall. A little hot. Su-han glanced at the clock on the wall. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's almost time to get ready to attend Xiao Ling's birthday party. Chapter 45. All parties gather. At this time, inside a villa, the middle-aged man was sitting on a chair, taking a nap with his eyes closed. The black bird stood on his shoulder, tilting its head from time to time and staring blankly at the middle-aged man's face. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and spoke. The door of the room opened. A man in black walked in. He bowed and spoke respectfully. "Reporting to the Lord, the investigation has been completed. The person who sold those items is a guy named Suhan." The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "Suhan? Is it Suhan, the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination?" The man in black robe nodded. The middle-aged man raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Interesting. We haven't taken the initiative to cause trouble for him, but he dares to come to us? This Suhan is quite courageous." The man in black robe said respectfully, "Sir, do we need to send someone to deal with Suhan now?" The middle-aged man shook his head. He leaned on his cane, slowly stood up and said, "Don't worry. There is still 1 month until Longway University starts. As long as he is still in Donghai City, he can't escape. There is no need to rush. His reputation is at its peak at this time. If he were to take action forcefully, both the Donghai City government and the Jinhai general government would be affected. It might even alert the Dragon Kingdom headquarters. So, just bear with it for now, understand?" The man in black robe nodded and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "Okay, you go first. I need to change my clothes too. Today is my niece Xiaoling's coming-of-age ceremony. I have to attend. Also, my disappointing son was beaten up. Please investigate this matter for me as well." "Yes." The man in black robe turned and left quickly. Rose Manor Community. The residential area here is full of single-family villas. At the innermost part of the community, there are 3 villas covering a huge area. One of them is where the Xia family lives. Today, the open space in front of the Xia family's door was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Many people dressed in noble attire were chatting and laughing in the courtyard of the villa. Everyone came for the coming-of-age ceremony of Xiaoling, the eldest daughter of the Xia family. At the door of the villa, Xiaoling changed her previous attire of an ancient female swordsman and put on a pure white long dress. She has a tall figure. With a long skirt, she looks like a proud white swan. Many men drooled at the sight. But they only dared to think about it in their hearts. After all, Xiaoling's father, Xia Xiuwei, is the president of the Donghai Chamber of Commerce, in charge of the Donghai City Trading Market and the Donghai City Auction House. Many people want to buy some rare equipment or skill books, as well as some materials. They all have to establish a good relationship with Xia Xiuwei. Xiaoling stood at the door, looking forward to it, as if waiting for someone. At this time, a car pulled into the parking lot. Immediately, a young man in a dark purple robe walked out of the car with the help of 2 of his men. As soon as he saw Xiaoling, an excited smile appeared on his face. He shook off his 2 men and limped to the gate. Holding the wall with one hand, he looked at Xiaoling affectionately. "Linger, you are here to wait for me, right?" Xiaoling frowned and took 2 steps back, keeping a distance from the person in front of her. "Lei Hongyang, we are just ordinary friends, you can just call me Xiaoling," Lei Hongyang said with a sad face. "Linger, we grew up together, why are you so cold to me now? There is a childhood marriage between you and me arranged by our parents." Xiaoling frowned and said, "That was just a joke between our parents." Lei Hongyang wanted to say something else. But I saw a middle-aged man with a tall stature, as tall as a mountain, walking straight towards me. Behind him was a boy of equally muscular build. It was Tai Zhan and his son. Xiaoling said obediently, "Hello, Uncle Tai." Tiegung's imposing expression suddenly turned into a smile when he met Xiaoling. "Haha, niece Xiaoling, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown so beautiful now. It's true that girls change a lot when they grow up. When you were little, your father and I wanted to arrange a marriage for you. Now it seems that Tai Zhan is not worthy of you, the Phoenix." Tai Zhan was speechless. How could a father insult his own son like this? Xiaoling blushed slightly and said, "Thank you, Uncle Tai, for the compliment." Tai Gang looked at Lei Hongyang standing beside him, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Hongyang, you're here too, let's go in together. Lei Hongyang was angry but dared not speak out. Tai Gang is also his uncle and has a very good relationship with his father. If Tai Gang was angered and beaten, his father would not speak for him. He lifted his legs and limped inside behind Tai Gang. Tai Gang looked at Lei Hongyang with a little doubt. What happened to your leg? The corner of Lei Hongyang's mouth twitched. If others knew that my leg was broken, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? He could only smile awkwardly and said, I was injured by a strange beast. I've been treated and it's no longer a problem. Tai Gang nodded and said nothing more. Walk into the villa. Immediately, several people came over and tried to get close to Tai Gang. Lei Hongyang and Tai Sun left and went to rest. Xiaoling was still standing at the door waiting. Why hasn't he come yet? Did he forget? That shouldn't be the case, right? At this time, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking gentle and elegant walked out. Xiaoling asked in confusion, Dad, why did you come out? Xia Xiaowei said with a smile. A distinguished guest is coming soon, of course I have to go out and greet him in person. Distinguished guest? Xiaoling looked confused. A few minutes later, a car drove to the parking lot at the entrance. A middle-aged man got out of the car, waved to Xia Xiaowei and said with a smile, President Xia, long time no see. It was none other than Dai Guiqiang, director of the Investigation Bureau. Xiaoling finally knew who the distinguished guest her father was talking about. Dai Guiqiang and his father were comrades in arms and had a very good relationship. Xia Xiaowei stepped forward, punched Dai Guiqiang on the shoulder, and scolded him with a smile. You're trying to do the same to me? Dai Guiqiang smiled and said, By the way, the city lord asked me to bring a gift. He was busy investigating the alien beasts attacking the city, so he couldn't come. He asked me to say happy birthday to Xiaoling. Xia Xiaowei took the gift and said, Your Excellency, the city lord is so polite. Has the investigation still not yielded any results? Dai Guiqiang shook his head. The Donghai City intelligence team has been dispatched and has obtained a rough result. It was the work of the Abyss cult, but their purpose is still unknown. Xia Xiaowei frowned and said, It's this Abyss cult again. It really hurts people so much. Dai Guiqiang nodded slightly. If there hadn't been a master who destroyed their plan, I'm afraid the entire Donghai City would have been reduced to ruins. While they were chatting, another car pulled into the parking lot. The car door opened. A hearty laugh rang out. Old Dai, you drive really fast as a driver. Chapter 46. Did you kill the scorpion? Everyone turned to look. The director of the Education Bureau, Lu Qianjuan, got out of the car. Following closely behind him is Jing Zucai. Seeing this, Xia Xiaowei hurried over to greet Jing Zucai. I didn't expect Teacher Jing to come to attend my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. I apologize for not welcoming her from afar. Jing Zucai smiled and nodded, saying, President Xia, you're welcome. I came here uninvited. I hope I didn't disturb you. Xia Xiaowei smiled and said, Teacher Jing, I can't wait to welcome you. Come in, sit down and chat. Everyone walked inside together. However, Xiaoling was still standing at the door. Xia Xiaowei asked doubtfully, Xiaoling, aren't you going in yet? Xiaoling said awkwardly, Dad, you go in first, I'm waiting for my friend. Xia Xiaowei was somewhat dissatisfied. The most important guests have arrived. Xiaoling did not go to entertain them, but waited outside instead. Doesn't this mean that there are more important guests than Jing Zucai and his friends? Just when he was about to call Xiaoling in, a taxi slowly drove into the parking lot. Everyone looked at the taxi in surprise. Hey, is anyone else taking a taxi to attend the birthday party? Maybe he's Xiaoling's classmate. Despite this, everyone's hearts were still full of curiosity. The Xia family's identity is here. Xiaoling's classmates must also be from wealthy families. Can't you afford a car? I actually had to take a taxi here. It's really embarrassing. Dai Guiqiang and Lu Qianjuan glanced at each other, shook their heads slightly, and no longer paid any attention to it. The taxi stopped. A handsome young man got off the bus. When Xiaoling saw the young man, her eyes lit up and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She waved and called out, "Su-han, this way!" Xia Xiuwei stroked his chin. He felt that the name seemed familiar. Jingzucai and others nearby, however, brightened their eyes. Su-han came in front of everyone, bowed slightly, and said, "Hello, directors and teacher Jing." Then he turned and looked at Xia Xiuwei. "Hello, Uncle Xia," Lu Qianjun said with a smile. "I really didn't expect that our top scholar is here too. It seems that niece Xia is waiting for Su-han, right?" "Yes, I think they are a good match." Dai Guiqiang also nodded. "That's right. A talented man and a beautiful woman, that's what I'm talking about, these two." Xiaoling's pretty face flushed. "Uncle Dai, Uncle Lu, what are you talking about?" I'll go in first." After saying that, she turned around and ran into the house in a hurry. Su-han was confused. He cast a puzzled look at Jingzucai. Jingzucai said with a smile, "Xiaoling stood outside for a long time waiting for you." Su-han said awkwardly, "Teacher Zheng is joking." Dai Guiqiang looked at Su-han's fingers. "Sudden," he said. "Su-han, is that the soul ring on your hand?" Su-han was stunned, then nodded. Dai Guiqiang asked anxiously, "Can you tell me where this ring came from?" Su-han didn't understand why, so he said, "It was taken from a fugitive." "Fugitive?" Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. The excitement on Dai Guiqiang's face became even more intense. He put his hands on Su Ye's shoulders and asked nervously, "Is it a fugitive named Scorpion?" Su-han nodded slightly. Dai Guiqiang's eyes lit up. Okay. It turned out that you killed the Scorpion." Su-han scratched his head. Are they going to arrest me?" Dai Guiqiang burst out laughing. He patted Su-han on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "Well done! Scorpion is a serious fugitive. We want to catch him and execute him. I didn't expect that he would fall into your hands. I remember that we met outside the Shadow Swamp, right?" Su-han nodded. "Well, you are really young and capable. By the way, the 200,000 in cash will be directly deposited into your card. In addition, the second-class merit will also be directly recorded in your file. I've been awarded the second-level merit right after graduating from high school. I can't say there won't be anyone like me in the future, but it's definitely unprecedented." Zheng Zucai nodded slightly. There was a hint of admiration in the look he gave Su-han. "Not bad, very good. I guess I have to ask the school to give you an extra 100 credits. Xia Xiuwei smiled and said, "You are indeed worthy of being the top scholar in the country. I didn't invite you personally, so please don't be offended, Su-han." Dai Guiqiang waved his hand and said, Okay, don't be polite. Today is Xiaoling's coming-of-age ceremony. She is the protagonist. We old guys should just be spectators." Everyone nodded. "Walk into the manor." Many people were shocked when they saw Su-han actually walked in with the directors. Many people speculated about Su-han's identity. It suddenly became very lively outside. Lei Hongnan was playing with his mobile phone in the room. Hearing some noise outside, he frowned immediately. "Why is it so noisy?" He stood up and limped to the door. He immediately saw Su-han standing next to Dai Guiqiang and others. "It's him!" Lei Hongyang's eyes were almost spitting fire. "This guy broke both his legs yesterday. It made me miserable. I want to cause trouble for him, but I don't know who that person is. I didn't expect to meet you again today." He stormed out of the room, took out his staff, pointed it at Su-han and yelled, "Good boy, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you come to it. I'll make sure you look good today." Su-han glanced at him. Before he could speak, Taizan frowned and said, "Lei Hongnan, what are you going to do?" Xiaoling quickly stood in front of Su-han and glared at Lei Hongnan. "Lei Hongnan, put your weapon down immediately. If you dare to do this here, I will tell Uncle Lei immediately." I saw Xiaoling was actually speaking for Su-han. Lei Hongnan was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. "Linger, are you talking about me for this beast? Yesterday, it was this beast who broke my leg. He was so cruel. You must never have any contact with such a person. When the onlookers heard this, they all looked at Su-han in shock. This man looks kind, but he is merciless when he attacks. This guy doesn't look like a good person. You'd better stay away from him. He is so courageous that he dared to break Lei Hongyang's legs? Doesn't he know Lei Hongyang's identity? When Lei Hongyang heard everyone's discussion, a smile appeared on his face. He just wants everyone to see Su-han's true face. Let Xiaoling know who is the one who is truly worthy of your trust. At this time, Dai Guiqiang suddenly stood up and said, "Quiet!" As the director of the investigation bureau, his voice was loud and authoritative. Everyone present fell silent instantly. Then Dai Guiqiang turned and looked at Lei Hongyang. "Since you said Su-han broke your leg, what was his motive? Explain what happened clearly so that others can judge right and wrong." Chapter 47. Is this a earth-splitting tiger cub? Lei Hongyang hesitated. He hesitated for a moment, speechless. Su-han said slowly, "It's not a big deal. It's just that I discovered a new secret realm. I guess he probably saw the secret realm later, so he wanted me to give him the things in the secret realm. I didn't want to, so he ordered his men to break my legs." When everyone heard this, they looked at Lei Hongyang with a strange look in their eyes. How can Lao Lei's son be so shameless? He actually robbed other people's things? Yes, Lao Lei doted on his son too much and made him like this. I heard that he is still a student of Longway University. It really brings shame to Longway University. Lei Hongyang's face turned pale and blue. He glared at Su-han with gritted teeth. I wish I could swallow it in one gulp. Dai Guiqiang stared at Lei Hongyang with a gloomy face. Go apologize to Su-han. Lei Hongyang's face changed. He gripped the staff tightly and spoke through gritted teeth. Let me apologize to him. He was the one who beat me. Why should I apologize to him? Dai Guiqiang's face darkened and he was about to say something. A low voice came from behind. Apologize! Everyone turned around. I saw a middle-aged man in a neat suit walking towards me. The middle-aged man had an imposing look on his face, and a pitch-black crow stood on his shoulder. The crow tilted its head and looked at Lei Hongyang and shouted sharply. Apologize, apologize! Lei Hongyang lowered his head and uttered 3 words. I'm sorry. After saying that, he turned and walked into the house. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Su-han and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, my son has been spoiled. I will discipline him strictly after I return and will never cause this kind of trouble again. Xiaoling came close to Su-han and introduced him in a low voice. This is Uncle Lei Minglei, the president of the professional guild and Lei Hongyang's father. Su-han nodded slightly. President Lei, you are too polite. Everyone also dispersed. Su-han wants to go out for dinner. But many people came to get close to him and tried to build relationships with him. More than an hour passed and I hadn't eaten much. However, I did eat several different kinds of exotic animal meat. Attribute points have been improved again. The number of gourmet illustrations has also increased to 45/50. You still need 5 kinds of exotic beast meat to unlock the next reward. Su-han couldn't wait to go home. Su-han! A crisp voice sounded behind Su-han. Su-han looked back. I saw Xiaoling, who was wearing a white dress, looking at me shyly. Su-han was mesmerized for a moment. When do you plan to go to the capital? Seeing that Su-han was fascinated by her beauty, Xiaoling felt a little proud. Su-han came back to his senses. He coughed awkwardly. Maybe in a week. Almost all the strange beasts around Donghai City have been eaten. Next we have to find some new exotic beasts. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to complete the Gourmet Encyclopedia to 100 types. Xiaoling nodded slightly. By the way, I heard that you will be assigned a tutor after entering university. Which tutor do you want to choose? Su-han was stunned. Will you choose a mentor? He had never understood this. Xiaoling explained. I also heard it from my seniors. It is said that there are a total of 18 tutors to choose from for the new class, and each tutor is responsible for 2 students. 10 instructors are 4th-level masters, and 7 instructors are 5th-level masters. What about the other one? Su-Han asked doubtfully. Xiaoling held her chin and said, "It seems that the teacher and seniors do not recommend us to choose. It is said that the teacher's strength has reached the peak of the 5th level, and he is the most powerful among all the teachers. But she has a very strange personality and usually doesn't like to teach students. Also, I heard that she likes to take students to break into the lairs of leader-level monsters, and the student casualty rate is as high as 80%. The school leaders have a lot of opinions about her. Originally, we didn't plan to let her continue to teach students. But for some reason, she was allowed to join the tutor team again this year. You must be careful not to choose this mentor." Su-Han nodded slightly. "Is there such a special mentor?" "You can find out about it in advance." At this time, in the corner of the crowd, Lei Hongyang was looking at Su-Han with a gloomy face. "Damn it! How dare he treat me like this? I'm going to make him look bad." His eyes fell on the cake tower next to Su-Han. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He already has an idea. He raised his palm. A mysterious magic circle appeared on the palm of his hand. The magic circle retreated. A purple mouse, only the size of a palm, appeared in the palm of his hand. "Go, bite that table down for me!" Lei Hongyang pointed at the table with the cake tower on it, and whispered. "Squeak!" The thunder mouse shouted excitedly. It turned into a flash of lightning, and quickly pounced towards the table. People around also noticed the flash of lightning. "There are strange beasts invading. This looks like a thunder rat. Why is there a thunder rat here? Oh no! That thunder mouse seems to be heading for the cake. Stop it quickly!" Everyone screamed. The bodyguards guarding the area quickly stepped forward, trying to stop the thunder rat. But the thunder rat is too fast. Almost in an instant, I arrived in front of the cake tower. Just as Thunder Mouse was about to hit the table leg, a magic circle quietly appeared in front of it. Immediately, a tiger as big as a full-grown dog walked out of the magic circle. Roar! A whistling sound was heard. The Thunder Mouse was so frightened that it trembled all over and turned and ran away. But how could the kid let it run away like that? It leaped up and easily jumped in front of the Thunder Rat. A claw fell. He easily pinned the Thunder Rat to the ground, unable to move. Looking at the captured Thunder Rat, everyone finally calmed down. Xia Xiuwei and his companions walked over quickly. "What's going on?" Xia Xiuwei said with a frown. Su-Han said slowly, "A Thunder Rat appeared here, but it was caught by my pet." Xia Xiuwei's face turned pale. The birthday venue had been cleaned up long ago. There are strange beasts appearing. This is a slap in his face. Go investigate immediately. What's going on? How did a strange beast get in? Yes. The bodyguard next to him nodded quickly and left in a hurry. Hey, this little tiger looks familiar. Dai Guiqiang on the side suddenly spoke up. Everyone's eyes fell on the little tiger. Xing Zucai stared at the little tiger, frowned, and slowly said, "This looks a lot like the Earth-splitting Tiger King." A word can wake a dreamer up. Everyone turned to look at Su-Han. Could this be the cub of the Earth-splitting Tiger King? Lu Qiangjuan asked cautiously. Su-Han nodded directly. Yes, this is the cub of the Earth-splitting Tiger King. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost and stared at the kid. Chapter 48 Li Jintian's Request. Everyone looked at Su-Han with mixed feelings. A few days ago, the Earth-splitting Tiger King attacked Dahai City. The enemy is at the gate, just to find its cubs. But how did this cub end up in Su-Han's hands? Could it be that Su-Han stole its cub? Lei Hongyang jumped up excitedly and pointed at Su-Han. It's him! He was the one who stole the Earth-splitting Tiger King's cub, which led to the Earth-splitting Tiger King and his alien beasts attacking. After investigation, he is the culprit. The onlookers stared at Su-Han with strange looks in their eyes. So it was this guy who caused the alien beasts to attack Dahai City? He actually brought the Earth-splitting Tiger King's cub with him? What is his intention? Will the Earth-splitting Tiger King continue to look for its cubs? If he does, Dahai City will be too dangerous. Everyone looked at Su-Han with confusion. After a moment, Xingzhu spoke. Su-Han, tell me, what's going on with this earth-splitting Tiger King's cub? Su-Han said calmly. It's just my pet. Lei Hongyan walked over with a sneer. Pet? Humph, Su-Han, this is the cub of the earth-splitting Tiger King. On that day, the earth-splitting Tiger King led the alien beasts to attack the city in order to find his cub. And now, this cub is in your hands. How are you going to explain it? Su-Han looked calm. This was handed to me by the earth-splitting Tiger King himself. He immediately told him the whole story. After listening to Su-Han's description, everyone looked at each other. This is too amazing, is what he said true? This is too unreal. How could the earth-splitting Tiger King hand over his cub to a human? I feel it's true. I heard that after the earth-splitting Tiger King hurriedly retreated that day, Mulan Town returned to peace, as if what happened that day had never happened. If he couldn't be sure of the safety of his cubs, how could the earth-splitting Tiger King be so calm? Everyone was talking about it. However, the faces of Dai Guiqiang and others were full of shock. Others don't know, but they know it very well in their hearts. According to the survey results in recent days, someone had indeed rescued the earth-splitting Tiger King cub. And now, the earth-splitting Tiger King cub appeared in Su-Han's hands and became Su-Han's pet. Are you the hero who saved Donghai City? Dai Guiqiang said in shock. Su-Han nodded. Just barely. Dai Guiqiang took out his cell phone. I will notify the city lord and the military chief now. He made a phone call and told Li Jintian everything that had happened. Just 15 minutes. Several cars stopped in front of the Xia family's door. More than a dozen members of the city defense army quickly got off the car and stood in 2 rows at the door. Li Jintian and Qin Chang got out of the car and walked straight into the Xia family villa. Seeing this, everyone present bowed their heads and shouted, Greetings, Lord City Lord! Li Jintian ignored the others. He walked straight up to Su-Han. At a glance, he saw the earth-splitting Tiger King cub lying next to Su-Han. He and Qin Chang looked at each other. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. They have fought with the earth-splitting Tiger King many times and will definitely not admit their mistake. It is indeed the earth-splitting Tiger King cub. Li Jintian nodded slightly and said, Su-Han is the hero we have been looking for, the one who saved Donghai City. The whole audience was in an uproar. Oh my God! He is the hero! At such a young age, he has achieved such success. It really makes me ashamed. I think Su-Han's future achievements will be limitless. Everyone was talking about it. Xiaoling looked at Su-Han with more admiration. Lei Hongyang's teeth were grinding. Originally, he just wanted to embarrass Su-Han. Look what happens now. Su-Han immediately became the hero who saved Donghai City. If we take action against Su-Han now, we will directly label him a traitor to humanity. No one can protect him. Li Jintian smiled and said, Su-Han, I will wait for you in the city lord's mansion tomorrow, and I will give you the honor and bonus at that time. Everyone looked at Su-Han with envy. Saved the entire Donghai City. The prize money won is at least millions. And the bonus is not the most important thing. The most attractive thing is the various honors. With such an honor, it would be easy to get a stable job in any major government agency in the future. You can easily eat it for a lifetime. However, Su-Han was a little hesitant. I plan to continue leveling tomorrow, can you send it to me directly? Everyone looked confused. What does it mean? The city lord gives you a reward, and this is your attitude? Isn't this too arrogant? Li Jintian was stunned at first, then nodded readily. No problem. It seems that Su-Han is determined to become stronger. Very good, very good. If you want to return to Donghai City to develop after graduation, you can come to me directly. Go to the military headquarters and be promoted to Centurion. If you perform well, you will be promoted to captain of 1,000 men within 3 years, to Major General of the City Defense Army within 5 years, and to Deputy Commander of the City Defense Army within 10 years. Everyone looked stunned. This treatment is too generous. Most people who want to join the City Defense Army have to rely on connections. If you want to be promoted to Centurion, forget it without 10 or 8 years. As for the rank of Centurion, Unless one has made outstanding contributions, he cannot be promoted no matter how great his connections are. Not to mention Major General, or even Deputy Army Chief. Jing Zicai said with a smile. If Su-Han is willing, it would be a good choice for him to stay in school and be a tutor in the future. Everyone looked at Jing Zicai in amazement. Haven't started school yet. Are you starting to snatch people away now? I want to be a tutor at Ryonguk University. Although everyone is not clear about the specific conditions, the requirements are higher than joining the City Defense Army. Moreover, wherever the tutors of Longway University go, they are absolutely respected. Li Zhentian asked. By the way, classmate Su-Han, can I have a word with you for a moment? Su-Han nodded slightly. The two came outside. There are more than a dozen city guards guarding the area. Li Zhentian said. Can you tell me the details of what happened again? Su-Han didn't know Li Zhentian's purpose. He recounted the general course of events. After listening, Li Zhentian frowned and said, I see. According to our investigations over the past few days, this matter is closely related to the Abyss Church. Moreover, the president of the Donghai City branch of the Abyss Church should be a high-ranking official in Donghai City. Su-Han frowned and asked, This has nothing to do with me, right? Li Zhentian smiled and said, I just want to ask you for a favor. If we succeed, we can pull that guy out of the dark. Of course, I won't ask you for help in vain. After the deal is done, you can choose any equipment in the Donghai City warehouse. How about that? Su-Han's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, Deal! Li Zhentian lowered his voice and told Su-Han all his plans. Chapter 49, Rewards for the 50th Floor Atlas, Strengthening Bloodline. The banquet is over. Su-Han went straight home. He took out 5 pieces of exotic beast meat from the space ring. Then he made a big stew, cooking all the exotic beast meat together. Looking at a huge pot of stew, Su-Han's index finger moved. At Xiaoling's coming-of-age ceremony, Su-Han didn't eat enough. Now I can finally have a big meal. He grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls. The system prompt sounded. The host consumes the second-level black deer meat for the first time, and gains 50 points of strength and 30 points of spirit. The host takes the second-level blue rock crab for the first time and gains 30 points of strength and 30 points of constitution. The host consumes the second-level giant crab meat for the first time, gaining 20 points of strength and 20 points of constitution. When Su-Han finished eating the last piece of meat, the Foodie Illustrated quest bar has finally reached 50/50. Mission accomplished. The system prompt sounded again. The Gourmet Illustrated Guide mission has been completed, the mission has been updated to 50/75, and the system is being upgraded. Su-Han was delighted. The system has been upgraded again. That means this is definitely a big reward. Waited for a few minutes. The system voice sounded again. System upgrade completed, new function obtained, exotic beast training. Exotic beast cultivation? Su-Han was stunned. What is this? The system explained. As a great gourmet, you should know how to cultivate exotic beasts to be more delicious. Su-Han nodded thoughtfully. It seems that there is no problem with the system. What are the specific functions? Su-Han continued to ask. The host can contract no limit to the number of exotic beasts. The alien beast can continue to gain a small amount of experience in the contract space, and there is a 0.001% chance of mutation. Mutations may make the beast stronger or weaker. The host has obtained the method of purifying the blood of exotic beasts. He can purify the blood of exotic beasts and make them evolve. Hear the series of prompts. Su-Han was a little confused. This time, the reward of the Gourmet Encyclopedia was not of much benefit to him. But it is good that you can make unlimited contracts with strange beasts. Moreover, the alien beast space can continuously provide experience to the alien beasts. In this way, even if the strange beast is kept in it all the time, it can continue to upgrade. Su-Han was a little curious. I wonder if that kid will mutate in the alien beast space? But the probability of this mutation is too low. His attention fell on the last prompt of the system. How to purify the blood of exotic beasts. Can the blood of exotic beasts be purified? The system replied. Each alien beast is derived from a powerful alien beast. Purifying the blood of exotic beasts can make them stronger. When the blood concentration reaches a certain level, it will even change and evolve into a more powerful beast. Su-han was overjoyed. So, the kid can also purify his bloodline? He raised his hand. A mysterious magic circle appeared. The kid walked out of the magic circle and rubbed Su-han's pants affectionately. Su-han checked the kid's status bar. Sure enough, I found that there was a huge difference from before. Name: Earth-splitting tiger cub, 1 in 10 million, bloodline of the Titan god tiger. Race: tiger tribe. Level 5. Strength: 140. Constitution: 150. Agility: 75. Spirit: 35. Skill 1, Earth Claw LV.1, injects Earth attribute power into the claws, greatly increasing the destructive power of the claws, increasing armor penetration by 20%, cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 2, Tiger Roar LV.1, the Earth-splitting tiger lets out a long roar, shocking the weak beasts around it, and making them fall into fear. Powerful beasts are not affected. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Skill 3, Sandstorm LV.1, raises a sandstorm, causing a small amount of damage to the enemy, and causing the enemy to lose sight. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Skill 4, Rockfall LV.1, shatters the ground, shooting rock fragments at the enemy, causing damage to the enemy, cooldown time 3 minutes. Bloodline Purification Conditions, Gold Level Earth Attribute Pet Food. Su-han was delighted. He just happened to have a platinum-grade pet food in his hand. Mysterious Fruit of the Earth. He stretched out his hand and touched the space ring. A khaki fruit appeared in his hand. The little boy looked at the mysterious fruit of the earth, his eyes full of desire. He kept whimpering, as if begging. Su-han casually threw the mysterious earth fruit to the kid. The little boy opened his mouth and swallowed the earth fruit whole. It licked its mouth in satisfaction. Then a thick layer of ochre-colored light enveloped his body. The cub's size began to grow visibly. Just a few minutes. It grew from the size of an adult dog to the size of an adult tiger. It has grown nearly 3 times. The khaki light gradually faded away. A pair of cold golden eyes revealed. The terrifying murderous aura almost condensed into substance, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop by several degrees. The system prompt sounded. The blood of the earth-splitting tiger king cub has been purified successfully. Su-han looked at the boy's new appearance. The little guy has some sharp barbs on his body. 2 sharp fangs protruded from its mouth like daggers. The biggest change is the eyes. In his cold eyes, the ferocity almost solidified into substance. Like a sharp sword, piercing the soul. If you are a timid person, you would probably be scared to death if you were looked at by him. Su-han, however, did not show any fear. With a smile on his face, he said, "How do you feel, little one?" The ferocity in the boy's eyes disappeared instantly. It leaped up and pounced on Su-han, rubbing its big head against Su-han's face affectionately. He also stuck out his tongue and licked Su-han's face, leaving his face covered with saliva. Su-han checked the kid's attribute panel. Huge changes. Name: Earth-splitting tiger cub, 10/100000000 bloodline of Titan god tiger. Race: tiger tribe. Level 10. Strength: 500. Constitution: 550. Agility: 470. Spirit: 100. Skill 1, Earth-shaking claw LV.1, injects earth attribute power into the claws, greatly increasing the destructive power of the claws, increasing armor penetration by 20%, and has a 1% chance of shattering the enemy's armor. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 2, Tiger Roar LV.1, the earth-splitting tiger lets out a long roar, shocking the weak beasts around it, and making them fall into fear. Powerful beasts are not affected. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Skill 3, Sandstorm LV.1, raises a sandstorm, causing a small amount of damage to the enemy, and causing the enemy to lose sight. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Skill 4 Rockfall LV.1 shatters the ground, shooting rock fragments at the enemy, causing damage to the enemy, cooldown time 3 minutes. Skill 5 Earthquake LV.1 violently shakes the ground, cracking the earth, causing huge damage to the enemy. If the enemy falls into the crack, it will be killed instantly. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Bloodline Purification Conditions Platinum Level Earth Attribute Pet Food 5. Chapter 50 Boarding the Train, the Shui Sisters. Is this still my little kid? Su-han was confused. He didn't expect that the boy's attributes would be improved so much after his bloodline was purified. Even the level reached directly to level 10. With the cub's current attributes, he can almost crush any monster of the same level. Even a leader-level monster may not be its match. Su-han rubbed the kid's head with satisfaction. If the owner is perverted, the pet must be perverted too. He picked up the remaining meat and threw it to the kid. More than 10 pounds of meat. The kid now swallowed it completely in just 2 bites. After eating, he looked at Su-han with dissatisfaction. The corner of Su-han's mouth twitched. This guy eats more than me. How can we afford this? As expected, we need to catch more exotic animals. As a great gourmet, the best ingredients are of course the ones I grow myself. Put the cub back into the pet space. He also lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. At this time, in a villa in Rose Manor, Lei Ming was sitting in the study, teasing the crow. There was a knock on the door. A man in a black robe walked in and said respectfully, "Sir, everything has been arranged. Someone is watching Su-han's every move. As long as we wait for him to leave the city, we can take action at any time." Lei Ming nodded slightly. "Don't worry. In the next few days, Li Jintian and his gang will definitely find a way to protect Su-han. Since you want to kill him, if you don't move, then you'll be killed. You must not leave any trouble for the future. Tell them not to make any movement in the next few days. Just keep an eye on them. Don't do anything without my order." "Yes," the man in black robe said respectfully. After saying that, he left the study. Lei Ming looked at the bird in front of him with his eyes slightly narrowed. No matter what, Su-han must be eliminated. If we let him develop, one day, the Abyss Church will be destroyed in his hands. The next few days, Su-han took the kid for a stroll around Donghai City. Killed all kinds of strange beasts. The Gourmet Encyclopedia mission has also become 60 of 75. The level has also reached 21. Except him. The one who upgraded the fastest was Xia Ling. Reach level 15. The further you go, the more difficult it becomes to level up. After all, no one can catch and kill the leader-level monsters like Su-han did. Inside the house, Su-han glanced at the date. There is still 1 week left before reporting to Longway University. It's almost time to prepare to go to Longway University. The only way to get to the capital from Donghai City is by train. The train runs at a relatively slow speed and passes through some small cities. It will take about 2 days to reach the capital. If it is too late, if any accident happens on the road, it will not be possible to report it properly. He bought the train ticket in advance. The car was at 10 a.m. the next morning. Pack up your things and lock the door. Su-han felt a little emotional. Even though I have only been in this world for over a month. But I also feel reluctant to leave my own house. I took a deep look at the old house. Su-han turned and left. I went downstairs, took a taxi and headed straight to the train station. The train station is close to the north of the city. There are 2 floors in total, which is not much different from the high-speed rail station in the previous life. The second floor is the platform. After checking his ticket, Su-han came to the platform. There are many young faces on the platform. They are all high school graduates this year, prepared to go to their respective professional universities. Woo! A shrill whistle sounded. Su-han turned his head and looked. A green train was approaching slowly from a distance. This green train has at least 20 carriages, and its speed is even slower than that of a car. The train slowly stopped on the platform. Everyone got on the bus. Su-han looked at his ticket. Carriage 22, seat 16A. He looked at each carriage. Carriage number 22 is the last car. Walk into the car and look around. A faint fragrance filled the entire carriage. The decoration of the train is a bit old. There are 2 rows of seats facing each other, with a table in the middle. It is no different from the green train in the previous life. Suhan came to his seat. There were 2 young girls sitting inside. The girl sitting in the innermost part has bangs and a princess cut. She was wearing a light blue princess dress, holding a book in her hand, and a magic wand beside her. There is a light blue gem on the top of the staff. There seems to be water vapor in the gem. The girl next to her was wearing heavy armor. A heavy sword emitting a chill was placed beside him. It almost completely blocked Suhan's position. Suhan stood beside the seat, looking at the space that can only accommodate half a person. Just when he was about to speak, the girl in heavy armor spoke first. She moved the heavy sword to her side with an apologetic look on her face. "I'm sorry! I'm so sorry! I took your seat." As she spoke, she tried to pull the heavy sword towards her body. Give more space to Suhan as much as possible. Suhan shook his head to indicate that it was okay. Then he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Do you want to eat?" A timid voice sounded. Suhan opened his eyes and turned to look. The girl in heavy armor carefully handed over an apple. Looking at the girl's frightened and shy eyes, the words of refusal came to my lips, but they turned into, "Thank you." He reached out and took the apple. There was a faint fragrance on the apple, which seemed to be the scent of the female swordsman. The female mage inside turned around and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my sister has caused you trouble. My name is Shui Lingyao." The female swordsman next to her hurriedly said, My name is Shui Xuelan." As soon as she finished speaking, she blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look Suhan in the eye. Shui Lingyao said helplessly, "I'm sorry, my sister is a little introverted and not very good at communicating with others. If any offense was caused, I apologize on her behalf." Suhan waved his hand. "It's just a small matter. I don't look such a stingy person, do I?" Shui Lingyao chuckled. "Of course. By the way, are you planning to report to the professional university?" Suhan nodded. "So, which vocational university are you going to?" "Longway University." Shui Lingyao's eyes widened in surprise. "Hey! Are you also from Longway University?" Suhan looked at the 2 sisters in confusion. "You?" Shui Lingyao smiled and said, "We got on the bus at Jinhai Mansion. I'm also going to Longway University to report. We'll be alumni from now on. Please take care of me." She took the initiative to extend her hand, and looked at Suhan with a smile in her deep blue eyes. Suhan was stunned. Then he reached out his hand and shook hers gently. And in the seat behind Suhan, several pairs of cold eyes stared at Suhan. One person whispered, "When do we start?" The leading man said in a deep voice, "Let's wait until night, when everyone is ready to go to bed. Everyone is here. Remember, one strike will kill him. Don't give him a chance to fight back." Someone next to him asked in a low voice, "Boss, what should we do with the 2 girls from the Shui family? Should we take them together?" The man made a beheading gesture. The leader nodded slightly. He glanced at the 2 sisters of the Shui family, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 51 Sneak Attack. The little guy shows off his power. Night falls. Bang, bang, bang. The train travels through the darkness. Suhan glanced out the window. This is the wilderness, without any lights. It was pitch black. Only the moon brings some light. The entire carriage was silent. The main lights had been turned off, and only a few aisle lights were still emitting a pale light. Everyone was drowsy. Suhan glanced at the 2 sisters of the Shui family. Shui Lingyao leaned against the window with her eyes slightly drooped, like a sleeping beauty. Shui Xuelan hugged the heavy sword tightly, curled up her body, and slept against her sister. "I feel sleepy." Suhan yawned, gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. A triangular-eyed man at the back pushed the leader. Boss, Suhan is asleep. The leader slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to glance at Suhan. Wait a little longer, don't be anxious. Another 10 minutes passed. The leader whispered, Action. Yes. The man with the triangular eyes could no longer hold back, so he stood up, picked up the kettle, and walked to the front of the carriage pretending to pour water. When he approached Suhan, his hand slowly rested on the dagger at his waist. There was murderous intent in his eyes. When he walked to Suhan's side, the cup of water in my hand loosened. The dagger is unsheathed. It emitted an icy cold light and stabbed straight at Suhan's head. Suhan was wearing armor, but there was no protection on the head. One strike of the sword, death is certain. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Suhan's head, a mysterious magic circle suddenly appeared beside him. Roar! A ferocious roar sounded. A pair of golden pupils with terrifying ferocity stared at the man with triangular eyes. The man with triangular eyes suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body stiffened. The dagger also stopped in midair. Next second, a tiger roared and suddenly jumped out of the magic circle. The terrifying force instantly knocked the man to the ground. Bang! The few empty seats at the back were instantly turned into ruins. The people around heard the noise and woke up one after another. Suhan also suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at the kid next to him. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I already guessed what happened. A low growl came out of the kid's mouth. Suhan said coldly, Kill him! The triangular-eyed man looked terrified and shouted in the direction of his teammates. Boss, save me! Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, the leading man immediately drew his weapon and growled. Go! Quick and decisive battle! The others drew their weapons and rushed towards Suhan. Seeing this, Shui Xuelan immediately picked up the heavy sword and rushed to Suhan. The leader sneered and said, You actually escaped by yourself? Then I'll kill you too! He kicked Shui Xuelan in the abdomen. Bang! Shui Xuelan was caught off guard and was kicked flying, slamming into the front end of the carriage. The glass door at the front was shattered and the water fell on her. Just when the leading man was about to attack Suhan, Suhan had already appeared beside him. The man was startled and subconsciously stabbed behind him with the dagger. Dragon Claw! Suhan's arms instantly turned into dragon claws. The cold black dragon scales covered his arms like steel. Bite! The dagger landed on the dragon scales and failed to hurt Suhan at all. Dark Melt! The man's body melted into the floor like liquid. Suhan frowned slightly and was about to pull it out. Two people from behind were holding daggers and rushed to Suhan. Suhan raised his hand. Dark purple lightning flashed in his palm. Lightning chain! Lightning shot towards the two men. The two of them were shaking wildly as if they were possessed. Suhan swung the dagger at the two men and easily took their lives. At this time, a hint of darkness quietly emerged behind Suhan. The leading man just now appeared behind Suhan. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. Die! Pierce through the heart! The dagger was covered with a layer of dark light and stabbed fiercely at Suhan's heart. Careful! Shui Lingyao cried out in surprise. When the dagger was about to touch Suhan, Suhan turned around abruptly. A dark vortex appeared in front of him. The dagger pierced directly into the vortex. Immediately, the man in black felt a strong force coming. It was violently shaken and flew out. The dagger pierced his shoulder, and blood flowed out. The people around were stunned. They looked at Suhan, who was like a god of death, and dared not say a word. The system sounded. Congratulations to the host, the damage absorption has been upgraded to LV.2. Suhan's heart moved and he opened the skill bar. Damage Devouring LV.2. After being activated, it absorbs damage twice and rebounds all the damage to the enemy, lasting for 1.5 seconds, with a cooldown of 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The improvement is not huge. However, if the level continues to increase, the role it can play will inevitably become greater and greater. Suhan walked up to the man with an expressionless face. He squatted down and said in a cold voice, Tell me, who sent you? The man sneered. I won't tell you. But don't even think about making it to the capital alive. Ha ha. The laughter gradually subsided. The man's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. Black blood flowed from his mouth. He has died of poisoning. Su-han narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up. It seems that the Abyss Church has already taken action. But he didn't expect that he would take action when he left Donghai City. The other passengers in the car were still in shock. Shui Lingyao had already helped Shui Xuelan to sit down. Su-han stepped forward and nodded slightly. Thank you for what you did just now. Shui Xuelan's head almost fell to the ground. I can't help at all, I'm sorry. Su-han shook his head. It's already done very well. These people are all second-level or even third-level professionals, and they are very powerful. Shui Lingyao looked at Su-han curiously. She saw everything Su-han did just now. Facing a sneak attack from a group of second or even third-level killers. Not only can he counterattack quickly, but he can also kill in just half a minute. What kind of monster is this? And his pet tiger. Very ferocious. Being able to subdue a second-level professional in an instant, his strength must be very strong. Who is this person? Shui Lingyao's heart was filled with curiosity. Quietly looking at Su-han who was sitting next to him. Thump thump thump. There were hurried footsteps in the carriage ahead. The other passengers were like frightened birds, turning their heads to look in the direction where the sound came from. A dozen fully armed soldiers walked quickly into the carriage. When they saw several people lying on the ground, their faces suddenly changed. There have been some fights on the bus in the past. But the impact is not significant. After all, anyone who dares to mess around in the car will be taken away and arrested. At the very least, he will be locked up for a few months. In serious cases, execution may occur on the spot. The leader of the group of soldiers looked around and said in a serious tone, Who did it? Stand out. Su-han glanced at him and slowly stood up. The kid next to him growled, leaped up and stood in front of Su-han. Chapter 52, A Surprise Attack. The little boy was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. The soldiers' faces changed, and they picked up their weapons, looking at the kid warily. Su-han gently touched the kid's head and said, This is one of us. You should go back and rest first. The magic circle lights up. The cub was sent back to the pet space. The captain stared at Su-han coldly. Dare to fight in the carriage? Do you know what crime you are committing? Su-han didn't say anything, just stared at the captain. The captain felt a little frightened by Su-han's gaze. He gritted his teeth and said, Take it away first. Yes. Several soldiers walked quickly towards Su-han. Seeing this, no one around dared to speak. Etc. Shui Lingyao suddenly stood up and spoke. The captain's gaze fell on Shui Lingyao, his eyes full of impatience. What? Are you involved in this too? This incident was not caused by him. These people wanted to assassinate him. Shui Lingyao said seriously. You don't have to tell us, we will investigate. The captain waved his hand. Two soldiers came behind Su-han and tried to grab his arms. No, I can walk by myself. Su-han spoke indifferently. The two soldiers were about to get angry, but they met Su-han's eyes. Those cold eyes were like knives, piercing straight into their hearts. The two men were so frightened that they trembled all over and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Seeing this, the captain drew his knife and pointed it at Su-han. Boy, do you still want to attack the guards? If you dare to do that, I have the right to kill you on the spot. Su-han frowned slightly and was about to speak. Shui Lingyao took the lead and said, Wait. I'll go with him. The captain stared at Shui Lingyao angrily and was about to speak. But Shui Lingyao took out a water blue token. There is a huge whale painted on the token. The whale is dark blue all over, but there are deep red lines on its back. The captain's face changed. This is the Sea God Order of the Shui family of Jinhai General Mansion. Miss, may I ask who you are? Shui Lingyao from the Shui family. Shui Lingyao spoke indifferently. The captain's expression instantly turned fawning. So it's the eldest daughter of the Shui family. I'm so sorry. Come on, I'll go with you to see the conductor and explain everything. I'm going too. Shui Xuelan also stood up and said firmly. The captain looked at Shui Lingyao in confusion. Shui Lingyao said, "This is my sister." The captain's expression froze. He nodded quickly. Everyone walked towards the front of the car together. Led by the captain, everyone came to the front of the car. A square-faced, serious middle-aged man was sitting on a chair smoking. The captain said respectfully, "Sir, I have brought the people involved in the disturbance here." The train conductor Xionghui turned around and looked at the few people. "Why are you fighting in the carriage? Don't you know that private fighting is strictly prohibited on trains? No matter what happens, it must be reported to the guard. The guard will judge and handle it." Shui Lingyao said, "Mr. Conductor, it was those people who wanted to assassinate Su Han. Su Han was just forced to fight back." Xionghui frowned. "Assassination? Is there such a thing?" Su Han nodded. He then told Xionghui everything that had happened and his speculations. "The Church of the Abyss? I never thought that these scum would dare to do such a thing," Xionghui said with a gloomy face. "Don't worry. We will wait until we reach the next stop, Donggang City. I will notify the train station to send more staff to check everyone. Also, collect everyone's weapons and keep them together. This should keep you safe." Su Han nodded slightly. "Thank you." Xionghui waved his hand. "This is what I should do. Besides, I also heard that you are the hero who saved Donghai City. Compared to you, this little thing is nothing. You guys go and rest first. Captain Lu, take a few more people with you to guard the area to prevent the remnants of the Abyss Church from continuing to pose a threat." "Yes," the captain said respectfully. "Exit the conductor's room." Shui Xuelan breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, the conductor didn't make things difficult for us." Shui Lingyao nodded slightly. Her beautiful eyes fell on Su Han, full of curiosity. "You solved the siege of the alien beasts?" Shui Xuelan also set her eyes on Su Han. There was curiosity in both of their eyes. Su Han felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the two men. He nodded. Shui Lingyao asked curiously, "How did you do it?" Su Han was about to speak. The train shook violently. "Oops!" Shui Lingyao lost her balance and fell to the ground. She exclaimed and closed her eyes subconsciously. The pain I imagined did not come, instead I fell into a soft embrace. She opened her eyes and looked. He met Su Han's eyes. She jumped up like a frightened deer. Awkwardly, he said, "Sorry. I'm sorry." Su Han waved his hands and his eyes became serious. Captain Lu's face turned ugly. "Oh no, the train must have hit something." He pushed open the door of the conductor's room. At a glance, I saw a huge rock blocking the train. The front of the train hit the boulder head-on. The front of the car has been dented and deformed. The glass was shattered and scattered all over the ground. Xionghui also had some wounds on his body, and blood was constantly oozing out of his forehead. Captain Lu's face changed, and he immediately picked up the intercom beside him and shouted, "Therapist, therapist! Come to the conductor's room immediately! The conductor is injured!" Su Han walked to Xionghui's side, looked out the window, and frowned. "Conductor, how did this huge rock appear here?" Xionghui shook his head solemnly. "I don't know either. The trains are all running automatically. If they detect an obstacle ahead, they will brake in advance. But the detection system failed to sense the boulder. I'm afraid someone has tampered with it." Su Han narrowed his eyes slightly. This happened at this time. You can tell who did it just by thinking. Xionghui frowned and said, "I have sent a message for help to the Donggang City Railway Station. It will take at least 7 or 8 hours for them to come over. Now we can only wait here. Su Han, you just rest here. Captain Lu, leave behind a few necessary team members to maintain order. Everyone else, gather here and make sure Su Han is safe." "Yes," Captain Lu said respectfully. He turned around and gave a few instructions to his men. The men left in a hurry. Xionghui looked at Su Han. You stay here for now. If you need anything, just tell them directly. Su-han nodded. Thank you, conductor. After saying that, Xionghui hurriedly left to calm the passengers on the bus. Su-han sat in a chair and closed his eyes to rest. He knows. The Church of the Abyss will never let this go. There will definitely be more violent attacks in the future. Chapter 53 Archer. Time passes by every second. Captain Liu and his colleagues also sat down to rest, chat and joke. I've been following cars for 10 years and have never encountered anything like this. Who on earth did this? Who else could it be? It must be the Abyss Church. Only a bunch of lunatics would do such a thing. Bah! Those bastards! If I catch them, I'll chop them all to pieces with one blow. Haha, you are so ambitious! Maybe you will be scared to death when you meet people from the Abyss Church later. Bullshit! I'm a C-rank combat professional swordsman. I'm as fast as the wind. How could they? Whoosh! The words haven't been finished yet. A sharp sound of breaking wind was heard. It instantly pierced the man's chest. The man's eyes widened, blood gushed out, his mouth opened but no sound came out, and he fell heavily to the ground. Su-han, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The enemy is coming. Captain Liu's face changed. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! He drew his long knife and looked around vigilantly. It was pitch black all around and I couldn't see anything. Whoosh! Another sound of breaking wind was heard. Captain Liu's face changed and he twisted his body suddenly to the left. Laugh! The arrow pierced his left shoulder. Blood splattered. Captain Liu groaned. He pointed in the direction from which the arrow came. The enemy is there! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several sounds of breaking wind came quickly. Captain Liu's legs were pierced with 3 bloody holes. He fell heavily to the ground, bleeding profusely. The long sword also fell to the ground with a bang. Team leader! The faces of several guards who had already hidden changed drastically. Captain Liu dragged his body with difficulty and crawled towards the shelter. A long trail of blood was left on the ground. A young member of the escort team saw that the captain was only 5 meters away from him. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards Captain Liu. The 5-meter distance was reached in the blink of an eye. Captain Liu's eyes widened and he shouted in a hoarse voice. Don't come over here, run! However, the team member grabbed Captain Liu's hand and pulled him back desperately. Captain, let's go! Whoosh! Another sound of breaking wind was heard. Like the scythe of the god of death. It instantly pierced the member's head. The member's body was carried several meters away by the force of the sharp arrow and fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness. Archie! Captain Liu roared in pain. Hot tears kept flowing out, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Asshole! I'm going to fight you! He picked up the long knife beside him and tried to stand up. Whoosh! Another sharp arrow came from a distance. Pierced his arm. The long knife that had just been picked up fell to the ground again. At this time, Captain Liu was like a lamb to be slaughtered, lying on the ground, breathing hard. Su-han frowned slightly. The other party obviously took Captain Liu as a hostage and lured others to come out for rescue. If anyone else dares to show up, there will be only one outcome. Die. His eyes scanned the darkness not far away. The eye that breaks delusion. A hint of gold covered his eyes. The darkness suddenly became like day. He clearly saw an archer standing on a boulder not far away. Longbow in hand, aiming this way. He estimated the distance. If you use wind blade, the distance is slightly worse. Have to find a chance to get closer. The archer in the distance was aiming at Captain Liu. There was a cat-and-mouse smile on his face. Let me see, who will be next? Captain Liu was lying on the ground. The blood flowed more and more. He felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and the strength in his body was disappearing. Inside the bunker, a young man about the same age as Archie gritted his teeth and said, I'll go get the captain back. The older guard behind him growled. Do you want to die? The enemy archer is aiming at the captain. If you dare to go out, you will end up like Archie. The young team member looked at Captain Lou, his face flushed, his fists clenched, and his whole body trembling slightly. What should we do? Are we just going to watch the captain die in front of us? You don't have blood, but I do. I'm not afraid of death. He exerted force with his shoulders and tried to break free from the old team member's hand. However, the old team member's hand was like an iron clamp, holding his arm tightly. The other hand slapped the young team member in the face with a slap. The young team member was stunned. The old team member said in a deep voice, "Didn't I say I won't save you? You are such a disrespectful thing. When I was fighting the monsters, you were still drinking milk. If you want to die, it's not your turn yet. Wait a moment, I'll go get the archer's attention, you go get the captain in right away. Move quickly. Also, give this to my wife." He pressed an envelope into the young team member's hands. Then he took a step forward and rushed towards Captain Lou like a tiger. The young team member stared blankly at the old team member's back, tears streaming down his face. He gritted his teeth, followed closely behind, and rushed towards Captain Lou. There was only one thought in his mind. Save the captain. We must save the captain. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking wind. The sharp arrow arrived in front of the old team member in the blink of an eye. The old team member gritted his teeth and growled, "Steel fist!" His fist turned gray and emitted a faint metallic luster. A punch was thrown towards the sharp arrow. Boom! The old team member's body flew backwards and slammed into the wall. His entire arm was blown to pieces. Blood splattered all over the conductor's room. Take advantage of this opportunity. The young team member grabbed Captain Lou's arm. He gritted his teeth and pulled himself into the shelter. The archer in the distance glanced at the young team member, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The prey can also play tricks? Interesting. But no matter how cunning the prey is, it cannot escape the hunter's grasp. He drew his bow and drew his arrow. The second arrow was already aimed at the young team member's head. Die! The fingers loosened. The bowstring snapped suddenly. The sharp arrow brought with it a sharp sound of breaking wind and quickly attacked the young team members. The young team member turned his head sharply. Looking at the arrow that was getting bigger and bigger, his eyes were full of despair. Next second, a dark vortex quietly appeared on the path of the sharp arrow. The sharp arrow flew into the whirlpool and disappeared. The archer was stunned. What's going on? Why are my arrows gone? The vortex surged. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot out from the black vortex and quickly attacked the archer. The archer's face changed. He jerked his head. The sharp arrow grazed his face. With a bang, it was nailed to the tree trunk behind him. Blood trickled down his face. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. If he had been half a second slower, he would have been shot in the head by his own arrow. Who is causing trouble? He roared in anger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. What answered him was 3 sharp sounds of breaking wind. 3 light blades shot towards his head from different angles. Chapter 54 Thunder. The archer's face changed. He stepped back quickly. Whoosh! The sharp sound of breaking wind came in front of him in an instant. A big cut appeared on his face in an instant. Now, the archer finally found his target. It's Su-han. While the archers were attacking the guard members, Su-han had already quietly approached. But he changed his mind. I plan to destroy this archer and then force him to reveal some information. The archer's eyes were red and there was a cold glow in his eyes. Wind arrow! He didn't knock the arrow, he just stretched the bowstring. A long green arrow suddenly appeared on the bow. Just push your finger. The gale arrow shot towards Su-han quickly. Exploding fireball! Su-han raised his hand. A blazing fireball gathered in his palm. Boom! The fireball blasted out and collided violently with the gale arrow, causing an earth-shaking noise. The archer immediately pulled out an arrow and put it on the bow, looking ahead vigilantly. A figure suddenly attacked from the side. The archer's face changed. The longbow was pulled open instantly, and the sharp arrow shot out. Whoosh! The sharp arrow instantly pierced the figure and disappeared into the darkness. The archer's face changed. He was about to pull out the second arrow. A dagger was pressed against his neck. "Don't move, or you will die!" The archer froze, not daring to move. Suhan didn't waste any words. He kicked the archer in the knee. Snap! His bones were broken by the kick. He knelt on the ground with a plop. The archer groaned, and beads of cold sweat broke out from his head. Suhan crippled his hands and feet successively, then put away the dagger and kicked him to the ground. Just now he used the explosion of the explosive fireball and the gale arrow to conceal his body. Then used mental illusion to make the archer fall into the illusion and miss the initiative. Only then was he subdued. He used the Eye of Truth to check the archer's information. Name, Lu Mo. Race, human. Occupation, B-level Hawkeye archer. Level, 63. Skills, Wind Arrow LV.3, Rapid Fire LV.5, Precision Shooting LV.6, Eagle Eye LV.6. Level 63, has reached the third stage. The Abyss Church is really willing to spend a lot of money to send a third-level archer to assassinate me, Suhan said expressionlessly. Lu Mo's face changed. How does this guy know his own level? But he soon calmed down. He sneered and said, Interesting, a little fellow who is not even at the first level can actually catch me. It seems that the intelligence is still wrong. But this time, you can't run away no matter what. The president is on his way here. It won't be long before you die. Suhan frowned slightly. For this assassination, the other party has made sufficient preparations. But I am not made of clay. He drew his dagger and slashed the archer's neck. The archer's body went limp and he completely lost his life force. He leaned over and stuffed all the archer's equipment into the space ring. 2 pieces of gold-level equipment, and 5 pieces of silver-level equipment. Although I can't use it myself. But if you sell it, you can get a lot of money. He quickly returned to the train. The young team members had already pulled Captain Lu behind the shelter, and were desperately using clothes to stop his bleeding. The old team member was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Suhan said, The archer has been dealt with. Call the healer. The young team member was stunned for a moment, then immediately rushed to the communicator beside him to call for a therapist. Not long after, a healer rushed over to treat the wounded. Soon, their injuries stopped. Xionghui hurried over with the remaining few members of the escort team. When they saw the messy conductor's room, their faces changed drastically. Suhan, are you okay? Xionghui walked quickly to Suhan and asked worriedly. I'm fine, but they died. Suhan pointed at Aki's body. I feel a little heavy. Xionghui sighed helplessly. Don't worry, the train station will treat their families well. Next, I will protect you personally. Suhan glanced at Xionghui. Name, Xionghui. Race, human. Occupation, C-rank Iron Fist. Level, 65. Skills, Impact Punch LV.3, Slide LV.6, Quick Punch LV.4, Dodge LV.2. He was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the train conductor was actually a third-level master. When Xionghui saw Suhan's eyes, he thought he didn't believe it. He took off his coat, revealing his strong and muscular body. I am a third-level master. It's easy to deal with some of the scoundrels of the Abyss Church. Suhan nodded slightly. With Xionghui around, I can feel a little more at ease. I just don't know what the strength of the president that the archer mentioned is. Boom boom. There were bursts of thunder from the sky. Suhan looked up at the sky. Dark purple lightning flickered in the clouds. A large dark cloud gathered in the sky at some point. The lightning lit up the whole sky. The dark clouds were like a giant beast crawling above the sky, looking down at the train below. It seems like he will take action at any time. Everyone felt depressed. Conductor! Look, there's someone there! A member of the escort team at the back suddenly pointed at the huge rock in front and said with a look of horror. Everyone's eyes fell on the boulder. Boom! A flash of lightning passed by. Really? A man in a black robe was standing on the boulder. The wide hood covered the man's face, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Su-Han frowned slightly and opened the eye of delusion. Name: Lei Ming. Race: human. Occupation: B-level Thunder Mage. Level: 81. Skills: Thunder Attraction LV.3, Wild Thunder LV.6, Lightning Phantom LV.6, Lightning Cut LV.7, Thunder Shadow LV.2, Lightning Ball LV.9. Thunder? This name seems familiar. But it's actually level 81. This also means this guy is a 4th level strongman. The black-robed man slowly said. Fortunately, I am not too late. Su-Han, you are stronger than I thought. If you continue to develop, you will definitely be a strong man in the famous town in the future. Originally, you were willing to join the Abyss Church. I could also give you resources to speed up your development. But unfortunately, you chose to go against us. Then, I can't keep you. The man in black robes suddenly looked up. His eyes were flashing with lightning and had turned deep purple. Boom boom. Above the sky, there were bursts of thunder. The man in black robe moved instantly. His body instantly turned into a streak of lightning and rushed towards Su-Han. Xionghui's face changed drastically. Careful! He pushed Su-Han away. His body was exposed to the thunder. Bang! Thunder suddenly exploded on Xionghui. Xionghui flew backwards and slammed into the wall behind him. His chest was burned black and emitted a burnt smell. Ahem. Xionghui coughed a few times and blood spilled on the ground. He stood up with difficulty and looked at the man in black robe. I can still fight. Chapter 55. Who dares to hurt my child? Lei Ming glanced at him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. He raised his hand. A dark purple ball of lightning quickly gathered. Xionghui's eyes suddenly widened. He turned his head sharply and looked at the guards behind him. Run! Boom! A ball of lightning whizzed out. It hit Xionghui directly and exploded with a loud bang. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. A big hole was blown out in the hard metal floor. Xionghui was lying in the middle of the pit. His whole body was charred black and white smoke was coming out. The faces of all the guard team members changed drastically. Even the strongest trained conductor was defeated in just 2 moves by this man in black robe. Wouldn't they be committing suicide if they go up there? Lei Ming's eyes swept over the others. A cold, murderous aura filled the air. Today, everyone must die! He raised his hand. Another ball of lightning appeared in the palm of his hand. Several people's faces changed drastically and they turned around and ran out the door. Want to run? Lei Ming snorted coldly and waved his hand. The lightning ball whizzed towards the guard members. The guards' eyes widened in horror. The dazzling ball of lightning was reflected in their pupils and quickly enlarged. Just as the ball of lightning was about to fall on them, a dark vortex quietly appeared in front of everyone. Puff! The lightning ball was completely swallowed up by the black vortex. There was no movement at all. Lei Ming was stunned. What is this thing? Just when he was confused, the dark vortex fluctuated violently. Bang! The lightning ball that had just been swallowed shot towards Lei Ming at a faster speed. Lei Ming's expression changed slightly. He dodged the lightning ball. Boom! The ball of lightning landed on the boulder. Exploded with a loud bang. The huge rock was instantly blown into countless pieces. The guards collapsed on the ground in fear. Sweat soaked my back. Just now, it seemed that the god of death was already behind them, with only the last scythe left. Lei Ming turned to look at Su-Han with a gloomy expression. Su-Han slowly withdrew his hand and looked at Lei Ming expressionlessly. President Lei Ming, it turned out to be you. Su-Han spoke slowly. No wonder the name sounds so familiar. When he saw the guy's appearance, he instantly recognized his identity. Lei Ming smiled and said, Su-Han, you broke my son's leg and ruined so many good things for me. Today, let's settle the accounts together. Thunder light cut. He waved his hand casually. The lightning quickly stretched in his palm, turning into a sharp blade and slashing towards Su-han. Shadowless flash. Su-han's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind Lei Ming. Exploding fist. He punched directly at Lei Ming. However, Lei Ming flashed and arrived 10 meters in front of Su-han. Su-han's fist missed. Lei Ming showed a sneer on his face, and a lightning ball appeared in his palm. Die! The ball of lightning whizzed out and shot towards Su-han. Su-han narrowed his eyes slightly. A mysterious magic circle appeared before him. Roar! The roar sounded. The boy's huge body suddenly appeared in front of Su-han. A low growl came out of the kid's mouth. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. Rockfall! The ground shattered. Several pieces of rock flew up and hit the lightning ball. Boom! The lightning ball exploded. Thunder flashed, gravel flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Lei Ming stared ahead. The next moment, 2 figures attacked from the left and right. It was Su-han and the brat. Angry dragon spreads its wings. Su-han raised the dagger. A blazing flame rose from the dagger, transforming it into an angry fire dragon, and flew towards Lei Ming. The kid growled. Its sharp claws glowed with a brilliant ochre light, and chopped towards Lei Ming with a sharp aura. Lei Ming sneered. Naive! You guys think you can hurt me? Thunder Phantom! Lightning flashed on his body. His body quickly split into more than a dozen clones. A dozen identical Lei Mings looked up at the same time, looking at Su-han with cold smiles on their faces. Boom! The fangs of the angry dragon pierced through Lei Ming's body and stabbed into the floor. The clone disappeared. The cub's sharp claws landed on the other clone. The clone dissipated. Lei Ming himself was not hurt at all. Lei Ming sneered and said, It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. All the thunders raised their hands and lightning balls shot towards Su-han and the kid. Looking at the many lightning balls, Su-han frowned slightly. Only one of these lightning balls is real. In this case, the only way out is to use the eyes to dispel delusion. His eyes were covered with a layer of gold. All the lightning balls disappeared in an instant. The last one left was quickly attacking the little guy. Little guy, be careful! Su-han's face changed and he started shouting. Boom! It's too late. The ball of lightning hit the kid, knocking him flying and slamming into the wall behind him. The fur on its back was burnt black and its skin was torn apart. The flesh and blood inside has become blurred. Su-han's face changed and he quickly rushed towards the kid. He checked the cub's wound and breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Although the injuries are serious, they are not life-threatening. Lei Ming had an icy smile on his face. Su-han, stop struggling. You and your little tiger together are no match for me. Let me use thunder to turn you into ashes. He raised his hands high. Heavenly thunder attraction. Boom boom. Thunder roared through the sky. Arcs of electricity were dancing in the dark clouds. The terrifying pressure was like a mountain, pressing on Su-han's heart. Su-han looked up at the dark sky. The clenched fists gradually loosened. He smiled. Ha 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 ha. Lei Ming narrowed his eyes and stared at Su-han. Humph, are you scared crazy by the thunder? The ability to bear is really fragile. I originally thought you were a genius, but now it seems that you are still a mediocre person. You can die too. Su-han raised his head with a confident smile on his lips. Lei Ming, do you really think you can kill me? Lei Ming sneered and said disdainfully. What? Do you think someone will come to save you? Even if it's Donggang City, which is the nearest city, it would take several hours to send someone over. What's more, the Donggang City branch will also send people to hold them back. As for Donghai City, do you still expect Li Jintian and the others to come and rescue you? If you had waited for them to arrive, you would have been reduced to ashes. Su-han sneered. You seem to have overlooked one point. Guess how far is this place from Mulan Town? Lei Ming was confused at first. Then he looked at the kid on the ground with shock. Etc. Could it be that? Su Han sneered. It seems that you have guessed it. Lei Ming's face darkened. Humph, even if the earth-splitting Tiger King arrives, it will take a while. It's enough for me to turn you into ashes. Die. He waved his hand. The terrifying thunder was like a giant dragon, roaring towards Su Han. Roar! A roar that shook the earth was heard. Who dares to hurt my child? Chapter 56. Why can't I move? A khaki barrier instantly appeared above Su Han's head. Boom! Thunder is like a giant python, slamming hard on the barrier. Debris flew everywhere, and fine cracks appeared on the barrier. Yet it remains unbreakable. Lei Ming's face changed and he looked up suddenly. I saw a tiger falling from the sky. With a loud bang, it hit in front of Su Han. The earth-splitting Tiger King turned his head and looked at the little cub beside Su Han. The murderous look in his eyes became more intense. It suddenly turned its head to look at Lei Ming, the murderous aura around it almost condensed into substance. Human, you hurt my child? Lei Ming looked at the earth-splitting Tiger King in front of him with a gloomy expression. Earth-splitting Tiger King, this is a matter between me and that kid. It has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way, or I'll kill you too. The earth-splitting Tiger King snorted coldly, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. You still want to kill me? I will kill you today to avenge my child. Roar! It let out a long howl towards the sky. The terrifying pressure went straight towards Lei Ming. Rockfall! The earth-splitting Tiger King stomped his foot hard. The ground cracked instantly. Huge rocks as big as adults rose up one after another, and quickly shot towards Lei Ming. Lei Ming's expression changed slightly. Thunder light cut! Thunder gathered in his palm. He waved his hand. The lightning turned into a terrifying lightning blade in his palm, and it smashed towards the rocks. Laugh! Lightning flashed. The rocks shattered and debris flew all over the sky. The earth-splitting Tiger King narrowed his eyes slightly. Sandstorm! A violent hurricane swept in. All the debris was swept into the hurricane, roaring towards the thunder. A sandstorm passed by. The sky and the earth seemed to have turned yellow, boundless. Countless grains of sand attacked Lei Ming like sharp blades. Lei Ming's face darkened. The earth-splitting Tiger King truly deserves to be a third-order gold-level leader. This strength can only be achieved if several fourth-level strongmen join forces. Otherwise, don't even think about taking any advantage. At this time, everyone in the car also saw the scene around them. Everyone's face changed drastically. Oh my God, what's going on? The tiger roared just now and this sandstorm are so scary. God bless me, I don't want to die here. It's over, it's over. Is there any monster attacking us? Help! Shui Lingyao frowned. What a terrifying pressure. Is there a strong person fighting over there? Shui Xuelan gripped the huge sword tightly and pursed her lips. It seems Su Han is at the front of the car. Let's go check it out. Shui Lingyao picked up the staff, stood up and walked quickly towards the front of the car. Shui Xuelan followed closely behind. Lei Ming looked at the sky full of dust, his eyes becoming more and more solemn. It seems that we have to fight hard. Slowly raise your hands and look up to the sky. Boom boom. There were bursts of muffled thunder in the sky. Dark purple arcs kept jumping in the clouds. Thunder! The roar of thunder resounded through heaven and earth. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning struck Lei Ming's head. Lei Ming's whole body was bathed in thunder. His eyes turned dark purple. The aura is also rising rapidly. Su Han used the Eye of Truth to check Lei Ming's information. Name, Lei Ming. Race, human. Occupation, B-level Thunder Mage. Level 91. Skills, Thunder Attraction LV.9, Wild Thunder LV.12, Lightning Phantom LV.12, Lightning Cut LV.13, Thunder Shadow LV.8, Lightning Ball LV.15. His eyes became serious. The level of thunder increased by 10 levels. All of his skill levels have increased by 6 levels. This improvement in strength is not just a little bit. This is almost comparable to a 5th level master. The earth-splitting Tiger King stared at Lei Ming solemnly. Even it felt a little threatened by Lei Ming. The sandstorm swept in. Lei Ming's entire body was enveloped in a sandstorm. Next second, there was a loud thunder. A groaning sound resounded through heaven and earth. Thunder light cut! A bright light appeared in the sandstorm. Base. Like a sharp blade cutting through. The sandstorm was instantly split into 2, and a vacuum area was actually cut out in the middle. Lei Ming stood quietly in the vacuum area. His eyes glowed a deep purple. You forced me to use this move, Earth-splitting Tiger King. Today, this is where you will be buried. Shadow of thunder. Arcs of electricity were jumping on his body. Surrounded by electric arcs, he instantly turned into a ball of deep purple light and attacked the Earth-splitting Tiger King. The Earth-splitting Tiger King had no way to avoid it and stomped his foot hard. Giant rock barrier! A huge rock wall several meters thick rises from the ground. Boom! The thunder instantly penetrated the huge rock wall. The thunder struck the Earth-splitting Tiger King, knocking it dozens of meters away, and it fell to the ground with a bang. When the Shui sisters came to the front of the car, they immediately saw several guard members slumped on the ground. Why are you sitting here? One of the guards looked up at the 2 men and said in a low voice. The battle outside, we can't intervene. Shui Lingyao looked out through the window. At a glance, he saw the Earth-splitting Tiger King lying on the ground. Shui Lingyao's face changed. That's the gold-level leader in Dahai City, the Earth-splitting Tiger King? The guard nodded. It seems to be here to protect the young man named Su Han. Protect? Shui Lingyao and the other person's expressions turned strange. They had never heard of any leader-level alien beast helping humans. The guard member told the 2 of them everything that had happened. Shui Lingyao's face changed. You said that Lei Ming, the president of the Dahai City Professional Guild, is a member of the Abyss Church? The guard member looked gloomy and nodded woodenly. Now even the Earth-splitting Tiger King is no match for him. Everything is over. Once the Earth-splitting Tiger King dies, it will be our turn next. Shui Lingyao lay by the window and looked outside. Lei Ming's whole body was flashing with lightning as he walked towards Su Han step by step. Su Han, the tiger is already half dead. Next, it's your turn. Don't worry, I'll send them to accompany you soon. Lei Ming slowly raised his hand. The sword pointed to the sky. The terrifying pressure of thunder is constantly gathering. Su Han and Lei Ming looked at each other. There was a cold look in his eyes. Lei Ming sneered. I know you are unwilling, but it's too late to regret now. Prepare to die. Heavenly thunder attraction. He waved his hand violently. Boom boom. The thunder struck Su Han's head with a loud bang. A dark vortex instantly appeared above Su Han's head. Boom! The thunder fell directly into the dark vortex. The vortex quickly expanded and boiled. Even though it can absorb any attack. But the power of this thunder was too strong. Even this is difficult to absorb. Lei Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that one dish is not enough, let's have a second one. As he said this, he was about to raise his hand. But I found that I couldn't move my body. Chapter 57, The Tiger King's Gift, the Tiger God Jade Pendant. A smile appeared on Su Han's face. Really? Ordinary skills can often produce miraculous results. What he used just now was the ghost eye confusion. Just by looking into the enemy's eyes for 5 seconds, you can make the enemy obey your orders. But Lei Ming's mental strength is not weak. Therefore, it is impossible to have complete control, and you can only barely control the other person's body, and only for 2 seconds. But that's enough. Get a taste of your own thunder. Su Han aimed the black vortex at Lei Ming. Feel the breath of destruction coming from the black vortex. Lei Ming's face changed drastically. No! What are you trying to do? Stop it! He struggled desperately. Finally, he broke free from the shackles of the ghost eye. Just about to dodge. But it's too late. The black vortex trembled violently. The next moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning burst out from the black vortex and shot towards Lei Ming. Boom! The thunder struck Lei Ming head-on. Lei Ming was instantly blown away dozens of meters before falling to the ground. A big hole was blasted in his chest. The wound was emitting black smoke and a burnt smell. Shui Lingyao and the others all widened their eyes. Su Han actually injured Lei Ming? What is that black vortex? It can actually absorb Lei Ming's attack completely? Shui Lingyao felt more and more that Su Han was hiding too many secrets. Lei Ming struggled to support his body and stared at Su Han with a cold expression. Su Han walked towards Lei Ming step by step. Taking advantage of the thunder, he was seriously injured. Now is the best time to kill him. Su Han flashed and instantly appeared in front of Lei Ming. His right hand had turned into a pitch-black dragon claw. With a whistling sound of breaking wind, it grabbed straight towards Lei Ming. Lei Ming dragged his body backwards quickly. Laugh. The dragon claw landed on Lei Ming's thigh. With a crisp sound, Lei Ming's thigh was torn off. Blood gushed out, staining the ground bright red. Lei Ming was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes were about to spit fire. He had never experienced such humiliation. He was beaten like this by a kid who just graduated from high school. If this were to be made public, people from other branches would definitely laugh their heads off. But he is now seriously injured. The mana has also been exhausted. He can't even use the most common lightning ball. A magician without magical powers is not much stronger than an ordinary person. He stared at Su Han with a gloomy face. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Su Han, you wait. As long as I'm alive, you'll never have peace." He pulled out a blood-red bead and squeezed it hard. The bead shattered and turned into a thick blood mist that enveloped it. "Want to run? Exploding fireball!" Su Han raised his hand. The blazing fireball roared towards the blood mist and exploded with a loud bang. The blazing flames devoured the blood mist. However, when the blood mist dissipated, the thunder had already disappeared. Su Han narrowed his eyes and murmured, "This guy runs pretty fast." He turned back to the cub. The earth-splitting Tiger King also stood up. Although it suffered serious injuries, its physical strength is extremely terrifying and its recovery speed is also fast. It didn't take long for him to recover almost completely. The earth-splitting Tiger King looked at the cub with a hint of worry in his eyes. Su Han checked it and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's fine. As long as I put it in and rest for a while." The earth-splitting Tiger King nodded slightly. "Thank you, human. I can feel that my child's blood seems to have become purer. This is all thanks to you. I'm glad to hand my child over to you. I believe you can make it stronger." Su Han scratched his head. "The kid has been with me for so long, and we have gradually developed feelings for each other. To him, the little guy is his only relative in this world. Naturally, we give the best to this little guy." The earth-splitting Tiger King opened his mouth. A tiger head jade pendant fell down. Su Han caught the jade pendant. He could feel it clearly. This jade pendant contains a trace of extremely terrifying ferocity and wildness. It's just that this ferocity and wildness seem to be bound by something and cannot be released. He checked the information on the jade pendant. Tiger God Jade Pendant, Seal 1/7. Quality, Silver. Strength plus 50. Agility plus 50. Skill 1 Shock, Passive skill. The wearer has a trace of Titan Tiger's pressure, which makes the beasts feel terrified and all attributes are reduced by 20%. Introduction. A jade pendant made from a strand of blood from the Titan Tiger. It has the terrifying aura of the Titan Tiger. Equipment requirements, Level 0. Su Han's eyes widened. This jade pendant is a good thing. As long as you wear the jade pendant, you will be able to face some weak monsters in the future. Maybe you don't even need to do anything, they will just crawl on the ground and surrender. After all, the Titan Tiger is a top-level mythical beast from ancient times. Even the most powerful Ninth-Order alien beast leader today has to bow his head before the Titan Tiger. But what made him a little confused was the seal behind this. The earth-splitting Tiger King seemed to see Su Han's confusion. He began to explain. This jade pendant has been passed down from generation to generation by our earth-splitting tiger clan. Because they are worried that the blood of the divine tiger will be leaked and attract the covetousness of other species of exotic beasts. So my ancestors set 4 seals on it. It can be removed by using the blood of our earth-splitting tiger clan. But to remove the next few seals, a higher concentration of blood is required. With my current bloodline, I can't unlock it. Perhaps only this little fellow can completely unlock it. It may be able to revitalize my earth-splitting tiger clan. The earth-splitting Tiger King looked at the sleeping cub kindly and spoke. Su Han nodded and said solemnly, "Thank you, Tiger King." The earth-splitting Tiger King nodded slightly. At this time, the sound of cars roared in the distance. Su Han turned his head and looked. I saw a convoy approaching quickly. And on the front of the car was a dark blue sword symbol painted. That is the symbol of Donggang City. Reinforcements from Donggang City have arrived. The earth-splitting Tiger King glanced at the convoy in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Human, I should leave now. I know that you are heading to the capital of your human race. The earth-splitting Tiger Clan is located next to the capital. If you have the chance, you can take your little one to have a look. There is a treasure left by our ancestors there, which is said to be able to completely evolve our bloodline. See you next time, human." After saying that, it leaped suddenly and easily jumped a distance of 100 meters. After a few flashes, he disappeared from sight. Su Han looked at the departing back of the earth-splitting Tiger King and nodded slightly. If there is a chance, I have to take the kid to see the earth-splitting Tiger Clan. If we can really find the treasure left by the ancestors of the earth-splitting tiger, we can let the cub evolve into a titan tiger. In this world, it's almost like walking sideways. Chapter 58 Arrival in the Capital, News Students Report. As the earth-splitting Tiger King left, soon, the convoy arrived at the train. A group of heavily armed soldiers got out of the car. Su Han took a look. The leader was actually a 4th-level strongman. Judging from his attire, he should be a swordsman. The escort members on the train rushed over and told the other party what had happened. Then they began to clean up the battlefield, and the maintenance team started to repair the locomotive. The therapist treats the wounded. Su Han sat quietly aside to rest. More than an hour passed. Another convoy was coming from behind. Looking at the sign, it turned out to be a convoy from Donghai City. The leader is Li Jintian. As soon as Li Jintian got off the car, he hurried towards the front of the car. Seeing Su Han sitting there resting safely, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily you're okay, Su Han. I was scared to death just now," Li Jintian said with a wry smile. Su Han stood up. "Thank you for your concern, Lord City Lord." Li Jintian looked around. "Have we dealt with all the people in the Abyss Church? Did that guy show up?" Su Han nodded. "You guessed correctly, the president of the Abyss Church is the president of the professional guild, Lei Ming." Li Jintian's face turned cold. "I knew it was this guy. I guess he wants to lure the monsters to attack the city in order to create chaos and then go to the city lord's mansion to seize the city lord's seal. But you intercepted me halfway, so I decided to take my anger out on you." Su Han asked doubtfully. "What use will it have on him to seize the city lord's seal?" Li Jintian said seriously. "The city lord's seal controls the life and death of a city. The city lord's seal is activated, and exotic beasts cannot spawn in the city. But once the city lord's seal is closed, the strange beasts will continue to spawn in the city, which is equivalent to the city has fallen." Su Han's eyes narrowed. What if the city lord's seal is gone? Donghai City will become a paradise for strange beasts. The consequences would be absolutely disastrous. Li Jintian patted Su Han on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will report this matter to the Jinhai General Government immediately. I think the Jinhai Prefecture will definitely issue a wanted order and will not stop until Lei Ming is killed." Only then did Su Han nod slightly. The 4th-rank swordsman walked up to Li Jintian and patted him on the shoulder. "Old Li, you came quickly enough," Li Jintian said unhappily. "Old Wang, this place is closer to your Donggang City. Why did you come just now? You're too slow." Wang Wenwu said helplessly. As soon as we received the news, we rushed here as quickly as possible. But on the way, we encountered a trap set by the Abyss Church, which resulted in a small loss of time. Although Li Jintian was dissatisfied, he did not dwell too much on this issue. Let's clean up the battlefield first and repair the train quickly. Also, in case the people from the Abyss Church come to attack again, we need someone with sufficient strength to follow the car. Li Jintian's eyes fell on Wang Wenwu. I think you are more suitable. Wang Wenwu's face turned dark. I am the military leader after all. Why would you let me follow you? Li Jintian nodded. What else? Do you want me, the city lord, to follow the car? Wang Wenwu looked helpless. He gritted his teeth and said, If I'm not here, what if Donggang City is attacked by the Abyss Church? Li Jintian said with a smile. Don't worry, Donghai City is only more than 100 kilometers away from Donggang. We will rush to Donggang as quickly as possible. Wang Wenwu had no choice but to agree. Under the emergency repair of the maintenance team, the locomotive was barely repaired. Still in tatters, but it drives fine. Su Han looked at the information of several people in the maintenance team. There is actually a B-level life profession mechanic. No wonder the repairs were so fast. Since the front of the car was damaged, we had to drive to Dingguan City to replace it. The train starts, slowly driving towards Donggang City. The Dingguan City convoy followed the train and kept guarding it, afraid of being attacked by the Abyss Church again. But this time the journey was smooth. Upon arriving in Donggang City, the train replaced its locomotive. After waiting for a long time, the train finally set off again and headed for the capital. This time, Wang Wenwu followed throughout the process. Even the train conductor was replaced by a 4th-level master. 2 4th-level masters accompanied them to protect the train. This is the first time since ancient times. 2 days later in the morning, Su Han was sitting in his seat half asleep. A pleasant female voice came over the radio. Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Beijing South Station. Please prepare to get off in advance. Su Han slowly opened his eyes, looked out the window, his eyes fixed. A huge city appeared before our eyes. Sitting on the train, the whole city stretches as far as the eye can see. The giant city wall, tens of meters high, is like a mountain, spanning between the city and the wilderness. In the city, there are tall buildings with nearly 100 floors. There are also transparent passages connecting some high-rise buildings. There are also railways made of special metals in the air, full of technology. Just look at this scene. Donghai City and the capital are simply 2 different worlds. Boom boom. The train jolted violently. Su Han was shocked. He found that the front of the train seemed to be rising. Shui Lingyao explained with a smile. This is the capital's unique aerial track. The capital covers an area of more than 60,000 square kilometers. In order to facilitate travel, in addition to buses, there is also this aerial rail. The train is running on aerial tracks, at a faster speed, and there are no obstructions. Su Han nodded slightly. This looks similar to the subway. But this capital city is really big. More than 60,000 square kilometers, this thing is nearly 10 times larger than the capital city in the previous life. The train is running on the aerial track. Just like taking a plane, you can overlook the city below. The aerial track passes through the towering buildings. Looking out the window, you can see many people sitting in the office handling things. Su Han felt a little sad. This is simply a modern metropolis. Many people also leaned against the windows, looking at the scenery outside and sighing. Shui Lingyao looked out the window with a calm expression. It is said that there are 7 such top-level metropolises in the world, in 7 different countries. Besides, it is said that there were more metropolises like this before the invasion of the alien beasts. It's such a pity that they were all destroyed by the strange beasts. Su Han nodded. According to the book, in addition to the capital, there are also top metropolises such as Hangzhou, Jinling, Yangqing, and Shenzhen. Only, now these big cities have fallen into the hands of strange beasts and have become their paradise. These big cities are inhabited by leader-level monsters above level 9. Epics are everywhere and platinums are as plentiful as dogs. There are even many legendary and titan-level bosses. It is not easy to recapture these cities. However, once I become stronger, I can go and cause trouble for these leader-level monsters. I wonder what rewards I can get for retaking a top metropolis? Chapter 59 A-Level Student Dormitory. The train is running on the aerial track. 5 minutes later. The train gradually began to move downward. Suhan also saw the overall picture of Beijing South Railway Station. Beijing South Railway Station is more than 10 times larger than all the stations along the way. There are at least dozens of aerial tracks connecting the station platforms. When Suhan and his train entered the station, there are also several trains parked on the platform. Suhan got out of the car directly. The Shui sisters also walked down the platform carrying their suitcases. Looking at the numerous signboards, Suhan felt a little dizzy. His sense of direction is not very good, and he can't tell east, west, south, or north. It's a bit difficult to read the sign. Shui Lingyao said. Suhan, since you are also going to Longway University, why don't we take a taxi together? Suhan was stunned, then nodded. This is also the fastest way. Under the leadership of Shui Lingyao, they arrived at the taxi rank. Nearly 100 taxis were parked nearby. Suhan and the other two got into a random car and headed for Longway University. It takes nearly 40 minutes to get from Jingqing South Station to Longway University. Soon, they arrived at the gate of Longway University. The gate of Longway University is more than 100 meters long. The road inside is wide, and there is no problem even if more than a dozen cars run side by side. There are neatly arranged trees on both sides of the road. Suhan looked inside. Several high-rise buildings with nearly 100 floors stand in the center of Longway University. There are also some slightly old teaching buildings around. These teaching buildings are surrounded by woods, which does not make people feel serious, but rather a bit more relaxed and comfortable. There was a huge banner hanging at the school gate. Welcome all new students. Suhan looked to the left side of the road. Awnings have been set up one by one. Under the awning are some volunteers wearing red vests. There was a sign in front of them. New Student Registration Area. This is very similar to the university report in my previous life. Suhan and the other two walked straight towards the new student registration area. A girl with a ponytail saw Suhan and his two companions coming. He immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Welcome, are you here to report?" Suhan and the other two nodded. The girl continued, "Then fill out the form first and give your personal information, and I'll check it for you." Someone nearby brought over 3 forms. Suhan took it and took a look. Some personal information is written on it. He picked up a pen and began to write. Shui Lingyao filled out the form first and handed it back to the girl. The girl took a look, nodded slightly, and handed over a green card. "Student Shui Lingyao, your dormitory is a D-level student dormitory. You can go downstairs to the dormitory to complete the remaining formalities." Shui Lingyao nodded. "Thank you, senior sister." The girl also showed a sweet smile on her face. "You're welcome." Suhan asked in confusion, "Are these dormitories divided into different levels?" The girl nodded. "Yes. The D-class student dormitory is a standard 4-person room, with a bed above and a desk below. Each room is about 20 square meters and has no private bathroom. The C-level student dormitories are double rooms, all the same size, and have their own bathroom. Class B dormitories start with single rooms. Although they are only 50 square meters, the living environment is already very comfortable. Many juniors live in Class B dormitories. The living conditions are much better than those in the D-class student dormitory." Suhan asked curiously, "What about the dormitories for A-level students?" Someone nearby laughed and said, "The dormitory for Class A students is actually a small 2-story villa. It is also located on the shore of Tinglong Lake, and the environment is much better than other student dormitories. It's second only to the professor's dormitory. The professor's dormitory is an exaggerated manner. No one can live there except teachers and professors." Shui Lingyao and Shui Xuelan both showed longing in their eyes. Who doesn't like a small villa? It's a Lakeview villa. The man continued to laugh and said, "But don't even think about it. The A-level student dormitory is not something that ordinary people can live in. You can only live here if you have reached the A-level student rating." Shui Lingyao asked curiously, "Then how do we improve the student ratings?" The man explained, "It's simple. Make outstanding contributions to the school. For example, if you hand over the corpse of a 7th level or higher alien beast leader to the Alien Beast Research Institute, you can be promoted directly to an A-level student. Or if your own strength is raised to level 5, you will be rated as an A-level student." Shui Lingyao and Shui Xuelan looked at each other. His eyes were full of despair. Reaching level 5 in 4 years? Or it could be the corpse of a 7th level alien beast leader. This is simply devilish conditions. What kind of monster could fulfill such harsh conditions? The girl with the ponytail laughed and said, "Don't be discouraged. The dormitory for A-level students is just out of reach. But the B-class student dormitory can still be cleaned up. Many juniors and seniors live in the B-level student dormitories." Shui Lingyao and the other person nodded. Su Han handed the information form to the girl. The girl took it, searched it on her phone, and her eyes suddenly widened. Your name is Su Han?" Su Han nodded. Others also gathered around and stared at Su Han as if he were an alien. "Is this the top scholar in the country? Apart from being handsome, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. Is there a duplicate name? How is that possible? I've confirmed it several times, there's only this one Su Han." Shui Lingyao listened to the discussions of the seniors and felt confused. She asked, "Senior, is there any problem with Su Han?" The girl with the ponytail smiled bitterly and said, No, we were just too surprised. Student Su Han, congratulations, you have been assigned to the A-level student dormitory. Here is your dormitory card." As she spoke, she handed over a purple card. Shui Lingyao widened her eyes in surprise. Shui Xuelan's face was also full of disbelief. A-level student dormitory? Just now I said that it is almost impossible for anyone to live in the A-level student dormitory. As a result, Su Han was assigned the task. Su Han took the dormitory card, nodded slightly and said, "Thank you." The senior with ponytail said with envy, "The top scorer in the country in previous years was only a C-level student, and was only assigned a C-level student dormitory. I didn't expect that you would be an A-level student when you entered the school. The differences between people are just too great. Bigger than the difference between a human and an iron-backed pig. Go left in front of the D-class student dormitory, and go right in front of the A-class student dormitory. By the way, A-level student dormitories allow family members to stay with you. Do you want to bring your girlfriend to live with you?" Shui Lingyao blushed and said quickly, "No need, senior sister, we'll leave first." After saying that, she pulled Shui Xuelan and hurriedly walked towards the dormitory. Chapter 60, Skytrack to the Dark Forest. Su Han looked embarrassed. "They are just my friends." The ponytail senior looked surprised. "I thought she was your girlfriend. But I think junior sister Shui Lingyao seems to be interested in you. Such a beautiful girl is definitely the target of many boys in school, you have to seize the opportunity." Su Han didn't feel much. He said goodbye to his senior and headed straight for the A-level student dormitory area. Walked for more than 10 minutes. He finally arrived near the A-level student dormitory area. European-style villas are neatly arranged beside a lake. This dormitory area seems different from other places. Close to the dormitory area, the air seemed to have become fresher. The sound of birds singing came from the woods nearby. The mood seemed to calm down. Su Han looked at the number 39 on the number plate, looking for his dormitory. His dormitory is in the first row, right next to Tinglong Lake, just across a small path. The paths are lined with various green plants. Looking at the turquoise lake and listening to the clear birdsong. This place is indeed suitable for living. He came to the door. There is a combination lock on the right side of the door. Swipe the card on the combination lock. Click. The room door opened automatically. Su Han walked into the house. The whole house is decorated in natural wood color. The warm yellow lights come on, filling the whole house with a cozy feeling. He took off his shoes and walked into the house. What you see is an ordinary living room. Sofa, TV, coffee table. Behind the living room is an extra-large open kitchen. All kinds of kitchen utensils are available. And they are all brand new. On the other side of the living room is a floor-to-ceiling window. Open the floor-to-ceiling window and there is a balcony outside. There are several pots of green plants, as well as a table and chairs on the balcony. Sitting on the balcony, you can see Tinglong Lake not far away. Then Su-han went to look at several other rooms. The other rooms were empty. Need to arrange it yourself. This villa is big enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people. Su-han was very satisfied. He knew it clearly. In a place like Beijing where every inch of land is valuable, a small villa like this would definitely cost a fortune. Its price is even comparable to that of an epic equipment. It really is Longway University. He is generous when he spends money. He came to the second floor. There are only 2 rooms on the second floor and a reception room in the middle. Su-han plans to live in a room by himself. We'll decide what to use the other room for when the time comes. His heart moved, recalling what the senior student said just now. You can also bring your girlfriend to stay here. He immediately shook his head and gave up the idea. In this world, if you don't work hard to improve your strength, you will always be inferior to others. No matter what it is, in front of absolute strength, it is nothing. He stretched out his hand and touched the space ring. I took out all the things I brought from home and placed them in my new room. He pulled out his phone and checked a map. The closest gate to Longway University is naturally the south gate. He also saw it when the train came over just now. Outside the south gate is a vast plain. According to the map, this plain is called the Windy Plains. The exotic beasts here are all levels 1 to 20. If you want to level up, you have to go deeper. Beyond the Windy Plains is the Dark Forest. There are exotic beasts ranging from level 20 to level 60 here. There are many kinds. If you want to level up, you still have to go to Mirkwood. However, if you want to cross the Windy Plains from the south gate and reach the Mirkwood, it will take at least a day to walk. There are only 4 days left until school officially starts. If it takes 2 days to travel, it would be a huge waste of time. Su-han sighed. A big world has big disadvantages. At least, traveling takes too much time. At this time, he suddenly saw what seemed to be a track route on the map, leading directly to the vicinity of Mirkwood, etc. Could it be that? Is there an aerial track from the capital to the Mirkwood? If that is true, it would only take about half an hour to get to Mirkwood. It also saves time and effort. He packed his things and walked towards the school gate. The senior with ponytails saw Su-han coming out. Puzzled, he asked, Su-han, are you going to buy daily necessities? You don't have to leave the school to get these. They are all available on campus. If you need furniture or equipment, just call the school logistics department, and they will deliver it to your door. Su-han was a little surprised. Does Longway University have such good logistical services? He shook his head and asked, Senior, I want to ask, is there an aerial track to the Mirkwood? The ponytail senior nodded. Yes, this is also to facilitate the journey. After leaving the school gate, walk 300 meters to the left, and you will find the train station. You can take the train at this station. The train goes directly to Maple Leaf Town outside Mirkwood. Are you going to Mirkwood? There are monsters over level 20 there, very fierce. You are not at a high enough level now, so it is safer to level up in the Windy Plains. Su-han smiled and nodded. Thank you, senior. After saying that, he left in a hurry. The senior with ponytails looked at Su-han's back and sighed. He really deserves to be the top student in the country. You're working too hard. You have to level up in just a few days. But young people are always too ambitious. They actually want to go to Mirkwood. They haven't even reached level 20 yet. It's too dangerous to go to Mirkwood. Someone behind him whispered. Qinmeng, he is already level 20. Ah? Qinmeng, the ponytail senior, suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the person behind her in shock. The man was holding Su-han's information sheet. The level column clearly says 20. Level 20? It's only been a month. He has trained from just awakening to level 20. Chen Meng's eyes were full of disbelief. The man behind him also looked confused. This is too evil. Do you still remember Jiang Yuchen, who had the highest grade when we enrolled last year? She is only in the 18th grade when she entered the school, and this has already broken the school record. TSK, this Su-han is such a monster! Chen Meng stared blankly at Su-han's back. Isn't this junior's talent too scary? How did he do it? Su-han didn't know that his level had caused the sensation. He walked out of the school gate. Follow Chen Meng's instructions and come to the train station. This train station is much smaller. Like a bus stop sign. There is only one train to Maple Leaf Town. There were many people in various clothes sitting on chairs, waiting for the train to arrive. Su-han took a look. These people are not very old. He guessed that they were all students from Longway University. After buying the ticket, he also sat next to me and waited. Boom boom. The train roared into the platform from a distance and slowly stopped. Su-han walked into the car and sat down in a random seat. A few minutes later, the train restarted. The front of the car climbed up, drove onto the aerial track, and passed through the forest of tall buildings. Chapter 61 New Skill, Body of the Undead. Boom boom. The train leaves the city. Driving high in the sky. Flying through the clouds is like flying on an airplane. Su-han looked down. On the endless plain. Many people are killing monsters to level up. Far away. An endless forest is gradually enlarging. The train began to go downhill. Finally, it slowly stopped beside a small platform. Get off the train. The temperature all around seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. The noisy sound reached my ears. Su-han turned his head and looked. It turned out to be a small town. A wooden sign several meters in size stands at the edge of the town. There were a few large blood-red words written on the wooden sign. Maple Leaf Town. Su-han's gaze fell on Maple Leaf Town. It is called a town, but in reality it is not even as good as a village. You can see the other end of the town from one end. It's only 100 meters away. They are all one-story cabins. It looked tattered, with claw marks of strange beasts all over it. These towns sell food or medicine. There were also many people setting up stalls to sell equipment. After Su-han walked around for a while, he lost interest in continuing shopping. Walk straight towards the dark forest. Walk into the dark forest. The sky seemed to grow gloomy. The dense leaves almost completely block out the sunlight. Walking in it is like walking in the night. No wonder this place is called Mirkwood. Su-han secretly complained in his heart. He walked alone in the dark forest. At this time, he suddenly felt a cold murderous aura coming from the bushes on the left. There is a strange beast. Su-han stopped calmly, waiting for the other party to make the first move. Snap! The branches were broken by trampling. Su-han turned back suddenly. I saw a skeleton emerging from the bushes. A faint blue flame burned in the skull's dark eye sockets. In its hand it held a rusty machete stained with dark red blood. In this dark environment, suddenly encountered such a skeleton. If it were a newcomer, he would probably be scared to death. However, apart from being a little surprised, Su-han did not show any fear. He used the Eye of Delusion to view the information of the skeleton. Name, Skeleton Warrior. Race, Undead. Level, 25. Skill 1 Body of the Dead LV.1, Passive Skill, Skeleton Warrior is immune to fear and poisoning. Skill 2, Undead Fire LV.1, attaches undead fire to the machete to increase its power for 10 seconds. When attacking the enemy, all defenses will be ignored. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 3 Body Assembly LV.1, the Skeleton Warrior's body can be reassembled even if it is disrupted, restoring 50% of its health. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Su-han stroked his chin. Quite interesting. It turned out to be a strange beast from the undead race. The undead beasts are a special category. They are dead people or strange beasts who have been resurrected and returned to the battlefield. They know no pain or fear. Just follow orders. Moreover, it has thick skin and flesh and can recover life. It's very tricky to deal with. Only by using light attribute skills can it be easily solved. The skeleton warrior walked towards Su-Han waving a machete. When its bones walk, they keep rubbing against each other, making a harsh, crunching sound. Although it is already quite fast. But in Su-Han's eyes, it was no different from a turtle crawling. Wind blade. He waved his hand casually. 3 light blades shot straight towards the skeleton warrior. Ding ding ding! Followed by the crisp sounds of 3 metal colliding. The skeleton warrior paused. The health bar didn't drop much. Su-Han narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy's defense is not low. The skeleton warrior let out a low growl. A pale skeletal claw reached into the eye socket. Then he pulled it out. There was a ball of blue flame attached to his claws. The flames kept jumping, but there was no temperature. Instead, it caused the temperature of the surrounding area to drop a lot. It growled and slapped the soul fire on the machete. The machete instantly turned into a dark blue color. It pounced on Su-Han, waving a machete. The knife fell. Su-Han turned to the side. The machete almost chopped down along his clothes. Laugh. The soul fire touches the grass on the ground. The grass suddenly caught fire. It turned into ashes almost in the blink of an eye. Shadowless flash! Su-Han instantly turned into a shadow and came behind the skeleton warrior. His right hand has turned into a pitch-black dragon claw. The dragon claw aimed at the back of the skeleton warrior's head and slapped it hard. Snap! The hard head was like paper in front of the dragon's claws. It was easily broken into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground. A ghost fire was revealed in the air. Next second, the ghost fire went out. The skeleton instantly broke apart and fell to the ground. Easy solution. Su-Han clapped his hands and picked up a skeleton warrior's bone. Try the function of swallowing everything. Devour everything allows you to devour inedible exotic animals to gain attributes and skills. These bones cannot be eaten, so I can only rely on devouring everything else. A thought occurred to him. The palm of his hand suddenly turned into a dark vortex. The bone was swallowed by the dark vortex. The system prompt sounded. The host devours a second-level skeleton warrior for the first time, gaining 30 points of strength and 30 points of constitution. The host has acquired the skeleton warrior's skill, the body of the undead. Su-Han was delighted. Although the attributes are not many. But it gives a very good skill. He opened the properties panel. Name Su-Han. Race human. Occupation SSS level Gourmet, first level. Level 20. Strength 1272. Physique 1129. Agility 620. Spirit 219. Physical resistance 10%. Magic resistance 10%. Physical penetration 10%. Magic penetration 10%. Cooling down reduction 10%. Life steal 10%. Skills: Eye of Truth LV.2, Dragon Claw LV.2, Ghost Eye Confusion LV.1, Spider Silk Jet LV.1, Damage Devour LV.2, Explosive Fireball LV.1, Mental Illusion LV.1, Explosive Fist LV.1, Quick Recovery LV.1, Shadowless Flash LV.1, Windblade LV.1, Lightning Chain LV.1. Devour All Things LV.1, Body of the Undead LV.1. He clicked on the Body of the Undead to check the specific effects. Body of the Undead LV.1, Passive Skill, Immune to Fear and Poisoning Status. Fear and poisoning are huge threats to humans. It can instantly destroy the human fighting spirit. However, undead creatures are not affected by these. Even if all their teammates are killed, they will not feel any fear and will only obey orders. Immune to fear and poison. It will be effective when dealing with this kind of strange beast in the future. Wait a minute! If I become a ghost, will it have any impact on my body? It seems that the bodies of the dead will rot. Su-han was shocked. He quickly checked his body carefully. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, in addition to the skin being whiter, the muscles being firmer, and the figure being better, there were no other adverse changes. Chapter 62, Mutation of the Undead Body, Body of Darkness. Su-han continued to walk deeper. We also encountered several skeleton warriors along the way. Without exception, they were all killed by his blowing their heads off. Su-han glanced at the experience bar. The experience bar only rose a little. Upgrading here is too slow. We have to find a higher level monster. He quickened his pace and ran towards the depths of the dark forest. Just as he was walking through the woods, a blue fireball came roaring towards them. Su-han narrowed his eyes slightly. He paused, and pointed his right hand at a branch beside him. Spray spider silk! Spider silk spurted out and entangled itself around branches. Pull hard. He swung easily to the nearby branch like a nimble monkey. Boom! A blue fireball fell on the branches. The branches were instantly ignited, turning into a ball of dark blue fire, burning fiercely. This dark blue fire not only does not make people feel burning, but instead adds a bit of chill. Su-han lowered his head and looked in the direction where the fireball came from. I saw a skeleton wearing a large black robe standing among the bushes. There are blue flames burning in the eye sockets of this skeleton. It seems to be a bit stronger than the skeleton warrior's flame. Su-han used the Eye of Truth to check the properties of this black-robed skeleton. Name, Skeleton Wizard Elite. Race, Undead. Level 30. Skill 1, Body of the Undead LV.1, Passive Skill, Skeleton Warrior is immune to fear and poisoning. Skill 2, Undead Fireball LV.1, summons an undead fireball to shoot at the enemy. If hit by the undead fireball, the whole body will burn and need to be dispelled with light magic. Cooldown time is 15 seconds. Skill 3, Slow Curse LV.1, release a curse on the enemy, greatly reducing the enemy's movement speed and attack speed, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Skill 4, Fear LV.1, makes the enemy enter a state of fear, loses any ability to attack, and can only run away. Lasts 1 to 3 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. Su-han raised his eyebrows. Encountered an elite monster. It's still a legal profession. It seems that it is not much stronger than the skeleton warrior. The skeleton wizard stared at Su-han and raised his staff. A ball of blue fire gathered at the top of the staff. Su-han raised his hand. A blazing fireball gathered in the palm of your hand. Boom! 2 fireballs blasted out at the same time and collided in midair, raising a cloud of dust. The skeleton wizard raised his head, his dark blue eyes staring at Yanchen. Bang! The smoke and dust suddenly broke open a big hole. A figure rushed out from it. Attacked the skeleton wizard directly. The skeleton wizard raised his hand. A ball of dark light quickly attacked Su-han. Su-han was unable to dodge. The dark ball of light penetrated into the body. He suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His body became extremely heavy and fell heavily to the ground. Is this the slowing curse? Su-han took a step forward with difficulty. Movement speed has been reduced by at least 90%. To others, it may be fatal. With such a large reduction in movement speed, you become a sitting duck. It only takes 1 undead fireball to be killed. However, Su-han was not panicked at all. It's about time to fix it. Shadowless flash! His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When it appears again, he had come behind the necromancer. The dragon claw slowly grabbed towards the necromancer's head. The necromancer obviously didn't expect Su-han to have this trick. It immediately raised its staff. A terrifying ghost face let out bursts of sinister laughter and quickly flew towards Su-han. Su-han had no way of dodge and could only allow the ghost face to crash into his body. The ghost face disappeared. Su-han just felt a chill in his body, and didn't feel much. He reacted immediately. This should be another skill of the necromancer. Fear. It will make people lose their ability to fight and only know how to run away. But the necromancer would never know. Su-Han has a ghost body, immune to all fears. The dragon claw did not slow down and still grabbed towards the undead wizard's head. Bang! The necromancer's skull broke into pieces and scattered all over the ground. The fire of the soul gradually fades. The body fell heavily to the ground. It never figured it out until it died. Why is this human not affected by fear? Su-Han took a glance. A dark book fell beside the necromancer. His eyes lit up. Skill book? The drop rate of this thing is 1 in 10 million. Even the most ordinary skill book can be sold for millions of dollars. He stepped forward and picked up the skill book. Check the skill book properties. Name: Fear. Quality: Silver. Introduction: Make the enemy enter a state of fear, lose any attack ability, and only know to escape. Lasts for 1 to 3 seconds, cooldown time is 1 minute. Usage restrictions: Lore-related professions. This is absolutely a magical skill for a mage. There is no mage who is not afraid of close combat. If you have this skill, when the enemy approaches, use fear to make the opponent run away from you. Buy yourself time to unleash your magic. If you sell it, you can get at least 10 million. He put the skill book into the space ring and picked up the bones of the necromancer. Use Devour All. Bones are devoured. The system prompt sounded. The host devoured a second-level skeleton wizard for the first time and gained 80 points of spirit. Su-Han opened the property panel and took a look. Mental strength reached 299. A thought occurred to him. An exploding fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. The exploding fireball was a lot bigger than before, almost the size of a car tire. The color of the flame also gradually transitioned from the original light yellow to orange. The power has been greatly improved. Mental strength affects the power of all magical skills. His mental power is comparable to that of a level 30 magician. And this was when he was not wearing any equipment that increased his mental power. At this time, the system voice came again. The body of the undead is mutating. Su-Han's eyes lit up. Good luck. It actually caused the skill to mutate. A few minutes later, the system prompt sounded again. The body of the dead has successfully transformed into a body of darkness. Su-Han immediately opened the skill panel to check. Dark Body LV.1 absorbs all negative states and converts them into health points. Su-Han's eyes widened in surprise. Is there such an operation? He thought that it was outrageous enough that his original undead body was immune to fear and poison. I didn't expect that after the mutation, it became even more perverted. Absorb all negative status and convert them into health points. Negative states include not only fear and toxicity. There are also curses, stuns, silences, paralysis, etc. That is to say, from now on, these skills will be useless to him when facing professionals or exotic beasts with these skills. Others can only temporarily avoid the spotlight. But he can just stand there and let people hit him. Su-Han grinned. This is a good skill. Although there is no attack bonus. But it is definitely one of the top auxiliary skills. He didn't expect it. The mutation actually resulted in such an exaggerated skill. This time I really made a lot of money. Chapter 63 Gold Level Leader, Skeleton Warrior. Su-Han continued to walk towards the depths of the dark forest. The deeper you go, all I encountered were skeleton wizards with a dark body. The skeleton wizard's slowing curse posed no threat to him. He punched his head and blew it up. Kill it. The experience bar has risen a lot again. It's not far from level 21. Su-Han felt the difficulty of upgrading. He kills elite monsters above his level, and his leveling speed is so slow. Not to mention others. The higher the level, the more days or even a month it takes to upgrade to the next level. At this time, the advantages of powerful combat professions are reflected. Su-Han killed nearly 20 skeleton wizards in a row. Gained 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Put the equipment into the space ring. I sold it after I got back. He looked up at the sky. The light that filtered through the leaves became increasingly scarce. The sky was gradually getting darker. It's getting dark. Suhan prepared to return to Maple Leaf Town to rest. The fighting power of monsters will increase at night, but the experience gained will remain the same. Not cost-effective. Boom boom. Just when he was about to go back. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the distance. Even the earth was shaking slightly. What's going on? Suhan was stunned. He turned suddenly and looked back. It seemed like something was coming out of the ground. It doesn't seem far. Let's go and take a look. Suhan raised his hand. Spider silk spray. It wrapped around the branches and swung in the direction where the sound came from. In the woods in the distance, there was a red-haired woman sitting on a branch. Her eyes were like flames, a bright red. Her eyes were slightly curved, like a crescent moon. She was wearing a light armor that showed off her graceful figure. The light armor skirt only covers the thighs. 2 snow-white thighs were exposed, hanging and dangling under the branches. He held a notebook and a pen in his hands, writing and drawing constantly. With an excited smile on his face. I finally finished collecting information on the skeleton wizard. Next, it's the skeleton warrior. If I can complete this and submit the research paper, I will definitely be promoted to level 2 researcher. By then, I will be the youngest second-level researcher in history. Haha. Boom boom. At this time, there was a violent shaking of the ground. It was as if something broke through the ground. The woman turned around suddenly and looked in the direction where the sound came from. The excitement became more obvious in his eyes that were like the scorching sun. This noise must be the skeleton warrior coming out. Hey, wait for me. Darling, my promotion to level 2 researcher depends on you. She leaped. Like a light flying bird, it landed steadily on the ground. It then turned into a red afterimage and rushed towards the direction where the noise came from. A moment later, Suhan's vision suddenly widened. When he saw the scene in front of him, I was stunned for a moment. White bones. Endless, with bones everywhere. They were all human corpses. This place is like a desolate cemetery. In the middle of the cemetery, a skeleton giant nearly 5 meters tall was wandering around holding a huge sword. The soul fire in its eye sockets is different from that of other skeleton warriors. It's blood red. The blood red soul fire kept jumping, as if it contained terrifying murderous aura. Suhan used the Eye of Truth to check the properties of the giant skeleton. Name, Skeleton Warrior, Gold Level Leader. Race, Undead. Level 35. Skill 1 Body of the Undead LV.10, Passive Skill, Skeleton Warrior is immune to fear and poisoning. Skill 2, Furious Sweep LV.5, Swing the greatsword towards the enemy, causing fan damage, cooldown time 4 minutes. Skill 3, Undead Summoning LV.10, when the Skeleton Warrior's health drops to half, it will summon Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Wizards to form an army to attack the enemy. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Skill 4, Skeleton Combination LV.1, when the health of the Undead Warrior drops to 1/3, it will pick up the surrounding bones and put them on itself to restore its health. Cooldown time is 20 minutes. Skill 5, Curse of Weakness LV.1, the Undead Warrior will cast the curse on the enemy, making the enemy weak, with all attributes weakened by 50%, lasting for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Weakness, the soul fire in the head. Suhan's eyes widened in surprise. There is actually a gold level leader hidden in this place? If it weren't for the skeleton warrior who caused the commotion just now, he would not have discovered this cemetery. Except for the earth-splitting Tiger King. This was the first time he encountered a gold level leader. The combat power of a gold level leader far exceeds that of a silver level leader. At the same level, it would take at least 100 people working in perfect coordination to resolve the issue. But Suhan was somewhat tempted. This is a gold level leader. Maybe some good stuff will come out. If you miss this, you will regret it. Try it first, if it doesn't work, quit. Anyway, this guy's speed is definitely not as fast as mine. Su-han was thinking in his mind and quietly approached the skeleton general. When he came to a position 100 meters away from the skeleton warrior, the skeleton warrior turned his head suddenly and looked at Su-han. The soul fire in the eye sockets beat violently several times. Discovered. Su-han simply stopped pretending. His speed suddenly increased and he turned into a shadow and rushed towards the skeleton general. The skeleton warrior raised his great sword and, with a whistling sound of breaking wind, suddenly slashed towards Su-han. Boom! The great sword smashed to the ground. A big hole was instantly created in the ground. Many bones were smashed into pieces. However, Su-han had already come behind the skeleton general. Dragon Claw! His right hand turned into a pitch-black dragon claw. With a whistling sound of breaking wind, he suddenly grabbed the skeleton general's leg bone. Bite! The dragon claws collided with the bones. There was a crisp sound of metal colliding. Only a shallow mark was left on the leg bone. The skeleton warrior's health bar dropped slightly. The skeleton warrior looked down at the tiny human below. It stretched out its hand and grabbed Su-han directly. Exploding fireball! Su-han raised his palm. The huge fireball condensed almost instantly and shot towards the skeleton warrior. Boom! The fireball exploded. Several bones in the skeleton warrior's hand were broken by the explosion. In its eye sockets, the blood-red soul fire beat violently several times. Although it doesn't feel pain. But what Su-han did still made it angry. It raised the heavy sword again and chopped it down fiercely at Su-han's head. Boom! The heavy sword fell. Hundreds of bones were splashed. However, there was no sign of Su-han. The skeleton warrior turned his head around, and the fire of his soul seemed to be full of doubts. It's weird. Where did that damn human go just now? Its skull was twisted 180 degrees. I saw Su-han grabbing his ribs and climbing up. Chapter 64, reaching level 21. In the woods nearby, several pairs of eyes were watching Su-han and the skeleton general. A middle-aged man with a blood-red spider tattooed on his face raised a disdainful smile. This kid is quite interesting. How dare he challenge the skeleton warrior alone? You really don't know how to write the word death. A dwarf who was only 1.3 meters tall nodded and agreed. Yes, this skeleton warrior is a gold-level leader. It can also summon skeleton warriors and skeleton wizards. It's very difficult to deal with. Even if a team of 50 people came to hunt it, it would be impossible to take it down. A man with a coxcomb haircut and a bow and arrow in his hand whispered. Brother, let's go. What are you looking at here? Anyway, this kid will be beaten into a pulp by the skeleton warrior sooner or later. The man with the spider tattoo on his face gave him an impatient look. Isn't it okay for me to watch a play to relieve stress? I want you to keep talking here. If you don't want to watch, get out of the way. The man with the coxcomb shut up and dared not speak. The dwarf seemed to have discovered a new world and patted his boss. Big brother, look! The skeleton warrior couldn't kill this guy with 2 strikes. And this kid even climbed onto the skeleton warrior. The man with the spider tattoo sneered. What's wrong with that? The skeleton warrior can make countless mistakes, but as long as one of his swords hits him, this guy will definitely die. Just watch. I saw it with my own eyes. The skeleton warrior chopped a level 50 knight into 2 with 1 strike. What the hell is this kid? Everyone's eyes fell on Su-han. They were all looking forward to the bloody scene. Su-han grabbed the skeleton warrior's ribs. He exerted force with his arms and his body suddenly shot upwards. It has already reached the neck of the skeleton warrior. Dragon Claw! Su-han growled. His right hand turned into a dragon claw and smashed hard into the skeleton warrior's head. Bang! A small hole was made in the skeleton warrior's head. The blood volume also dropped a little. The skeleton warrior growled. It stretched out its hand angrily and grabbed Su-han. Su-han leaped forward and landed steadily on the ground. Then he kicked the skeleton general's leg bone again. Click! With a crisp sound. There was an undetectable crack in the leg bone. The soul fire in the skeleton warrior's eyes suddenly became stronger. Like a raging flame, burning fiercely. It raised its great sword and swept it towards Su-han. Sweep furiously. The big sword with terrifying power appeared in front of Su-han in an instant. Seeing this, the people with spider tattoo all showed cruel smiles on their faces. It's over. No one can survive the fury. I thought this kid would have some fun, but in the end he was still hacked to death by a big sword. Su-han's mind moved. A dark vortex appeared before him. Damage devour. The long sword fell into the black vortex. The black vortex fluctuated slightly for a few times and then returned to calm. But Su-han stood there unharmed. The eyes of the people with spider tattoos suddenly widened. How did this kid do it? He was able to block the furious sweep. It seems he summoned that black thing. It's probably some top-grade equipment. Hey, this guy is from a rich family. Brother, let's kill him and take that thing away, shall we? Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Everyone looked at Su-han with greed in their eyes. If they had this thing, wouldn't it be much easier to fight leader-level monsters? Su-han still didn't know what they were thinking. He swung his hand violently. A terrifying gust of wind surged out from the black vortex and struck the skeleton general. The skeleton warrior had no way to dodge with such a huge body. The powerful energy hit it head-on, and the terrifying force pushed it back several steps. There were more cracks on the bones in his body. It raised its head sharply. The fire of the soul is beating. He failed to defeat Su-han for several consecutive rounds. It was getting angrier. The bony hand slowly rose. A ball of dark light was brewing in its palm. The man with the spider tattoo's eyes lit up and he explained to his men. It's the skeleton warrior's weakness curse. For those who are cursed, all attributes will be reduced by 50%. There was a heavy shield warrior who could withstand 5 strikes from the skeleton warrior without dying. As a result, he was cursed with weakness, and with one blow, he was chopped into pieces along with his shield. The others all took a breath of cold air. This is too perverted. Yeah, after being cursed with weakness, who can withstand the skeleton warrior? Okay, this time, this kid is dead. Everyone looked at Su-han as if they were looking at a dead person. Roar! The skeleton warrior growled. The dark light in his hand was thrown towards Su-han. Su-han did not dodge or evade, and faced the weakness curse head-on. The curse of weakness enters the body. He first felt a chill all over his body, and then the cold feeling disappeared completely. There are no changes to the properties. Really? The dark body is immune to all curses. Su-han grinned, raised his middle finger, and made a gesture that everyone knew. The man with the spider tattoo was completely stunned. Wait a minute, this kid seems to be okay, big brother? Is he a monster? No, this kid might have equipment to resist the curse. He is indeed a rich kid. He has all this top-notch equipment. It seems that he came here just to deal with the skeleton warrior. Several people became more determined. We must kill Su-han to get his equipment. Although the skeleton warrior could not understand Su-han's gestures, he was angered by Su-han's smile. Roar! It growled angrily. The ground began to shake with a rumbling sound. Immediately following, skeleton warriors holding machetes crawled out of the ground one by one. The dark blue fire of the soul ignited their eye sockets. Full of a weird atmosphere. And behind the skeleton warrior, there are also several skeleton wizards wearing black robes and holding magic wands. When the man with the spider tattoo saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank. The skeleton general was angered and summoned so many skeleton warriors and skeleton wizards. This kid is really courting death. This is going to be difficult. Even if he is killed by the skeleton warrior, we won't be able to pick up the equipment that fell inside. Su-han's eyes swept over the many skeleton warriors. He said nonchalantly, Do you think that you can hurt me by summoning so many trash? He stamped his foot hard. The body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the skeleton warrior. The first skeleton warrior raised his hand to chop. Su-han, like a nimble loach, had already circled behind it. A punch blew its head off. The soul fire quickly faded. His body fell to the ground limply. Su-han did the same. Just a few breaths. All the skeleton warriors fell to the ground and were easily dealt with. And Su-han's level also rose to level 21. Chapter 65: Su-han's backup plan, killing the skeleton general. The soul fire in the skeleton warrior's eye sockets flickered a few times. Swinging the great sword, he slashed towards Su-han fiercely. Su-han tapped his toes lightly. Raise your hand. Spider silk spray. The snow-white spider silk was wrapped around the skeleton warrior's neck. His body swung towards the skeleton general like a pendulum. It landed steadily on the shoulder of the skeleton warrior. Exploding fist! He clenched his fists and punched the skeleton warrior's head hard. Snap! The skeleton warrior's head made a crisp sound. There was a dent in the head. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. Su-han's eyes narrowed. There's hope. Do it in one go. He clenched his fists, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Dragon Claw! The right hand instantly turned into a pitch-black dragon claw. The claws emitted an icy cold light. Die! He growled. The dragon claw hit the crack with a bang. A big hole was instantly broken in the bone. The blood-red soul fire was exposed in front of Su-han. Roar! The skeleton warrior felt threatened and roared angrily. The bony hand grabbed towards Su-han. He grabbed Su-han and threw him away. Bang! Su-han slammed into a big tree, knocking down several trees, raising a cloud of dust. The skeleton warrior stared in the direction of the smoke and held the great sword in front of him. What Su-han did just now made it feel extremely threatened. If the fire of the soul is extinguished, it will completely disappear. Angry dragon spreads its wings. A low growl sounded. Boom! The smoke and dust burst apart. A red angry dragon roared and flew towards the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warriors are facing a formidable enemy. It raised its great sword and slashed at the angry dragon. Bite! The angry dragon was easily split in half. The angry dragon's fang fell to the ground, and a gap was cut on the dagger. The man with the spider tattoos shook his head. This kid is still too young. Direct attack will obviously not work. The others nodded. With such an obvious trick, the skeleton warrior will not be fooled. This kid's weapon was also knocked away. This time he really has no chance of success. Prepare to retreat in case the skeleton warrior finds us. Then we won't be able to leave. Yes. Several people packed up their things and prepared to retreat. Sudden. The dwarf said in shock. Wait, brother, look! The man with the spider tattoo frowned and looked towards the battlefield. He was stunned. I saw a tiger lying behind the skeleton general. It's the little brat. The cub growled and raised his claws. The claws emitted an earthy yellow light and poked straight into the gap behind the skeleton warrior's head. Bang! The hole, which was originally only the size of a thumb, was broken again by this claw. It suddenly reached the size of a fist. The blood-red soul fire was exposed in the air. Su-han walked out slowly from the smoke and dust with a smile on his face. Everything he did just now was just to give the brat a chance to take action. The skeleton warrior roared. Its elbow thrust back. The kid was knocked away and slid several meters along the ground. Su-han narrowed his eyes and shouted, Little bastard, hold him back! Roar! The kid understood. The pair of golden tiger eyes stared at the skeleton general. Tiger claws slammed the ground. The ground suddenly broke open. Several pieces of gravel shot towards the skeleton general like flying knives. The skeleton warrior slapped the rubble casually. The gravel was easily crushed into powder. However, a figure had already appeared behind the skeleton general. How does your soul fire compare to my exploding fireball? The deep voice was like the sentence of death. Su-han held his palm upwards, holding a fireball that was half the size of a man. The fireball is orange-red all over. The scorching heat caused the surrounding air to distort. This is the limit of what he can do. He stuffed the exploding fireball into the skeleton warrior's head. Boom! Scorching flames burst out from its 7 orifices. The blood-red soul fire was instantly devoured. The skeleton warrior slowly smashed its huge body to the ground. The health bar is completely emptied. The few people hiding in the dark were stunned. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Did this kid really kill the skeleton warrior? Am I seeing things? The skeleton warrior who easily wiped out a group of 50 people was actually defeated by this kid and his beast. Who on earth is this kid? This kid must be from a big family, otherwise how could he have so many good equipments? Brother, should we still take action? Everyone's eyes turned to the man with the spider tattoo. The man with the spider tattoo gritted his teeth and nodded. Nonsense! Otherwise, why have we been waiting here for so long? Wait until he lets his guard down before you take action. The others nodded. Su-Han looked at the corpse of the skeleton warrior and breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to be playing with ease. In fact, nerves are still tense. Although the skeleton warrior is not as strong as the earth-splitting Tiger King. But it is still quite stressful for one person to deal with it. The kid ran to Su-Han and rubbed his shoulder affectionately. Su-Han patted the kid's head. Compared to before, the cub seems to have grown a little. It reached the height of his shoulders. At this rate of growth, it won't be long before you're bigger than others. Maybe I can even sit on the kid then. It's very cool just thinking about it. He patted the kid's head affectionately. Well done. If it weren't for you, it would take some effort to deal with this guy. How about I get you some barbecue when I get home? The kid's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. You go in and take a rest first. Su-Han summoned a magic circle and took the cub back into the pet space. He opened the kid's attribute panel and took a look. Name, Earth-Splitting Tiger Cub, 10/100000000 Bloodline of Titan God Tiger. Race, Tiger Tribe. Level, 16. Strength, 800. Physique, 850. Agility, 770. Spirit, 200. Skills, Earthshaker Claw LV.2, Tiger Roar LV.1, Sandstorm LV.1, Rockfall LV.2, Earthquake LV.1. Su-Han was a little surprised. The kid's level actually increased from level 10 to level 16. Among them, there is not only a lot of experience contributed by the skeleton warriors. There are also experiences provided by Pet Space. The attributes have been greatly improved, almost approaching that of its master. Su-Han sighed. It is truly a strange beast that possesses some of the blood of the Titan tiger. Growing up too fast. Putting the brat away, he turned his gaze to the corpse of the skeleton warrior. A total of 3 items fell next to the corpse. A huge sword covered in blood. A tattered suit of armor. A pair of still tattered wrist guards. Su-Han's heart sank. My luck can't be that bad, right? Could these 3 items all be bronze-level equipment? That would be a big loss. Chapter 66 Skeleton Warrior Set. Su-Han walked forward, picked up the great sword, and took a look at its attributes. Ghost Sword. Quality Gold. Strength plus 160. Constitution plus 50. Skill 1. Soul Stealer. The Wicked Soul Great Sword absorbs the enemy's soul to cause damage and restores its own health. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Skill 2. Furious Sweep. Swing the great sword towards the enemy, causing fan damage. Cooldown time 4 minutes. Skeleton Warrior Set. 1/3 one piece of the set can enhance the equipment skill by 10%, 2 pieces of the set can enhance 2 skills by 10%, and 3 pieces of the set can enhance all skills of the set by 10%. Introduction. A great sword stained with countless blood. With it, your enemies will be terrified. Equipment requirement, level 30. Su-Han's eyes lit up. This seemingly worn-out sword is actually of gold grade. It also comes with a skeleton warrior skill, Furious Sweep. It's simply a warrior's magical skill. And it's a skeleton warrior suit. Although the set effect is not that outstanding. But if you get all 3 pieces, the power of all skills will increase by 10%, which is still a very good effect. Su-Han turned his head and looked at the tattered armor and wrist guards. There was anticipation in his eyes. Presumably, these two pieces of equipment wouldn't be too bad. He picked up the armor and checked its properties. Ghost armor. Quality gold. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 150. Skill 1, Ghost Possession. Summon the ghost in the armor to resist damage for you. The more ghosts there are, the more damage you can resist. The ghosts will dissipate after being summoned once. The cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 2, Netherworld Corrosion. Emits death energy, corrodes nearby enemies. Damage can be stacked up to 3 times. Death energy lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time is 5 minutes. Skeleton Warrior Set. 1/3 one piece of the set can enhance the equipment skill by 10%, 2 pieces of the set can enhance 2 skills by 10%, and 3 pieces of the set can enhance all skills of the set by 10%. Introduction. The armor with many wrong souls attached to it is a powerful protective gear for the skeleton warriors. Equipment requirement, level 30. This piece of armor is also considered a magical weapon for warriors. Can summon wrong souls to protect themselves from harm. It can save lives at critical moments. As for the death damage, it is also a very good damage skill. He looked at the last wristband. Wrist guard of the Wrathful Soul. Quality gold. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 50. Skill 1, Curse of Weakness. Casts a curse on the enemy, making it weak, with all attributes weakened by 50%, lasting 3 seconds, cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 2, Soul Eating Hand. Can absorb the souls of the weak and kill them instantly, cooldown time 4 minutes. Skeleton Warrior Set. 1/3 one piece of the set can enhance the equipment skill by 10%, 2 pieces of the set can enhance 2 skills by 10%, and 3 pieces of the set can enhance all skills of the set by 10%. Introduction. A wristband with many wronged souls attached to it, and a curse from a skeleton warrior. Equipment requirement, level 30. It really is a 3-piece set. But the usage requirements are too high. You have to reach level 30 to equip it. Although Su-Han really wanted to use it. But when he reaches level 30, he will definitely be able to get better equipment. I guess this kind of gold-level suit is no longer worth looking at. After much thought, he decided to sell the skeleton warrior suit. At least it can be sold for several million. With money, you can buy some exotic animal meat, or other things you need. He put the 3 pieces of equipment into the space ring. Then he looked at the corpse of the skeleton warrior. He picked up the bones of the skeleton warrior. The swallowing of all things begins. The skeleton warrior's bones were completely devoured. The system prompt sounded. The host devoured a second-level skeleton warrior for the first time, gaining 100 points of strength and 100 points of constitution. Su-Han was delighted. Open the properties panel. Name Su-Han. Race human. Occupation SSS level Gourmet. Level 21. Strength 1362. Physique 1219. Agility 640. Spirit 339. Physical resistance 10%. Magic resistance 10%. Physical penetration 10%. Magic penetration 10%. Cooling down reduction 10%. Life steal 10%. Reach level 21. Each attribute has been increased by 20 points. Doubled from before. Su-Han was somewhat expectant. If I continue to upgrade, will my attribute points increase more with each level? The system prompt sounded again. The host has obtained the skill of the skeleton warrior, summoning the undead. Su-Han was delighted. Gained another skill. He opened the skill panel. Really? One more skill. Undead Summoning LV.1 summons a skeleton warrior. The attributes of the skeleton warrior are 10% of the user, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. This is one of the skeleton warrior's signature skills. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of skeleton warriors and skeleton wizards appeared. If he wasn't immune to curses, he would have been unable to move by the skeleton wizard's slowing curse. Although currently only one skeleton warrior can be summoned. But it's enough. Su-Han clapped his hands in relief. I gained a lot from this trip. Su-han stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the people in the woods suddenly became anxious. Brother, this guy is leaving, let's do it quickly. Yeah, if we don't do something, he'll run away. From the look on that kid's face, those pieces of equipment are definitely good stuff. It's not just equipment. Did you notice that what this kid is wearing should be a space-related equipment? That's right. I saw him put those pieces of equipment away with my own eyes. If this space equipment is sold on the market, it will be worth at least tens of millions. We're going to make a fortune this time. The man with the spider tattoo nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You guys block his way. I'll attack him from behind, and I'll kill him with one strike. Several people dispersed. It formed a fan shape and surrounded Su-han, waiting for Su-han to come closer. Su-han took a few steps and suddenly stopped. Those of you hiding inside, come out. Those people were stunned. Looked at each other. This kid actually discovered us. The dwarf whispered. Then just do it. The man with coxcomb haircut said while gritting his teeth. The words fell. Several people walked out of the woods and stood in front of Su-han. The dwarf sneered and said, Brother, you are very skilled. You can kill the skeleton warrior by yourself. We are interested in the skeleton warrior and the equipment in your hand. You can take it out yourself, so we don't have to fight and hurt the relationship. Su-han narrowed his eyes slightly. Just wanted to speak. Then a shrill scream was heard. The scream was as sharp and piercing as a weapon scratching on glass. He covered his ears subconsciously. It felt like my eardrum was going to be punctured. Chapter 67, Exotic Animal Research Institute. Su-han turned his head and looked. A fiery red figure came running from a distance. Come to the side of the skeleton warrior. With tearful eyes, she supported the corpse of the skeleton warrior. His voice was choked with sobs. Skeleton warrior! My skeleton warrior! Why did you leave? I haven't even had a good look at you yet, why are you leaving? Su-han looked at the woman in front of him with confusion. Who is this person? The skeleton warrior is dead, why is she so sad? Could she be from the Church of the Abyss? Su-han became alert and stared at the woman. The woman stood up, wiped her tears, grabbed Su-han by the collar, and said through gritted teeth. Did you do this? It's all your fault for killing the skeleton warrior. My research subject is gone. You have to compensate me. Su-han was confused. Research subject? What research subject? He had never heard of anyone studying exotic beasts. The woman nodded. I'm from the Exotic Beast Research Institute. This skeleton warrior is my research subject. Now it's gone, and it will take at least a month to refresh. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? The people nearby looked at each other and took a deep breath. This woman is actually from the Exotic Beast Research Institute? This kid is so unlucky to have met such a tough guy. So are we still going to rob? What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you see that this kid was targeted by the lunatics from the Exotic Beast Research Institute? Do you want to kill yourself by snatching him from them? The woman frowned, turned around and glared at the few people and said, What are you whispering about? Who are you calling crazy? Huh! Those people shuddered with fear. He quickly apologized and explained with a smile. No, beautiful, you are busy, we won't disturb you. Yeah, we've made an appointment to have a drink at the Maple Leaf Bar. Pretty, you're busy, we'll leave first. After saying that, several people hurriedly slipped away. The woman stared at Su-han and said, Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my losses? Su-han said, I have a question, where is the Exotic Beast Research Institute? The woman snorted coldly. You don't even know this? The Exotic Beast Research Institute is affiliated with Longway University and is a branch of Longway University. Specializes in studying information about exotic beasts. For example, the habits of the exotic beasts that you studied in high school, as well as some basic information about them, all came from our research. Su-han suddenly realized. He thought that he could check these things by himself. It turns out that it was all discovered bit by bit through research by others. He did remember that in the Gourmet's illustrated book, there were detailed information on every exotic beast that had been devoured. He thought for a moment and said, "Since your purpose is to get the information of the skeleton warrior, what if I give you the information directly?" The woman was stunned. "You're giving me information? Have you observed the skeleton warrior?" Suhan frowned and said, "Do you want it?" The woman looked Suhan up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. Suhan continued, "If you don't want it, then you can wait for another month." A trace of struggle flashed across the woman's face. She finally nodded. "Then tell me what you know. But don't try to hide it from me. I still have some general information about the skeleton warrior. If the information you said is seriously inconsistent with what I have, I will show you how I will deal with you." The woman raised her fist, a threatening look on her face. After saying that, she loosened her grip and let Suhan go. Suhan said, "I'll go to the side to tidy up, don't peek." Although the woman was a little confused, she nodded. Suhan walked into the woods to make sure the woman couldn't see him. Only then did he open the Gourmet encyclopedia and find the skeleton warrior. The information in the Gourmet picture book is extremely detailed. Not only the skills but also the weaknesses of the skeleton warriors are included. Even the skeleton warrior's life stories and habits are described in great detail. Suhan stroked his chin and roughly went over the information about the skeleton warrior. Then he closed the Gourmet illustrated book and walked out. The woman crossed her arms over her chest, stared at Suhan impatiently and said, "Can you tell me now?" Suhan nodded and poured out the contents of the Gourmet encyclopedia like pouring beans. Skeleton warrior, gold level leader, level 35. The skills are Furious Sweep, Body of the Undead, Curse of Weakness, and Summoning of the Undead. The expression on the woman's face gradually changed from suspicion to surprise. Detailed. It's so detailed. He could actually tell every skill of the skeleton warrior, as well as all the information about those skills. Did he really observe the skeleton warrior carefully? Suhan continued. This cemetery was once the grave of the skeleton general. The skeleton warriors and skeleton wizards were all his subordinates. Due to the catastrophe in the past, the skeleton warriors have resurrected from the cemetery and are wandering around here. This time, the woman's expression changed completely. She had also heard about the origins of some skeleton warriors. However, that information comes from some ancient books. Now they are all sealed in the database of the Exotic Beast Research Institute. How did he know? Okay, I've finished talking, you can go now, Suhan said helplessly. Wait a moment. The woman looked Suhan up and down and asked, You should be a student of Longda, right? It's a strange face. Are you interested in transferring to the Exotic Animal Research Institute? As long as you are willing to turn around, I will talk to your dean. Suhan was speechless. No need, I'm not interested. After saying that, he quickly headed towards Maple Leaf Town. The woman looked at Suhan with shining eyes. This boy is a good candidate to be a researcher. We must find a way to get him. If it doesn't work, ask the teacher to come out. Achoo. Suhan sneezed. He didn't know yet that he was being targeted. More than an hour later, Suhan returned to Maple Leaf Town. Maple Leaf Town is brightly lit at night. There was noise coming from the bars. There were even a few drunk people who started fighting on the spot. Suhan randomly found a hotel to stay and rest. The next day, I continued to go out and fight monsters to level up. However, most of the people I encountered were skeleton warriors and skeleton wizards. Going deeper, he finally discovered a new strange beast. Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Mage. The Skeleton Knight rides a skeleton warhorse. Even in the forest, the running speed is not slow at all. Cooperating with the Skeleton Mage, it is twice as difficult to deal with. However, it was not difficult to deal with Suhan. Use Shadowless Flash to cut to the back row and easily kill the Necromancer. There is no Necromancer to deal damage. The threat posed by the Undead Knight has been greatly reduced. After devouring the Undead Knight and the Undead Mage, his attributes have been improved again. Chapter 68 Lei Hongwang. Name Suhan. Race Human. Occupation SSS level Gourmet. Level 21. Strength 1412. Physique 1269. Agility 640. Spirit 399. Strength and physique both increased by 50 points. As for spirit, it increased by 60 points. The progress of the illustration has also become 65/75. If you eat 10 kinds of exotic beast meat, you can complete the illustrated encyclopedia mission. But Suhan was more curious. When the number reaches 100, what kind of special rewards will the Gourmet encyclopedia give? Day 4. Suhan sorted out the things in his hands. A set of skeleton warrior suit. 2 pieces of silver equipment dropped by the skeleton knight. Knight's plate armor and knight's lance. There are also 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Suhan made an estimate. The market price of this skeleton warrior suit is at least 3 million. Those 2 pieces of silver level knight equipment could only be sold for around 100,000. As for bronze equipment, it is worthless. If you're lucky, you might get 10,000 or 20,000. If you're unlucky, maybe there will only be a few thousand. Bronze and silver equipment of level 10 or 20 might be sold for tens of thousands. But the price of bronze and silver equipment at levels 30 or 40 is much lower. After all, the higher the level, the stronger the professional. The higher the grade of equipment you pursue. In addition, there is another most valuable thing. Fear Skill Book. Suhan packed up his equipment and took the aerial rail back to the capital. He did not get off at the Longway University station. Instead, he continued to sit forward for 5 stops. This is the largest trading market in the southern part of Beijing. Get off the train. Looking down from the platform. Looking around, you can see a huge square that is almost boundless. Many people sat on the ground with various equipment or materials in front of them. There are even some exotic beast cubs locked in cages. And in the middle of the square is a building with dozens of floors. It says Qingnan Trading Market on it. Suhan walked down the stairs. Shouts echoed everywhere. Silver level dagger, come and see! A top-grade golden staff. The price is affordable and fair, no cheating. I want shield warrior equipment. Gold grade or above, bring the price. Suhan's eyes swept across the stalls. The properties of these equipment can be viewed. However, most of them are silver level equipment or bronze level equipment. To Suhan, it had absolutely no appeal at all. He found an empty seat and sat down. Lay out the equipment one by one. Then make the equipment attributes public. Then he sat leisurely on the folding chair and closed his eyes for a nap. Hey, young man, how much do you sell this equipment for? It was just put up not long ago. Then a warrior holding a sword and a shield came over and asked. Suhan opened his eyes and pointed to the price tag on the front of the equipment. The swordsman took a look at the skeleton warrior suit. His eyes suddenly widened. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. You're selling these 3 pieces of equipment for 5 million? Robbery? If you mark the price randomly, I will sue you at the stock exchange. The soldier pointed at Suhan and shouted. The trading market not only manages transactions, but also handles transaction disputes. If there are any transaction disputes, you can go to the trading market to request resolution. Suhan curled his lips. Take a look at the equipment attributes first. The soldier said with disdain. These 3 pieces of equipment of yours look tattered, what good can they be? He checked the greatsword's properties. When he saw the terrifying attribute bonus and the accompanying skills, his eyes were wide open. He shouted, Skeleton warrior suit? His roar immediately attracted many people around. They all came over and looked at the things in front of Suhan's stall with curiosity. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, it's the skeleton warrior suit! A gold level suit! This set is as good as 3 platinum grade small items. 5 million is not really expensive. A small platinum grade item would cost at least 1 million, and a better one would cost more than 2 million. Brother, I want this set for 5 million. What do you want? I was here first. Sell it to me for 5 million. I'll give you 5.1 million. Fuck. You bastards are still rolling around? Then I'll give you 5.2 million. I'll give you 5,300,000. Watching a group of people desperately raising the price. A smile appeared on Su-han's face. This is exactly the effect he wants. Prices keep rising. It soon reached 7 million. At this time, many people no longer dared to speak. 7 million, that's a huge sum of money. Even some third-level masters would need 1 or 2 years to earn that much. 8 million, I want it. A deep voice came from behind. A muscular man wearing armor and standing at least 2 meters tall pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. After the sturdy man came in, he stood aside and looked behind him respectfully. A man wearing a dark purple robe and holding a staff walked slowly towards them. An aura of destruction emanated from him. When the people around saw this, they immediately started talking about it. Isn't this Lei Hongguang from Longway University? I didn't expect him to come today. This rich kid has made an offer. We should save our money. We can't compete with him at all. This rich young man has made a move. It seems that he has made some moves recently. Lei Hongguang looked at Su-han. 8 million, how about it? Su-han looked at him and said casually, if no one else bids, it's yours. The 2-meter-tall man's eyes turned cold. Boy, do you know who this is? Dare to speak like that? Su-han glanced at the burly man and said, this thing is mine. If you want to buy it, you have to follow my rules. Otherwise, get out. You. The sturdy man clenched his fists, stared at Su-han, and prepared to attack. Lei Hongguang reached out to stop him. His face darkened and he spoke in a low voice. Yenhu, have you forgotten what I said? Yenhu was startled and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, boss. He glared at Su-han fiercely and stopped talking. Lei Hongguang smiled apologetically and spoke. I'm really sorry, brother. Yenhu has a bit of an impatient personality. Please don't take it to heart. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lei Hongguang. If you have any good equipment in the future, you can sell it all to me. I will buy it at a high price and will never treat you unfairly. Su-han narrowed his eyes slightly. Lei Hongguang? Why does this name sound familiar? He looks a bit like Lei Hongyang. He nodded slightly. 8 million, this set of skeleton warrior suit is yours. Lei Hongguang smiled slightly, nodded and said, Brother, you are a straightforward person. He handed over a bank card and paid 8 million directly. Look at the arrival notification. Su-han nodded slightly, indicating that Lei Hongguang could take the skeleton warrior suit. Chapter 69 Encounter. Lei Hongguang clasped his fists and said, Thank you, brother. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. My Thunder God Society is quite famous in the capital. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Yenhu, who was standing in front of everyone, said, Boss, there seems to be a skill book there. Lei Hongguang turned his head and looked at the skill book in the corner. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that Su-han actually had a skill book. Generally, skill books. Most professionals choose to sell on the trading market. On the one hand, the price is guaranteed. On the other hand, it is not easy to be targeted by people with ulterior motives. It has happened many times before. Someone set up a stall to sell skill books, and was targeted. After that man closed his stall and went back, the other party took the opportunity to snatch away his things. He didn't expect Su-han to be so bold. Brother, what skill is this skill book? Lei Hongguang asked curiously. See for yourself. Su-han said casually. Lei Hongguang walked forward, picked up the skill book and took a look at it. His eyes widened immediately. The people nearby also came over. When they saw the attributes of the skill book, everyone's eyes widened. Oh my goodness, it's actually a control skill. This skill is simply a magical skill. It can save lives at critical moments. This skill is universal to all professions. The price is expected to be very exaggerated. You can't buy it without 7 to 8 million. Skills hold their value much better than equipment. Everyone was talking about it. Looking at the skill book, his eyes were full of envy. Lei Hongguang asked, Brother, how much does this skill book cost? 10 million. Su-Han said lightly. Lei Hongguang's eyes lit up, and he said directly, I want this skill book. After saying this, he didn't wait for Su-Han to regret it. Just take out your bank card and transfer the money. 10 million in hand. The funds in Su-Han's hands suddenly reached a terrifying 18 million. Even some 4th-level masters cannot achieve this kind of assets. The few remaining pieces of equipment sold out quickly. Su-Han closed his stall and left amid everyone's envious eyes. But he didn't leave. Instead, he wandered around the market. The eye that breaks delusion opens. His eyes swept over the numerous equipment. But those equipments were not to his liking at all. They were all bronze and silver level equipment, which were of no help to him at all. Su-Han! A crisp voice sounded behind Su-Han. Su-Han turned his head and looked. I saw a woman wearing a white swordsman's robe and a long sword hanging at her waist standing behind me. It's Xiao Ling. Next to Xiao Ling stood a woman in a white gauze dress. The woman's black hair fell down to her shoulders. Her eyes are full of tenderness. There was a faint smile on his face. If Xiao Ling is a heroic female swordsman, then this girl is the fairy who came to the world. Let me introduce you. This person is Qin Shuani, from the 2nd high school. We are fellow villagers here. Xiao Ling introduced with a smile. Su-Han was stunned. Qin Shuani? This name sounds familiar. Sudden. He recalled what the scar-faced uncle had said to him. It seems that the scar-faced uncle's daughter is called Qin Shuani. He didn't expect it. The scar-faced uncle looks so fierce, but his daughter looks so gentle. Qin Shuani stretched out her jade hand and said with a smile, Hello, nice to meet you. Su-Han nodded and stretched out his hand to shake it gently. Qin Shuani's hands were soft as if they had no bones, and had a hint of warmth. Very comfortable to hold. Seeing that Su-Han didn't let go, Qin Shuani's pretty face turned slightly red. She didn't know whether to accept it or not. Xiao Ling coughed dryly. Su-Han, why are you here? Su-Han was stunned and came to his senses. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand and said, Let's take a look around and see if there's anything you need. Xiao Ling smiled and said, Then let's go shopping together. By the way, get familiar with it first. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the school. We can still help each other then. Su-Han looked confused. Help each other? Isn't it just a freshman opening ceremony? Do we still need to help each other? Xiao Ling and Qin Shuani looked at Su-Han with confusion. You do not know? Xiao Ling stared at Su-Han and asked. Su-Han shook his head. Qin Shuani slowly said, After the new students of Longway University start school, everyone must enter a secret realm for training for 3 days. In 3 days, credits will be awarded based on how many monsters you kill. This will be the basic credits for everyone. Su-Han nodded suddenly. There is actually such a thing. I had been concentrating on leveling up before, so it's no wonder that I didn't know these rules. Xiao Ling added, It seems that you can only choose a mentor after the secret realm is over. But this is also a two-way selection process. The instructor will watch the student's performance in the secret realm throughout the entire process. If they think you have outstanding performance, the instructor will take the initiative to select you. Of course, you can also choose one of the many mentors. However, I heard that one of the instructors seems to be from the Exotic Beast Research Institute. Although she is the strongest, it is best not to choose her. Su-Han's heart moved. He thought of the strange woman he met a few days ago. That person also seemed to claim to be from the Exotic Beast Research Institute. He asked, Is this Exotic Beast Research Institute some very scary place? Xiao Ling nodded solemnly. There are several colleges in Longway University, such as the Magician College, Warrior College, Life College, etc. Among them, the one with the smallest number of people but the strongest strength is this Exotic Beast Research Institute. With the current status of the Exotic Beast Research Institute, it is even close to catching up with Dragon Country University itself. It's just that the scale is too small, so it can't go out independently. I heard that the people in the Exotic Beast Research Institute are all crazy. They are obsessed with studying the various attributes and living habits of exotic animals. Although they are very great, if you join them, your life will be in danger. After all, it is said that the casualty rate among the students taught by that instructor is as high as 80%. Su-han nodded slightly. He wasn't very interested in the Exotic Beast Research Institute. We'll talk about it when the time comes. The three of them chatted and strolled around. Qin Shuani's eyes fell on the stall nearby. There was a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. I stopped unconsciously. What's wrong, Xianyi? Xiaoling asked curiously. Qin Shuani pointed to a black wooden flute on a stall not far away. I think that flute looks pretty good. What are its properties? Then let's go over and take a look. Originally, I came out this time to buy some equipment and prepare for the secret realm, Xiaoling said with a smile. Su-han nodded, indicating that he had no objection. The three of them walked towards the stall together. Arrived in front of the stall, Qin Shuani pointed at the black wooden flute and asked, Boss, can you show me the properties of this flute? Chapter 70, Fake Gold Level Equipment? The stall owner is a fat man. His eyes are almost blind because of the fat. He smiled innocently, scratched his head and said, Yes, of course. He picked up the recorder. The property panel of the recorder appears in front of you. Black wood grain flute. Quality gold. Spirit plus 150. Skill 1 Lightness. Play the recorder to increase the movement speed and attack speed of yourself and your teammates. Cooldown time 1 minute. Skill 2 Severe Killing. Play the wooden flute to condense the air into substance to attack the enemy. Cooldown time 1 minute. Introduction. A flute carefully crafted from black wood. The sound it produces can increase your fighting spirit. Equipment requirement, level 15. Qin Shuani's eyes lit up. There was a deep love in his eyes. Xiaoling on the side was also surprised. It's actually a gold-grade wooden flute. It's just right. Shuani, you can use it. Qin Shuani nodded slightly and asked softly, Boss, how much is this black wood grain flute? The boss said with a smile. Sister, if you sell this to someone else, it will cost at least 5 million. But you are beautiful, so I will give you a discount price, for 1 million, how about it? Qin Shuani bit her red lips lightly. Her father emptied out all the family savings when she came to school this time. I also got some money together with other uncles in the group. A total of 5 million was given. If you buy this black wood grain flute, it will cost you 4.5 million. Then you can't buy anything else. But, looking at the terrifying properties of the black wood grain flute, she felt a little tempted. Up to now, her mental strength is only over 100. This is the case when various equipment are superimposed. And this black wood grain flute almost doubled her mental power. I should be able to get a good result in the next secret realm. She hesitated for a moment. He nodded and said, I want it. As she spoke, she took out her bank card and was about to hand it over. But he was stopped by a hand. She turned her head and looked. It was Su-han. She was about to ask, but saw Su-han staring at the stall owner. Keep this black wood grain flute for yourself. Let's go look somewhere else. Xiaoling and Qin Shuani looked at Su-han in surprise. They didn't know why Su-han suddenly said this. The smile on the fat boss's face disappeared instantly. He glared at Su-han in dissatisfaction and said, Brother, I spent a lot of effort to get this black wood grain flute. I killed a leader-level monster to get it. Several of my brothers are injured and are waiting for this money for treatment. If you think it's expensive, then we can negotiate it. For 1 million, it really can't be any less. Su-han shook his head expressionlessly. A bronze-level equipment is sold as a gold-level equipment. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the people in the trading market? Xiaoling and Qin Shuani's eyes suddenly widened. Su-han, is this bronze-level equipment? Su-han nodded slightly. There was a flash of panic in the boss's eyes. Then he pretended to be calm and said, Brother, this is too rude of you. Even if you can't afford it, you don't have to slander me like this, right? People around also gathered around. They also stared at Su-han with dissatisfaction. This guy looks nice, how could he do such a wicked thing? He even said that other people's equipment is fake? That's right. I've shown you this attribute. How could it be fake? A gold-level weapon can be sold for 4 million, which is not expensive. This boss is very conscientious. Why are you asking for so much? I think people like this should be sent to the trading market to learn a lesson. The stall owner looked at Su-Han with a smug smile on his face. Xiaoling gently tugged at Su-Han's clothes and whispered, Su-Han, why don't you just forget it? Let's go somewhere else. Qin Shuani also nodded slightly, his eyes full of worry. If you are really sent to the trading market, you will be treated as a liar. Then you won't be able to enroll. Su-Han smiled. He stared at the fat man and said, Since you say this is true, do you dare to hand the black wood grain flute to someone else and see? The fat man's face turned slightly pale. He gritted his teeth and said, Why? This is my equipment. If you want to see it, you can only see it in my hands. At this time, a group of guards wearing standard armor came over. What are you doing here? The leading middle-aged man said with a frown. The people around stepped back. There was an expression of watching a good show on his face. This is the guard of the trading market, responsible for maintaining order and ensuring fairness in transactions. The fat man pointed at Su-Han and said, This man is a liar. He insisted that my black wood grain flute was a bronze-level equipment. Look everyone, the attributes are all displayed here. Can the attributes be faked? The onlookers nodded. That's right. I think this guy is a liar. He can't afford the gold-level equipment, but he wants to steal it. He has 2 beautiful women by his side, and he actually did something like this. Luckily, these 2 beauties saw his true colors. The captain of the escort team came up to Su-Han, frowned and said, Is what they said true? Then come with us. After saying that, the 2 guards behind him stepped forward and were about to take Su-Han away. Seeing this, Xiaoling hurriedly stopped in front of Su-Han and said, No, there must be a misunderstanding here. Su-Han is not that kind of person. Qin Shuani also nodded quickly, frowning, and kept bending down to apologize. I'm sorry I'm causing trouble. It has nothing to do with my friend. If you want to punish me, punish me. Seeing this, the people around became even more furious. This kid did something wrong, but those 2 beauties are still speaking up for him. Hurry up and arrest this guy to prevent him from harming these 2 beauties. You 2 beauties, you won't have a good life if you follow this poor guy. Su-Han said calmly. The flute in his hand is just a bronze-level weapon. Whether it's true or not, you can tell if you take it and have a look. The captain of the guard walked towards the fat man with a half-believing look on his face, stretched out his hand and said, Give me the flute. If what he said is false, I will definitely give you justice. The fat man turned pale. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his head. He forced an awkward smile and said, Forget it, sir. I won't bother about this matter. The captain of the guard raised his voice suddenly. Bring it here. The fat man shuddered with fear. He handed the flute in his hand to the captain of the guard with trepidation. Captain of the guard, be gentle. The flute attribute panel appeared in front of everyone. Black wooden flute. Quality bronze. Spirit plus 20. Introduction. A flute made of ordinary black wood, which can produce beautiful music when played. Equipment requirement, level 10. See this properties panel. Everyone present widened their eyes. The fat man's face turned pale and he turned around and tried to run away. The captain of the guard waved his hand. Several members of the escort team rushed forward and pinned the fat man to the ground. Chapter 71 Thunder Eagle Cub. The fat man shouted that it was unfair. However, the guard members found a black wooden flute in his sleeve. That black wooden flute is the real black wood grain flute. The fat man was taken away by the guards. People around were talking about it. That bastard turned out to be a liar? He looked so honest to me. You can't judge a person by his appearance. We almost wrongly accused this young man. It's a good thing that this young man knows what's good. He saw through the trick of the liar. No wonder these 2 girls followed him. The captain of the escort bowed his head to Su-Han and said apologetically, I'm sorry I misunderstood you just now. Let's take him back for investigation now. He will definitely be punished. The guards took the fat man away. The crowd of onlookers also dispersed. Qin Shuani whispered, "Thank you, Su-Han. If you hadn't discovered it, I would have spent more than 4 million to buy a bronze-level weapon." Su-Han waved his hand. "It's just a small matter." Originally he believed that it was the black wood grain flute. He subconsciously took a look with his eyes that could see through delusion. But he discovered that the flute was actually a bronze-level weapon. The fat man hid the real black-wood grain flute in his sleeve. When it comes to showing the properties of the black-wood grain flute are revealed. Most people wouldn't notice anything wrong. I was fooled. The three of them continued walking around the market. Su-Han bought some pet food. I counted them and found there were 12 in total. 3 platinum-rated pet foods. 9 gold-rated pet foods. The total cost was 12 million. In an instant, only 3 million of the savings I had just earned were left. Feeding it to the cub after returning should help improve its strength. As for the equipment, Su-Han was not interested in it. Even gold-grade weapons are not worthy of his attention. We can only wait and see in the secret realm. Maybe there will be some high-level monster leaders. Xia Ling and Qin Shuani also bought some equipment each. They walked together towards the station. Su-Han looked around. See if there's anything good. Sudden. His eyes rested on the iron cage on the stall next to him. There was a palm-sized bird trapped in an iron cage. The bird had messy feathers and several wounds on its body, and looked very miserable. However, its eyes were full of tenacity and fighting spirit. However, Su-Han stared at the bird intently, his eyes full of surprise. Name Thunder Eagle Cub, 1/1000th of the sky-breaking Thunder Eagle bloodline. Race, bird tribe. Level 1. Strength 4. Constitution 3. Agility 10. Spirit 1. Skill 1, Wind-Tearing Claw LV.1. Injects wind power into the claws, speeds up the attack, has a 10% chance of causing double damage, cooldown time 1 minute. Skill 2, Wind Blade LV.1, use the strong wind to transform into 3 sharp blades to attack the enemy, cooldown time 1 minute. Bloodline Purification Conditions, Silver Level Thunder Attribute Pet Food 1. Su-Han didn't expect this. This little guy actually has a trace of the blood of the divine beast. Sky-breaking Thunder Eagle. This is a top-level divine beast known for its speed. The master of the sky. Its combat capability is no weaker than that of the Titan Tiger. Su-Han stepped forward and asked, "How much is this Thunder Eagle cub?" The stall owner was a bald middle-aged man. He glanced at Su-Han and said, 500,000. Xia Ling was shocked. 500,000? Why is it so expensive? An adult Thunder Eagle is only a third-level exotic beast, and the price of a cub is only between 100,000 and 200,000. Why do you want 500,000? Isn't this just ripping people off? The middle-aged man closed his eyes impatiently. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. Su-Han said directly. I'll buy it. He took out his bank card and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Su-Han with some surprise. I took the bank card and scanned it. 500,000 has arrived. He picked up the iron cage and handed it to Su-Han, taking a deep look at the Thunder Eagle cub. It is very strong. No matter how badly it is injured, it never gives in. If it is trained well, it will definitely surpass the average Thunder Eagle. Su-Han nodded slightly. He secretly complained in his heart. Not only surpasses the ordinary Thunder Eagle, it can even become the legendary beast, the sky-breaking Thunder Eagle. See Su-Han carrying an iron cage. Xia Ling and Qin Shuani looked puzzled. Su-Han, you spent 500,000 to buy a Thunder Eagle cub. Isn't that a bit of a loss? Xia Ling grew up in the trading market. Know the prices of various things. Su-Han shook his head, looked at the bird in the cage, and smiled. That's right, this little guy's strength is far from as simple as we thought. Listen to what Su-Han said. Xia Ling didn't say anything more. The three of them walked towards the station together. Su-Han? A voice full of surprise sounded. Su-Han looked up. I saw the two sisters Shui Lingyao and Shui Xuelan standing on the platform. Shui Lingyao quickly came to Su Han. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence, I see you here." She turned to look at Xiao Ling and Qin Shuani, and asked uncertainly, "Are these two your girlfriends?" Qin Shuani blushed and shook her head quickly. "We are just friends, we just happened to meet." Shui Lingyao breathed a sigh of relief without making a sound. He smiled and said, "So that's how it is." She turned her head and looked at Su Han deeply, then said, "Su Han, do you remember what you said before? You wanted me to visit your dormitory?" Su Han was stunned. "When did you say this?" Shui Lingyao continued, "I'll take my sister to visit tonight. See you in the evening." After saying that, without waiting for Su Han to refuse, she pulled Shui Xuelan and walked forward quickly. Su Han was speechless. "I also want to help the little one and the newly captured Thunder Eagle cub purify their bloodline at night." Xiaoling looked at Su Han with a strange expression. "Su Han, don't you live in the boys' dormitory? How come they?" Su Han sighed helplessly. "I told the two of them about the dormitory allocation." Xiaoling and Qin Shuani widened their eyes in surprise. "You were assigned to the A-level student dormitory?" Xiaoling said in shock. Su Han nodded. "Then Xianyi and I can go and have a look, okay?" Xiaoling took Qin Shuani's arm and said with a smile. Su Han sighed and nodded. "Since the Shui sisters are here, these two are not bad." The three of them took the aerial track back to Longway University. Walk into the campus. Su Han could clearly feel that it was much more lively than the previous few days. There were many people walking on the road wearing various equipment. When Xia Ling and Qin Shuani were walking on the street, the rate of people turning back to look at them was as high as 300%. As for Su Han beside her, he became a foil for the beauty. Su Han returned to the dormitory. Placed the cage on the table. The Thunder Eagle cub stared at Su Han unwillingly. Unwilling to come out of the cage. Su Han grinned. "This little thing is persistent. But no matter how strong you are, can you resist my delicious food offensive?" He ignored the little guy and got up and went to the kitchen. He took out a large piece of exotic beast meat that he had saved and began to roast it. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the whole house. Chapter 72 Little Eagle and Little Tiger. The rich aroma of meat filled the whole house. Su Han carried a piece of barbecue that was nearly half the size of a person into the living room and placed it in front of the iron cage. The Thunder Eagle cub stared at the piece of barbecue. The wings spread. "I really want to eat it, but I can't seem to bring myself to do it." It lowered its head and looked at the bottom of the cage. "Don't watch. If you don't watch it, you won't want to eat it." Su Han burst out laughing. "This little guy is pretty tenacious. Since you don't want to eat it, then I will eat it." Su Han tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it with a crunch, crunch sound. The Thunder Eagle cub quietly raised its head and glanced at the piece of meat. "I'm almost drooling over it. This piece of meat is so delicious." Su Han smiled and said, "Are you greedy, little guy?" He tore off a piece of meat and threw it into the iron cage. The Thunder Eagle cub turned into a flash of lightning and instantly landed next to the barbecue. It pecked at the barbecue a few times with its beak, which kept moving, and soon it had eaten up the small piece of barbecue cleanly. Then it turned its gaze to Su Han. He tilted his head, his eyes full of anticipation and curiosity. Su Han picked up a piece of barbecue and waved it in front of the Thunder Eagle cub. "Want to eat?" The Thunder Eagle cub nodded, and its little eyes seemed to be glowing. Su Han said with a smile, "If you want to eat it, you must first sign a contract with me and become my pet." At this moment, he looked like a bad uncle who used lollipops to lure children. The Thunder Eagle cub looked Su Han up and down, seeming to be hesitating. Seeing that the Thunder Eagle cub still refused to surrender, the smile on Su Han's face disappeared. "Little guy, can I cure you?" A thought occurred to him. A magic circle appeared beside him. A huge tiger appeared beside him. Roar! As soon as the little guy came out, he rubbed Su Han's face affectionately, licking Su Han's face with his tongue. licking his face until his saliva was all over it. Su-han grabbed the kid's scruff with disdain and lifted him aside. The kid looked aggrieved. Su-han pointed at the large piece of barbecued meat and said, "This piece of meat is all yours." The kid was drooling as he looked at the big piece of barbecue. It pounced on the barbecue, opened its mouth wide, and took a big bite. Most of the barbecue went into its stomach immediately. The Thunder Eagle cub flapped its wings, but could only watch helplessly as the entire piece of barbecue went into its stomach. Su-han looked at the Thunder Eagle cub and said with a smile, "Little guy, if you are willing to be my pet, you can get the same treatment as it." "How?" The Thunder Eagle cub stopped moving, stood in the iron cage, and tilted its head. "Look at the barbecue, look at Su-han. Seems hesitant." Su-han was not in a hurry and waited quietly. A moment later, the Thunder Eagle cub seemed to have made a decision. It stretched out its claws and tapped lightly in midair. A mysterious magic circle appeared instantly. This magic circle seems to be a little different from the kid's magic circle. The entire magic circle is dark purple, while the little guy's magic circle is khaki. When the magic circle appears, bursts of muffled thunder were heard in the room. The light bulbs flickered and there was some interference with the room's electrical circuits. Su-han stretched out his hand and pressed on the magic circle. The body of the Thunder Eagle cub instantly sank into the magic circle and disappeared. Su-han felt that he had an additional spiritual connection. A thought occurred to him. A magic circle appeared before him. The light faded. The Thunder Eagle cub appeared in front of Su-han. It landed on Su-han's shoulder and stared at the remaining barbecue. Su-han grinned and said, "Little guy, leave some for your brother." The little cub raised his head and glanced at the young Thunder Eagle, growling in dissatisfaction. But it still gave up the meat. The young Thunder Eagle happily pounced on the barbecue and pecked at it. The injuries on its body are gradually recovering. Su-han took out the pet food he bought and placed it on the floor. There are 3 platinum-rated pet foods and 9 gold-rated pet foods in total. The little cub and the Thunder Eagle cub both cast greedy glances at him. This pet food is very attractive to them. Since you have 2 pets, you can't call them cubs anymore. It's hard to tell them apart. Let's call one little tiger and the other little eagle. They're easy names to remember. Su-han made the final decision and decided on the names of the 2 pets. He waved to Xiaoying. "Xiaoying, come here, I will purify your blood first." The little eagle flew to Su-han's shoulder, staring at the 3 dark purple fruits below. "This is gold-level Thunder Attribute pet food, electric berry." Su-han picked up an electric berry and handed it to Xiaoying. The eagle's sharp beak pecked at the peel. The peel broke open and dark purple liquid flowed out. The slurry was jumping with electric light. Humans can't eat it at all. But for exotic beasts, it is the best tonic. The little eagle greedily absorbed the electric berries. Just a few seconds. It absorbed all the electric berries, leaving only a layer of skin. "Cry!" The little eagle let out a long cry. Electric flashes were jumping on its body. The electric flashes became more and more intense, forming an electric ball that enveloped it. Su-han's eyes lit up. Little Eagle's bloodline has been purified. He waited anxiously. A moment later, the lightning dissipated. A dark purple bird that was several times larger than its size appeared in the living room. The original little eagle was only the size of a palm. However, the dark purple bird in front of him was almost the size of a child. "Cry!" The big bird let out a long cry, landed on Su-han's shoulder, and rubbed Su-han's face affectionately. Su-han was delighted. It seems that the little guy's strength has improved a lot. He checked Kitty's attributes. Name, Lightning Eagle, 1/10,000,000th bloodline of the sky-breaking Thunder Eagle. Race, Bird Tribe. Level 1. Strength 40. Constitution 30. Agility 100. Spirit 10. Skill 1, Thunder Claw LV.1, infuse Thunder attribute power into the claws. When the claws hit the enemy, there is a 10% chance that the enemy will be paralyzed for 0.5 to 3 seconds. The cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 2, Lightning Strike LV.1, Summons thunder to attack the enemy with a 10% chance of paralyzing the enemy. Cooling time 3 minutes. Bloodline purification conditions. Platinum level thunder attribute pet food 1. Su-han's eyes lit up. The attributes of the little eagle have been improved 10 times. And the lightning attribute has been fully awakened. Gain 2 lightning attribute skills. The power is several times stronger than the wind attribute. If Xiaoying's strength improves, his combat power will definitely be no less than that of Xiaohu in the future. Moreover, if they could both be elevated to the legendary bloodline of divine beasts. With 2 divine beasts at his disposal, who in the world can stop him? Su-han patted Xiaoying's head. It's a pity that I don't have any platinum level thunder attribute pet food. Otherwise, the little eagle's bloodline can be purified again. Su-han turned and looked at Xiaohu. Little guy, it's your turn now. Su-han pointed at the pet food on the ground. These are all yours. Xiaohu's eyes lit up. He pounced on the pet food and gobbled it up in big mouthfuls. Chapter 73 Unlocking the Tiger God Jade Pendant. The little tiger ate up all the pet food. Su-han opened Xiaohu's attribute panel. Name, Earth-Splitting Tiger Cub, 5/1-000-000 Titan Tiger Bloodline. Race, Tiger Tribe. Level 20. Strength, 900. Physique, 950. Agility, 850. Spirit, 230. Skills, Earthshaker Claw LV.2, Tiger Roar LV.1, Sandstorm LV.1, Rockfall LV.2, Earthquake LV.1. Bloodline Purification Conditions, Platinum Level Earth Attribute Pet Food 2. Xiaohu's level was directly raised to level 20. It's quite an improvement. Okay, Xiaoying, go back and rest first. The magic circle is activated. Recall Kitty back to the pet space. Then Su-han took out the Tiger God Jade Pendant and looked at Xiaohu. Little guy, you've eaten so much of me, it's time to bleed. Xiaohu looked at Su-han with confusion. Su-han pulled out the fang of the angry dragon, and then grabbed the cub's claw. This claw is bigger than Su-han's hand, and it feels heavy in his hand. Xiaohu tilted his head and looked at Su-han in confusion. Su-han patted its head and said, Why don't you learn something else? Why did you learn to act cute like a little eagle? As he said this, he slashed across Xiaohu's claws, and blood gushed out. Roar! Xiaohu growled in pain. But when it saw Su-han's eyes, it immediately shut up and behaved as obediently as a big cat. Only then did Su-han nod with satisfaction. Place the Tiger God Jade Pendant under the tiger's paw. Blood dripped onto the Tiger God Jade Pendant. The Tiger God Jade Pendant emits an ochre-colored light. A low roar as if from ancient beasts came from the Tiger God Jade Pendant. Su-han felt goosebumps all over his body. A sense of crisis came over me. The little tiger next to him was so furious. It jumped aside, growling in warning. As the roar gradually faded away, the fear in Su-han's heart gradually dissipated. He was breathing slightly, with cold sweat covering his forehead. Is this the aura of the Titan Tiger? It is truly a divine beast. He had no doubt. If the real body of the Titan beast was in front of him, with his own strength, he had no power to fight back. This is beyond description. He checked the properties of the Tiger God Jade Pendant. The properties of the Tiger God Jade Pendant have been greatly improved. Tiger God Jade Pendant, Seal 2/7. Quality Gold. Strength plus 150. Agility plus 150. Skill 1 Shock Passive Skill. The wearer has a trace of Titan Tiger's pressure, which makes the beasts feel terrified and all attributes are reduced by 20%. Skill 2 Soul of the Divine Tiger. Passive Skill. The Tiger God Jade Pendant will protect the wearer's spirit. Once a mental attack occurs, it will immediately defend and counterattack. Introduction. A jade pendant made from a strand of blood from the Titan Tiger. It has the terrifying aura of the Titan Tiger. Equipment requirements, Level 0. Unlock the second seal. The Tiger God Jade Pendant has reached the gold level. The increase in strength and agility has been increased from 50 to 150. And there is also an additional skill of guarding spirit. This skill is truly divine. Mental attacks can ignore defense, cause terrible damage, and have many negative effects. However, there is the soul of the divine tiger. No mental attack can cause any harm to him. He looked at the soul ring. This soul ring is no longer of much help to him. But if you sell it, you can get a lot of money. The attribute of spiritual protection alone is worth millions. Su-han patted Xiaohu's head with relief. Thank you for your hard work, little guy. Go back and have a rest and have a good exchange of feelings with your brother. A magic circle appears. Xiaohu was also taken back to the pet space. Su-han cleaned the dormitory and then sat down to rest. It's getting dark. There was a knock on the door. Su-han opened the door. Then he saw Shui Lingyao and Shui Xuelan standing at the door. Shui Lingyao smiled and waved. Good evening. Shui Xuelan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she said timidly, Sorry, I'm sorry to bother you. Su-han invited the two of them in. Shui Xuelan looked at the luxurious villa with her eyes shining. Shui Lingyao's eyes were also full of surprise. It's really worthy of being an A-level student dormitory. Isn't this amazing? Huh! What smells so good? Shui Lingyao's nostrils flared as she carefully discerned the fragrance in the air. It seems to be the smell of barbecue. This barbecue smells so good. Shui Lingyao turned to look at Su-han and asked with shining eyes, Su-han, where did you buy this barbecue? I've been around the school cafeteria, but I've never smelled such delicious barbecue. Su-han smiled and said, I baked it myself. You baked it yourself? The two sisters Shui Lingyao and Shui Xuelan suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Su-han in shock. Su-han nodded. Can you cook? Shui Lingyao looked at Su-han with envy. Su-han scratched his head. Is it difficult? Shui Xuelan whispered. Sister cooked 84 times in total, set the kitchen on fire 56 times, burned through the pot 15 times, and burned things into charcoal 12 times. Su-han's face was full of black lines. Could this be the legendary kitchen killer? Shui Lingyao's pretty face flushed, and she glared at her sister fiercely. But didn't we succeed once more? You don't know how hard cooking is. It's not easy to succeed once. Is it? After saying the last sentence, she turned to look at Su-han. It seems that he wants to get Su-han's approval. Su-han said silently, Cooking is not difficult. I succeeded in one try. Shui Lingyao's face turned even redder. Then can you teach me how to cook? Su-han was stunned. You still want to learn how to cook? Shui Lingyao nodded heavily. Don't worry, I'll take care of the ingredients. Plus, I can pay for your tuition. Su-han stroked his chin. She is responsible for the ingredients herself, which is good. Maybe she could get some high-grade exotic beast meat. You can also eat a little bit to unlock the gourmet illustrations. As for tuition fees, Su-han didn't care. There is not much pressure on him to make money. He nodded. Okay. Shui Lingyao's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Su-han went to open the door again. I saw Xiaoling and Qin Shuani standing at the door. Excuse me, Xiaoling said with a smile. Qin Shuani bowed slightly and greeted him. When Shui Lingyao saw Xiaoling and Qin Shuani, her heart suddenly tightened. A sense of crisis arose in my heart. Come in. Su-han invited the two of them in. Xiaoling greeted the Shui sisters with a smile. Are you two here to visit Su-han's dormitory as well? Shui Lingyao said with a smile on her face. Xiaoling nodded. Yes, as fellow villagers, of course we have to visit each other. By the way, Su-han, we also brought you a little gift. As she spoke, Xiaoling took out a small wallet and opened it. Take out a fist-sized dark purple fruit. This fruit is surrounded by lightning. The lights in the room flickered. Chapter 74 Epic Dagger, Ice Blue Edge. Su-han asked in confusion. What is this? Xiaoling said with a smile. We saw you bought a lot of pet food that day. Remembering you and that little tiger. So we went and bought pet food. This is platinum-grade pet food, Thunder Fruit. Eating it will help your pet, and there's a chance that your lightning attribute pet will learn a new skill. Su-Han was stunned. Just right. In order for Kitty to purify her bloodline again, she needs 1 platinum-level pet food. This lightning fruit is just the right amount to purify Little Eagle's bloodline again. He took the lightning fruit, nodded, and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. We are all from the same hometown. It's only natural for us to help each other." Xiaoling smiled and waved her hand. Shui Lingyao's expression changed slightly. She forgot to buy a gift. She tapped her jade bracelet. An ice blue dagger appeared in her palm. When the dagger appeared, the temperature around it dropped by several degrees. "That's it," she said softly. Shui Xiaolan at the side hurriedly said, "Sister, this is given to you by Dad." Shui Lingyao smiled, with a sly glint in her eyes. "Dad said that this dagger is for his sweetheart. Now I have found my sweetheart, so of course I have to give him the gift." Shui Xiaolan glanced at Su-Han, her eyes full of surprise. "My elder sister is the eldest daughter of the Shui family in Jinhai General Mansion. She is the object of pursuit of countless rich young men. The Lord of Jinhai Prefecture also wants to form an alliance with the Shui family. If they knew that their sister actually fell in love with an unknown boy from Dahai City, it must be jaw-dropping." Shui Lingyao stood up and said with a smile, "Su-Han, my sister and I came here in a hurry today, so we just picked a gift at random. I hope you don't mind." Su-Han took a look at the dagger. The blade of the dagger was crystal blue all over, and seemed to be filled with a chill, like a natural sculpture from ice. The blade is hollow, and if it is stabbed into something, it will leave an extremely terrifying blood groove. And on the handle of the dagger, there is an ice blue gem inlaid. Ice blue edge. Quality epic. Strength plus 300. Agility plus 400. Physical penetration plus 10%. Cooling down plus 10%. Skill 1, Cold Front, passive skill, attacks with ice damage, can freeze enemies. Skill 2, Frost Attack, summons an ice storm to attack the enemy, with a 5% chance of freezing the enemy, cooldown time 5 minutes. Skill 3, Eternal, passive skill, indestructible. Introduction, a dagger made of 10,000 years of ice, never melts, never damages. Equipment requirement, level 20. Su-Han was stunned for a moment. Epic dagger? He originally thought it would be great to get a platinum-level weapon. I didn't expect Shui Lingyao to directly give me an epic dagger. This attribute alone is far superior to platinum-level weapons. Compared to it, my angry dragon Fang is far inferior. Even Xiao Ling and Qin Shuani looked at Shui Lingyao in surprise. Su-Han waved his hand and said, "No need, this gift is too expensive." Shui Lingyao shook her head firmly. "No. This will be my gift to you as a disciple. Are you disgusted?" Looking at Shui Lingyao's big eyes that contained a hint of grievance, Su-Han hesitated for a moment. Reach out and grab the dagger. "Okay, I'll take it then." With this dagger, his combat effectiveness was greatly improved. Name Su-Han. Race human. Occupation SSS level Gourmet. Level 21. Strength 1722. Physique 1319. Agility 1010. Spirit 339. Physical resistance 10%. Magic resistance 10%. Physical penetration 30%. Magic penetration 10%. Cooling down reduction 10%. Life steal 10%. Even agility has exceeded the 1000 mark. He felt his body become light, as if he could fly with a slight jump. Physical penetration reached 30%. This also means that those strange beasts with strong defenses will not be that much trouble for him. See Su-Han accept it. A happy smile appeared on Shui Lingyao's face. Xiao Ling asked curiously, "What is the apprenticeship gift?" Shui Lingyao explained with a hint of pride. "I asked Master Su-Han to teach me how to cook." Xiao Ling turned her head and stared at Su-Han seriously. Suddenly he said. Su-han, I also want to learn how to cook. Su-han was stunned. Why do these young ladies want to learn how to cook? Isn't there always someone in charge at home on weekdays? Still need to do it yourself? Xiaoling bit her teeth lightly, looked at Su-han anxiously, and said, Don't you want to? Su-han curled his lips. If you want to learn, come by yourself. But there are 2 prerequisites. First, it has to be when I'm free, and second, you have to bring your own ingredients. Xiaoling nodded hurriedly. She cast her gaze towards Shui Lingyao and stuck out her tongue playfully. Shui Lingyao puffed up her lips slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiaoling also learned the same method as her. So annoying. Master, can you make me a barbecue? Shui Lingyao spoke. Su-han nodded. There is still a lot of exotic beast meat left in the space ring. I can't eat much by myself. It's better to take it out and eat it together. He went to the kitchen, took out a large piece of meat that he had saved earlier, and started grilling it. Soon, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. The girls suddenly felt their stomachs growling with hunger. Even Qin Shuani, who was always reserved, couldn't help but swallow lightly. For more than an hour. The barbecue was then served to the table. The aroma of grilled meat sprinkled with barbecue spices is fragrant. Several women were excited. They didn't care about their image and ate with big mouthfuls. Just over 20 minutes. A piece of barbecue weighing nearly 10 kilograms was divided up by everyone. Xiaoling finally understood why Shui Lingyao wanted to take Su-han as her master. This barbecue is so fragrant and delicious. The girls said goodbye together and left Su-han's dormitory. Walking on the trail outside, Xiaoling suddenly asked, Shui Lingyao, do you like Su-han? Shui Lingyao smiled noncommittally. Aren't you the same? Xiaoling snorted. Then, let's compete fairly. Shui Lingyao smiled and nodded. Of course, but I'm not worried at all. Su-han belongs to me in the end. Even if I want to be with you, I have to be the eldest. Xiaoling clenched her fists. Humph! I want to be the boss. Let's wait and see. So what if you are pretty? Su-han doesn't like being a vase. Shui Lingyao chuckled and said, Of course, I want to be the woman behind Su-han, not just a vase. Qin Shuani and Shui Xuelan looked at each other. They could never have imagined that the two would say such things. She is clearly a top beauty sought after by thousands of people. Now they are actually at loggerheads over a boy. They even started arguing about who is bigger. If other boys knew about this, they would probably be envious to death. Chapter 75 Opening Ceremony. The next day. The central playground of Longway University. Thousands of young people dressed in various costumes gathered here. Su-han was standing in the crowd, his eyes fixed on the podium. A group of school leaders in formal attire walked onto the podium. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with gray hair and wearing a wizard's robe. Su-han knew about it. This middle-aged man with gray hair is the vice president of Longway University. Belshock. It is said that he is a fire magician with terrifying power. Level 151. A 7th-level strongman. Around Zhongjin were the heads of various colleges. A muscular man wearing heavy armor. A plump woman wearing a robe and smiling. A middle-aged man in military uniform, with an intimidating look. An old man wearing a white coat, single-framed glasses and a mustache. A woman wearing a black stealth suit and with an indifferent expression. And a young girl who looked like an elementary school student, wearing a short skirt and black stockings. Both sides of the rostrum were filled with students and tutors who were watching the fun. The students on the playground all looked excited. School is finally starting! I am now an official member of Longway University. Don't be too happy too soon. It is said that after the Secret Realm assessment, 10% of the candidates will be expelled from the academy. What the hell? Is this true? It's so strict, I thought it was safe. It seems that it's not just punishment, there are rewards as well, but I don't know what they are specifically. The reward from Longway University, I think, is definitely not an ordinary thing, right? The one on the stage is the vice president, right? He looks like an ordinary old man. How can he be a 7th-level magician? Everyone was discussing excitedly. Zhongjin's eyes slowly swept over everyone. The terrifying mental pressure was released. The originally noisy playground suddenly became quiet. Everyone felt like a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. They felt a little breathless. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look Zhongjin in the eye. Several college leaders in the back were discussing in low voices. The woman in the wizard robe covered her mouth and chuckled. Zhong Yuan is up to his old tricks again. The sturdy man in heavy armor nodded and said, "Of course we have to give these little brats some warning. Otherwise, you would really think you are a genius and look down on everyone." The man in military uniform nodded slightly. "Yes, even if you are a genius, it is important to keep your original intention." The girl in the short skirt and black stockings was playing with her phone out of boredom, holding her chin with one hand. "How boring," the muscular man asked. "Senior Yidai, how come you have time to come here today?" The girl was playing with her phone and said without even looking up, "He's my student, why did you insist on letting me take a look?" She said she found a good candidate for studying exotic animals, probably one of the freshmen. The magician girl asked curiously, "Was it Qingyu who mentioned this?" Yidai nodded slightly and yawned. "If she hadn't been discovered, I would have thrown her into the 7th floor of the alien beast tower and put her in solitary confinement for 3 days. Everyone shuddered. The 7th floor of the monster tower is filled with monsters above level 7. Even if they go in, they may not be able to stay for half a day. This guy is so cruel to his students. But think about it. This student, Feng Qingyu, seems to have inherited his teacher's habits. Lead the students into the lair of the leader-level monster. The casualty rate of students is as high as 80%. He is also a ruthless person. When the mental pressure spread to Su-han suddenly felt his shoulders sink. Is this the pressure from a strong man? He gritted his teeth and endured it. At this time, a low roar came from the tiger god jade pendant. The mental force pressing on him instantly relaxed. Su-han immediately recovered as before. He touched the tiger god jade pendant, and his eyes lit up. Even if the tiger god was sealed, as the king of beasts, it will not allow anyone to step on its head. Zhongjin's gaze lingered on Su-han for a moment, and a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. He seemed to feel that the shadow of a tiger emerged from Su-han's body. It was just a shadow, but it made him feel a little frightened. "Funny little guy. It seems that this year we have an incredible little guy," Zhongjin murmured softly. The heads of various colleges also saw this scene, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. The woman in the magician's robe covered her mouth and said, "Hey, that little guy can actually withstand the mental oppression of Zhong Yuan?" The muscular man nodded slightly. "Although Zhong Yuan only revealed a trace of mental oppression, it is already difficult for these little guys to resist. It seems that this little guy has some skills." The man in military uniform stroked his chin and said with interest, "He has strong mental strength. Maybe he is suitable to be a commander. He should come to our war college." The woman in the magician's robe snorted. "What? So our magic academy doesn't need to recruit students anymore?" The woman in the stealth suit who had not spoken a word said indifferently, "Don't argue, just keep watching." Everyone then shut up and continued to look at the audience. Zhongjin retracted his mental pressure and slowly said, "Dear students, welcome to Longway University." Everyone slowly raised their heads and looked towards Zhongjin. The contempt in his eyes no longer existed. Some were just shocked. No one dared to say a word and just stared at Zhongjin blankly. Zhongjin continued, "Today is our school's opening ceremony. Next, I will introduce to you the composition of the colleges on campus. First, the Warrior Academy. The Warrior Academy is mainly responsible for instructing melee professions. That's the dean of the Warrior Academy, Xingang." The muscular man stood up and waved slightly to the audience. There was a burning look in everyone's eyes. Many of them are warriors, swordsmen, or knights. Warrior Academy is naturally the best choice. Second, it's the War College. The War College trains tactical talents. Most of the senior commanders in the Dragon Army come from the War College. This is the dean of the War College, Huang Xingtian. After Zhongjin finished his introduction, the man in military uniform stood up, put his fist on his chest, and saluted in a standard manner. The student's eyes lit up. I want to enter the war college. I will be one of the top 10 generals in the future. Bullshit. You think you can command others? Are you dreaming? Everyone was talking about it. Zhongjin continued his introduction. Magic Academy, Assassin Academy, Science and Technology Academy. Everyone in the audience has already made their own choices. Finally, it's the Exotic Beast Research Institute. The Exotic Beast Research Institute is engaged in the research of exotic beasts. All known information about exotic beasts comes from the Exotic Beast Research Institute. This is Yi Dai, the director of the Exotic Beast Research Institute. Yi Dai raised her eyelids slightly and glanced at the people in the audience. Not even interested in saying hello. However, the students below were dumbfounded. Chapter 76 Large Secret Realm. Whose child is that little girl? Why is she sitting there? This little girl is dressed so sexy. When she grows up, she will definitely be a stunning beauty. Yes, this girl is so cute. How nice it would be if I had a girlfriend like her. What are you thinking? With your appearance, you still want to have such a beautiful girlfriend? Everyone was talking about it. The other deans turned to look at Yi Dai. Hearing the discussions of the people below, Yi Dai frowned slightly. What a bunch of noisy things. It's so noisy. She turned and looked at the students below. His eyes instantly turned dark purple. There are dots of light emanating from it, just like the starry universe. The sky suddenly became dark. Stars appear in the sky. Many students' faces changed drastically and they looked around in panic. Immediately following, under the dark stars, the hundreds-meter-tall night butterfly sat on the throne with his legs crossed, overlooking everyone below. A terrifying sense of oppression filled everyone's heart. It was as if death was staring at them. He who talks too much will die. Yi Dai's cold voice resounded through the sky. Many students were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. Some of the timid ones were so scared that they wet their pants. Su-han stood among the crowd with a serious expression. He could feel a terrifying aura locking onto him from the sky. If you act rashly, a devastating blow will fall from the sky. Zhongjin said helplessly. Okay, Yi Dai, don't go too far. Yi Dai snorted coldly and withdrew his hand. The sky returned to normal in an instant. Only a group of students below were still terrified. Su-han looked at Yi Dai on the stage. He also didn't expect that this seemingly weak little girl could actually burst out with such terrifying strength. In the stands at this time, a red-haired woman wearing fiery red light armor was laughing secretly with her hands covering her mouth. These little guys actually dared to anger the teacher? They really don't know how to write the word death? I wonder if the little guy I met that day is in there? A woman wearing a dark blue magic robe beside him said with a smile. Feng Qingyu, you are here too? I heard that you are also one of the mentors this year. I just don't know if there are any students who would dare to choose you as their mentor. The people around him were laughing so hard that they were bent over. Feng Qingyu frowned slightly and asked, What does this have to do with you? Every student I have trained is now at level 3 or even level 4, much better than your students. The woman in the dark blue robe sneered. The casualty rate of the students you lead is as high as 80%. Who would dare to choose you? Isn't that courting death? Feng Qingyu frowned slightly and turned to look at the playground. Zhongjin had no sympathy for the students who were scared to death on the playground. He said indifferently, Now, anyone who still has doubts about Dean Yidi's ability can raise them. The whole audience was silent. They don't want to die. Zhongjin continued. The school introduction is complete. Next, there's one more very important thing. It's the Secret Realm assessment. All students must go to the Secret Realm to participate in the assessment. The mentors will select you based on your performance. Whether you can be chosen by your ideal mentor depends on your performance. The bottom 10% of the test scores will be directly expelled and sent to a regular professional university. Everyone's face changed. This punishment is too severe. If I retreat to an ordinary vocational university, the future is bleak. Zhongjin continued. the 5th to 10th place in the assessment will receive a gold-level equipment reward. The 2nd to 4th place winners will each receive a piece of platinum equipment, and also a chance to enter the Monster Tower once more. The 1st place winner will be rewarded with an epic equipment and the opportunity to enter the Monster Tower. Hearing this reward, everyone present suddenly widened their eyes. What the hell? The 1st place prize is epic equipment? This is really generous. As expected of Dragon State University, they are so generous and easily give out epic equipment. It might be a bit difficult to compete for 1st place in front of so many people. It's more than just a little difficult. It's almost an impossible task. I hope I can guarantee the bottom line. Everyone was talking about it. Suhan was also somewhat tempted. Epic equipment. Any one of them is worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. This move is really generous. Zhongjin continued. Next, let me introduce the trial rules. The time is 24 hours. This secret realm is a large one, covering an area of 1,000 square kilometers. Everyone's teleport location is random, you need to explore it yourself. The highest level of the exotic beasts inside is level 2, level 40. But there aren't many second-level monsters, so don't worry. Kill a first-level alien beast and gain 1 point. Kill a second-level monster and get 10 points. Killing an ordinary leader-level monster will earn you 50 points, killing a bronze-level monster will earn you 100 points, and killing a silver-level monster will earn you 150 points, and so on. You can also compete with each other for points. When you enter the secret realm, you can view the map and leaderboard in the scoreboard. The top 50 people with the highest scores will be shown on the leaderboard. Everyone was in an uproar. Isn't it obvious that this is asking them to compete with those with higher scores? When you enter the near-death state, you will be transported out of the secret realm and the trial will be considered over. Next, distribute the score counters. In half an hour, the secret realm will be officially opened. After that, someone soon came down to distribute wristbands. There was a small screen on the wristband that showed 0. Suhan put the wristband on his hand and waited patiently. Half an hour passed quickly. Zhongjin came to the podium again. He spoke slowly. Everyone, prepare to enter the secret realm. The door to the secret realm is open. He gave the order. Mysterious runes lit up on the playground ground. A huge magic circle appeared in the center of the playground. The magic circle burst into brilliant light. Then, everyone disappeared. Suhan just felt the darkness before his eyes. There was an acute feeling of weightlessness in the body. When he regained his sight, then he found himself in a primeval forest. There are towering trees all around. The sunlight shines through the dense leaves and falls on the lawn, bringing some light. A smell of green grass and earthy flavor penetrated my nose. Suhan looked around. The whole forest was quiet, with only the sound of wind and insects. He tapped the scoreboard. A virtual map appeared in front of me. 4 colors are used to mark the map. Blue, yellow, red, black. They represent simple, dangerous, very dangerous, and extremely dangerous respectively. The leaderboard is on the right side of the map. Someone has already made the list. Ranked first is Xiao Qiao. 3 points in hand. Behind them is a row of people with 2 points and 1 point. It's fast enough. We have to hunt the strange beast quickly. There are only 24 hours in total, so don't waste time. Suhan looked around and identified the direction. He is currently in the blue zone. They are all weak monsters. He wasn't very interested. If you want to kill, you have to find those high-level exotic beasts. Going east, there is a huge swamp. Over there is the red area, and in the very center of the swamp is the black area. That is Suhan's goal. That piece of epic equipment is definitely in our grasp. Just as he was about to leave, a huge black bear more than 2 meters tall appeared in front. He used the Eye of Truth to check the black bear's attributes. Name, Strong Bear. Race, Bear Tribe. Level 15. Skill 1, Power Level 1, unleashes the potential in the body, greatly increases strength, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time is 5 minutes. Skill 2, Shred LV.1, swings claws to attack the enemy, with 20% armor penetration, cooldown time 30 seconds. Chapter 77 Void Rift. When the freshmen were teleported away, the originally quiet stands suddenly became lively. The school is giving out a lot of money this year. The first place winner actually got an epic equipment. I just got some inside information. It is said that void rifts are appearing more and more frequently. The higher-ups have issued a document requiring all universities to speed up the training of students. What the hell? Is this true? Sure. Keep your voice down. I heard it from others. If this news is true, I'm afraid it won't be long before the situation becomes much more serious than it is now. The Dragon Country military has already taken action, so please don't spread the news casually. Feng Qingyu's eyes fell on the big screen in the playground, constantly looking for Su Han's figure. And on the podium. Zhongjin also returned to his seat and sat down, staring at the big screen in the playground. Shui Tianluo, the dean of the Magic Academy, said, "Everyone, who do you think will be the champion this time?" Jin Gang crossed his arms over his chest and said confidently, "Of course it's Xiao Qiao. This kid is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Nanha Province. He has an A-level professional giant axe battle. The way he swings the axe is wow. No one can compare." Huang Jitian shook his head and said, "What's there to brag about when you're just a reckless man who only knows how to fight? The first place is definitely Hua Piaowu. Don't be fooled by the fact that she is a girl. She is an A-level professional spirit puppeteer who can control more than a dozen puppets. Her mental power is definitely strong. If she grows up in the future, she may become the next female general." Gao Xingwe, dean of the College of Science and Technology, adjusted his single-frame glasses, looking helpless. "You guys can compete for first place, but those life professions are nothing." Jingang glanced at him and said, "You, the Institute of Science and Technology, still want to compete? You are the ones who receive the most school funding every year." Gao Xingwe glanced at Yi Dai quietly. "Isn't the Exotic Animal Research Institute the one with the most funding?" Yi Dai looked at the phone and said without looking up, "The pension here accounts for 70%. You want to be like me?" Gao Jingwe's expression froze and he quickly shook his head. Zhongjin slowly said, "There is a piece of news, you should all know it, right?" Everyone looked stern. They all nodded. Even Yi Dai, who was looking at her phone, frowned slightly and turned to look at Zhongjin. Zhongjin said solemnly, "Void Rift. 10 days ago, the United States sent a large army to retake Old Copper Mountain. As a result, when the attack reached the depths of Old Copper Mountain, a third-order Void Rift appeared. A powerful Void Demon walked out. With just one move, he defeated the leader of the American army. In the end, it was the Guardian God of the United States who personally took action to defeat the Void Demon and reseal the Void Rift." Everyone's face changed. The leader of the beautiful army is at least a 7th-level expert. Such a strong man was defeated in just one move? So how powerful is this Void Demon? In the past, even the number of times that a 2nd-level Void Rift appeared was very few. Now, a 3rd-order Void Rift has appeared. Huang Jitian rubbed his chin and muttered. Further down, if a 4th or 5th-level Void Rift appears, wouldn't it mean that even the guardian gods of various countries will? Zhongjin nodded slightly. That's right, so the higher-ups issued an order to use all resources at all costs. To cultivate students with potential. Otherwise, by the time the Void Rift becomes stronger, it will be too late. Jiang Huixin, the dean of the Assassin Academy, slowly said, "I wonder how far this class of students can grow. Level 15 exotic beast. Haven't encountered it for a long time." Su Han sighed inwardly. He flashed. It turned into an afterimage and quickly rushed towards the powerful bear. Strong Bear also discovered this uninvited guest. An angry growl emanated from its mouth. The huge body rushed towards Su Han like a high-speed train. A palm strike out. "Dragon Claw!" Su Han's mind moved. His right hand turned into a pitch-black dragon claw and slammed straight towards the powerful bear. Snap! Only a crisp sound was heard. Strong Bear's arms were twisted strangely at 90 degrees. Its arm had been broken by Su Han. Roar! Strong Bear wailed and knelt on the ground. Su Han looked indifferent and came behind it in an instant. A palm slapped down hard on the head. Click! Head exploded. The body of the powerful bear slowly fell down. Easily solved. A level 15 monster posed no threat to him at all. He glanced at the experience bar. The experience bar didn't move at all. Killing low-level monsters will not give any experience. The number on the watch screen changed from 0 to 1. He opened the leaderboard again. Xiao Chao has reached 10 points. The second place is a man named Wang Mo. Also 10 points. Turn off leaderboards. Su Han stroked his chin. We still have to find a second-level exotic beast. Su Han continued to move towards the swamp. Shui Lingyao walked in the woods holding a magic wand. She looked around vigilantly, guarding against sudden attacks from strange beasts. Rustle. Suddenly there was a noise coming from the bushes on the left. She was startled. I quickly turned around and looked. Next second, a rat the size of a puppy scurried out. Shui Lingyao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a digging gopher. Level 10 exotic beast. It will not attack actively, and will only attack when its life is threatened. She was about to use her skills to end the life of the mole. But suddenly he found that the ram was running towards him frantically. Etc. Something is wrong. Diggers are very timid and will run away when they see people. But now, I was standing in front of the mole, how could it dare to run towards me? And this gopher looked like it was frightened by something. The look of running away in panic. Could it be that? Her eyes fell on the grass behind her. Nerves are tense. Boom! The grass suddenly broke apart. A giant green python as thick as a water tank suddenly rushed out, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the gopher in one gulp. Then, the giant python slowly turned its head. The cold snake eyes stared at Shui Lingyao. The bright red snake's tongue moved in and out, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Shui Lingyao's face turned pale. This is the poisonous green python? Judging from its size, it's probably almost level 20. The poisonous green python opened its mouth. The dark green venom with a fishy smell flew towards Shui Lingyao. Shui Lingyao raised her staff. Condensed water shield! Pure water flows out. A circular shield formed in front of her, protecting her. Laugh. The venom made a harsh sound when it came into contact with the water shield. In just a blink of an eye, the water shield was completely eroded. The moment the water shield disappeared, several water balls whizzed towards the poisonous green python. Snap, snap, snap. The water ball exploded, turning into splashes of water all over the sky. The huge body of the poisonous green python was knocked backwards. It roared angrily. Look at your prey. But he found that the prey had disappeared. Chapter 78 Hunting the second-level monster. The prey actually ran away? Its eyes grew angrier. The scent of that human being was faintly discernible in the air. It distinguished it. The huge body quickly chased in the direction Shui Lingyao fled. Shui Lingyao's face changed. She heard the movement behind her, gritted her teeth, and ran forward desperately. Boom boom. Wherever the poisonous green python passes, all the bushes and grass were flattened. When it saw Shui Lingyao, a hint of joy flashed in its eyes. Open your mouth. Another stream of dark green venom shot towards Shui Lingyao. Shui Lingyao quickly hid behind a big tree nearby. Laugh. The venom attaches to the big trees. A big hole was instantly eroded in the tree, and it fell down with a loud bang. Shui Lingyao opened the map and took a look. There is a pool of water right in front of us. Only by the water pond can she exert her strongest fighting power. She gritted her teeth and ran quickly towards the pond. The poisonous green python spewed venom while chasing. Shui Lingyao ran with difficulty. She felt exhausted. Staggering steps. She had never been so embarrassed since she was a child. When you kill monsters and level up, you will be protected by your teammates. Shui Xuelan held a big sword in front of her to block, and no monster could get close to her. She just needs to release her magic with peace of mind. Who knew that when you reach the secret realm you will need to fight alone? This is too much of a loss for her. Looking at the giant python getting closer and closer from behind, despair welled up in her heart. Could it be that I will be killed out of the secret realm by this poisonous green python? Then I won't get any points and will definitely be kicked out of Longway University. How can she have the face to go home? The strength is getting weaker and weaker. The body becomes heavier and heavier. She kicked a stone and fell forward violently. At this time, a figure quietly rushed out from the side and supported him. Shui Lingyao took a closer look. It was Xiaoling? Are you okay? Xiaoling frowned and asked softly. Shui Lingyao nodded woodenly. Xiaoling helped him up and looked at the jade poison python. How did you provoke such a monster? I'll attract the hatred, and you kill it with magic. Shui Lingyao nodded. Xiaoling drew out his sword, turned into a shadow and killed the poisonous green python. The man and the python started fighting in an instant. Xiaoling moved lightly like a flying bird and easily dealt with the attack of the poisonous green python. Shui Lingyao tightly grasped the staff and chanted a spell silently. Soon, water balls whizzed towards the poisonous green python. The two joined forces. Soon the poisonous green python was killed. Shui Lingyao tapped on the watch. The score increased by 0.5. If two people work together to kill monsters, the points will be divided equally. Xiaoling spoke. Thanks. Shui Lingyao said silently. Xiaoling walked up to her and asked, How are you? Are you not hurt? Shui Lingyao shook her head. Xiaoling nodded. Since you are not injured, let's set off quickly and continue killing the monsters. If you waste any more time, you will be overwhelmed by others. Shui Lingyao looked up in confusion. You want to come with me? Xiaoling stroked her hair gently. Of course, otherwise why would I waste my time saving you? At least he's an acquaintance. It's better than teaming up with a stranger. But let's make a deal first. When the equipment is released, if it's what you need, you can buy it at cost price. You can sell the equipment you don't need after it's released. How do you think? Shui Lingyao nodded and agreed. Xiaoling opened the map, pointed to the yellow area in the north and said, Next, let's go to the swamp in the north. There are some second-level monsters and leader-level monsters over there. If you want to quickly increase your points, you can only take risks. Shui Lingyao nodded in agreement. The two men set off and headed towards the northern swamp. Su Han was walking through the woods. At full speed, it almost turned into an afterimage. Half an hour passed. He stood on a branch and opened the map. We have entered the outer edge of the yellow zone. About 100 kilometers further ahead, you will officially enter the red zone. By then, the number of second-level exotic beasts will also increase significantly. There will even be quite a few leader-level monsters. He glanced at the leaderboard. Xiao Chao, who ranks first on the list, has reached 134 points. The trail is also marked on the map. Also in the yellow zone, moving towards the red zone. Almost all the people ranked within the top 50 on the list are gathered in this yellow area. However, Su Han had no plans to stay here. He closed the map and continued running forward. A distance of 100 kilometers is neither short nor long. But for Su Han, it only took a dozen minutes. When he came to the red zone, you can smell a faint smell of blood in the air. There was a swamp below. Not only are there strange beasts hiding in the swamp, there are also quagmires. Once you get stuck in it, there's basically no chance of survival. Su Han opened the map and took a look. Others are still hunting exotic beasts in the yellow area. Only Qiao Chao, Wang Emo, and others who were ranked in the top 10 were gradually approaching the depths of the swamp in the red area. That's it. Su Han's mind moved. A magic circle appeared. Then the little eagle appeared in the center of the magic circle. It flapped its wings, landed on Su Han's shoulder, and rubbed him affectionately. You are responsible for keeping watch in the sky. If there is any movement, send me a signal immediately. Su Han patted Xiaoying's head and said. Kitty nodded very humanely. Su Han's gaze turned towards the swamp below. At a glance, I spotted 3 crocodile heads floating on the water. He opened his eyes to see through delusion. His eyes were covered with a layer of light gold. The attributes of the crocodile appeared before him. Name, steel-toothed crocodile. Race, crocodile. Level, 23. Skill 1, lurking LV.2, steel-toothed crocodile will lurk underwater, waiting for prey to approach, and then launch a critical strike, increasing the damage caused by 20%, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Skill 2, crushing LV.1, the steel-toothed crocodile can easily crush steel with its sharp teeth, causing damage to equipment. Cooling time, 3 minutes. A mere level 23 monster. There is no threat. He leaped forward and fell straight down from the tree. Boom! His right hand turned into a dragon claw and slapped the head of one of the steel-toothed crocodiles. The steel-toothed crocodile's head was flattened by this palm. The health bar was emptied instantly. The other 2 steel-toothed crocodiles saw their prey appear. The huge body rushed towards Su Han quickly. Su Han raised his hand. 3 oblong wind blades appeared in front of him. The wind blade whizzed out and shot towards one of the steel-toothed crocodiles. Then another fireball exploded towards the other steel-toothed crocodile. Boom! All I heard was a deafening bang. The steel-toothed crocodile was blown to pieces, and its health bar was almost empty. The other steel-toothed crocodile was also cut by the sharp wind blade, leaving several wounds so deep that the bones were visible. It only took a moment. The 2 steel-toothed crocodiles lost their fighting ability. Su Han flashed and came in front of the steel-toothed crocodile. A punch came down. The steel-toothed crocodile was beaten into a meat patty in an instant. Others saw the 3-headed steel-toothed crocodile and could only flee in panic. In front of Su Han, he couldn't even last half a minute. He checked the scoreboard. The score has reached 31 points. Chapter 79, 1 hour on the road, 10 minutes to kill monsters. On the rostrum. The deans were staring at the big screen. Next to the big screen, the ranking list has also been released. Ranked first is Xiao Chao. It has reached 167 points. Wan Mo, who came in second, followed closely behind with 165 points. The third place is Hua Piaowu, with 164 points. The scores of the top 10 are almost the same. And it is still working hard to move up. Xingang crossed his arms in front of his chest with a smug smile on his face. How is it? This little guy Xiao Chao is quite powerful. As long as he can keep up this performance, he will definitely be the first. Huang Jingtian smiled and said, Hua Piao's score is also very close. Besides, she may not have used her full strength yet. Let's wait until the sprint stage to see. Shui Tianluo gently pulled his chin and said, By the way, I remember this year's national champion is also in our school, right? I think his name is Su Han. Why doesn't he appear on the list? Xingang said with disdain. So what if you are the top scholar in the country? That kid must just be lucky. Look, when it comes to the trial, even if he is the top student in the country, he will be beaten back to his original form. Several other deans also nodded. What Longway University lacks the least is genius. Even if you are the top student in the country, if you don't perform well enough, you will only become a laughing stock. I heard from Jingzucai that he guaranteed to give this little guy the status of an A-level student. If he knew how this little guy performed in the trial, I wonder what he would think? Huang Jingtian smiled and said. Zhongjin frowned slightly and said, Jingzucai is not someone who speaks without thinking, and according to the information he reported, that guy is not simple. The other deans didn't know. But Zhongjin knew it very well in his heart. This national top scorer is not only famous in the college entrance examination. What happened later also shocked him. He single-handedly saved a city. This kind of ability can no longer be described as genius. Jiang Huixin suddenly said. The last place on the list has been taken by a new person. Xingang said disdainfully. Isn't it normal for the last place to change? Jiang Huixin said calmly. Look at the name. Everyone looked at the last place on the leaderboard. Su Han. This name appears prominently at the 50th place. The score is 101. Huang Jitian nodded slightly. This national champion's score has caught up. Interesting. Shui Tianluo said. Look, the position of this little guy is shown. Everyone looked at the map. I saw a spot of light appearing in the red area. A huge red area? Only this one point of light is shining brightly. Just like the bright moon hanging high in the sky, its light instantly covers everyone else. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the deans. Huang Jitian was a little surprised. He is actually in the red area? It will take at least an hour to get from the blue area to the red area. Could it be that? He didn't say it out loud, but everyone knew it. Just an hour ago. I'm afraid Su Han has been in a hurry and has no intention of killing the strange beast. Shui Tianluo said with interest. This little guy is quite interesting. I'm afraid he was heading for the red zone from the beginning. Gao Xingguo pushed up his glasses and said solemnly. Look at his score, 101 points. It's very likely that he killed 10 second-level alien beasts and 1 first-level alien beast. His target is the second-level alien beast. Even Yi Dai, who had been looking at his phone, raised his head and took a look at the rankings. The corners of Zhongzhen's mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. Really? This year's national top scholar is somewhat unusual. Su Han shuttled through the swamp. The big tree next to it shook violently. A giant python suddenly bit down on his body. Su Han moved to the side with an expressionless face. The giant python crashed into the swamp with a loud bang, splashing mud all over the sky. Little eagle, kill it! Su Han spoke. Cry! A long cry came from the sky. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the giant python accurately. The giant python let out a miserable roar, and its body kept twisting. Then, another afterimage fell from the sky. The sharp claws flashing with lightning fell on the giant python's head. Snap! The head shattered into pieces in an instant. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, splashing mud all over the sky. Then the afterimage flew to Su Han's shoulder, flapping its wings, as if asking for credit. Su Han patted Xiaoying's head and said with a smile, Well done. He opened the properties panel of Kitty Hawk. Name, Lightning Eagle, 1/10 millionth bloodline of the sky-breaking Thunder Eagle. Race, Bird Tribe. Level 9. Strength, 210. Constitution, 230. Agility, 400. Spirit, 100. Skill 1, Thunderclaw LV.1, infuse Thunder attribute power into the claws. When the claws hit the enemy, there is a 10% chance that the enemy will be paralyzed for 0.5 to 3 seconds. The cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 2, Lightning Strike LV.1, summons thunder to attack the enemy with a 10% chance of paralyzing the enemy, cooldown time 3 minutes. Skill 3, Eagle Strike LV.1, transforms into a residual image and rushes towards the enemy, attacking the enemy's vital points, causing double damage, cooldown time 5 minutes. Bloodline Purification Conditions, Platinum Level Thunder Attribute Pet Food 1. Little Eagle's level increases very quickly. After killing several second-level monsters, the Little Eagle was upgraded to level 9. Now I should be able to continue purifying the bloodline for Little Eagle, right? Su Han murmured. Before, he wanted to use the Thunder Fruit to purify Xiaoying's bloodline. But the Little Eagle is too weak. Purifying the blood again could easily cause Xiaoying to get hurt. So Su Han could only upgrade it, and then increase its level. He glanced at the leaderboard. I have reached 40th place. 131 points. But soon, he was caught up by the people behind. He took out the lightning fruit and handed it to Xiaoying. Eat it, after purifying the blood, we will go to the black area to play. These second-level beasts are too weak, and their points increase too slowly. He wanted to increase his points to a level that no one else could ever catch up with. If other people heard this, they would faint from tears. Brother, this is still too slow. After traveling for an hour and killing monsters for 10 minutes, you have already made it to the leaderboard. How embarrassed are they? The little eagle excitedly held the lightning fruit in its mouth and pecked it open. The dark purple slurry flashed with lightning and was completely swallowed by the little eagle. Cry! The little eagle let out a long cry. The thunderbolts instantly enveloped the little eagle, turning it into a huge electric ball with a diameter of more than 2 meters. And the diameter of this electric ball is still growing. It will take some time for Xiaoying to purify his bloodline. Su-Han randomly found a dry branch and sat down. A magic circle appears. Summoned the little tiger. Help me guard here. If anyone dares to get close, I'll bite them to death. I'll make a barbecue. Xiaohu's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly, standing by with all his heart. Chapter 80, Purifying Blood, Black Area. Su-Han skillfully set up the grill, cut a piece of snake meat and started grilling it. Soon, the fragrant smell of barbecue filled the swamp. In the surrounding woods and swamps, many strange beasts surrounded them. They looked greedily at the barbecue in front of Su-Han. They are used to eating raw meat and never thought that grilled meat would taste so delicious. Just as they surrounded us. But he found a tiger sitting lazily in front of Su-Han. The tiger merely glanced at them. They felt a great sense of crisis. After thinking for a moment, they left one after another, not daring to stay here any longer. Compared to eating, your own life is more important. Su-Han was too lazy to fight these strange beasts. He threw a large piece of roasted snake meat to Xiaohu, then tore off a large piece for himself and started chewing it. The system prompt sounded. The host takes the second-level alien scale python for the first time, gaining 10 points of strength and 10 points of agility. Eating a second-level exotic beast has only a minimal effect on improving his strength. We still have to find a leader-level monster. When Su-Han finished eating, the lightning ball has also expanded to its limit. A full 4 meters in diameter. Su-Han could feel the powerful aura contained in it. Boom boom. There was a sound of muffled thunder. A layer of dark clouds appeared in the sky at some point. Thunder danced in the dark clouds. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck directly into the lightning ball. The lightning ball exploded instantly. An eagle with a wingspan of nearly 8 meters appeared in front of Su-Han. Cry! A long beep sounded. When the strange beasts around heard the long cry, they all fell to the ground and trembled. In the swamp far away, a strong man wearing armor, holding a huge axe, and 4 meters tall heard the loud and long sound. He chopped the strange beast in front of him into 2 halves with one axe, turned his head to look in the direction where the sound came from. His eyes became solemn. This voice, could it be from a leader-level beast? It should be quite high in level. We have to get out of the way a bit. Not far away from the burly man with the giant axe, a woman in a fiery red hanfu costume was sitting on a large rock. Her feet hung naturally, swaying lightly. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, watching the several spirit puppets fighting with the strange beasts below. A long cry was heard in the distance. She tilted her head to look towards the long cry, her brows slightly furrowed. What a scary sound. It should be a leader-level monster, right? It seems that we can't go in that direction. In the woods not far away, a slender young man holding 2 swords frowned slightly when he heard the long sound. Silently avoided this direction and walked towards the other side. Little eagle? Su-Han shouted. The eagle lowered its head. Its eyes flashed with dark purple lightning, and the terrifying pressure was released without hindrance. Next second, the lightning dissipated. The little eagle returned to its original size, flew to Su-Han's side, and rubbed Su-Han's head affectionately. His eyes were fixed on the piece of roasted snake meat. Su-Han burst out laughing. He casually threw the roasted snake meat to the little eagle. The little eagle swallowed it in just a few bites, still feeling a little unsatisfied. Su-Han checked the properties of the little eagle. Name: Sky Thunder Eagle, 1/1,000,000th of Sky Thunder Eagle bloodline. Race: Bird Tribe. Level 13. Strength: 650. Constitution: 600. Agility: 700. Spirit: 150. Skill 1, Thunderclaw LV.3, infuse thunder attribute power into the claws. When the claws hit the enemy, there is a 20% chance that the enemy will be paralyzed for 0.5 to 3 seconds. The cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 2, Lightning Strike LV.3, summons thunder to attack the enemy with a 20% chance of paralyzing the enemy, cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 3, Eagle Strike LV.1, transforms into a residual image and rushes towards the enemy, attacking the enemy's vital points, causing double damage, cooldown time 5 minutes. Skill 4, Thundercloud LV.1, summons a thundercloud, causing continuous thunder attacks to the enemy, with a 10% chance of paralyzing the enemy, cooling time 10 minutes. Bloodline Purification Conditions, Platinum Level Thunder Attribute Pet Food 5. Su-Han was delighted. Kitty Hawk's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Not far from Xiaohu. Such attributes are comparable to those of leader-level monsters of the same level. Even worse than that. What a treasure. Just these two pets. How can others compare with him? Xiaoying, you've grown bigger now, so I should be able to sit on you, right? Su-Han said with some anticipation. Cry! The little eagle let out a long cry. Its body suddenly grew larger. Su-Han put away the little tiger, jumped up and landed on the back of the little eagle. The little eagle flapped its wings. The huge body soared into the sky, raising a gust of wind, whistling and flying into the distance. Looking down at the dense woods below, Su-Han was excited. This is much cooler than flying on an airplane. He sat on the little eagle's back, and the strong wind was blocked by the little eagle and had no effect on him. It only takes a few minutes. He had already arrived at the black area. As soon as you enter the black area, Su-Han felt that several powerful auras were locking on to Xiaoying. It is a leader-level monster living in here. Little eagle, descend and kill the strange beast. Su-Han patted Xiaoying's back gently. The little eagle swooped down, dived into the woods, and landed steadily on the ground. As soon as it landed, the ground began to shake violently. A giant centipede that was tens of meters long suddenly emerged from the ground. The centipede's 1,000 legs kept moving rhythmically, like a train. The pair of scarlet eyes stared at Su-Han and Xiaoying. Su-Han checked the properties of the centipede. Name, Diamond Centipede, Bronze Level Leader. Race, Zerg. Level, 25. Skill 1, Burrowing LV.1, the centipede will burrow into the ground to recover its health, and then launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Skill 2, Sweep LV.1, the giant centipede sweeps towards the enemy with its huge body, causing area damage. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Skill 3, Steel Armor LV.1, passive skill, the steel armor of the diamond centipede is hard and can reduce any damage by 20%. Su-Han grinned. Come on, little eagle, let's see how strong you are now. Take care of this centipede. The little eagle let out a long cry. A bolt of lightning struck directly at the head of the King Kong centipede. Boom! A big hole was instantly punched through the steel armor of the King Kong centipede. It emits a burnt smell. Hiss! The centipede felt pain. The huge body slammed towards the little eagle. The little eagle flapped its wings and flew easily into the air. The centipede hissed angrily, but could not do anything to the little eagle. Thick dark clouds gathered in the sky. The air seemed to become oppressive. Immediately afterwards, one bolt of lightning after another fell on the King Kong centipede. Boom, boom, boom. Just a few breaths. Several large holes were punched into the body of the King Kong centipede. The sturdy shell was easily broken. It's scared. The huge body drilled into the ground. Su-Han sneered. Want to run? It's not that easy. Frost attack. The ice blue blade swung. A gust of cold wind blew towards the centipede. A layer of frost covered the body of the King Kong centipede. The speed was also reduced by half. The little eagle's sharp claws were covered with lightning, and it grabbed the centipede's head with one claw. Chapter 81 Platinum Level Pet Food, Earth Dragon Flower. On the rostrum. The deans looked at the big screen on the playground and discussed the students' performance. Sudden. Shui Tianluo said. Hurry up and look at the rankings. Everyone looked confused and turned to look at the ranking list. The rankings of Qiao Chao and others all dropped one place. The one ranked first now is Su Han. 231 points. Qiao Chao, who is in second place, currently has 189 points. Jin Gang's face changed. What's going on? How come this kid's score suddenly increased by 100 points? Gao Xingwei adjusted his glasses and said thoughtfully, Could it be that this guy killed a leader-level alien beast? Jin Gang retorted, Absolutely impossible. The combat power of the leader-level beast in the secret realm is far beyond the ordinary. Even a well-coordinated team will have to spend some effort to conquer them. He is alone. How can he possibly defeat a leader-level monster? Zhongjin interrupted. What's the point of just guessing? Just take a look. As he spoke, he pressed a switch. The scene on the big screen cut to Su Han. Su Han is dealing with the corpse of the King Kong centipede. He skillfully cut off a large piece of meat and stuffed it into the space ring. Pick up the equipment on the ground and throw it into the space ring like throwing garbage. Then he continued walking deeper into the swamp. Everyone present was stunned when they saw the dead body of the centipede on the ground. Is this a centipede? Xingang said with a frown. Gao Xingwen nodded. Xingang looked unconvinced. The diamond centipede is a bronze-level leader. Not only does it have extremely strong defense, but its attack power can also easily kill squishy enemies in seconds. I don't think this guy is a heavy armored profession. How can he beat the King Kong centipede? Jiang Huixin said casually. Just dodge its attack. Xingang frowned and said. It's easy to say, but this guy's nickname of Millipede is not for nothing. The shell is strong but not bulky. Every time it launches an attack, it is like thousands of sharp arrows attacking at the same time. Who can guarantee to avoid it completely? Even you can't do it, right? Jiang Huixin hesitated for a moment. Indeed. Even her agility is as high as thousands. It is impossible to dodge the attacks of the King Kong centipede 100%. Huang Jingtian stroked his chin, his eyes shining. This kid is really a genius. If we can recruit him to our academy's ranking in this year's competition will definitely improve significantly. While everyone was discussing, the number behind Su Han's name rose again. Reached 331. Everyone stared at the numbers on the leaderboard in amazement. Another 100 increases? This kid killed another bronze-level alien beast leader? We really underestimated this guy. He was going after these leader-level beasts. Zhongjin's eyes also showed a rare glimmer. We only hunt leader-level beasts. This little guy is the first. Maybe he will break this year's points record. Now in the forest. Qiao Chao swung the giant axe and killed a steel-toothed crocodile. He opened the rankings and took a look. When he saw Su Han's score of 331, his face suddenly turned ugly. His hand was holding the handle of the giant axe, and his palm was a little pale. Su Han. A low voice sounded. There was a fierce gleam in his eyes. It's not that easy to compete with me for first place. He carried the huge axe and walked quickly towards the black area. Wang Yamo stood quietly in the woods, holding two swords. His eyes were fixed on the map, where Su Han was. Su Han very strong. But number one is mine! He closed the map and rushed into the woods like an agile cheetah. Same. There were many people in the forest running towards the direction where Su Han was. At this time, in the forest, a 5-man team is hunting exotic beasts. It was the Shui sisters, as well as Xia Ling and Qin Shuani. In addition, there was a priest wearing a white robe and holding a staff. It was Su Li. The 5 of them formed a perfect team. Shui Xuelan is responsible for taking damage in the front row, while Xia Ling and Shui Lingyao are responsible for output. Qin Shuani and Su Li were providing treatment at the back of the team. The 5 people were quite efficient in hunting the exotic beasts. The points also reached 100. Look, Su Han is number 1 on the list, Su Li suddenly said. When everyone heard this, they opened the rankings. Really? Su Han ranked first with a high score of 331, surpassing the others. Shui Lingyao's mouth corners slightly raised. He is worthy of being the man I like. He is able to surpass other geniuses at Longway University. Xiaoling smiled and said, Then we should also work hard. Now the 5 of us can try to challenge the leader-level beast. The others nodded and headed towards the red area together. At this time, Su-Han was moving through the woods. He looked around, searching for any traces of the leader-level monster. Even in the black area, leader-level monsters are not found everywhere. Most of them are second-level exotic beasts. However, Su-Han had no interest at all. Just let Xiaoying and Xiaohu practice. To deal with the second-level monster, the 2 of them can easily solve it in just half a minute with their cooperation. Su-Han's points increased rapidly. He opened the rankings and took a look. In just half an hour, the score increased by another 60 points. Reached 391 points. As for the second place, it has become Wang Mo. 220 points. There is a gap of 141 points between me and myself. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place must be myself. But he looked at the map next to him. There were several spots of light coming towards him. It was Xiao Chao, Wang Mo, and others. It seems that he intends to solve the problem by himself in order to gain points. Su-Han casually closed the ranking list, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come if you want to, it doesn't matter how many people come. It's just to increase points for yourself. Just when he was about to go deeper. But his eyes suddenly fell on some yellow flowers nearby. He stopped and stared at the 3 yellow flowers. The eye that breaks delusion opens. The attributes of these 3 flowers appear before you. Name: Earth Dragon Flower. Quality: Platinum. Introduction: It is said that this flower is watered by the blood of an Earth Dragon, and it is of great benefit to Earth-attributed beasts. It's actually platinum-grade pet food? This place actually has platinum-grade pet food, and 3 of them at once. It just so happens that Xiaohu only needs 3 kinds of platinum-level pet food to purify his bloodline. If Xiaohu eats this Earth Dragon flower, his bloodline will definitely be purified to a higher level. The strength will become even stronger. Thinking of this, Su-Han was very excited. He walked quickly towards the Earth Dragon flower. 3 palm-sized Earth Dragon flowers sway gently, exuding a charming fragrance. Just when Su-Han came to within 10 meters of the Earth Dragon flower, the earth suddenly shook. Boom boom. The ground cracked open with a loud bang. A giant lizard several dozen meters long emerged from the ground. The scarlet eyes stared at Su-Han closely, emitting an icy chill. Chapter 82, Feint to the east and attack the west. Su-Han stared at the big lizard in front of him. This big lizard is tens of meters long, with a high bulge on its back, which seems to be a pile of rocks. Like a hill. Su-Han opened the Eye of Illusion. The eyes were covered with a light golden color. The attributes of the big lizard appeared before him. Name: Rock Dragon. Race: Asian Dragon. Level 35. Skill 1, Dragon Scale LV.5, Passive Skill, reduces all damage by 20%. Skill 2, Rockfall LV.3, summons a rock to smash the enemy. If the rock breaks, it will turn into rubble and continue to attack the enemy, causing heavy damage. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Skill 3, Tearing Dragon Claw LV.3, tears apart the enemy's defense, causing heavy damage, cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 4, Dragon Might LV.1, Passive Skill, the Rock Dragon has its own sub-dragon Dragon Might, which reduces the attributes of other beasts by 20%. Skill 5, Rock Wall LV.3, summons a rock wall to block damage, cooldown time 4 minutes. Skill 6, Rock Prison LV.4, summons rocks to form a cage to trap the enemy, then summons a rock spear to pierce the enemy, cooldown time 5 minutes. Look at the properties of the Rock Dragon. Su-Han frowned slightly. A level 35 gold boss. It is almost invincible in this secret realm. I'm afraid that even if all the other players combined, they might not be able to defeat us. After all, the greater the level difference, the more severe the level suppression. If the difference is more than 10 levels, the probability of various negative states will drop significantly. combined with the dragon scales which have amazing defensive power. Whether it is physical attack or magical attack, there is almost nothing you can do about this big guy. However, Su-Han stared at Yanlong calmly. No matter what level of leader you are, I'm determined to get this Earth Dragon flower. Su-Han spoke slowly. The rock dragon roared, raised its dragon claws, and slapped Su-Han fiercely. Su-Han leaped up and easily landed on one of the rock dragon's claws. The ice blue blade flashed across the ice blue light. In an instant, a bloody mark was left on the rock dragon's claws. Roar! The rock dragon roared angrily. The huge body rushed towards Su-Han like a tank. At this time, everyone stared at the big screen in the playground. What was being shown on the big screen was the battle between Su-Han and Yanlong. In the stands, many sophomores and juniors exclaimed, "Is this kid crazy? He actually challenged the rock dragon to a duel? This is a gold level leader." Remember when our class went to the secret realm for training, someone formed a team of 100 people to cause trouble for the rock dragon, but in the end the team was wiped out by the rock dragon. Fuck, this is too cruel. Nonsense, even though the rock dragon is a sub-dragon, its combat power far exceeds that of a gold level leader of the same level. Plus the level suppression, it's impossible for the freshmen to defeat them anyway. Feng Qingyu looked at Su-Han with fiery eyes. She clenched her fists and murmured softly, "Great! This is the student I want! He's brave and fearless. I'm determined to be his student." Zhang Ling, a female mage wearing a dark blue robe, sneered and said, "How dare you accept such a brainless student? Yes, this personality is really like yours. A person who dares to challenge the rock dragon really doesn't know how to write the word death." Several instructors nearby also nodded in agreement. The rock dragon is the best in the secret realm in terms of both defense and attack power. Only the guy in the center of the secret realm can surpass it. This kid is courageous, but he is too reckless. He does things without considering the other party's strength first. This is not acceptable. His journey to the secret realm ends here. He is really an ambitious guy. Feng Qingyu frowned slightly. Those fiery red eyes stared at Su-Han closely. Their eyes were full of determination. She had a premonition in her heart. Su-Han will definitely defeat the rock dragon. In the secret realm, Su-Han and Yanlong were fighting happily. A few minutes passed. The rock dragon's health bar dropped by 1/10. Su-Han was also covered in mud. "I just got hit by a few claws from the rock dragon." Fortunately, his physique was strong enough and the rock dragon's attack failed to cause any substantial damage. Su-Han stared at Yanlong, frowning slightly. His gaze passed the rock dragon and fell on the earth dragon flower behind it. He also knew that the rock dragon had strong defense. Although it can be worn to death, it is a waste of time. His target is only the earth dragon flower. But he tried several times, trying to rely on his speed to seize the earth dragon flower. But every time he got close, the rock dragon would notice it and immediately return to defend, making it impossible for him to get close to the earth dragon flower. "We have to find a way." Su-Han waved his hand. Xiaohu appeared beside him. He issued an order. "Xiaohu, find a way to attract this guy's attention and blind his eyes." Tiger Cub growled. He pounced towards the rock dragon nimbly. The wind is howling. A cloud of dust rose up and covered the rock dragon. The rock dragon's vision was blocked by the sandstorm. It looked around vigilantly, guarding against Su-Han's attack. "Frost attack!" A howling cold wind blew from the other side, mixing with the sandstorm. A thick layer of ice instantly covered the rock dragon's body. Boom boom. There were bursts of thunder in the sky. One after another, bolts of lightning struck from the sky. Rocks were flying all over the rock dragon's back. However, its health bar only dropped slightly. In the stands, everyone shook their heads. Although Su-Han has many tricks, this rock dragon has thick skin and tough flesh, so he can't take away much of its health. Instead of wasting time with the rock dragon, it is better to find other exotic beasts. The score will increase faster. Su-Han has not figured out which is more important. Is he scraping the rock dragon? It doesn't hurt at all. The rock dragon is like a small mountain, standing motionless in the sandstorm. Su-Han grinned and turned to look in the direction of the Earth Dragon flower. It can be vaguely seen through the howling sandstorm. A skeleton warrior wearing tattered armor has come to the side of the Earth Dragon flower. The pale skeleton hand slowly stretched out, grabbed 3 Earth Dragon flowers and pulled them off. Got it. The smile on Su-Han's face grew wider. This is his real plan. He, Xiaohu, and Xiaoying attack from the front to attract the attention of the rock dragon. The summoned undead warriors quietly went to pick the Earth Dragon flowers. The undead warriors had no breath of life, and were blocked by the sandstorm. Yanlong didn't even realize that his treasure had been stolen by Su-Han. It was looking at Su-Han with disdain, as if mocking Su-Han for overestimating his own abilities. The skeleton warrior returned to Su-Han and handed the Earth Dragon flower to Su-Han. Su-Han threw it to Xiaohu casually. The little tiger opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the Earth Dragon flowers. Next second, the ground began to shake. Pieces of rocks rose up, wrapped up the little tiger, and turned into a huge rock ball. The size of this rock ball is still increasing. Su-Han was delighted. Xiaohu's bloodline can finally be purified again. One step closer to the Titan Tiger. Chapter 83, Purification of Little Tiger Bloodline, Giant Tiger Guarding the Mountain. The sandstorm gradually dissipated. Yanlong suddenly felt that something was wrong. It looked back. Suddenly I discovered that all 3 Earth Dragon flowers were gone. Roar! It roared angrily. His eyes were fixed on Su-Han. It was this damn human who stole the Earth Dragon flower. The huge body rushed towards Su-Han. Su-Han waved his hand. The little eagle fell from the sky. Carrying whistling thunder, it smashed straight towards the rock dragon. The rock dragon raised its claws and stomped hard. Boom! The ground cracked instantly. A thick rock wall rose from the ground, blocking the way. Thunder crashed onto the rock wall. A small hole was broken in the rock wall. The little eagle retreated after one strike and quickly flew over Su-Han's head. Su-Han leaped forward and landed steadily on top of the little eagle. The little eagle flapped its wings and flew quickly into the sky. The rock dragon roared angrily. Its claws slammed the ground. A huge rock as big as an adult suddenly floated up automatically and shot towards the little eagle like a cannonball. Cry! The little eagle let out a long cry. A bolt of lightning came down from the sky and struck the boulder. The huge rock instantly exploded into countless pieces of rubble, falling on the ground like rain. The rock dragon's eyes were about to spit fire. It wished it could tear this human into pieces. But it can't fly. Even the means of long-range attacks are very limited. There was nothing he could do to Su-Han in the sky. It turned its head and looked at the huge rock ball. Anger filled its heart. It swung its body and rushed towards the rock ball. At this time, the deans on the rostrum were also a little confused when they saw this scene. Zheng Gang frowned and said, "Is this boy a beast master?" Zhongjin shook his head. "His occupation cannot be detected and is still unknown." Shui Tianluo was surprised and asked, "If he is not a beast master, then why can he control 2 pets?" Everyone was also very curious. Professions other than beast tamer can only contract 1 pet. This is common sense. But Su-Han could actually command 2 strange beasts to fight for him, which was simply a fantasy. Gao Dingwa said, "Compared to the fact that he can contract 2 pets, I am more curious about the fact that his pet seems to be evolving." Zhongjin turned to look at Yi Dai. "You have to ask Yi Dai about this matter." Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Dai. It was rare for Yi Dai to take her eyes off her phone. She stared at the rock ball on the big screen, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "To be precise, this is blood purification." Everyone was stunned. Blood purification? Even they had never heard of this concept. Yi Dai said slowly, "To put it simply, some weak beasts contain the blood of their ancestors, but the blood is extremely weak, so it has little effect on their strength. Blood purification means continuously amplifying the blood of the ancestors. The thicker the ancestral bloodline, the greater the improvement in strength. When the bloodline is purified to a certain degree, it can even become a legendary mythical beast. Zhongjin stared at Yi Dai. Are you doing blood purification research at the Exotic Beast Research Institute now? Yi Dai nodded slightly. Zhongjin continued to ask, What did you find? Yi Dai held his chin with one hand and said expressionlessly, So far, only 3 beasts have been found to contain the blood of our ancestors. They are the iron-horned sheep, which contains 1/1000th of the blood of the sheep-horned demon. The silver snake contains 1/1000th of the blood of the sky dragon. The iron claw pangolin contains 1/1000th of the blood of the lava beast king. How is the purification progress? The iron-horned sheep and iron claw pangolin failed to purify and exploded to death. The silver snake was purified successfully, and the blood concentration reached 100/1000th, greatly increasing its strength, but since then, there has been no further improvement. Yi Dai's tone did not fluctuate at all. Zhongjin frowned. It's not easy to purify this bloodline. Yi Dai nodded. This is against the law of biological growth. Our research is conducted with absolute rigor. And this little fellow can actually purify the blood of exotic beasts so easily. It seems that he has his own method. If we can obtain it and mass-produce it, the strength of many pets can be improved by several levels. Zhongjin shook his head and said, This is his secret, and also an opportunity. Unless he is willing, you must not ask more questions. Yi Dai remained noncommittal. He took out his cell phone and started reading romance novels. The rock dragon swung its tail and hit the rock ball hard. The rock ball shook violently. A tiny crack appeared on it. Su Han frowned slightly. This guy wants to disrupt Xiaohu's blood purification process. He patted Little Eagle's head and said, Go help Little Tiger. The little eagle swooped down towards the rock dragon. Its claws are filled with lightning and carry terrifying destructive power. Boom! Both claws landed on the rock dragon's back. The gravel was flying everywhere. However, the rock dragon's health bar did not move at all. Su Han leaped forward and landed on the back of the rock dragon. His right hand turned into a sharp dragon claw and stabbed straight into the back of the rock dragon. Laugh! The sharp dragon claws instantly pierced the rock dragon's back. Blood was gushing out. Roar! The rock dragon roared angrily and swung its body wildly, trying to throw Su Han off. However, the dragon claw was firmly embedded in the wound, and no matter how it moved, it could not fall off. At this time, there was a crisp, crack sound from the rock ball. A crack opened down the middle. Then, countless cracks spread out, covering the entire stone ball like a spider web. A terrifying pressure emanated from the rock ball. Seeing this, Su Han was delighted. Tiger is almost done. Roar! An angry roar echoed throughout the area. The rock ball exploded. A tiger as big as a hill stood in front of Su Han. This tiger is not much smaller than the rock dragon. The golden tiger's pupils contained a cold, murderous aura as it stared closely at the rock dragon. Su Han immediately checked Xiaohu's attribute panel. Name: Mountain Guarding Giant Tiger, 100,000th of the Titan God Tiger's bloodline. Race: Tiger Tribe. Level: 21. Strength: 1300. Physique: 1350. Agility: 1050. Spirit: 430. Skill 1, Earth-Shaking Claw LV.1, injects Earth attribute power into the claws, greatly increasing the destructive power of the claws, increasing armor penetration by 20%, and has a 1% chance of shattering the enemy's armor. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill 2, Tiger Roar LV.1, the Earth-Splitting Tiger lets out a long roar, shocking the weak beasts around it, and making them fall into fear. Powerful beasts are not affected. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Skill 3, Destructive Sandstorm LV.1, raises a sandstorm, causing massive damage to the enemy and causing the enemy to completely lose sight. Lasts for 1 minute, cooldown time 10 minutes. Skill 4, Giant Rockfall LV.1, shatters the ground, shoots rock fragments at the enemy, causing damage to the enemy, cooldown time 3 minutes. Skill 5, Earthquake LV.1, violently shakes the ground, cracking the earth, causing huge damage to the enemy. If the enemy falls into the crack, it will be killed instantly. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Skill 6, Power of the Earth LV.1, absorbs the power of the Earth. Each attribute increases by 20%, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown time is 10 minutes. Skill 7, Mountain Suppression LV.1, summons a huge rock to suppress the enemy. The enemy will receive a large amount of damage and all attributes will be weakened by 50%, lasting for 10 seconds. Bloodline Purification Conditions, Epic Earth Attribute Pet Food 5. Chapter 84, Kill the Rock Dragon, and Start Snatching People? Su Han's eyes lit up. Xiaohu's strength has improved a lot. Let's not talk about the changes in Xiaohu's attributes and skills. The growth in size alone is terrifying. Moreover, Su Han felt it. There was a faint aura of murderous intent lingering around Xiaohu. A weak person would be scared to death just by getting close to it. Xiaohu's attributes also increased by several hundred points. Both strength and physique have exceeded 1,000 points. It's almost catching up with me. Not only that, but even the skills have undergone some changes. The sandstorm turned into a destructive sandstorm. Earthquakes also evolved into major earthquakes. Su Han was very curious about the power of these destructive sandstorms and earthquakes. There are 2 more skills. The power of the earth and the mountain. The current Xiaohu is not much inferior to himself in terms of fighting power. It's just the material needed for purifying the bloodline next time. 5 Epic Pet Foods. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to get them all. Epic pet food is extremely rare on the market. Each piece is worth tens of millions. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. If I want to purify Xiaohu's bloodline again, I have to keep working hard. Yanlong stared at Xiaohu. It felt that Xiaohu's breath was completely different from before. More than 10 times stronger than before. It let out a low growl, warning the little tiger to leave. Xiaohu also growled. The fierceness in his eyes became more and more obvious. Next second, the tiger cub kicked his limbs violently. The huge body leaped high. Its claws glowed with an earthy yellow light and seemed to have grown larger. Boom! The claws hit the rock dragon's head directly, knocking it into the ground. Gravel flew everywhere. The rock dragon's health bar dropped a little. It growled angrily. He raised his dragon claw and slapped the little tiger's head. Boom! The 2 giant beasts separated with a loud bang. There were several claw marks on the rock dragon's head that were deep enough to see the bone. A lot of the scales on the chin were also worn off, and blood kept dripping. On the other hand, Xiaohu. There were only a few bloodstains on the head. However, it had no effect at all, instead it added a bit of viciousness to it. The rock dragon roared. The ground beside Xiaohu suddenly shattered. Several rock walls rose up, blocking Xiaohu and surrounding him tightly. The rock prison is narrow. Xiaohu couldn't move. It growled and slapped the rock wall with one claw. Boom! A large hole appeared in the rock wall. But he quickly made up for it. Next second, a rock spear more than 10 meters long pierced out from the rock wall and stabbed into Xiaohu's eyes. The tiger boy raised his paw and broke the rock spear into 2 pieces with one paw. Su Han said, "Xiaohu, don't hold back, just go all out." Xiaohu nodded. Tiger Claw stomped his hand hard. The khaki power rushed into Xiaohu's body frantically. The tiger's body expanded again, filling the entire rock prison. Boom boom. The ground shook violently. Cracks spread towards the rock dragon like a giant python. The ground beneath the rock dragon shattered with a loud bang. One of its legs missed the target, and its body lost balance and fell towards the crack. Immediately afterwards, another huge rock fell from the sky and hit the rock dragon directly on the head. Boom! The rock dragon was knocked dizzy. Su Han's figure came to the top of the rock dragon like a ghost. The ice blue blade suddenly pierced into the rock dragon's eyes. Blood gushed out. The rock dragon howled and swung its claws. Su Han raised his hand. A fireball about the size of a rock dragon's skull appeared in his palm. Boom! The exploding fireball went straight into the rock dragon's eyes. The rock dragon's head exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Su Han landed steadily on the ground and looked at Yanlong's body lying beside him. He glanced at the experience bar. Upgraded. Level 22. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiaohu was there to fight head-on and hold back the rock dragon. Only then could he seize the opportunity to kill the rock dragon instantly. Walk over to the rock dragon and check. The rock dragon dropped 2 pieces of equipment. A heavy armor and a pair of wrist guards. He checked the properties of the heavy armor. Rock dragon heavy armor. Quality gold. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 500. Health recovery plus 10%. Skill 1, Dragon Scale Guardian, reduces all damage by 20% after activation, duration 10 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes. Introduction. It has a strong defense comparable to that of a rock dragon. It will become even stronger after wearing it. Equipment requirement, level 35. Su-Han let out a long sigh. Level 35 gold grade heavy armor. Although it is good, it can only be sold for money. He looked at the wrist guard. Heavy rock wrist guard. Quality gold. Strength plus 150. Constitution plus 100. Casting speed plus 10%. Skill 1, Great Strength, passive skill, increases the wearer's strength by 20%. Introduction. A wristband with Earth attribute power that will give the wearer great power. Equipment requirement, level 20. Su-Han nodded slightly. This wrist guard is nice. Level 20 gold grade weapon. You can wear it now. He put on the wristband and felt a surge of power throughout his body. Open the properties panel to view. Name Su-Han. Race human. Occupation SSS level Gourmet. Level 22. Strength 2270. Physique 1439. Agility 1030. Spirit 359. Su-Han's eyes widened. This heavy rock wristband directly allowed his strength to break through the 2000 mark. Su-Han was sure that no one could reach this attribute at the 3rd level. Even many 4th level powerhouses do not have such terrifying attributes. Then he opened the ranking list. A full 531 points. The gap between him and the 2nd place Wang Mo is more than 300 points. Su-Han felt much more relieved. At least in the short term, they can't catch up. He swung the ice blue blade and easily cut off a large piece of rock dragon meat. Then he took out all the other exotic beast meat in the space ring and prepared for a big barbecue. It can be considered as a good reward for Xiaohu and Xiaoying. If it weren't for them, it would take a lot of effort to kill the rock dragon. Soon, he set up the grill and started grilling meat. And at this time, the deans sitting on the podium were no longer calm. Zheng Gang frowned and said, "This kid actually killed Yanlong?" Huang Zhitian exclaimed, "This kid is really a monster! One person actually killed a level 35 gold leader. If this gets out, other colleges and universities will probably go crazy. They may come to snatch people at all costs." Zhongjin smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? Who has more resources than our Longway University?" Yi Dai held up her chin and looked at Su-Han with interest. "This little guy is quite interesting. Our Exotic Animal Research Institute wants him." Jing Gang said dissatisfiedly, "Senior, it's not the time to choose someone yet. Who knows where he is going? He is good at close combat, and he can get the best training in our warrior academy." Shui Tianluo said dissatisfiedly, "He can also use magic. I think he should join our magic academy." Yi Dai glanced at the two of them and said, "Let's have a fight. Whoever wins will be the boss." Chapter 85, Rewards for the 75th Floor Atlas. This is a simple and crude method to deal with the night butterfly. Jing Gang and Shui Tianluo wisely chose to keep quiet. Even if the two of them joined together, they were no match for Yi Dai. Yi Dai only needs one skill to easily defeat them. However, Jing Gang and Shui Tianluo made a secret decision in their hearts. "We must capture Su-Han. Even if it bleeds a little more." At this time, Su-Han didn't know anything about the rostrum. He stared at the grill. The numerous barbecues are already emitting a charming aroma. Little Tiger and Little Eagle squatted beside him, their eyes fixed on the barbecue. Soon, all the barbecue was ready. Su-han cut a piece from each roast. Then he threw all the rest to Xiaoying and Xiaohu. The little eagle and the little tiger had experienced so many battles that their stomachs were already empty. They ate the barbecue with big mouthfuls. Su-han first stuffed the rock dragon meat into his mouth. The taste of rock dragon meat is somewhat similar to beef. After sprinkling the barbecue seasoning on it, it smells delicious. The meat is a bit tough to chew. It took a long time to swallow the rock dragon meat. The system prompt sounded. The host consumes the second-level rock dragon meat for the first time, gaining 100 points of strength and 150 points of constitution. The host has obtained the rock dragon skill, Rock Prison. Su-han was delighted. This rock dragon gives quite a few attribute points. He opened the skill panel and took a look. Rock Prison LV.1 summons rocks to become a cage to trap the enemy, then summons a rock spear to pierce the enemy. Cooldown time, 9 minutes. This is a good control skill. Su-han still remembers. The rock dragon summoned a rock prison and trapped Xiaohu inside. The solidity of this rock prison is definitely very strong. He stuffed the remaining rock dragon meat into his mouth and chewed it in big mouthfuls. The rich meaty aroma permeates between lips and teeth. It's very memorable. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. The rock prison is mutating. Su-han's eyes lit up. The rock prison has mutated? Is there such a good thing? Today my character really exploded. First, get the earth dragon flower to purify Xiaohu's bloodline again. Then came the skill mutation. He waited for several minutes. The system prompt sounded. The rock prison has successfully transformed into a meteorite falling from the sky. Su-han immediately opened the skill panel. Meteorite Fall LV.1 summons a meteorite from outer space to attack the enemy. The meteorite carries high temperature and impact, causing terrible damage to the enemy. The cooling time is 10 hours. Su-han was stunned. This skill has mutated to the point of being invincible. Directly summon meteorites to hit. So cool. He couldn't wait to try out the power of this meteorite falling from the sky. However, the cooldown time of this skill is also long enough. A full 10 hours. This is the skill with the longest cooldown time he has ever seen. Close the skills panel. Then Su-han picked up the meat of the centipede and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat of the centipede is like crab meat, very soft but also very fragrant. The system prompt sounded. The host consumes the second-level diamond centipede meat for the first time, gaining 100 points of strength and 50 points of constitution. This time there are no skills. But Su-han was not surprised. The harvest this time is already big enough. He ate up all the remaining exotic beast meat. Pat your belly comfortably and open the property panel. Name Su-han. Race human. Occupation SSS level Gourmet. Level 22. Strength 2790. Physique 1939. Agility 1370. Spirit 509. All attributes have been greatly improved. Especially physique. Increased by more than 500 points. It's almost reached 2000. The strength is close to 3000. This is already comparable to an average 5th level expert. Su-han is confident. Now he encounters the rock dragon from before. You can definitely rub it on the ground with one hand. He opened the Gourmet's illustrated book and took a look. The achievement on the right has reached 75/75. The collection achievement has been completed, but I wonder what good things I can get. Su-han rubbed his hands and clicked on achievement. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the Gourmet Guide achievement and obtaining the Great Gourmet Ring. Su-han was stunned. The Ring of the Great Gourmet? What is this? He felt like there was something extra in his pocket. Reach into your pocket. Take out a ring. The ring was completely black, with a ferocious animal head on it. Just take a look. Everyone can feel the terrifying aura contained in the beast head. Su-han was stunned. Why does this animal head look so familiar? Seem. It is the legendary beast, Tao Tai. He checked the ring's properties. Ring of the Great Gourmet, upgradable. Quality gold. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Agility plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Skill 1, Tao Tai, passive skill. Eating delicious food can quickly recover from injuries and increase the probability of obtaining attributes and skills. Skill 2, Great Gourmet Space, can connect to the Great Gourmet Secret Realm. Cooling time, none. Grand Gourmet Set, 1/7 get all the Grand Gourmet equipment to summon the mythical beast Tao Tai. Introduction, the legendary Great Gourmet Set, only the Great Gourmet can wear and use it. Equipment requirements, level 0. Occupation, Great Gourmet. When Suhan saw this terrifying attribute, I was stunned for a moment. Is this thing really just gold level equipment? All attributes alone increase by 100 points. It's enough to be platinum. Plus the special skill of Tao Tai. To him, the value of this ring is no less than that of epic equipment. This is also upgradable. Suhan stroked his chin. This ring can actually be upgraded. However, it is still unclear how to upgrade. When he saw the effect of the Great Gourmet Set, I was even more shocked. Complete the Great Gourmet Set. It can also summon the mythical beast Tao Tai. Although I don't know how powerful Tao Tai is, but it is conceivable that the strength is definitely not weak. Suhan put on the ring. All attributes have made another leap forward. He looked at the achievement again. It has become 75 out of 100. Next up is the reward for the 100th floor. I wonder what the mysterious grand prize will be. He put out the fire and glanced at Little Tiger and Little Eagle. The two of them looked very satisfied while eating. The tiger cub was lying on the ground digesting his food. The little eagle leaned against the little tiger with his head down and dozed off. Suhan was a little amused. You can barbecue and rest so freely within the black area. I'm afraid he is the only one. Change someone else, don't say it in the black area. Even if it is an ordinary blue area, we dare not take it lightly. If you are not careful, you will be attacked by strange beasts. That's fatal. So before setting off, everyone brought dry food. If you are hungry, you can only take out some dry food and eat a few bites to fill your stomach. At this time, in the grass nearby, a strong man carrying a huge axe walked out slowly. He stared at Suhan with gloomy eyes and said, Suhan, right? I want your points. Suhan glanced at the man. Who are you?